In the dantian, there lies no golden elixir, but rather a singular azure lotus that bears the weight of the ancient 10 fiends. Yunxi has diligently cultivated for 9 millennia, absorbing countless strands of spiritual essence, solely to nourish this unfathomable abyss. He has faced tribulation 10 times, each failure culminating in the assembly of formidable primal sources such as the Kunping and the Tsonglong. Upon fortuitously accessing the ascension passage to the higher realm, he discovers that the spiritual essence here serves as the true sustenance for the azure lotus. Beginning with the extraction of essence from divine beasts, he unlocks the gluttonous power of the Taotie. Observe how this enigmatic old monster traverses the heavens in his tribulation body, devouring the primal sources of myriad races, thereby completing the legacy of the 10 fiends. Chapter 1. 9 Millennia of Cultivation. Atop Piaomiao Peak, dark clouds loomed ominously, violet lightning sporadically illuminating the sky. Behold, it is the spirit melody fairy of Piaomiao Peak. She is about to undergo her tribulation. My heavens, to attain tribulation after merely 700 years of cultivation, what an extraordinary talent. She rivals the martial emperor of yore, such unparalleled brilliance. Numerous cultivators gazed at the figure clad in white atop Piaomiao Peak, envisioning their own future ascensions. The commotion of this tribulation was so profound that it resonated across distant mountains. This was Chengdao Peak, one of the 10 sacred peaks on Earth. Since the demise of over 100 powerful cultivators who dared to challenge it, no one had ventured into its territory for centuries. Within Chengdao Peak lay an expansive hall, adorned with the utmost opulence of the world, glittering with jewels, and housing 10 ancient statues. At the center of these statues rested a bronze coffin. What a nuisance, disturbing my slumber. A voice laced with impatience emanated from within the coffin, as a pale hand pushed it open. Yunxi emerged, appearing to be in his 20s, yet exuding an aura of profound age. Even he himself was uncertain of how long he had lived, perhaps around 9,000 years. What is this fluctuation? Someone is undergoing tribulation. Truly enviable. Yunxi sighed deeply. In his youth, the spiritual essence on earth had reached its zenith, ushering in an era of cultivation. However, during that time, those capable of ascending were always extraordinary, a rarity among multitudes. The 10 sacred peaks had already stood tall in that era. At the tender age of 7, he encountered his master, Lu Qingdao, who proclaimed him a prodigy among prodigies. That year, he brought his dog to Chengdao Peak. 60 years later, his master ascended, leaving him reluctantly as the head of Chengdao sect. Departing from Chengdao Peak, he fortuitously encountered one of the 10 fiends, the Tsonglong, who claimed a fateful connection and bestowed upon Yunxi the essence of the Tsonglong. A century later, he sensed his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of this world, attracting a terrifying thunder tribulation, yet he failed to ascend. 3 centuries later, his dog, Wangkai, also ascended. Another 2 centuries passed before he met the Kunping, and by a stroke of fortune, acquired the essence of the Kunping. His cultivation remained at the tribulation stage, and each time he approached a breakthrough, he once again attracted a fearsome thunder tribulation, only to fail yet again. To this day, he has endured exactly 10 tribulations, none resulting in successful ascension, and he has begun to feel that his ascension may be an impossibility. Each time he faced tribulation, he encountered one of the 10 fiends, who all gifted him their essences. The 10 statues surrounding him are indeed the embodiments of the 10 fiends. The realms of cultivation consist of qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divine transformation, peak ascendancy, and tribulation. Yet Yunxi feels none of these. There is no golden elixir, no nascent soul, only an azure lotus gently spinning in his dantian. The azure lotus boasts 10 petals, each adorned with a representation of one of the 10 fiends, all with closed eyes, 5 of which shimmer with golden light. After 9 millennia of cultivation, it can be said that 8,000 years of spiritual essence have been absorbed into this azure lotus, rendering it an insatiable abyss. He has successfully refined 5 strands of essence, yet remains incapable of refining the remaining 5. By refining the essence, he has similarly acquired the abilities of the 10 fiends. Currently, his abilities include the immaculate divine soul of the Tsonglong, the immense gravity of the Kunping, the earth-shattering speed of the Tianping, the rebirth through nirvana of the Shinfeng, and the penetrating gaze of the Wangyue. Each of the 10 fiends was once a dominator of the heavens and the earth, and even Yunxi does not comprehend the depth of his connection with them. He approached the statue of the Tsonglong and, feeling a pang of guilt, gently caressed it. "Songlong, you were the first I met. I have yet to fulfill the promise I made to you. Yunxi cast a glance at the bronze coffin left to him by his master, raising his hand to store it within his spatial ring. In this age, where spiritual essence is so scarce, the fact that someone can still undergo tribulation is indeed a testament to their exceptional talent. I must go and see. Suddenly, a pair of golden wings sprouted from behind Yunxi, manifested from his refinement of the essence of the golden-winged Great Pong. With a single flap, a tempest erupted outside Chengdao Peak, and when his figure reappeared, he had already arrived at Piamiao Peak. Among the 10 sacred peaks on Earth, only 3 remain, and of those, Piamiao Peak retains some semblance of grandeur. Hey, you're blocking my way, move aside. The speaker was a nascent soul cultivator, who looked at Yunxi's sudden appearance with a hint of disdain. Nascent soul cultivators are exceedingly rare on Earth, each a formidable figure. Were it not for the fact that it was the spirit melody fairy's tribulation, he would have already taken action against Yunxi. Yunxi remained silent. It would be beneath his dignity to quarrel with this mere child of several centuries. He settled on a distant hill, gazing enviously at the spirit melody atop Piamiao Peak, her white garments billowing like clouds. He was genuinely envious. Having failed 10 times in his tribulations, he felt he could not face Huangkai again. However, the intensity of this thunder tribulation was significantly diminished compared to the first one he faced. As the thunder tribulation surged, streaks of violet lightning danced within the clouds, and the crowd held their breath, fearful of disturbing the fairy's tribulation. Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning crashed down with a deafening roar, striking the spirit melody fairy. The entire Piamiao Peak trembled, and numerous cultivators were astounded. Such power at the onset was befitting a great being in the tribulation stage. The spirit melody fairy wielded her sword, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that clashed against the thunder tribulation. Gradually, those of insufficient cultivation fled in haste, for merely witnessing a tribulation stage adept was a stroke of fortune and immensely beneficial to their own cultivation. Only those at the nascent soul stage or above remained, and the earlier nascent soul cultivator, casting a glance at the little hill, was astonished to find Yunxi still seated there, seemingly unaffected by the celestial pressure. As the overwhelming lightning cascaded down, distorting space itself, even the nascent soul cultivator had to retreat. Before departing, he noted that Yunxi remained, entranced by the spectacle of the thunder tribulation. The nascent soul cultivator suddenly realized that this individual might possess a cultivation level surpassing his own, and he felt fortunate for not having acted rashly. He bowed to Yunxi before turning away. In the end, Yunxi was the sole individual able to observe the thunder tribulation up close. She is bound to succeed in her tribulation. How enviable! How I long to ascend with her. I miss my Huangkai dearly. Yunxi rose to his feet, yearning to depart from this place and return to his small coffin to continue his eternal slumber until the end of time. Wait, ascend together. Yunxi suddenly regained his focus, his gaze fixed intently on the Lingyun Xianzi. Though the thunder tribulation was formidable, he had undergone body refinement 88 times, whereas an ordinary person could only endure 30 refinements before being able to contend with tribulation stage cultivators. If this thunder tribulation could not slay him, then if she ascended to the upper realm, might he not be able to follow her? This notion ignited a long-dormant excitement within Yunxi's heart. I am about to leave this world. Lingyun glanced back at the ethereal peak, feeling a twinge of reluctance. After all, she had lived here for so long. Yet, she and they were now beings of entirely different realms. Having successfully traversed the tribulation, she had elevated her cultivation to a new level, transcending the limits of this world. Despite her reluctance, she had to depart. Before her appeared a gateway, the Ascension Gate. Beyond it lay the realm where those predecessors, depicted only in paintings, practiced their cultivation. However, the destination for the transmission was random. She stepped towards the gate, having already crossed halfway, when suddenly, a heavy force seized her foot. It felt as though something had grasped her leg, a flash of white light, and she found herself in an unfamiliar place. It was a small valley, filled with an unimaginable density of spiritual energy. Surrounded by verdant mountains, bizarre rocks, and an array of exotic flowers and herbs, the sky above sparkled with countless stars, their twinkling light cascading down. Yet, when she looked down at her feet, she was taken aback. What is happening? Lingyun beheld a man clinging to her right leg. Had he ascended? It was well known that interfering with an ascension would invoke the heavens to unleash tenfold, even 100-fold force to obliterate the offender. Her suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, a force 100 times greater than her tribulation bore down upon Yunxi, Yet for him, it was merely a mild discomfort. Benefactor, I bow to you. Yunxi, filled with excitement, released his grip and bowed deeply to Lingyun. In terms of seniority, he was ancient. In terms of cultivation, although he was at the tribulation stage, his foundation far surpassed that of Lingyun. Nonetheless, he was exhilarated. She could indeed bear his reverence for bringing him to the upper realm. After cultivating for 9,000 years, he had finally ascended. No one could fathom how elated he was. If not for the presence of another, he might have wept. This, Lingyun, inexperienced in worldly matters, had devoted herself solely to cultivation at Piaomiao Peak, which consisted only of women. She had never interacted with a man and was momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the valley, and a tremendous pressure enveloped both Yunxi and Lingyun. The sound was so powerful that it nearly destabilized Lingyun's newly attained cultivation. On a nearby mountain peak, a unique horned beast gazed coldly at the two, its singular horn shimmering with radiant light. Lingyun took a couple of steps back. The pressure from the horned beast was formidable, and she was likely no match for it. However, she saw Yunxi rising, seemingly preparing for something. Do not fear, benefactor. This creature is so large that it likely won't suffice for a single meal, Yunxi remarked, swallowing hard. The horned beast leaped toward them, bearing down with the weight of a mountain. Kuanpeng domain, 10,000 June gravity. Wait, why is it only tenfold gravity, and the range is merely 300 zhang? Yunxi grumbled. On Earth, there were domain skills with 1,000-fold gravity and a range of thousands of miles. As the horned beast breached the 300 zhang boundary around Yunxi, it suddenly felt a heavy weight, its movements slowing considerably. Concerned that the horned beast might harm his benefactor, Yunxi wasted no time retrieving his frequently used bronze coffin and hurled it at the beast. This is that Qingtong coffin. Lingyun's eyes widened. It was said that long ago, 7 Qingtong coffins traversed the void, one of which fell to earth, igniting fierce competition among various sects, only to vanish without a trace. She never expected to find one in Yunxi's possession. Done, let's wrap this up. Moments later, Yunxi clapped his hands, gazing at the now lifeless horned beast in the distance. With practiced ease, he severed the beast's horn and then produced a cauldron, unceremoniously tossing the beast's carcass inside. A flame flickered from his hand, igniting beneath the cauldron. Every motion was fluid and executed with remarkable proficiency. The Shinong cauldron, Nirvana flame. Lingyun felt overwhelmed. That cauldron was none other than the long-lost Shinong cauldron, also known as the Medicine King cauldron. The flame beneath it was the unique Nirvana flame of the Phoenix clan. Who exactly was this young man who had ascended alongside her? Little did she know, the beast they were cooking was a divine beast. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Yunxi recognized this scent. This pot of meat would undoubtedly be exquisite. The cauldron had never failed to impress him. Originally used for alchemy, he later discovered that it could perfectly absorb the divine essence of demonic beasts when used for cooking meat, leading him to frequently prepare meals in it. Benefactor, my name is Yunxi, the sect leader of Chengdao Zone. I know of you. Your name is Lingyun, and you were the topic of discussion during the tribulation. Yunxi intermittently lifted the cauldron lid to add seasonings, displaying remarkable skill. Master Yun, how did you ascend? Lingyun inquired curiously, pondering how someone from Earth could interfere with her ascension. Yunxi recounted his thoughts and actions, and it was clear how thrilled he was to have ascended. When Lingyun heard him claim to have lived for 9,000 years, she chuckled, clearly skeptical but unwilling to challenge him. After all, a tribulation stage cultivator only had a lifespan of 2,000 years. She simply chose to take it as a joke. Yunxi, aware of her disbelief, opted not to elaborate further. The meat is ready. Yunxi excitedly opened the lid, and a rich, savory aroma enveloped them, mingling with hints of medicinal fragrance. The enticing scent even made Lingyun, who was typically aloof to worldly matters, feel a pang of hunger. Yunxi served her a generous bowl, while he took a large piece of meat and bit into it with fervor. This is so delicious. Nothing on earth compares to this flavor. As he ate, the divine essence from the meat surged through his body. It had been years since he had indulged in such a feast. Lingyun, too, disregarded her image and devoured her portion. The hefty bowl filled her to the brim, and the divine essence coursed through her, prompting her to sit down and refine it. Having consumed most of the pot's contents, Yunxi had nearly finished the broth. The overwhelming divine essence threatened to burst him apart. His expression shifted as the Qinglian within him spun wildly. He sensed he was about to refine the sixth source of the 10 fiends. This was the essence of Taotie. To his astonishment, Consuming the meat of this horned beast allowed him to refine the essence of the 10 fiends. The divine essence surged toward the Qinglian, causing radiant lights to emerge from it, and a vivid vision abruptly flooded his mind. In the vision, there lay a treasure land, teeming with rare treasures and extraordinary beasts, bathed in radiant light and ethereal energy, with towering trees reaching for the heavens. Born as a demon, how dare you offend the heavens above? A terrifying voice echoed from beyond the skies. A colossal palm descended, instantly engulfing vast stretches of land, obliterating much of the treasure land, accompanied by countless wails of despair. As the vision ended, Yunxi came to his senses. This was Taotie's memory. The hand belonged to an entity whose wrath was frightful beyond measured at this moment. His physical form was fervently refined, and he had not experienced such a sensation of breakthrough in a long time. Chapter 3 Awakening of Infinite Devouring. After undergoing the tempering of his body 89 times, his physical strength ascended to a new level. He raised his hand, revealing a pitch-black vortex upon his palm, consuming everything in its path. This was the ability of Taotie, the infinite devouring. The description of this power stated that any form of energy could be devoured: poison gas, divine stones, divine gold, spiritual energy, and cultivation could all be directly absorbed, transforming into his own cultivation. Such a capability was truly extraordinary. He felt his realm had also transcended. He was no longer in the tribulation stage, as his aura resonated harmoniously with that of Lingyun beside him. Within him, a flicker of flame continuously refined the Qinglian. He discerned that this flame was peculiar, perpetually alive and difficult to extinguish. Lingyun had also broken through, sensing her elevation through several smaller realms, with a flame burning steadily in her dantian. Once one surpasses the tribulation stage, they enter the divine realm, which is divided into 10 tiers: Shinxuan, Shintai, Shinpa, Shinjia, Shunling, Shunzuan, Shinwang, Shunhuang, and Shindi, each further divided into 10 smaller realms. Currently, both Lingyun and Yunxi were in the Shinxuan realm, where the internal meridians are transformed into divine meridians, enhancing one's power by a tenth with each minor elevation. Yunxi felt that the rhinoceros they encountered was rather extraordinary. It might have been meticulously nurtured by someone, and they needed to depart swiftly. As Yunxi surveyed the surroundings, he noticed layers of formations swirling above them, evidently designed to confine the rhinoceros without harming this divine beast. However, with so many formations, how could they escape? Lingyun pointed at the intricate formations outside, each capable of obliterating them in an instant. Joking, he responded, "These formations cannot possibly hold me. On Earth, which Secta's treasure vault have I not visited? Mount Kunlun and Mount Taihong are my second homes. Even when your master, the immortal Charon, was bathing, Before Yunxi could finish, he suddenly felt a chill, coughed lightly, and refrained from glancing at Lingyun beside him. He closed his eyes, while Lingyun clenched her fists, observing his serious demeanor, and chose not to disturb him, though she thought he was rather infuriating. Wang Chuanqiu Shui, one of the 10 fiends, resembled a worm with a singular eye, capable of piercing through the heavens and the earth, even seeing through the cycle of reincarnation. After Yunxi's 6th failure in transcending the tribulation, he encountered the aged Wang Chuan in a dry well. He accompanied Wang Chuan for decades, but sadly, as Wang Chuan's lifespan waned, it left behind its essence and ascended. Upon opening his eyes, Yunxi felt a radiant moonrise within them, a skill of Wang Chuan. Wang Chuan Xiushui, which allowed him to perceive all illusions. The layers of formations before him were continuously deconstructed, and he began to discern numerous flaws. Let us depart. If we linger, someone will arrive. Yunxi grasped Lingyun's hand. After a slight struggle, she followed him without further thought. As they passed the first formation, her heart raced. After all, this was the upper realm, and the formation could easily reduce her to dust. Each formation above them sent shivers down her spine. Yet Yunxi appeared relaxed and remarkably adept, as if he had engaged in such matters countless times. Upon exiting the layers of formations, they discovered they were in a desolate wilderness, likely due to the formations siphoning the surrounding spiritual energy to nurture the rhinoceros, resulting in rampant overgrowth. However, when she looked back, the small valley had vanished. Gazing at the vast expanse around them, Yunxi and Lingyun felt somewhat lost. This unfamiliar territory left them uncertain of what they might encounter. Nevertheless, for Yunxi, it was preferable to lingering in the lower realm to live a life of retirement. I wonder how my pet Wang Tsai is faring. Does he still recognize me as his master? The thought of Wang Tsai's reluctance to part during his ascension filled him with nostalgia. At that moment, a woman, drenched in blood, staggered toward him. clearly marked by several sword wounds, with a significant gash on her left hand, continuously bleeding. She collapsed 10 paces in front of Yunxi, reluctant to intervene. He thought it unwise to become embroiled in others' conflicts so soon after arriving in the upper realm with his limited cultivation. "This poor sister," Lingyun exclaimed, producing a healing pill without hesitation and approaching the fallen woman. Suddenly, four shadowy figures emerged, coldly regarding the injured woman on the ground. "She is clearly being pursued. You should consider the circumstances before rescuing her," Yunxi remarked, exasperated. The four cloaked figures were evidently of a higher realm than the two of them. "Humph. I cannot stand idly by while someone is in peril," Lingyun retorted, administering the healing pill to the woman while glancing at the four dark figures. Sensing an overwhelming pressure from them, two low-tier Xinchuan, the leader of the dark figures, scrutinized Yunxi and Lingyun, noting he was accompanied by two at the 8th tier of Xinchuan, one at the 9th tier, and himself at the 2nd tier of Xintai. It must be said that their audacity to attempt a rescue in his presence was indeed bold, but one must also possess the fortune to survive such a choice. They were individuals accustomed to living on the edge of a blade. Killing one or many was all the same to them, devoid of compassion. "This girl seems intriguing. After enjoying her, we shall eliminate her. Onward," commanded the leader, and the three higher-tier Xinchuan rushed forward, while Lingyun stood resolutely with her purple sword. The Piao Miao sword technique was now at her disposal, as Lingyun had ascended to the 4th tier of Xinchuan due to that meal, yet the gap remained substantial. As she swung her sword, a dim flame flickered upon the blade. Igniting divine fire? The leader's eyes narrowed. From Xinchuan to Xindi, all were termed divine cultivators. Yet only those who ignited divine fire were deemed true gods. Otherwise, even if one belonged to the divine realm, they would merely be a false god. Only those who reached the Xinwang realm could ignite divine fire, and even a Xinwang, recklessly igniting their divine fire, risked their own demise. The girl before him was evidently in the Xinchuan realm. Why then had she ignited divine fire? Though it was only a small flame, if it were to touch him, there would be no chance of survival. Relying on divine fire, Lingyun could only contend with one high-tier Xinchuan. When three attacked simultaneously, she quickly found herself at a disadvantage. However, being able to challenge an opponent of a higher tier was in itself an extraordinary feat. Yunxi sighed, feeling compelled to assist. Lingyun was his benefactor, and he could not disregard her plight. "What a bother," he lamented, stepping forward. The dark figures cast a glance at him. The young man appeared to possess even less cultivation than the woman and was not taken seriously. In that instant, however, they felt a sudden weight pressing down on their bodies, their weapons nearly slipping from their grasp, as Yunxi activated the Kunping domain, exerting immense gravitational force. Under tenfold gravity, not only were their bodies weighed down, but their senses and reactions were also diminished by a factor of 10. In an instant, Lingyun felt significantly relieved. A single person was managing to hold his own against three high-tier Xinchuan. "This boy is quite extraordinary. Regardless, we shall eliminate him first." The leader of the dark figures, a Xintai cultivator, having established his divine platform, was not to be compared with the three Xinchuan. Drawing his blade, he leaped toward Yunxi, moving at a speed far exceeding that of the three Xinchuan. Chapter for the desolate city of the Mu family. As Yunxi's eyes gleamed with lunar light, he instantly perceived a flaw in the leader's waist. Without hesitation, wings of the Tianping materialized behind him, transforming into the shadow of the Tianping and propelling his speed to its zenith. That recent meal had tempered Yunxi's body 89 times. This physique was likely capable of contending at the pinnacle of the Xinchen platform. Within the domain of tenfold gravity, he remained unaffected. And combined with the Tianping's earth-shattering speed, alongside the leader's diminished perception, everything unfolded at a pace that left the black-clad figure unable to react. He merely sensed that Yunxi had suddenly vanished, only to feel a tremendous force at his waist, as a punch sent him flying. The leader of the dark figures spat blood, realizing that this boy was too enigmatic. Possessing a field that negatively affected his perception and weight by a factor of 10, a skill even a Xinwang might lack. In a moment of chaos, the figure clad in black rushed towards Yunxi, but before he could take more than a couple of steps, he collapsed, engulfed by a blaze of divine fire that consumed him entirely. How could he have ignited his own divine fire? As the leader of the black-clad figures fell, the three high-ranking practitioners of the Xinchuan realm were filled with terror, desperately seeking to flee. Testing the limitless devouring skill, Yunxi unfurled his wings and approached the three high-level Xinchuan practitioners. A vortex materialized in the palm of his hand, which he pressed against the head of one of them. Instantly, that black-clad figure felt his essence, energy, and spirit being ruthlessly siphoned away. his divine meridians collapsing and shattering until, within mere breaths, he was reduced to a lifeless husk. As the 3 high-level Xinchuan cultivators fell, Yunxi sensed that he had transcended to a new minor realm. He had now ascended to the 2nd tier of the Xinchuan realm. Truly, he could consume the cultivation of others. Yunxi marveled at the sheer audacity of his endless devouring ability. If he were to encounter a dying powerhouse in the future, absorbing their essence would surely launch him to newfound heights. Regrettably, the leader was evidently more formidable than these 3. Had he been able to devour him, he might have ascended yet another minor realm. Approaching the fallen black-clad leader, Yunxi noted the absence of a spatial ring, likely due to the leader's fear of being traced back to the forces behind him should things go awry. In any case, finding oneself embroiled in such matters was hardly fortuitous. Furthermore, as he aspired to ascend to a higher realm, he felt the pressure mounting. Should the black-clad leader possess one more major level of cultivation, dealing with him would become exceedingly troublesome. A cough echoed nearby, and the previously injured woman awoke, her gaze falling upon Yunxi and his companion. Upon seeing the fallen black-clad figures, she instantly grasped that these 2 were her saviors. "I am Mushiwa. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention," she expressed, her relief palpable. Mushiwa had thought she was doomed, but was astonished to find herself alive. However, Mushiwa was perplexed. As a 10th-tier Xinchuan practitioner, she had struggled to escape the pursuit of the black-clad figures. How could Yunxi and his companion, one at the 4th tier and the other at the 2nd tier, have triumphed over them? No matter. I am curious. Why were you being hunted so ruthlessly? Ling Yun was inherently benevolent, a trait that stemmed from her character and her path of cultivation. Yet, such a disposition would inevitably lead to misfortune. Alas, it's merely because my father discovered a piece of divine gold and was subsequently targeted. Some individuals attempted to exchange items with him, but he refused to comply. Naturally, they resorted to despicable means. She glanced at the fallen black-clad figures, a chill emanating from her. At that moment, a rush of wind heralded the arrival of several figures in the distance. "Miss, I am to blame for arriving late." A middle-aged man, drenched in sweat, knelt before Mushiwa. His eyes, darting towards the fallen black-clad figures, reflected his deep remorse, though a flicker of regret did not escape Yunxi's keen observation. "Humph. Had it not been for these 2 benefactors, I would have perished long ago. What use are you to me?" Mushiwa shot a glance at the middle-aged man. Muji, a 3rd-tier Shinpa practitioner who had failed to be by her side when needed, provoking her ire. "Thank you once again for your life-saving grace. Please, allow me to take you to the Mu residence, where you shall receive due rewards," Muji implored, his gaze sincere as it turned to Yunxi and his companion. Yunxi felt no stirrings within. He had to admit that Muji was quite adept at feigning sincerity, yet he refrained from meddling in Mu family affairs. "No need for rewards. We must take our leave," Yunxi expressed, wishing to avoid entanglements. "My name is Mushiwa, and I have always believed in repaying kindness. Why not accompany me to the Mu family in Huangqing? I assure you that my family will reward you handsomely," she insisted, her eyes earnest. Yunxi pondered. "We have just ascended and find ourselves without a destination. Perhaps a visit to the Mu family would be prudent?" Ling Yun gazed at Yunxi. "You are my benefactor. If you are going, then I shall accompany you as well. Lead the way." Yunxi rubbed his temples. Ling Yun's simplicity was astounding. She was so daring as to suggest such a visit. 2 hours later, as they departed, an elderly man rushed frantically towards them, a look of madness in his eyes. What had previously seemed an unremarkable area suddenly revealed an intricate array of formations, within which lay a small valley world, devoid of the unique creatures he sought, littered instead with bones. "Who dares to covet what belongs to me? Feng Ho!" The elder bellowed, his fury distorting the surrounding void, silencing the beasts in fear. In Huangcheng, the head of the Mu family, Mu Qingfeng, was incensed to see Mu Shue return, battered and bruised. However, given the multitude of threats against the Mu family, he could not ascertain the identity of the assailants. Arrange for the young lady to receive medical attention, and escort these 2 esteemed guests to the guest quarters, each to receive a bottle of Dushuan pills. Mu Qingfeng, ever gracious, did not neglect Yunxi and Ling Yun, though he was preoccupied with pressing matters and could not personally attend to them. Yunxi felt a twinge of disappointment. The architecture of Huangqing resembled traditional Chinese structures. He had even brought a few generators with him, intending to relax and watch a film in peace. Yet there was no signal to be found. Nonetheless, the spiritual energy here was markedly richer than on Earth, making it an excellent place for cultivation. He wondered if the seed he had acquired long ago would sprout. Recalling the time spent in the forbidden area of Kunlun Mountain, where he had taken a seed from the hands of an ancient statue, he realized that the spiritual energy on earth had been insufficient to nurture it. However, now that the spiritual energy was abundant, he still lacked the rich soil necessary for it to thrive. Gazing at the bottle of elixirs provided by the Mu family, he did not hesitate. A vortex formed in his hand, drawing in the essence of the pills. He had no need to fear poison, as even toxins could be absorbed into his cultivation. This was the remarkable aspect of his devouring ability. The medicinal power from the elixirs surged into Yunxi's body, the majority funneling into the azure lotus within him, amplifying its divine radiance. His cultivation surged once more, breaking through to the third tier of the Xinxuan realm. Had it not been for the azure lotus absorbing so much medicinal essence, he might have reached the fourth or even fifth tier. Yunxi, are you there? A gentle voice called from outside, accompanied by a soft knock. Come in, Yunxi replied, halting his cultivation. The door opened to reveal Muxue, now impeccably clean and adorned in elegant azure attire, her features striking and refined. With just a hint of makeup, she exuded a captivating charm. Her hair simply styled with a decorative pin. She was undeniably beautiful, a stark contrast to Ling Yun's pure appearance, embodying a more alluring allure that drew attention wherever she walked. If paparazzi existed in this era, you wouldn't be able to step outside, Yunxi remarked. Paparazzi? What is that, a pack of younglings? Muxue queried, puzzled. Never mind. You wouldn't understand, Yunxi dismissed, reluctant to explain to someone who had not experienced even 9 years of compulsory education. Actually, I have no specific matters to discuss. I simply heard that you ascended from the lower realm and wished to see if you needed assistance, Muxue expressed, her curiosity piqued by the intriguing tales of those who had ascended. I do have a few inquiries for you, Yunxi stated, his demeanor turning serious. Please, speak freely, Muxue offered, pouring him a cup of tea. Where is your family's treasure vault? Yunxi inquired earnestly, to which Muxue nearly choked in disbelief. Is it customary to ask such questions right away? That would be located at the back mountain, Muxue replied, pointing in the direction, although she did not believe Yunxi would gain access. And what about your family's scripture repository? Muxue stood frozen, realizing that this individual seemed incapable of posing normal questions. In the secluded mountains, Muxue seated herself across from Yunxi, her expression tinged with awkwardness. If you require any items, I might be able to assist, she ventured. There is nothing more to inquire, Yunxi replied, sipping his tea. He jested, possessing the remarkable skill of longing for treasures, having traversed Kunlun Mountain and Tying Mountain on earth, indulging in visits to myriad treasure troves. Yet, it was indeed inappropriate to directly inquire about the location of such vaults. Young Master Yun, would you care to accompany me for a stroll? Muxue proposed. To which Yunxi shook his head. I am occupied, he stated nonchalantly. Despite appearing to be merely in his 20s, he was, in truth, 9,000 years old, and the individuals he cherished had long turned to stone. Thus, he refrained from causing distress to young maidens. Although he occasionally pondered rekindling a romantic relationship, he had yet to make a definitive decision. Muxue was taken aback by Yunxi's swift refusal. With her beauty, countless young talents in the desolate city sought her companionship, yet the one man she found intriguing was as unyielding as wood. Suddenly, an urgent voice called from outside, Miss. The family head has been poisoned. Muxue's countenance shifted dramatically. Young Master Yun, I must take my leave, she exclaimed, not anticipating such boldness from those outside. Very well. I shall accompany you to investigate, Yunxi remarked, seizing the opportunity to observe the routes to the rear mountains. Arriving at Mu Chengfeng's residence within the Mu family, Yunxi followed Muxue into the chamber. Who is he, and what gives him the right to enter such a crucial place? Muin, the second elder of the Mu family, glared at Yunxi. The oppressive aura of the spirit realm descended upon Yunxi. Feeling the weight of the pressure, he discreetly activated his boundless devouring technique. Discovering that his cultivation was indeed increasing, albeit slowly, the energy was not as direct. However, if the second elder could maintain this pressure upon him for an entire night, he believed he might achieve a breakthrough. Strange, Muin mused, noticing that this young man from the divine profound realm exhibited no signs of disturbance under the immense pressure. Second elder, young Master Yun is my savior. How can he be barred from entering? Muxue interjected. What, does my father not have a say here? She added, for Muin had always held hostility toward her. Even at this critical moment, he was still inclined toward intrigue. Muxue had acquired some medical knowledge, yet not long ago, Mu Qingfeng had been perfectly well. How could he suddenly find himself in such a dire state? Upon examination, she noted that his complexion was ashen and his internal meridians were on the verge of collapse, a lethal poison that only a divine king could counteract using divine fire and formidable cultivation. Yet, in the desolate city, the highest cultivation level was that of the city lord, a ninth-tier deity, with no divine sovereigns, let alone divine kings. Father, how did this happen? Who has harmed you? Mu Shue's composure began to fray. As within the Mu family, intrigue had always flourished, with Mu Chengfeng being her sole protector, shielding her from the ensuing conflicts. Yet now, she felt outmaneuvered. Mu Shue, in such circumstances, there is little anyone can do. You must find solace, Mu Yin consoled, patting her shoulder. Suddenly, a calm voice resonated within the room. Why are you crying? It is not such a grave matter. I can remedy it. Yunxi observed the weeping Mu Shue, unable to endure the sight of a girl in tears. Since he would assist once, he would do so again. Impudent. What place is this that a mere divine, profound realm cultivator dares to speak so arrogantly? Someone, incapacitate him and throw him out. Mu Yin commanded. In an instant, 3 spirit realm experts charged into the room, their murderous intent palpable as they approached Yunxi. Although the presence of 3 spirit realm cultivators exerted considerable pressure upon Yunxi, he possessed the confidence that, endowed with the domain of Kunpeng and the speed of Tianpeng, he would not be detained. However, it seemed the second elder was overly hasty. Wait, Mu Shue exclaimed. At this moment, where could she find a divine king? Her medical skills were insufficient, and Yunxi had descended from the lower realms. He might possess methods unknown to them for healing. Let him attempt it, she insisted. Though her cultivation was at the divine profound realm, as the daughter of the family head, she was the only current heir capable of wielding authority within the Mu family. Mu Shue, can you truly place your faith in a mere divine profound realm boy? Are you aware of the consequences should he err in his treatment? This is utter folly, Mu Yin retorted, yet he waved his hand, refraining from ordering the spirit realm experts to trouble Yunxi. What consequences? The worst would be delaying treatment, Yunxi interjected. Do not let me uncover any connections between this matter and any of you. Otherwise, none shall be spared. You have my gratitude, young Master Yin. Regardless of the outcome, the Mu family shall remember your kindness, Mu Shue declared, casting a glare at the second elder, who, in his actions, only fueled her suspicions. I am curious to observe the capabilities of a divine, profound realm cultivator, Mu Yin thought, though he did not impede Yunxi. He held no belief that Yunxi could succeed in the healing, unless a divine king capable of igniting divine fire were to be summoned, which was utterly implausible. Yunxi advanced, experiencing the sensation of being constrained, a feeling he had not encountered in a long while. However, it was a most displeasing feeling. Ultimately, his cultivation was somewhat lacking. Otherwise, he could easily dispatch the second elder with a single strike. Upon reaching Mu Chengfeng's side, he noted the deepening purple hue of Mu Chengfeng's complexion, his breathing erratic, and even his internal cultivation appeared unstable. After taking his pulse, he discovered that the meridians were slowly fracturing. With his adept medical skills, he had long mastered the Shinong Benchao Jing and Huangdi Neijing, and he immediately recognized this as the venom of a formidable beast. Yet, the beasts of the upper realms differed from those of the lower realms, leaving him uncertain of the species involved. In the past, this might have posed a challenge, but now, Yunxi pressed one hand against Mu Chengfeng's chest, employing the divine skill of Taotie, the infinite devouring. The potent poison surged into Yunxi's hand, transforming into pure spiritual energy under the infinite devouring technique. The second elder grew increasingly anxious, fixating his gaze upon Yunxi. Why do I sense his cultivation is rising? Not only was Mu Yin astonished, but even Mu Shue, standing closest to Yunxi, gaped in disbelief as she felt the venom surging toward Yunxi, who seemed to be elevating his own cultivation instead. This spectacle was utterly revolutionary. While she had heard tales of formidable physiques, such as the Tsang Tian Ba Ti and the innate Dao body, none had been documented to directly absorb poison. As Yunxi's cultivation ascended to the 5th tier of the divine profound realm amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Mu Chengfeng's body was devoid of any residual poison, yet his divine veins had been severely damaged, leaving him unlikely to cultivate again. Very well, I have already assisted. I shall see it through, Yunxi declared, retrieving several silver needles to seal Mu Chengfeng's divine veins. He then ladled out a bowl of broth that remained after simmering the divine essence in the Shinong Ding. This is the essence of a divine beast. The second elder's eyes widened in disbelief. Although demonic beasts could attain the divine realm, lacking divinity meant they were destined not to reach higher realms. Yet, once divinity was acquired, they could ignite divine fire and strive for loftier heights. The broth in that bowl clearly bore the essence of a divine beast. After administering the broth, Yunxi then performed the Ghost King 13 Needles technique, fully restoring Mu Chengfeng's divine veins, absorbing the venom to enhance his cultivation and offering a bowl of divine beast essence. Who was this individual? As Mu Chengfeng's complexion gradually regained its color, Mu Shui felt a wave of relief wash over her. She turned and embraced Yunxi tightly, bursting into tears. In the depths of despair and helplessness, she could not fathom the consequences of a world without Yunxi. It was a future she dared not contemplate. Fortunately, during her time of need, someone stepped forward. Hey, could you stop thinking about taking advantage of me every day? Yunxi teased. Who is trying to take advantage of you? Mu Shui's cheeks flushed as she pushed Yunxi away. This fellow truly had an extraordinary level of audacity. Ahem, Mu Chengfeng coughed lightly, having just awakened. In that moment of consciousness, he felt a flicker of flame within him. Although faint, he was certain it was the divine fire coveted by countless cultivators. While this spark could not ignite true divine fire, it might propel him to a higher realm. With a peculiar constitution and exceptional medical skills, such a person was certainly not ordinary. He was someone to be befriended rather than offended. Young Master Yun, I must express my gratitude for my life. Mu Chengfeng refrained from revealing the presence of divine fire within him, for doing so would have brought endless calamity upon Yunxi. The divine fire within would refine his body day and night, making it easier to break through his cultivation bottlenecks. It's nothing, just a trivial matter. I wish to wander around Mu's residence a bit. I have no desire to interfere with your family's affairs. Clearly, Mu Chengfeng had family matters to attend to. As for who had poisoned him, Yunxi was utterly uninterested. Once the person was healed, there was no reason to linger. Naturally, this was an edict from the Mu family, enforceable throughout their territory. Mu Chengfeng handed Yunxi a token, and upon receiving it, Yunxi departed the room. It seemed that a significant upheaval was imminent within the Mu family. As Yunxi strolled along the path, appearing to meander aimlessly, his steps led him precisely to the rear mountain. After all, the Zhangjing and Baokang were situated there. Where else would he go? Initially, he intended to make a quick visit to the treasury, but now he could do so openly. Approaching the rear mountain, the guards recognized the token in his hand and did not obstruct his passage. Before long, he encountered two pagodas. Who dares to intrude upon the Zhangjing? A stranger attempted to block Yunxi's way, but upon seeing the token in his hand, they stepped aside. The Zhangjing comprised 5 levels. The first level contained basic techniques and spells, a place for outer disciples, and thus held no interest for him. He proceeded directly to the 3rd level, accessible only to core disciples of the Mu family. Here, he began to peruse various texts, discovering that this was where the Mu family's ancestor had established roots over 300 years ago in the desolate city of Fengshan. This world was known as Shanhaijia. Since the fall of the last Shanhaiju, no new Shanhaiju had emerged, and the realm was currently inhabited by 8 deities of the emperor level. Yet the 9th remained elusive. He noted that those who cultivated from qi to tribulation were collectively termed fanjing, while those who transcended the tribulation were referred to as shinjing. It became clear that cultivators from the lower realm were regarded as fanjing cultivators. Divine kings can attempt to ignite divine fire and become true deities. Could it be that the flame within me is divine fire? Yunxi suddenly realized that the significance of the single-horned Yunxi was far greater than he had imagined. It was highly likely that it was a divine beast carefully nurtured by a significant figure. The formations alone could level the entire Mu family. It seemed prudent to refrain from revealing the divine fire in the future to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. As he continued to explore, he found that the techniques and spiritual skills on the 3rd level, while capable of causing a stir in the lower realm, still did not captivate him. His token permitted access only to the 3rd level. The 4th level remained sealed. Chapter 7. Fengqing Jiao with eyes that seemed to pierce the autumn waters. Moonlight erupted from within him, revealing cracks in the seal before him. Under the influence of the power of the Wang Chuan Xiushui principle, the seal gradually became illusory, allowing him to step inside. The techniques and spiritual skills on this level were evidently of a higher caliber, likely reserved for elders and the family head. However, for Yunxi, endowed with 10 monstrous abilities, their utility was limited, and he gradually turned his gaze toward the 5th level. The seals there were exponentially stronger than those of the 4th level. It was unlikely that even the Mu family head had ever entered. As he invoked the Wang Chuan Xiushui technique, it seemed as if a radiant moon rose behind him. Under the moonlight's embrace, the seal began to dim. And this skill, known for overcoming all seals and dispelling all illusions, propelled him into the 5th level. Pa. Why is there so much dust? I didn't bring a vacuum cleaner. Yunxi coughed as dust assaulted him. The 5th level was stark and simple, lacking bookshelves. featuring only a table upon which rested a purple scroll and a yellowed piece of paper. Yunxi picked up the paper, which read, "In the ruins of antiquity, our sect." The Mu family mobilized the full strength of the clan, returning with only 1 in 10, bringing forth this scroll. I hope that those in future generations who have refined their bodies 78 times may study this divine ability. A few poignant lines conveyed a sense of sorrow. Yunxi unrolled the scroll. Tiantianin. One seal overturns the heavens, another seals the seas, with the power to cover the skies and fulfill the desires of all beings. The simple description caused Yunxi to gasp for breath. This was not merely a spiritual skill, but a divine ability. Spiritual skills were techniques executed using one's internal energy, while divine abilities harnessed the power of heaven and earth. Spiritual skills represented human force, while divine abilities embodied celestial power. It was revealed that the Mu family's ancestors had lost 9/10 of their members to retrieve this divine ability from ancient ruins. However, no descendants of the Mu family possessed sufficient cultivation to access the 5th level. Without that strength, even possessing divine abilities would only lead to calamity. After reading, Yunxi placed the divine ability scroll aside, knowing that with Mu Chengfeng having cultivated a spark of divine fire, he would eventually earn the right to access this level. It would be best for him to retrieve it himself when the time came. He decided to explore the Baokang. The rewards from the Zhangjing were immense. And upon entering the Baokang, he was instantly dazzled. Wow, is that Tianihua? Absolutely love it. This is a top-grade Lingxi. And this is Duanchenko. Yunxi collected various items without reservation and soon reached the end of the Mu family's treasury, where there was nothing of interest, prompting him to turn around. Suddenly, he halted, glancing toward a corner where, indeed, there appeared to be nothing. Utilizing Wang Chuan Xiaoshui once more, the moonlight illuminated the corner, revealing a single herb. Invisibility grass. This truly exists. After confirming its nature, he swiftly placed it into his ring. Satisfied, Yunxi headed back to his room, only to find Mu Shue seated there. Where have you been? Mu Shue regarded Yunxi, who had only recently arrived, yet already treated the place as his own. Is there something you need? Yunxi replied nonchalantly. Accompany me for a walk. Mu Shue looked at Yunxi, who appeared to have made an effort to dress up. Fine then, Yunxi thought. Given that he had taken so many things from her family, it would be impolite to refuse. As they walked through the streets, Mu Shue indeed attracted many gazes, particularly from those who regarded Yunxi with a hint of malice, leaving him somewhat speechless. The desolate city had its fair share of market stalls, and to those vendors, it was wise to curry favor with a figure like Mu Shue. However, as they passed by various stalls, Yunxi saw nothing of interest. Miss, my young master requests your presence. A well-dressed individual approached Mu Shue and blocked her path. Mu Shue frowned. Today she had dressed deliberately, but not to attract attention from his young master. My young master is from Fengqingjiao. I hope you can show some courtesy, the man insisted. Fengqingjiao? One of the 5 major sects in Fengsong? Mu Shue's brow furrowed. Fengqingjiao had powerful divine beings in their ranks, and the Mu family could not afford to offend them. She looked at Yunxi with a troubled expression. Yunxi sighed. It seemed he was destined to take on more laborious tasks. Stepping forward decisively, he struck with his palm, causing the left side of the man's face to swell instantly. Since you are a member of Fengqingjiao, you must have heard of Long Go. I am a brother of Long Go. You dare to lay hands on my people? Do you still wish to remain in Fengqingjiao? Yunxi glared at him. The subordinate, momentarily at a loss regarding which Long Gu was associated with Fengqingjiao, sensed the gravity of the situation. It was evidently linked to a significant figure within the sect. Being merely a lackey, how could he afford to offend anyone? Yes, I apologize. Since you are with Long Gu, I was blind to your status. The subordinate hastily apologized and retreated in haste. Young Master Yun, I did not expect you to have ties with someone from Fengqingjiao. May I inquire who this Long Gu is? Han Shui asked, somewhat audaciously. What Long Gu? I just descended and casually mentioned a name to intimidate him. Yunxi waved his hand dismissively, noting that the subordinate was clearly one who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Ha ha ha, you are truly wicked. Mu Shui couldn't help but laugh, surprised that such a tactic could actually work. Within an inn, a young man in white was drinking when the previously struck subordinate rushed in, covering his face. Ego. We cannot provoke that woman. She has Long Gu from Fengqingjiao backing her, reported Wang San, his words somewhat muddled. Long Gu? What Long Gu? There is no such person in Fengqingjiao. Even if there were, with my brother around, who would dare touch me? You've been played for a fool. Wang Yi exclaimed angrily, delivering another slap to Wang San. Take me to see the one who dares impersonate a disciple of Fengqingjiao. I'll flay him alive. Wang Yi's eyes turned cold. Upon seeing Mu Shui at the inn, he suddenly had different intentions. Initially, he planned to leverage the name of Feng Qing Jiao to coerce the woman, only to find that his subordinate had been deceived. As Yunxi walked along the road, he abruptly halted. Possessing the pure soul of the Zonglong, he was acutely aware of impending danger. It seemed that a few individuals had set their sights on him. What's wrong? Mu Shui inquired as she noticed his sudden stop. We are being watched, but they likely wouldn't dare act within the confines of Huangcheng. It's nothing. Let us continue forward, Yunxi murmured. He suspected that those assassins were targeting Mu Shui, pondering what sort of divine gold Mu Chengfeng possessed that could stir such covert movements. Hey, stop right there, came a shout from behind Yunxi. Turning around, he instantly recognized the subordinate he had struck, but was astonished to see both sides of his face swollen. What do you want? Yunxi asked, observing him. Chapter 8. The turnover seal. Initial stance. You struck my subordinate. What do you think this is about? Wang Yi, clad in the attire of Feng Qing Jiao, drew the envy of the onlookers. So, he is from Feng Qing Jiao, the major sect of Feng Cong Nation. Many would give anything to gain entry there. The crowd murmured, realizing the gravity of offending Feng Qing Jiao, which was certainly not something the Mu family could afford to do. Second stage of the Divine Soul Realm. Yunxi assessed the situation. Now at the 5th stage of the Divine Profound Realm, having refined his body 89 times, reaching the peak of the Divine stage was no issue. However, he felt a slight pressure when facing Wang Yi. A mere practitioner of the Divine Profound Realm dares to be disrespectful to me? Crawl through my legs. We'll forget about today's incident. Otherwise, I'll cripple you. Wang Yi glared at Yunxi. Although it was somewhat humiliating for a Divine Soul practitioner to confront a Divine Profound practitioner, he felt the need to assert himself today. Feng Qing Jiao has a good reputation. How can you make such an unreasonable demand? Mu Shui retorted angrily. What demand is it of yours? Kneel and crawl over to me. Wang Yi commanded, unleashing his aura as a practitioner of the Divine Soul Realm. Instantly, Mu Shui felt a weight on her chest. Struggling to breathe. What if I refuse? Yunxi replied coldly. Without warning, Wang Yi acted, a moment no one anticipated. In an instant, he felt his body grow heavy. The Kuanping field had now reached a gravitational force 15 times that of normality, and within a 400-foot radius. Wang Yi's hand had yet to land on Yunxi when he suddenly found himself kneeling before him. The onlookers fell silent, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. To think you came all the way from Feng Qing Jiao to kneel before me. I shall graciously accept this gesture, Yunxi sneered. Gasps filled the air. Anyone who insulted a member of Feng Qing Jiao surely had a powerful background or was courting death. Wang Yi, keenly aware of the gazes surrounding him, had enjoyed a life of privilege and had risen to become an outer disciple of Feng Qing Jiao, never before having faced such humiliation. You are quite impressive, but your time is running out. Once I eliminate you, I will take good care of this young lady. Wang Yi's eyes burned with rage. He had initially thought it would be an easy task to eliminate a mere divine profound brat, but he hadn't expected Yunxi to be so peculiar. Instead of kneeling, it was he who had succumbed. The Taotian Fengqing palm erupted with the full force of a second-stage divine soul practitioner, and a Taiji diagram appeared above him, creating a sound of breaking air. The force behind this strike could easily cleave a small mountain, wielding immense power. Yunxi remained silent, sensing an overwhelming sense of danger. The spiritual technique Wang Yi had unleashed possessed a hint of divine power. With the turnover seal, Yunxi formed a seal, and even his body, refined 89 times, struggled to uphold the stance. In that moment, for Wang Yi, the world was turned upside down. Heaven became earth, and earth became heaven. Under this upheaval, everything he knew was overturned, his meridians disturbed, and blood began to flow backward. The power of chaos, when unleashed to its fullest extent, could overturn the heavens and disrupt time itself. The turnover seal was the embodiment of this chaotic energy. The people in the street felt an inexplicable pressure and a sense of discomfort, all stemming from the seemingly unassuming divine profound youth. Wang Yi coughed up blood. He had not even finished his attack before collapsing, his meridians in disarray, blood flowing backward, leading to his demise. A chill swept through the street. I must be seeing things. A divine profound practitioner actually killed a second-stage divine soul practitioner. This is madness. It's over. Someone has killed a disciple of Feng Qing Jiao. This is catastrophic. The crowd fixated on Yunxi, forever imprinting his visage in their memories. They would not dare provoke him in the future. Yunxi, pale as death, felt utterly drained. Merely initiating the stance had left him exhausted. This divine power was formidable, but its consumption was equally severe. Young master. Wang San rushed over, utterly shocked that Wang Yi had met his end. He was at a loss. knowing that Wang Yi's brother was the unparalleled genius of the Feng Song divine ranking, Li Song. Soon after, a squad of armored soldiers approached swiftly, led by a woman. She was exceptionally beautiful, clad in tight-fitting armor that showcased her striking form, exuding an air of confidence. She was Li Lan, the youngest daughter of the city lord. On duty that day, what has transpired? Li Lan frowned, aware that the death of a Feng Qing Jiao disciple was no trivial matter. You three, come with me to provide statements, she instructed, pointing at Wang San, Yunxi, and the others. Yunxi understood that these were the city lord's armored guards, responsible for maintaining order. Reluctantly, he nodded. He wished to avoid trouble, yet trouble seemed to follow him everywhere. As they departed, several middle-aged men in a nearby alley began to grow increasingly serious. Did you see that? That young man seemed to have unleashed a divine power, the leader of the group, wearing a badge on his chest, remarked. Anyone who recognized that emblem would keep their distance. It belonged to the assassin organization, Ming Run. The assassin who targeted the Mu family's daughter has been killed. I wonder if it's connected to that young man. Within the city lord's residence, Li Lan led Yunxi and the others to a discussion. Xiaolan Meimei, you are indeed hard to find. Within the grand hall, a melodious voice rang out as a remarkably charming girl bounced in, exuding a lively spirit. With two playful pigtails and an utterly innocent gaze, she captivated all. Xiao Xiao Ruoyun, she found himself momentarily entranced. It could be said that this was the first time in several millennia that his heart was thrown into disarray. The girl before him resembled a figure deeply embedded in his memories. He once cherished someone named Shengwan Nian Ruo, who delighted in venturing out at night with a flashlight to catch wild game. However, one fateful day, she vanished without a trace, only for him to later discover that a notorious assassin organization was responsible. He eradicated that organization. Yet he never laid eyes on the girl who had once clung to him so dearly. Unconsciously, Yunxi moved toward her, for she was the most vivid memory of his lonely existence. How dare you be disrespectful to the princess? Li Lan's command echoed, as dozens of Shun per realm cultivators obstructed Yunxi's path, snapping him back to reality. He continued to gaze at the girl, bewildered by the existence of two such similar souls in this world. Princess? The royal family of Feng Songhua? Yunxi suddenly grasped the significance of the royal emblem, a golden armored cavalry, adorned on her chest. Princess Kai Yi, what brings you here? Li Lan exclaimed, overjoyed to see Kai Yi, for they had always enjoyed a close friendship at the Imperial Academy. Why can't I come to find you? What are these three doing? Kai Yi playfully linked arms with Li Lan and pointed at Yunxi and his companions. Humph, a member of Feng Qing Jiao has perished in the wasteland. I must provide an explanation, Li Lan said, regarding Yunxi and his companions. So, it was the illustrious Princess Kai Yi, renowned for her mastery of musical arts, who traditionally only engaged with those proficient in melody. Upon seeing her exquisite beauty, Mu Shui murmured, unaware that her words reached Yunxi's ears. Who speak so highly of themselves? Kai Yi's ears perked up at the praise, her heart swelling with delight. Yunxi, you should not harbor intentions toward the princess. She has 108 brothers, Mu Shui whispered, observing Yunxi's infatuation with the princess, a twinge of jealousy stirring within her. 108 brothers? Even a breeding boar wouldn't dare to have that many, Yunxi muttered, though he dared not voice his thoughts. Nevertheless, he genuinely wished to engage with this Princess Kai Yi, for their resemblance was uncanny. Princess Kai Yi, I would like to offer you a song. If you would permit me, Yunxi declared with a smirk, recognizing her passion for music and deciding to showcase his talent. The musical knowledge from Earth, blended with advanced technology, surely exceeded that of ancient times. If he could win the princess's favor, the matter concerning Feng Qing Jiao would be as if it had never transpired, and he could draw closer to this strikingly similar individual. He truly questioned whether reincarnation existed. For how could two beings be so alike, their gazes nearly indistinguishable, to the point of disarming him? Yes, yes. I wish to hear the little princess of the Imperial Academy, Kai Yi. Being enamored with music, she could never refuse an offer to hear a song. Princess, this trio are criminals, Li Lan furrowed his brow, realizing Yunxi's penchant for stirring trouble. Oh no. Xiaolan, he can't escape anyway. Let him have his moment. Kai Yi insisted, her charm disarming Li Lan's resolve. Moreover, as a member of the Imperial Academy, I can provide insights into his shortcomings. I wish to see how he compares to the other young lords of the Imperial Academy. Kai Yi clung to Li Lan's arm, her endearing demeanor softening his heart. Very well, perform a song from 10 paces away. You lot, ensure the princess's safety, Li Lan commanded, and over a dozen Shun per realm cultivators surrounded Kai Yi, while an elderly man, seemingly lackluster, maintained a vigilant watch over the princess. Step back. I am about to dazzle. Yunxi waved his hand and settled into a cross-legged position. He produced a zither, resting it across his knees. The instrument, adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings and boasting 9 strings, exuded an ancient charm. Were Ling Yun present, he would be utterly awestruck. For this was none other than the Fuxi zither. Legend has it that the zither emperor, Fuxi, played the destiny of eternal life and caused the stars to tremble, after which the zither vanished from sight. This zither is extraordinary, the elder behind Kai Yi murmured, for he was Huaigu, a teacher at the Imperial Academy, dispatched to safeguard Kai Yi. As Yunxi positioned the zither on his knees, a sharp aura enveloped the surroundings. He then unveiled 2 large speakers, placing one on each side and connecting them to a power source. What are these? Princess Kai Yi inquired, her curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar devices. These are called speakers. Used for amplification, Yunxi replied while inserting a sound card. With such a device, any song would sound exquisite, though he was already an accomplished vocalist. He had previously dabbled in music, gaining a following before stepping back. Allow me to present star and moon mythology to the princess, Yunxi announced as he strummed the zither, the speakers instantly resonating with sound. The 3-dimensional audio whisked listeners into a dreamlike realm, enveloped by the melody. The most beautiful scene of my life is encountering you, gazing quietly at you amidst the sea of people, both unfamiliar and familiar. Though we breathe the same air beneath the sky, I cannot embrace you. As Yunxi sang, his voice carried a hint of melancholy, drawing forth memories of the girl he once adored, resulting in an even deeper emotional immersion. Where will you be 1,000 years hence? What scenery surrounds you? Our story may not be beautiful, yet it is so hard to forget. As his fingers gradually ceased their movement, the 2 speakers were retracted and the Fuxi zither was put away. The audience remained entranced within the world of the melody. Even Wang San, who had previously harbored animosity toward him, was left speechless. It was only when Yunxi cleared his throat that they snapped back to reality. A celestial melody. Simply divine, Kai Yi exclaimed, having just glimpsed a profoundly poignant story. What is your name? Kai Yi inquired, her gaze fixed upon Yunxi. She was determined to keep him close, for none among the noble offspring could rival him in musical prowess. I am Yunxi, he replied with a smile. Yunxi Gij, you are remarkable. The arrangement of music is unprecedented. I fear even the old men of our Imperial Academy cannot compare to your brilliance. I wish to invite you to the Imperial Academy. Rest assured, I will protect you, Kai Yi said, her admiration evident. Even Huaigu, standing behind her, was thoroughly astonished. This arrangement of music was truly unparalleled. Such talent was nothing short of extraordinary. Of course, Yunxi readily agreed, for he wished to foster a closer connection with Kai Yi. That won't do. He has slain a brother of mine from Fengqing Jiao, Wang San interjected, bracing himself against the inevitable consequences. Why not? What does it matter? Do Fengqing Jiao's members dare disregard the dignity of the imperial princess? Kai Yi shot Wang San a disapproving glance, her mood visibly soured. However, the deceased brother is Li Tsong, Wang San pressed on, knowing he could not afford to offend either party. Li Tsong? Which Li Tsong? Kai Yi's tone darkened, a sudden realization dawning upon her. The Li Tsong ranked second on the Feng Tsong divine list, Wang San replied. How could it be him? Kai Yi glanced at Huaigu, who had closed his eyes, clearly unwilling to engage in the matter. Feng Tsong Gua had birthed countless prodigies over the years, among whom a few possessed the potential to ignite divine flames. One such individual was Li Tsong, aged 27, at the pinnacle of the Xunling realm, likely on the verge of breaking into the Shunzun realm. Li Tsong, a prominent figure from the foreign sect, has caught the attention of many. It can be confidently asserted that once he ascends to the rank of divine sovereign, his path to cultivation will be smooth sailing. Should he reach the level of divine king and ignite the divine flame, his status would rival even that of the imperial family of Feng Tsonghua. How could he possibly have such an inept younger brother? Kai Yi glanced at Wang San. Yet she held a firm stance regarding Yunxi. Chapter 10. Is Coke delicious? You can leave now. From now on, Yunxi is under my protection, Kai Yi declared, casting a displeased look at Wang San. The young man quickly excused himself, knowing that if this matter reached Princess Kai Yi, he would not escape unscathed. Since Princess Kai Yi has spoken, you too may return, Li Lan said, rubbing her temples. The emergence of Li Tsong, currently ranked second on the divine ranking, was beyond her ability to manage. In 7 days, the Imperial Academy would commence its academic year, and at that time, you should join Shaolon, Kai Yi said, gazing at Yunxi with admiration. She had never believed in the existence of musical prodigies, yet she could not forget the melody he had shared with her. I wish to bring someone along. Is that acceptable? Yunxi recalled Ling Yun, his benefactor, and felt uneasy about leaving her behind. Yes, as long as you pass the entrance examination, anyone can enter the Imperial Academy, Kai nodded. Yunxi cast a deep glance at Kai before returning with Han Shui. It is evident that he holds you in high regard. Huaigu remarked to Kai after Yunxi departed. The way Yunxi appeared lost in thought did not escape his notice. Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? It seems as though I have encountered him before, Kai pondered aloud. I apologize, Mu Shui said, casting a regretful look at Yunxi. If it weren't for her, Yunxi would not have developed animosity towards Feng Qingjiao. And the latter was indeed a rare talent from Feng Songhua. Even the Mu family could hardly compare to Li Tsong. It was futile to dwell on the past. I must elevate my strength swiftly, Yunxi sighed. Troubles were inevitable, but he had not anticipated their arrival so soon. He glanced towards a certain direction before heading towards the Mu family with Mu Shui. Before long, a few figures emerged from the area he had been observing. Could it be that they have discovered us? That seems unlikely, he thought. Leading them was He, originally targeting Mu Shui. But the peculiar young man beside him piqued his interest. Upon returning to the Mu residence, Yunxi found an unsettling atmosphere. The second elder he had encountered previously, along with Mu Shui's bodyguard Mu Ji, were no longer present, likely having been dealt with. Moreover, having offended Li Tsong, it was reasonable to assume that matters would not end peacefully. Ultimately, it came down to his own weakness. He must hasten to enhance his strength. When the time came, he would deal with any adversary effortlessly. Yunxi murmured to himself as he retrieved the Shun Nong Ding, which contained a divine broth that remained eternally potent and could aid others in igniting their divine flames. This alone rendered the broth an invaluable treasure. He filled 3 large bowls before placing various medicinal herbs he had obtained from the Mu family treasury into the ding. Following the alchemical techniques outlined in the Shun Nong Ben Chao Jing, the nirvana flame flickered, a manifestation of the phoenix's power that rendered it immortal where it burned. Soon, a rich fragrance wafted through the air as he lifted the lid, revealing numerous Daoxian Dan, the pills required for reaching the Daoxian realm. He had discovered the formula in the library, deeming it relatively ordinary. A total of 40 Daoxian Dan floated before him. An infinite void appeared in Yunxi's hand, voraciously absorbing the medicinal essence, with nearly 70% of the power being drawn into the blue lotus within him. Curse you, blue lotus, do you have no shame? Have you not consumed enough in 9,000 years? If only I could take you out, I would stew you. Upon uttering these words, the blue lotus inside him quivered, causing all of his organs to shift violently, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. What is happening? It has reacted, Yunxi murmured, astonished. This was a first. It had never responded to his scolding in the past, yet today it seemed irritable. Brother Qinglian, I was wrong, Yunxi quickly apologized. Observing the blue lotus continue to rotate within him, unchanged, he sighed in relief, realizing he could no longer scold it and must treat it with care. The pills produced by the Shun Nong Ding were far superior to those found externally, and under the influence of the infinite absorption, his cultivation soared. Daoxian realm 6th stage, 7th stage, 8th stage. Once he reached the 8th stage, the medicinal power ceased to have any effect. It appeared he had refined 30 Daoxian Dan. Consuming pills was no longer sufficient. He needed to stabilize his rapid advancement. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he noted that 80% of his meridians had transformed into divine meridians, with strands of divine light flowing through them, a stark contrast to his former self on Earth. Looking up at the sky, Yunxi felt a tinge of boredom. If only there were a signal, I could watch a movie. He wondered how far he was from Earth and whether he could ever return. Lost in thought, he took out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes, lit one, and exhaled a plume of smoke, his demeanor exuding melancholy. He then produced a bottle of Coke, sitting at the table to indulge in it. Back on Earth, he had been unable to find a single acquaintance. They had either passed away or ascended. In this advanced technological era, he had started a few companies for amusement, but soon found it tedious. His ring, known as the Fulong Ring, could contain an immense volume, enough to fill the Pacific Ocean, though that would disrupt ecological balance. The items within the Fulong Ring remained perfectly fresh, as it was the ring of the sect leader of Cheng Daofeng, and its vast space had yet to be fully utilized. Young Master Yin, what are you doing? Mu Shui inquired, observing Yunxi as he exhaled smoke, holding a peculiar canister. Mu Shui, come here and try some Coke. Yunxi offered her a chilled can. Just pop the tab, and you can drink it, he patiently instructed. As she opened the tab, a rush of foam erupted, revealing a dark liquid with bubbling effervescence. As an aspiring healer, she could not help but see it as potentially toxic. However, trusting Yunxi, she took a generous sip. Burp, she inadvertently let out. feeling quite embarrassed, yet she found the taste to be oddly pleasant. Having tasted various delicacies as a daughter of the Mu family, this coke struck her as both strange and delightful. Chapter 11. The Crisis of the Mu Family. She then turned her gaze to the cigarette in Yunxi's hand, fascinated by the continuous smoke wafting out. What is this? She pointed at the cigarette and asked. This is called a cigarette. Aside from Ling Yun, you probably wouldn't understand. I smoke out of loneliness, Yunxi replied, shaking off the ash with a hint of melancholy. Can I try? Mu Shui asked tentatively, her curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar item. No, I don't encourage girls to smoke, he replied. By the way, did you come to me for something? Yunxi inquired. In 7 days, I want to accompany you to the Imperial Academy. Can you take me with you? Mu Shui pleaded, appearing quite pitiful. The Imperial Academy is open to all who pass the entrance examination. Even you are requesting assistance. Is the exam really that difficult? Yunxi extinguished his cigarette, and regarded her closely. It is not merely difficult. The Imperial Academy stands on par with several of the most formidable forces in Fengsong Kingdom. On the Fengsong Divine ranking, the Imperial Academy boasts over 10 prominent figures. In due course, disciples from various cities will vie to attend. My innate talents are commendable, yet I am merely at the pinnacle of the divine profound realm. In the ensuing chaos, I shall undoubtedly suffer, hence I seek your assistance in ensuring my safety amidst the turmoil. Mu Shui lowered her head, astonished that a peak divine profound realm individual would implore a mere 8th tier practitioner for help. 8th tier? Mu Shui had overlooked this detail, suddenly realizing that Yunxi was already at the 8th tier of the divine profound realm. When she had previously treated her father, he had only been at the 3rd tier. Such a rate of advancement in cultivation was beyond comprehension. Yunxi had initially intended to accompany his benefactor, Ling Yun, to the Imperial Academy. Adding another person would only complicate matters. Just then, a disciple rushed in, breathless and pale with fear. Young miss, something terrible has happened. The disciple knelt, unable to meet Mu Shui's gaze. What has occurred to elicit such alarm? Mu Shui was no longer burdened by worries. The malignant issues within her family had been largely resolved, and her father's affliction had improved. What could possibly be of greater concern? The family treasury has been robbed. The disciple's voice quivered as he recounted his patrol. He initially believed he had stumbled into the wrong place. The Mu family treasury, once gleaming with treasures, now lay in disarray, filled with nothing but worthless debris. Mu Shui's heart sank. That treasury contained centuries of the Mu family's wealth. Suddenly, she recalled Yunxi's earlier inquiry about the location of the treasure vault. I understand. You may leave, she said through gritted teeth, realizing that this was clearly the work of the scoundrel before her. Once the disciple exited, Yunxi finally looked up at her, feeling rather uneasy. I promise to protect you at the Imperial Academy. Yunxi managed a nervous smile. Not enough, Mu Shui thought to herself, wishing to slap him for his audacity. I will help you break through to the divine platform realm, Yunxi stated again, aware that the situation had been exposed and feeling somewhat embarrassed. How can I achieve that? Mu Shui asked, intrigued. Without a word, Yunxi gestured, and the Shun Nong Ding emerged, followed by the appearance of the Nirvana flame, causing the temperature in the room to rise dramatically. Is he refining medicine? Mu Shui pondered, astonished that this seemingly youthful man possessed such extraordinary medical skills and lofty musical talents. And now he was also a potion master? Yunxi proceeded to toss various herbs into the cauldron, a sight that left Mu Shui dumbfounded. She had witnessed potion masters at work before, but each herb was typically treated with meticulous care before being added to the mix, whereas she casually tossed them in. What astonished her even more was that he nonchalantly opened a bottle of cola while refining medicine. Every potion master she had seen was wholly absorbed in their craft, afraid to make any mistakes. Yet, the faint fragrance of the herbs began to waft through the air, challenging her understanding of potion making. The aroma intensified until Yunxi removed the lid, releasing an exquisite scent. Perfect foundation establishment pill. Mu Shui marveled at the sight of the purple gold pill before her. A supreme grade pill among the first-tier potions. Moreover, he produced 3 such pills at once. Even the 3rd-tier potion master from Huangcheng would likely be unable to replicate this feat in the divine profound realm. One transforms their internal meridians into divine vessels. And beyond this realm lies the divine platform realm, where one upgrades their foundational path into a divine base, an advanced version of foundation establishment. These 3 foundation establishment pills are sufficient for you to break into the divine platform realm, Yunxi concluded as he stored the Shun Nongding. Mu Shui was left speechless, having never witnessed such an extraordinary method of pill refinement. Humph, this is what I rightfully deserve, she declared. stowing the 3 pills in her ring and casting a deep glance at Yunxi, feeling increasingly intrigued by the mysterious young man from the lower realms. The more she learned, the more she wished to unveil his enigmatic facade. Having secured Yunxi's assurance and the potential for a breakthrough to the divine platform realm, she felt confident about her prospects at the Imperial Academy. As for the treasury, she considered it a fitting compensation for his aid in rescuing her and her father. As she turned to leave, Yunxi exhaled in relief, only to see her abruptly halt. "What is it?" he inquired. "My family's merchant convoy has been ambushed outside Huangcheng. 11 carriages have been seized," Mu Shui replied, rushing toward the city outskirts. Yunxi contemplated the situation. Though he wished to avoid trouble, he realized he could not ignore the plight of the Mu family, especially since he was currently residing with them. "Your speed is too slow." Yunxi glanced at Mu Shui, then swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist. Instantly, a sweet fragrance enveloped him, leaving him somewhat parched. Mu Shui gasped. She had never been so intimately close to a man before, yet inexplicably, she offered no resistance. A novel sensation surged within her, a mixture of tension and anticipation. With a powerful flap of his wings, Yunxi surged forward, transforming into a streak of golden light as they soared through the sky. From a distance, it appeared as if a golden tianpeng was soaring across the heavens. Soon, they reached the outskirts of Huangcheng, where a mountain range loomed ahead. Evidently, a group of cloaked figures lingered by the roadside, with several bodies clad in Mu family attire lying nearby. Hongbo. Mu Shui recognized one of the fallen as Mu Hong, a cherished elder relative, now slain and trampled upon by a cloaked figure. Who dares to seize the Mu family's possessions? Mu Shui glared fiercely, aware that they were not far from Huangcheng. Prior to her arrival, she had sent a message via the communication jade slip to the city lord's residence, and she anticipated that reinforcements would soon arrive. The Mu family? What significance does that hold? The leader of the cloaked figures regarded Mu Shui with disdain. "You must be Mu Chengfeng's daughter. Capturing you might compel your father to surrender the divine gold." The leader's aura surged, revealing a formidable 7th-tier divine soul realm cultivator, significantly surpassing Mu Shui in power. "Kill that man. Capture the woman alive," the leader commanded, pointing at Yunxi. Without a moment's hesitation, 3 assassins of the divine soul realm charged toward Mu Shui with alarming speed, leaving her no time to react. One of them lunged forward, thrusting a sword that seemed to close in on her in an instant. Suddenly, an overwhelming force of gravity surged from behind, causing everything within a 500 zhang radius, including the sword in the assailant's hand, to become 20 times heavier. The unexpected weight momentarily halted the attacker, allowing Yunxi to swiftly carry Mu Shui out of harm's way, his wings beating as they sped toward the mountains. This divine profound realm cultivator possesses such speed. He cannot be allowed to escape. Eliminate him first. The leader of the cloaked figures pursued them, unleashing the powers of 5 divine soul realm practitioners, who swiftly closed the gap, employing some secret technique to enhance their speed significantly. Despite Yunxi's Tianpeng wings, his cultivation was still limited to the divine profound realm. And even at full speed, the distance between him and his pursuers continued to diminish, particularly the 8th-tier cultivator, who was rapidly closing in on him. 150 zhang. 120 zhang, 70 zhang. Yunxi's complexion paled. As a mere divine profound realm cultivator, evading opponents 2 major realms above him for even a brief moment was already a considerable feat. He descended into the thicket below, utilizing the trees for cover. Remaining calm, he produced 10 smoke bombs. These were no ordinary smoke bombs. The smoke was crafted from his own potion making, effective even against cultivators. 10 smoke bombs exploded simultaneously, enveloping the surrounding forest in dense clouds of smoke. However, Yunxi employed his ability, Wanchuanqiu, to see through it all, rendering the smoke utterly ineffective in his eyes as he pressed deeper into the woods. Meanwhile, Mu Shui in his arms was acutely aware of her impulsiveness. After all, they were not far from Huangcheng, and they had already alerted the city lord's mansion. Who could have anticipated that their adversaries would act without fear of either the city lord's mansion or the Mu family? Yunxi, indifferent to her words, had often fantasized about ascending to a higher realm and was well prepared for escape, especially during his time on Earth, where his strength had not yet reached its zenith. He had been relentlessly pursued by sect leaders while raiding various treasure vaults, making flight a common occurrence. Furrowing his brow, he realized his spiritual energy was running low. Exhaustion was setting in, but he believed he could manage a guerrilla fight. "Stay here and don't move. Hold your breath," he instructed as he unleashed his infinite devouring technique, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy of the world to quickly restore his strength. The smoke-filled air impaired perception, and this specially crafted smoke bomb had consumed a considerable amount of rare materials. Ahead, he spotted an individual spreading their divine sense to probe the surroundings. But even divine senses would be significantly weakened within this smoke. Yunxi retrieved a bronze coffin, which he had always wielded as a weapon. This coffin, despite its appearance, weighed at least 10,000 pounds. Approaching the cloaked figure, he unleashed the full speed of his Kunpeng form, activating the Kunpeng domain, which slowed down the black-clad man's perception by 20-fold. By the time he regained his senses, the coffin had already crashed down upon him. With its immense weight, lacking any physical refinement, the impact elicited a piercing scream as half of his bones shattered, and his life force began to wane. Employing the infinite devouring technique, Yunxi pressed a hand upon the man, who screamed in agony as his cultivation was voraciously consumed. Old three. The leader of the black-clad men hurried towards the source of the cry, only to discover a desiccated corpse, a horrifying sight. With Yunxi and Mu Shui having vanished without a trace, the second stage of the divine soul realm, although most of it was devoured by Qinglian. It has nearly pushed me to the 9th level of the divine mysterious realm, Yunxi murmured, reflecting on the black-clad man he had just devoured, who shared the same realm as Wang Yi, the one he had slain earlier in Huangqing. His previously depleted spiritual energy was now brimming, and his cultivation had ascended slightly. In this smoke-filled environment, the black-clad man could only see clearly for a distance of 10 zhong, but for Yunxi, with Wangchuan Xiushui, it was as if he walked on solid ground. However, unbeknownst to him, a black-clad figure had been observing him from above the trees for quite some time. An interesting lad. What a pity, the figure chuckled quietly, refraining from intervening as he watched the unfolding scene. Before long, another scream pierced the air. Old two. What happened? Damn it, this cursed smoke. Why does it still obstruct perception? Come out if you dare. Soon after, the smoke began to dissipate. Although Yunxi had not prepared an abundance of smoke bombs, it was sufficient to last until he eliminated these assassins. Having absorbed the cultivation of another divine soul realm practitioner, his strength surged, propelling him into the 9th level of the divine mysterious realm, on the verge of touching the ceiling of that realm. The leader of the black-clad men, wielding a fierce blade, swung it wildly, sending gusts of blade energy that felled trees in their wake. Yet, another scream echoed through the woods. Old five is gone too, he murmured softly. Though assassins were not meant to harbor too many emotions, these four had been his brothers for years, now reduced to mere corpses. He even suspected Yunxi to be an evil cultivator. Old four, hurry to my side, the leader urged, anxious. He was a minor-level assassin of the Ming Blade organization, and completing this mission would allow him to ascend to a higher rank. The Ming Blade organization classified assassins by the levels of Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. He was supposed to advance to the Huang rank after breaking through the divine tribulation realm, but the rich rewards of this task had tempted him into hastily accepting it. I'm here, old one. From the smoke came Old Four's voice, quickly followed by a scream as a corpse landed at the leader's feet. Old Four's lifeless body. Bastard! I will kill you. As the smoke finally cleared, the black-clad man beheld Yunxi, now only 300 zhong away. Yunxi's wings fluttered gently behind him, mirroring the intensity of their gaze. No matter what, you shall die today. Remember my name. He, the man declared, advancing toward Yunxi with each step reinforcing his imposing aura. Yunxi furrowed his brow. The pressure from this high-level practitioner of the divine soul realm was immense. And despite having the Kunpeng domain, it had minimal effect on He. The disparity in their cultivation levels was too great. Even with He's perception diminished by 20-fold, he still rivaled an ordinary practitioner of the divine soul realm. The weight of the blade in his hand was 20 times greater, yet he wielded it with ease. He's crocodile blade technique. He erupted with speed, swinging his blade, making Yunxi feel as if a crocodile was charging at him, exuding overwhelming might. The blade energy confined him, leaving no room to maneuver. The surrounding trees were severed by the blade energy, and even though Yunxi had undergone physical refinement 89 times, he still struggled to withstand the onslaught, sustaining several wounds. Golden blood trickled from his injuries, but as soon as they appeared, the flames of nirvana ignited, rapidly healing the wounds. Nirvana flames were a divine fire unique to the Shinfeng clan, where it burned endlessly. Even the Shinfeng clan undergoes rebirth through these flames. For foes, these flames could even incinerate souls, but for Yunxi, they allowed his injuries to heal continuously. It had been a long time since he had been wounded. He attacked frantically, leaving no room for retreat. Such an onslaught was beyond Yunxi's capacity to counter. Reversal seal, initiate. Without hesitation, Yunxi channeled his spiritual energy, causing He's blood to begin flowing backward. Yet, He's cultivation was far superior to that of Wang Yi, and the reversal was painfully slow. In his eyes, the heavens turned to earth and vice versa. The reversal seal was a complete upheaval of his understanding, yet he stubbornly endured, continuing to swing his blade toward Yunxi. If you had reached the divine platform realm and unleashed this technique, I might have stood no chance. However, you are not. Although He was startled by the terrifying powers possessed by someone of the divine mysterious realm, he believed his cultivation was vastly superior. Even if he were to be gravely injured after this battle, he must avenge his fallen brethren. Oh, is that so? Yunxi's lips curled into a smile as the area enveloped by the reversal seal suddenly erupted with divine fire and nirvana flames. At that moment, the surrounding blade energies melted away like snow meeting fire. Two types of divine fire. How is this possible? He's eyes widened in terror as the flames began to engulf him. With a final scream, he was reduced to a pile of ashes. Yunxi sighed. Had he been able to absorb He's cultivation, he would have undoubtedly reached the 10th stage of the divine mysterious realm. Yet, the immediate threat had finally been resolved, leaving him utterly drained. The exertion required for the reversal seal had taken its toll, and he collapsed to the ground, relieved. Just then, he noticed a black-clad figure perched on a tree branch above him, smiling down. How is there still one left? This figure was unlike the previous assassins, exuding a calm aura that sent a chill down Yunxi's spine, heightening his sense of danger. Possessing the untainted divine soul of the Zhanglong, one's perception of impending crises surpasses that of others by a substantial margin. At this moment, Yunxi felt a chill run down her spine. Since the encounter was inevitable, a conversation was in order. The figure cloaked in black flickered and, in an instant, materialized before Yunxi. You have truly surprised me. There were moments when I felt you surpassed even the holy son of my sect within the same realm. Your combat style is peculiar, yet I find it intriguing. The black-clad man remarked, his arms crossed in front of his chest as he observed Yunxi with keen interest. Who are you? Yunxi inquired, secretly utilizing her boundless devouring ability to recover her spiritual energy at a frantic pace. Mingrun, a yellow-tier assassin, Guanqing. I offer you a chance to live, leave a mark and join Mingrun. Perhaps in the future, you could ascend to the rank of a heavenly tier assassin, Guanqing stated, regarding Yunxi with an air of certainty that she had no alternative but to comply, as her life was ultimately in her own hands. And if I refuse? Yunxi countered, having regained 50% of her strength, yet fully aware that her opponent was likely a master of the divine tribulation level, thus her chances of victory were exceedingly slim. Then we shall resolve this matter differently, Guanqing replied with a smirk, before launching a palm strike. Boom. In an instant, Yunxi was struck as if by a hammer. Her body driven into the earth, spitting out a mouthful of golden blood, her internal organs feeling as though they had been displaced. She was certain that the man in black was indeed a killer of the divine tribulation caliber. Assassins harbor no compassion for others. If one does not acquiesce, they will act decisively. With such pride, you likely will not comply. Guanqing unleashed another palm strike, but at that moment, a figure surged forward to intercept. It was Mu Shui. With that strike, Mu Shui coughed up blood, her bones shattering under the force. She gazed at Yunxi before slowly collapsing onto him. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pair of star-crossed lovers, Guanqing mused. Though he had witnessed such tragedies before, killing brought him a twisted sense of accomplishment. Yet at that moment, he noticed an absence of figures before him. Where have they gone? Guanqing scanned the surroundings, expanding his consciousness, only to find no trace of Yunxi and Mu Shui. Unbeknownst to him, Yunxi was watching him coldly from a short distance away. In this critical moment, he consumed the invisibility grass he had discovered in the Mu family's treasury, granting him an hour of invisibility and blocking all external perceptions. He remained still, fearing that any disturbance would alert Guanqing. He looked down at Mu Shui in his arms, and as he turned his gaze back to Guanqing, an intense killing intent welled up within him. Years ago, there had been another girl who had risked everything for him. He had not cherished her then, and now he found himself in a similar situation. Despite their brief acquaintance, he knew that Mu Shui, a mere master of the divine profound realm, could perish from that strike, yet she had not hesitated in the slightest. Mingren, I shall annihilate your assassin organization, he declared, fury coursing through him. He contemplated for a moment before tossing a metallic sphere, a high-tech holographic projection device. Trying to flee? Guanqing observed as Yunxi and Mu Shui hastily retreated into the depths of the mountain range. Without a second thought, he accelerated in pursuit. Shortly after, Yunxi breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Guanqing depart, cradling Mu Shui as he soared toward the desolate city. Within the mountains, Guanxing chased after them, but suddenly found the two figures had vanished. He quickly returned to where they had been, discovering a metallic sphere left behind. What a peculiar method, Guanxing remarked as he crushed the sphere, unaware that it was the most advanced holographic projection technology on Earth, modified by Yunxi himself. Yunxi arrived at the desolate city, ultimately reaching the Mu family residence. Shui, what has happened to Shui? Mu Qingfeng exclaimed upon seeing Yunxi and Mu Shui enter the Mu family, noting the unstable aura surrounding Yunxi, clearly indicative of a fierce battle. First, let her heal. Yunxi replied, carrying her into his room and placing her on the bed. Head of the Mu family, I must ask you to step outside, Yunxi stated. Mu Qingfeng hesitated, not doubting Yunxi's medical skills, but concerned for Mu Shui's well-being. You must realize she has been severely injured because of you. With the power of his untainted divine soul, Yunxi's words subtly influenced Mu Qingfeng's thoughts. Chapter 14. Divine Gold, I need to remove her clothing for treatment. Please step outside. Yunxi made no attempt to conceal his intentions, causing Mu Qingfeng to hesitate. Feeling a mix of shame and acknowledgement that it was indeed his fault Mu Shui was in such a state due to the divine gold in his possession. Sighing, he exited the room. Yunxi closed the door and approached the bed, carefully removing her garments. What lay before him was a flawless figure, yet now marred by a deep palm imprint on her abdomen. Gazing at this grievous mark, a wave of murderous intent surged within Yunxi. Mingren likely had no idea the kind of killing god they had provoked. Without uttering a word, he offered her a bowl of spiritual broth, the last of his supply. He then performed the Ghost King 13 Needles technique, an ancient method from the Huangdi Neijing, capable of snatching lives from the hands of Yama. After completing these tasks, he began concocting a medicinal pill, utilizing the most precious herbs from the Mu family treasury. Once the pill was ready, he fed it to her, and the nearly severed divine meridians within her body began to mend rapidly. Mu Shui opened her eyes, feeling her injuries healing swiftly, and in her hazy vision, she caught a glimpse of her own body. Why am I not wearing any clothes? She turned her gaze again, realizing her current state, with 13 needles stimulating her acupoints, while Yunxi stood nearby. Although she understood he was healing her, her vulnerability in this moment was utterly mortifying. In an instant, her face flushed a deep crimson. Awake? Do not move, just lie still, Yunxi said, feeling somewhat awkward. Though his intentions were purely medicinal, he couldn't deny the intimate nature of the situation. Mu Shui glanced at Yunxi, noticing his discomfort, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, as he swallowed nervously. It appeared she possessed quite the allure. Why did you shield me? Yunxi inquired. For no particular reason, do not overthink it. You are a benefactor to my Mu family, and I simply did not wish to see you perish before my eyes. That is all, Mu Shui replied. Is that all? That is all, Mu Shui pouted. Recalling that she hadn't considered much at the time, perhaps only in that moment did she realize the significant space this enigmatic man occupied in her heart. She knew that strike could lead to her demise, yet she acted without hesitation. Is it truly that simple? Yunxi asked. It is indeed that simple, Mu Shui affirmed. Within the room, silence enveloped them, save for their breaths. In the future, you shall accompany me, Yunxi said, contemplating seriously as he gazed at her. What did you say? Mu Shui felt as though she had misheard him. Was this truly the same wooden block? This young lady will not accompany you. Mu Shui's breathing quickened. Oh, Yunxi replied nonchalantly. Well, since you are, after all, my savior, I suppose it is not entirely unfair to you. Henceforth, I shall accompany you. Mu Shui realized Yunxi's lack of response and feared he might retract his offer, prompting her voice to dwindle to a whisper. Yunxi approached her side, removing the needles, only to be embraced by Mu Shui as she leaned in to kiss him. Warm and gentle as jade, in an instant, it ignited a fire within Yunxi, his right hand resting upon her curves. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Young Master Yun, I wonder how Shui is doing? Mu Qingfeng's voice called from beyond. Yunxi cleared his throat, acknowledging that the head of the Mu family had impeccable timing. He covered Mu Shui with a blanket and went to open the door. She is fine now, barring any unforeseen events. She should break through to the divine platform realm within the next few days. However, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you, Yunxi stated. Looking earnestly at Mu Qingfeng, having now resolved to claim Mu Shui as his own and needing to understand the reasons behind the influx of assassins, he couldn't rest easy until the issue was addressed. Accompanying me, Mu Qingfeng made a gesture of invitation. He realized that Yunxi's cultivation had nearly reached the zenith of the Xinchuan realm. However, when he first arrived at the Mu family, he was merely at the third level of the Xinchuan realm. Such an astonishing pace of advancement is unparalleled, even among the esteemed sections. A person of this caliber is destined for boundless achievements. Cultivating a good relationship may well lead to the family's ascendance. Moreover, Yunxi had ignited the divine fire at his behest, rendering him already a benefactor in Mu Qingfeng's eyes. The two entered a secret chamber within the Mu family, which was further protected by a small barrier that muffled sound. I wish to know, what exactly is the divine gold in your possession? And why has it attracted the assassins of the Mingren? Yunxi inquired. Without resolving this matter, it was likely that the Mu family would remain in jeopardy. Mingren? How could anyone summon the assassins of Mingren? Mu Qingfeng's expression grew grave. What do you know about Mingren? A chill swept over Yunxi. Mingren is not an organization of Fengsong Kingdom. It spans across the entire Shanhai realm and is the foremost assassin organization therein. Its heavenly-level experts require a divine king's cultivation. As for the headquarters, I am unaware. Mu Qingfeng broke out in a cold sweat, unable to fathom that the assassins of Mingren had been mobilized. Each assassin, within the same realm, could contend against multiple foes, which highlighted the terrifying nature of Mingren. May I see the divine gold? Yunxi was intrigued as to what could have incited such peril. After a moment's hesitation, Mu Qingfeng nodded, feeling inexplicably trusting towards this young man. He revealed a fist-sized piece of golden metal on the table, and the moment it appeared, the entire chamber shimmered with a golden hue. Furthermore, a sharp aura emanated from the divine gold. Upon a mere glance, Yunxi felt as if he were engulfed in countless battles. Although he was not as adept in weapon refining as he was in alchemy, he had spent time with Master Luban thousands of years ago and had learned a great deal about mechanisms and weapon crafting, far surpassing many so-called weapon refiners. He instantly recognized that this divine gold was extraordinary. If forged into a weapon, it would possess unparalleled sharpness. With imperial-grade materials, a little more would likely allow for the crafting of an imperial weapon. Yunxi's breath quickened. He had perused many texts in the Mu family's library and was familiar with these materials. Just this small piece was sufficient to incite fierce competition among various factions. What does an imperial weapon signify? Even among the 8 divine emperors of the Shanhai realm, not all possess an imperial weapon. Where did you acquire this? Yunxi questioned, skeptical that such a small, desolate city could hold a piece of imperial-grade material, which was a priceless treasure. It belongs to the ancestral hall of the Mu family. A relic of our forebears, Mu Qingfeng explained. Could it be obtained from ancient ruins? Yunxi pondered. The Tian fan seal atop the Mu family's library was indeed a relic from ancient ruins. Even divine abilities derived from it were remarkable. Additionally, this piece of paper appears to be a treasure map. Mu Qingfeng hesitated before stating. Chapter 15. Super Barrett. He produced a withered yellow paper, upon which a simple map was inscribed. He had traversed many places, but could not discern its origin. Yunxi leaned in to examine the map, which was simplistic, merely marking a red dot at a certain location with no other details. It was evident that this map bore the marks of age. What do you intend to do with this imperial-grade material? Yunxi asked, gazing at Mu Qingfeng. If left unresolved, it would only bring endless calamities to the Mu family. Taking a deep breath, he initially intended to touch the divine gold, but his Qinglian began to whirl furiously within him, even exuding a sense of longing. Seemingly eager to devour the divine gold, the 7th petal of the Qinglian, infused with the essence of 10 fierce sources, also hinted at a desire for refinement due to the divine gold. Could it be that, in the future, refining the source would require consuming such rare materials? The 7th essence of 10 fierce sources belonged to the Jiu Mu Qiong Qi. He wondered what abilities would emerge after its refinement. Suppressing his impulse, he gazed longingly at the divine gold. To be candid, this divine gold is also of use to me. I wonder, Mu family head, what do you require? I can offer a trade. Yunxi spoke earnestly. Robbery was out of the question. He merely needed to ascertain what Mu Qingfeng desired. Mu Qingfeng fell silent, scrutinizing Yunxi. He had encountered many prodigies, but had never met one as peculiar as Yunxi. I want you to protect the Mu family in the future. His expression grew serious, for he recognized Yunxi's terrifying rate of growth, which likely surpassed his own. It would not be long before having such an ally would prove fortuitous. Certainly, Yunxi agreed without hesitation. After all, he was already close with Mu Qingfeng's daughter. It seemed that, in this way, the divine gold would be akin to a gift. This is yours. Mu Qingfeng pushed the divine gold on the table towards Yunxi. Although it was an imperial-grade material, he could not refine even the slightest portion, which was why he had kept it untouched until now. Only a divine king who ignited the divine fire could potentially refine imperial-grade materials. Otherwise, there was no hope. I wish to enter seclusion. Would you please provide a space, Mu family head? Yunxi suppressed his excitement, contemplating whether he could absorb the divine gold. In that case, I shall step out to check on my daughter. Rest assured, this secret chamber is free from disturbance, Mu Chengfeng smiled, increasingly appreciating this young man as he took his leave. Once he departed, Yunxi cradled the divine gold in his palm and activated his infinite devouring ability. The divine gold, which even divine kings could not refine, began to dim gradually in Yunxi's hands. As he consumed the divine gold, a tiny yet highly refined energy surged into the Qinglian. After absorbing 1/5 of the seventh essence, the process ceased. Sighing, Yunxi observed the now dimmed divine gold in his hand. Its grade had likely dropped from imperial to royal level. Is it true that the Qinglian can only devour imperial-grade materials? Does it disdain royal grade? He lamented. Brother Qinglian, this is exceedingly difficult. How can I find sufficient imperial-grade materials for you to consume? The Qinglian within him swayed, releasing a breath that instantaneously refined his body. After undergoing this refinement 90 times, he felt that with a mere punch, he could obliterate a divine platform realm expert. With a physique equivalent to that of the early divine spirit realm, Yunxi twisted his body, bones cracking audibly. Once more, he gazed at the divine gold in his possession. Although its quality had diminished to royal grade, it still held the potential to incite a bloody storm in the outside world. Royal weapons, while not as precious as imperial weapons, were still exceedingly rare. This small amount would undoubtedly be insufficient to craft a royal weapon. However, if applied as a coating on a weapon, it might elevate its quality to quasi-royal grade. With this thought, Yunxi first considered the bronze coffin his most adept weapon. Nevertheless, the material of the coffin was quite unique, and he could not discern its grade. Furthermore, the divine gold was only the size of a fist, insufficient to cover the coffin. He rummaged through the Fu Long ring, seeking weapons suitable for integrating with the royal-grade divine gold. Eventually, he unearthed 2 weapons. The first was a trumpet, a weapon he had crafted himself, particularly effective in large gatherings, where a few boisterous blasts could astonish the entire crowd. The second was an exquisite jade box, which contained a Barrett sniper rifle, a gift from an esteemed general after his years of service as a soldier. These will suffice. Yunxi nodded, then summoned the divine fire within him, alongside the nirvana flame, to refine the divine gold before him. Royal-grade divine gold could only be refined by a divine king who ignited the divine fire. Although Yunxi possessed 2 flames, his cultivation was insufficient to elevate the divine fire to the level required to melt the divine gold. Qinglian, my esteemed elder brother, could you lend me a hand? In return, I promise to treat you to the finest delicacies. Yunxi observed that Qinglian could effortlessly absorb materials of the emperor rank, so refining materials of the royal rank should be a trivial matter. However, there was no sign of movement from Qinglian within. Hey, you've been indulging for 9,000 years. Is it too much to ask you to do something? Yunxi exclaimed. To his surprise, Qinglian trembled slightly, causing Yunxi to feel a disconcerting shift in his internal organs. Brother, I was wrong. But as you can see, my divine fire requires at least 1.5 years to refine royal rank divine gold. With all this time wasted, how can I possibly find you something to eat? Yunxi quickly softened his tone, realizing Qinglian's formidable stature. Upon hearing this, Qinglian seemed to relent a little, gradually releasing a wisp of divine fire. Instantly, the entire secret chamber was nearly reduced to ashes as the royal rank divine gold transformed into a pool of molten gold, which dripped onto the trumpet and the Barrett sniper rifle below. The Barrett sniper rifle, with even its springs coated in divine gold, exhibited an astonishing increase in resilience, while the trumpet was also successfully modified. However, the divine gold was still insufficient. After modifying the rifle, he could only upgrade 3 sniper bullets, leaving the rest as mere ordinary ammunition, likely incapable of withstanding the spring's impact. 3 royal rank bullets. It appears that I now possess at least 2 quasi-royal rank weapons. Yunxi mused, gazing at the trumpet shimmering with golden light and the Barrett sniper rifle flowing with gold. He picked up the Barrett, contemplating whether a quasi-royal rank sniper rifle, combined with royal rank bullets, could slay a god king. Of course, once the god king sensed danger, he would not stand idly by. Looking up, he noticed the secret chamber had melted. The temperature of that divine fire was terrifying. It was time to prepare for the Imperial Academy. Princess Tsai, is it really possible for 2 individuals to resemble each other so closely, even in their gaze? Yunxi pondered. In just a few days, the Imperial Academy would commence its recruitment. With this super Barrett in hand, he felt he would not be defenseless against the previous yellow rank assassins. Chapter 16. Exploding the Aristocracy. He went to check on Lingyun, delivering some elixirs and advising her not to use divine fire in front of others to avoid attracting trouble. He was genuinely concerned for this benefactor. During these days, Ling Yun had been diligently cultivating within the Mu family, remaining uninvolved in worldly affairs with an innocent heart. Her talent for cultivation and speed were indeed astonishing. Without elixirs, she had reached the 6th level of the divine profound realm in a matter of days. With these elixirs, her breakthrough to the divine platform realm would likely not take long. Someone capable of transcending the tribulations and ascending to the heavens under the meager spiritual energy of earth undoubtedly possessed remarkable talent. Days passed swiftly, and he informed Mu Qingfeng about his relationship with Mu Shui, who surprisingly agreed without hesitation. In a few days, Mu Shui successfully entered the first stage of the divine platform realm, her entire demeanor transformed. Meanwhile, Yunxi also reached the 10th level of the divine profound realm, and once he stabilized his cultivation, he could break through to the divine platform realm. Today marked the day of recruitment for the Imperial Academy. The desolate city began to buzz with excitement as a teleportation array leading to the Imperial City was activated. Early in the morning, Mu Shui pulled Yunxi along. For with his backing, admission to the Imperial Academy was almost guaranteed, especially since he was favored by Princess Tsai. However, the mere thought of Tsai stirred jealousy within her. "Let us go," Mu Shui said, linking her arm with Yunxi's. Ling Yun, who evidently just learned of their relationship, looked at Yunxi with heightened vigilance. "Dear benefactor, there's no need to be so suspicious," Yunxi remarked, noticing Ling Yun's wariness. Did he really appear that untrustworthy? He pondered, taking out a mirror to inspect himself. "Why do you even carry a mirror?" Mu Shui observed, bemused by her beloved's shamelessness. "Let us go, the next teleportation array is ours." Mu Shui led the way towards the front. There were only 2 ways to enter the Imperial Academy, either through solid connections or formidable strength. Thus, many noble disciples were present within. Although Mu Shui was a noble in the desolate city, she likely held little rank in the Imperial City. The 3 of them stepped into the teleportation array, and in a flash of white light, they found themselves surrounded by domed architecture resembling castles. With the teleportation array located at the heart of the Imperial City, even the passers-by were dressed in a manner that exuded affluence. "What grandeur!" Yunxi exclaimed, taken aback by the stark contrast to the desolate city, where even the cobblestones appeared imbued with spiritual energy. "Wow, is this the opulence of the Qian family?" A passerby gasped as Yunxi noticed a caravan approaching, its wheels crafted from gold, pulled not by horses but by 4 snow wolves. Second-tier divine beasts with strength at the divine platform realm. Behind the caravan trailed 2 rows of maidens, all adorned in splendid attire, appearing far more dignified than Yunxi and his companions. "Did you see that? Even those 4 snow wolves are beyond our means," another remarked. Indeed, just one of those maidens would be a treasure to marry. Their lavish display of gold was evidently no cause for concern. Such was the nature of the nobility in the Imperial City. Within the caravan, Qian Kuan had grown accustomed to the admiration surrounding him, having lived his life under such scrutiny. Suddenly, his gaze brightened as he spotted Yunxi and his 2 companions, especially the ethereal beauty on his left, Ling Yun, and the charming Mu Shui on his right. He pointed towards them, and the caravan promptly veered in their direction. Many onlookers recognized Qian Kuan's intentions. His reputation as a lecher was well known, yet several young women envied Mu Shui and Ling Yun. After all, being favored by the Qian family was akin to turning from a crow into a phoenix. The caravan halted beside Yunxi, and Qian Kuan elegantly disembarked. "Ladies, I am Qian Kuan, on my way to the Imperial Academy for enrollment. Might I invite you to join me?" Qian Kuan believed his demeanor radiated elegance, embodying the epitome of aristocratic charm, making it impossible for any girl to refuse. Not interested, Mu Shui frowned, anxious that Yunxi might be displeased, and swiftly rejected him. Qian Kuan assumed he had misheard. This was the Qian family's caravan, a prestigious lineage capable of entering the Imperial Academy. How could this outsider be so oblivious? A smirk curled at Qian Kuan's lips as he reached for Mu Shui's hand, thinking to employ force if gentleness failed. But just as his hand neared Mu Shui, he suddenly felt a weight in his body, followed by Yunxi delivering a swift kick to his groin. In an instant, an unprecedented wave of agony surged through him. He could scarcely believe that Yunxi would strike so ruthlessly. "Get lost. If you don't seek medical attention, you might as well forget about your future," Yunxi scowled, resolute in protecting his woman. "How dare you be so audacious?" The guards, all at the 10th level of the divine soul realm, were taken aback. They never anticipated someone would dare to strike a son of the Qian family in the Imperial City, and with such ferocity. One rushed forward, but Qian Kuan restrained him. "Qian Hu, hurry. Take me to a physician, quickly." Qian Kuan clutched himself as his complexion turned purple, blood seeping from his trousers. The surrounding men gasped in shock. This was a scandal of monumental proportions. He cannot possibly be a noble of the imperial city, having so audaciously incapacitated Qian Gongzi. Where would he find refuge in the imperial city? This young man is remarkably fierce. Bystanders gazed at Yunxi, the event too sensational to ignore. The Qian family hurriedly returned Qian Kuan, and the guards were drenched in sweat, certain to face severe consequences upon their return. Yun Gongzi, I never expected such boldness. He dares to strike even against the nobility of the imperial city. Han Shui remained silent, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yunxi, shimmering with an unusual light. This was her man. No one could bully her. Look, look, the Zhang family has arrived, another noble. The Zhang family's presence was as imposing as the Qian family's. Though only 3 individuals rode in, each atop a spirit steed with a single horn, their hooves aglow with a colorful aura, as if they trod upon clouds. The Zhang family consisted of 3 women, each adorned with a veil, igniting the imagination of countless onlookers. Chapter 17, Racing Mounts. To marry a young lady of the Zhang family would surely bring dreams of joy. Wake up. It won't be you, it should be me. Some men jested. Just to catch a glimpse is not in vain. The 3 beauties of the Zhang family were unfazed, advancing towards the Imperial Academy. The Li family also made their entrance. With their legendary figure, Li Tsong, who ranked second on the Feng Tsong divine list, truly terrifying. Indeed, should Li Tsong ignite the divine fire, the Li family could ascend to become the foremost family in Feng Tsong. Amidst the murmurs, Yunxi observed the Li family members. Their faces expressionless as they stood upon a spirit eagle, soaring high above, exuding an aura that commanded respect. Especially due to Li Tsong. The Li family had risen to become a top noble in the imperial city in recent years, causing other noble families to regard them with trepidation. Watching the various nobles with their exclusive mounts passing by, Mu Shui, also a noble from the wild city, felt a pang of envy in contrast to her own lack of such extravagance. This did not escape Yunxi's notice. Mounts, who doesn't he have one? Benefactor, can you drive? Yunxi inquired. Drive? What vehicle? Ling Yun replied, her curiosity piqued. A racing car, a limited edition Lamborghini. With a wave of his hand, 2 convertible sports cars appeared. One red and one silver. The moment these vehicles emerged, they captured everyone's attention with their gleaming hues and aerodynamic lines, inciting a wave of curiosity. What is this? It seems to have several seats. Could it be a mount? It looks quite cool, but how does it operate? So cool. Not only Mu Shui, but even Ling Yun was astonished. How could a mere tribulation stage cultivator from the lower realm possess such racing cars? What have you brought with you? Ling Yun marveled. As onlookers gathered around, their expressions akin to country bumpkins, curious to see. What is this? Han Shui directly inquired about the 2 sports cars. This is a racing car. For designated driving. Get in, and change into these outfits first. They are high-end dresses. Yunxi tossed several garments to Han Shui and Ling Yun. The design was quite a shock for Han Shui, revealing her legs. But under Yunxi's insistence, she refrained from protest. Yunxi opened the car door, which lifted upward, and gallantly invited Han Shui inside, while Ling Yun independently stepped into the red sports car. A smoke bomb was thrown onto the convertible top, the windows closed, and the 2 women changed into their elegant attire before reopening the convertible. Amidst the cloud of smoke, 2 deep sounds resonated, the unique roar of the limited edition Lamborghini. Instantly captivating all, the 2 sports cars burst forth from the smoke, racing towards the Imperial Academy. Benefactor, shall we race? Yunxi's lips curled into a smile. These were his most impressive vehicles. Ling Yun did not answer, merely accelerating. What is that? So fast. The sound thrilled the crowd. What kind of mount is that? So handsome. This is the first time I've seen such a striking mount. The silver and red cars sped through the Imperial city, the road smooth enough for drifting around corners, leaving the onlookers in awe. Many even attempted to follow. Although the sports cars were swift, they could not compare to the divine realm cultivators. Nevertheless, their appearance was so cool it moved the spectators to tears. At the entrance of the Imperial Academy, around 500 disciples had gathered, with nobles being a mere minority. Most were individuals who considered themselves exceptionally gifted. Princess, most of the attendees have arrived. We can commence the enrollment trials. Within the Imperial Academy, atop a high platform, Kai observed the crowd at the entrance, but noted Yunxi's absence. This fellow wouldn't dare stand me up, would he? Calm down, let's wait a bit longer. Kai replied, glancing at the entrance. Half an hour passed, yet still no sign of Yunxi. What is taking him so long? Can't he hurry? Ever since Kai had encountered Yunxi in Wild City, she had been captivated by his extraordinary musical talent, experiencing admiration for the first time in her life. Another quarter of an hour passed, and the disciples outside began to express their discontent. Although this was the Imperial Academy, each attendee was proud. For Fengsong had 3 major academies and 5 significant sects, with the Imperial Academy directly managed by the royal family, offering superior treatment and benefits. Why hasn't it begun yet? It used to start on time. Today, half an hour has passed. Indeed, what nonsense is this? If this continues, we might as well head to Shinfeng Academy. Someone complained. On the high platform, the vice president sighed at the young princess beside him, puzzled by her insistence on holding the grand recruitment ceremony. Suddenly, 2 deep roars were heard as the 2 sports cars arrived at the entrance. From the cars, Yunxi emerged in a black formal attire, his novel appearance instantly captivating all, especially Lingyun in her qipao, which accentuated her perfect figure, leaving many staring in awe. Meanwhile, Mu Shui's figure was slightly more impressive than Lingyun's, her white asymmetrical dress revealing long legs. A slight smile from her even stirred the hearts of young nobles accustomed to the pleasures of the world. What is this attire? So beautiful. Where can I buy such clothes? Such stunning beauties, and their mounts are so cool. Yunxi retracted the 2 sports cars and approached the entrance of the Imperial Academy. The grandeur of the Imperial Academy was undeniable. Even its gates were 100 feet wide, accommodating hundreds without feeling crowded. On the high platform, Kai-yi breathed a sigh of relief, waving her hand, though Yunxi did not glance in her direction. Commenced the assessment, increased the difficulty. At Kai-yi's command, the vice president beside her was taken aback. Increased the difficulty? Given the previous level, only about 30% would remain. However, unless the president intervened, they would have to comply with her wishes. As the vice president announced the commencement, the gates of the Imperial Academy slowly opened. Upon entering, Yunxi instantly sensed that the spiritual energy within was at least 5 times stronger than outside, clearly indicating that the academy employed some formation to gather spiritual energy. At that moment, an elder emerged from within the academy, his demeanor amiable. I am Qin Hai, a mentor of the Imperial Academy's literary department, responsible for guiding the students in their cultivation. After speaking, Qin Hai produced an ink brush, inscribing a phrase in the air. Law of the Dragon and Elephant. Sung to the southeast. 8 large characters floated in the air, and then, as if imbued with life, the words dragon and elephant soared into the sky, transforming into a dragon and an elephant that hovered above the Imperial Academy, their roars resonating throughout the institution. Chapter 18. Imperial Academy. Even Yunxi felt a sense of oppressive pressure. These manifestations of dragon and elephant were not inferior to Guanxin, who had pursued him before. Through literature, one embarks on the path of enlightenment. When Laozi originally transcended during his departure from Hanga Pass, he composed a scripture that resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, creating a harmonious echo with the great Tao as he ascended. Yunxi reminisced about the remarkable Laozi, who, with a single scripture, achieved transcendence, causing the cosmos to reverberate with a magnificent sound that spanned 100,000 miles. Cut it out. As if you have witnessed it yourself, Lingyun shot Yunxi a glance, clearly indicating that this was an event from long ago. Though recorded in texts, Yunxi's claims seemed to portray her as an eyewitness, revealing her audacity. Yunxi chose to ignore her. It was futile to explain. Even he harbored doubts about his prolonged existence. The presence of a dragon and an elephant instilled awe among all, with many disciples gazing with fervor, aspiring to reach the heights of their mentors. Surely, you all sense that the spiritual energy of our Imperial Academy is far denser than that of the outside world. Here, cultivation will yield twice the result with half the effort. Moreover, the mentors here have nurtured individuals of considerable prowess from Fengsong country. Notably, the top ranker on the Fengsong divine list is also within our academy, though he prefers to keep his identity confidential, and we must respect his wishes. Qin Hai's words incited a stir among the crowd. The last competition for the Fengsong divine list was fiercely contested. Fengqing sect produced a remarkable figure, Li Tsong, who was expected to dominate over other sects and academies. However, in the final battle, he unexpectedly lost to a masked individual clad in the academy's attire. Many disciples were drawn to the Imperial Academy due to this incident. Today, we shall assess your aptitudes, as they will ultimately determine your future heights. Our academy only admits those with the highest potential, cultivating the sharpest swords of the empire. Though Qin Hai's statements carried an air of harshness, this world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest, and no one dared to contest or complain. With a wave of his hand, 5 stone tablets rose abruptly in the expansive plaza. Passing the examination on these tablets would grant one a name inscribed there, determining selection for the Imperial Academy. The first tablet shimmered with a silver sheen, creating an isolated space within it, where the test would measure speed. In an instant, 500 disciples entered the stone tablet space. It was a dim world, where one could gaze upward to see floating stones, which they needed to tread upon to escape. The higher they ascended, the more intense the pressure became. To ensure fairness, everyone's cultivation was suppressed to the 10th stage of the divine profound realm. Qin Hai's voice resonated as a tremendous force descended, continuously battering downward. Reaching the peak with the cultivation of a divine profound realm practitioner would not be an easy feat. A bunch of weaklings, Li Jie scoffed, surveying the surrounding disciples. As a member of the distinguished Li family, his status was significantly elevated, and the family's depth was beyond their comparison. Li Jie was adorned in layers of scales as if he had invoked a secret technique, his speed surging as he leapt from stone to stone flawlessly. The pressure intensified as he ascended, and even the stones appeared unstable. Truly, the Li family members were remarkable. The pressure of the divine platform realm seemed to have no effect on him. The three young ladies of the Zhang family exhibited impressive speed, as did the members of the Qian family. Their lineage clearly surpassed theirs. Many voiced their grievances, noting that the nobles' techniques were vastly superior to their own. Yunxi took a deep breath, suppressing his strength to the divine profound realm. Wasn't this unfair? However, he was the one benefiting from it. Hold on tight. Yunxi extended his hands as the two girls grasped them, one on each side. Although Ling Yun was reluctant, this was indeed the most energy-efficient method. She realized that following Yunxi had led her to adopt some questionable habits, as she had previously scorned acts of cheating. Behind him, a pair of golden wings unfurled slowly, then flapped vigorously. Did something just pass by? Had anyone seen a giant golden rat soaring past? Those below merely witnessed a flash of golden light shooting into the sky, leaving no trace. With 80 zhang remaining to the peak, Li Jie sneered. With these worthless fools, how could they possibly compete with me? Even with the current pressure reaching the divine soul realm, it hardly affects me, as I am equipped with treasures that resist such forces. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air as a streak of golden light shot upward, vanishing into the heavens. What was that? He had not caught a glimpse, and upon looking up, there was no sign of anyone, dismissing it as an anomaly. Outside the stone tablet, Yunxi's emergence caught the attention of the figure in colorful attire on the high platform. Surprised, she increased the difficulty, never anticipating Yunxi would emerge so swiftly. It was utterly astonishing. How could he be so fast? Is something malfunctioning? The vice president murmured to himself, noting that the pressure at the highest level approached the peak of the divine soul realm. For a practitioner of the divine profound realm to ascend would be exceedingly challenging. How could he possibly emerge so quickly? Yet, he observed that other disciples were advancing steadily, indicating the stone tablet was functioning correctly. The second stone tablet began to illuminate as Yunxi and the two girls stepped into its realm. This trial would test their strength. The space was dim and shadowy, with only a wooden post visible ahead. Regardless of the technique or divine ability employed, the maximum force exerted upon it would reveal their strength. For Yunxi, with his power suppressed to the divine profound realm, it felt as though he had been granted an unfair advantage, as his physical strength could rival that of the initial stage of the divine soul realm. I shall go first, Yunxi declared, stretching his neck as he stood before the wooden post, channeling his cultivation as the divine veins within him glimmered. He unleashed a punch. The post swayed slightly as the display indicated 25,000 jin of force. Behind him, Ling Yun and Han Shui gasped in astonishment. A practitioner of the divine profound realm could produce such immense power. Surely, a blow like that could obliterate someone at the divine platform realm. Although they had prepared themselves mentally, the reality was staggering. Mu Shui approached next, showcasing her peak divine profound realm strength with a palm strike that registered 10,000 jin. Ling Yun surpassed Mu Shui, demonstrating 70,000 jin of strength. Han Shui observed the two women beside her, realizing that these individuals who had ascended from the lower realms possessed an astonishing level of talent and heritage. This was merely their power constrained within the divine profound realm. Let us move on to the next trial, Yunxi said, not lingering to admire the results as he exited the second stone tablet. The third stone tablet would assess their mental strength, or what is referred to as spiritual consciousness. Chapter 19. The ultimate trial upon entering. Yunxi and his companions discovered an ancient temple filled with cushions. The temple appeared dilapidated, yet the cushions were pristine, suggesting they should sit upon them. One for each of us, Yunxi stated, taking a seat. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Within 300 breaths, strive to collect as many heavenly lamps as possible. Suddenly, the ancient temple plunged into darkness, devoid of light. It was dim and desolate. Yet a faint wave of energy began to manifest around them. The sound of wind whispered in their ears as Yunxi extended his spiritual consciousness. Quickly discerning the presence of heavenly lamps floating in the murkiness, their auras subtle and difficult to capture. This trial tested not only one's spiritual awareness, but also their perceptive abilities. A smile curled at the corners of Yunxi's lips. He required no effort to sense. A moon appeared behind him, casting its light and clarifying his vision, allowing him to pierce through the illusions. The heavenly lamps surrounding him became as conspicuous as flames in the night. With each flap of his wings, he effortlessly plucked a heavenly lamp from the air. Yun and Han Shui also sprang into action, deftly utilizing their divine consciousness and perception to gather the surrounding heavenly lanterns. 300 breaths had passed. Yay! I collected 130. Han Shui exclaimed excitedly, noting that according to the previous Imperial Academy's results, this was already considered remarkable. 375. Ling Yun smiled, which left Han Shui feeling somewhat disheartened. Wasn't that a bit too high? Those ascending from the lower realms had such exceptional talents? Hey, Yunxi, how many did you collect? Han Shui glanced over, only to find that around Yunxi, the heavenly lanterns formed a path, and he was stepping along it as if surrounded by stars. Honestly, she felt somewhat numb. Surely, he had gathered at least over 1,000 lanterns. Yunxi too felt a sense of helplessness. This so-called talent test seemed tailor-made for him. Let us proceed to the fourth challenge, Yunxi declared as he entered the fourth stage, which was a tower. Within the space, a voice steeped in age echoed. This stage tests combat strength. You will encounter opponents of the same realm. The tower ahead appeared ancient, its age evident. Yunxi could tell that this tower was extraordinary, comprising 7 levels. Upon entering, he found himself isolated from Ling Yun and Han Shui, who had vanished from sight. Instead, 4 figures approached him. These 4 individuals bore an uncanny resemblance to Yunxi, though their expressions were somewhat vacant, suggesting they were puppets, each at the peak of the Xunxian realm. It was akin to one person facing 4 adversaries of equal standing. Merely the first level of this tower would result in many cultivators being eliminated. After all, battling 4 opponents was tantamount to a significant challenge. The 4 puppets charged at him, but Yunxi, unperturbed, lit a cigarette and swiftly swept his leg, causing the 4 puppets to collapse in a cacophony. He stepped into the second level of the tower, where 8 puppets emerged, also at the peak of the Xunxian realm, but with more vitality in their eyes and the ability to perform spiritual techniques. This is intriguing, Yunxi thought as he charged forward, each punch and kick sharp and decisive. The 8 puppets quickly fell apart, allowing him to advance to the third level. Here, he faced 16 puppets, each incredibly agile, their physical forms also at the peak of the Xunxian realm, significantly stronger than those in the second level. Each puppet was likely superior to all the puppets from the previous level combined. Nevertheless, this did not deter Yunxi. With sweeping movements, he sent all 16 puppets to the ground and stepped into the fourth level. 32 puppets appeared, each still at the peak of the Xunxian realm. Yet their expressions were different, resembling independent beings. Some were practicing formations, while others executed spiritual techniques, their physical forms at the mid-stage of the Shintai realm. Is this truly a trial for humans? Yunxi thought, bemused. It seemed somewhat unreasonable to pit a Xunxian realm individual against a group of cultivators whose bodies were all at the Shintai realm, especially as some emitted faint traces of divine power. This is utterly unfair. In the Kuanping domain, with a swift movement, he sensed the pressure of the opponent's fists, which could pose a threat, particularly as he perceived fluctuations in the formations surrounding him. Under the gaze of the autumn water, he clearly saw intricate array patterns covering the area. Formations were taking shape. Yunxi charged out, yet several puppets activated a certain spiritual technique, raising shields akin to tortoise shells, indicating formidable defensive capabilities. Under the Kuanping domain, the area of effect expanded to 600 zhong, with gravity intensified to 25 times. The puppet's movement slowed considerably under such weight, and combined with Yunxi's exceptional speed, he darted among the 32 puppets. Each kick was capable of shattering a puppet. Yet the sheer number of puppets and the confinement of the formations made his movements increasingly sluggish. As time trickled by, when Yunxi finally dispatched the last puppet, he wiped the golden blood from his lips and gasped for air. He then thunderously stepped into the fifth level. Surrounding him were 64 puppets at the peak of the Xunxian realm, yet each possessed a physical form at the initial stage of the Shinpa realm, mirroring his own. Each puppet bore some engraved markings, prompting Yunxi to curse under his breath. After such simplicity in the previous levels, why was this one so absurdly challenging? Was it some kind of trick? Moreover, each puppet seemed to possess both defensive and offensive spiritual techniques, and a single blow from them would likely be quite painful. 8 puppets charged at him with astonishing speed. They possess movement techniques as well. Even under the Kunpeng gravity domain, the puppets retained remarkable velocity, and with the formations constraining the surroundings. Yunxi utilized Tianpeng's speed to evade, but was still struck squarely by one puppet's punch. Instantly, he felt a surge of blood and qi within him. And one puppet even unleashed a divine ability, summoning shadowy dragon forms that flooded toward him. The sense of crisis from the divine ability was intense, especially as all 64 puppets moved, with bolts of lightning raining down from above. This scene sent chills racing down Yunxi's spine. Divine Fire, Nirvana Flame. He hesitated to use the Tian Fan Seal, for utilizing it against these puppets, with their Shun Xian realm physical forms, would not only deplete all his spiritual energy, but also pose the risk of failing to eliminate them. If he failed, the danger would be very real. As the two divine fires ignited, a sea of flames erupted around Yunxi, and he navigated through the confined space, achieving peak speed with Tianpeng. The temperature of the entire area soared instantly. Under the divine fire, even the puppets, despite having physical forms akin to his, could not endure for long. Chapter 20. Divine Melody 10 Directions Ambush. One by one, the puppets fell, and after all 64 had been defeated, Yunxi's body was riddled with wounds as he panted heavily. This trial was indeed terrifying. After recuperating his strength, rather than leaving, he stepped into the 6th level. In an instant, he felt a pressure akin to a mountain. Around him appeared 128 puppets, each with physical forms at the mid-stage of the Shunpa realm, surpassing his own. Each puppet's eyes sparkled with intelligence, a power that most families could scarcely muster. Yunxi realized that this tower had 7 levels, indicating that an even more formidable challenge awaited at the top, with the number of puppets reaching 256. Was this still a trial? The trials of various sacred mountains on Earth couldn't possibly be this daunting. I must discover where my limits lie. Having lived for 9,000 years and experienced nearly everything except for achieving enlightenment through literature, he hadn't encountered such a formidable battle in a long time. Outside the tower, Han Shui and Ling Yun waited anxiously. Why hasn't he emerged? Could he be stuck inside? Han Shui fretted, having retreated after barely enduring the 2nd level, while Ling Yun had also exited after the 3rd level, yet there was no sign of Yunxi. Outside the 1st stone tablet, Li Jie burst forth, glancing around at the empty surroundings, feeling a slight chill of isolation. Haha, I should be first. This time, the Imperial Academy would indeed be trampled by the Li family. Though he did not fully understand the significance of the golden light he had witnessed earlier, he was certain of his first place. Yet the stone tablet would not display the rankings. After a brief wait, the 3 daughters of the Zhang family emerged, followed by members of the Qian family. Upon seeing Li Jie, they appeared displeased, but there was no denying that he was indeed formidable. All right, let us test our strength now, Li Jie smirked, deliberately lingering to mock the members of other families. What is there to boast about? Zhang family's eldest daughter, Zhang He, retorted. Indeed, added Qian family's young master Qian Wei, though he wondered why his brother Qian Kuan had yet to appear. You are all destined to be beneath my feet, Li Jie proclaimed, turning to step into the 2nd stone tablet. In recent years, the Li family has exhibited an audacity unparalleled by others, yet the other prominent families find themselves powerless, compelled to acquiesce, for the Li family has produced an array of extraordinary talents, garnering the attention of the grand sections one by one. Members of the major families entered the 2nd stone tablet, while those who had entered the 1st stone tablet gradually emerged, albeit at a considerably slower pace. Within the 4th stone tablet, on the 6th level of the tower, a sea of flames surged, and divine abilities began to manifest. Yunxi bore numerous wounds, with a gash even carved into his back, yet he refrained from uttering a single cry of anguish. Instead, a thrill coursed through him. He was eager to explore the limits of his own endurance. A puppet wielding a sword could rend the very fabric of space with a single stroke, unleashing torrents of sword energy that relentlessly sliced through all in its path. Another puppet executed hand seals, unleashing a cataclysmic force, as if mountains were crashing down upon Yunxi. Yet another puppet inscribed formations, sealing Yunxi from all directions. This battle was arduous. The physical resilience of these adversaries made obliteration a daunting task. In desperation, he summoned forth a bronze coffin and began to strike with fervor. When he found himself the sole survivor on the 6th level, he gazed upward at the 7th level. He could have retreated and secured 1st place, yet he chose to advance. Upon stepping into the 7th level, a resounding chime echoed throughout the Imperial Academy. causing the vice president on the platform to widen his eyes in astonishment, his breath quickening. The sound of the Daozi bell reverberated, heralding the appearance of a Daozi during the trial. The vice president struggled to maintain his composure. This was the heavenly bell, which only tolled when the tower encountered a being of extraordinary potential, those known as Daozi. Such individuals could contend with the progeny of the great sacred lands and rival the heirs of the upper sects beyond Fengsangwa. At the rear of the Imperial Academy lay a cemetery. At its end stood a grave, before which a figure sat, long since covered in dust, resembling a statue. As the bell tolled, his eyes slowly opened. The heir has finally appeared, he rasped, his voice laden with age. This marked the first time since the establishment of the Imperial Academy that the heavenly bell had been struck. Yunxi, in turn, beheld the entirety of the 7th level. The space remained confined, but at its center stood an altar, upon which a small flag was planted, missing a corner. Is there a reward? Yunxi murmured, only to be enveloped by an overwhelming aura moments later. Surrounding him were 256 golden-armored puppets, each exuding more vitality than an ordinary cultivator, their physical forms having reached the pinnacle of the divine soul realm. What kind of trial is this? Yunxi contemplated. A mere god Xian realm cultivator pitted against a horde of peak divine soul puppets? This world is utterly insane. He yearned to flee, realizing that combat was futile. Even employing the Tian seal would yield little effect. These puppets were devoid of meridians and blood, merely lifeless constructs. Even if he could overturn them, the impact on peak divine soul beings would be negligible. His gaze returned to the altar in the distance. The peculiar flag clearly held significance. What to do? What to do? Do I pursue the flag or my life? Yunxi was torn, but time was of the essence, as the golden-armored puppets began to awaken. How to fight? Their outer shells are too formidable, he sighed, then suddenly lifted his head, narrowing his eyes. If the outside was impenetrable, perhaps the interior held the key. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. With unwavering resolve, Yunxi retrieved the Fushi Qin, inhaling deeply before striking the strings with vigor. The foremost of the 10 offensive divine melodies, 10 directions ambush, erupted forth, and in an instant, a murderous intent surged from the music, enveloping Yunxi in a hazy sea of blood. It seemed as though indomitable war gods and immortal beings, pure blood descendants, emerged from the sea of corpses, charging forth in all directions. Yet, the attacks of these phantoms proved unable to penetrate the puppets' forms. Waves of puppets surged toward Yunxi, a relentless onslaught of spiritual techniques raining down upon him. Chapter 21. Do Di Zhu's cultivation was simply too low, even with the 10 directions ambush. He could not breach their defenses. Then I shall amplify the sound, Yunxi declared, producing a quasi-imperial grade loudspeaker he had previously crafted to enhance the resonance of his music. Instantly, the sound of the qin surged more than tenfold, and the beings within the sea of corpses surged forth in a frenzy. Yunxi resembled a god of slaughter. One by one, the puppets began to fall until only Yunxi remained on the 7th level. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Had it not been for the Fushi Qin and the quasi-imperial loudspeaker, he might have been forced to retreat. I must see what treasures lie within such a formidable trial, he mused as he approached the altar. Atop the altar stood the small flag, adorned with a peculiar totem depicting a black crow. What is this? Yunxi pondered, toying with the flag. As he waved it, a gust of black wind erupted, sweeping in all directions, imbued with a corrosive force. The 7th level transformed into a realm reminiscent of the underworld, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Goodness, this is exceedingly sinister, Yunxi thought, possessing an untainted divine soul. Even he felt a chill from the ominous energy, indicating its extraordinary nature. Uncertain of how to properly wield the Black Crow flag, he nonetheless recognized its value. Exiting the tower, he was immediately embraced by Han Shui. You scared me to death, she exclaimed, relieved to see Yunxi return safely, for she understood the tower's terrifying reputation. Now, only the final stone tablet remained. After Yunxi and the 2 women emerged, they promptly stepped into the 5th stone tablet, which housed a duel arena. It seems designed for combat, but how could 3 of us possibly fight each other? He remarked. We'll have to wait for them to arrive, he added, uncertain how long that would take. How about a game of Do Di Zhu in the meantime? Yunxi suggested, finding the 3 of them perfectly suited for the game. What is Do Di Zhu? Han Shui inquired, her curiosity piqued, aware that it was yet another novelty from the lower realms. Yunxi produced a jade table from his spatial storage, which exuded a fragrant aroma, especially at one corner where the characters Piao Miao were engraved. Hey, you rascal. Ling Yun shot a glare at Yunxi, realizing it was the very jade table from her master's chamber, which she had wondered about when it went missing. Cough, cough. Don't mind the details, Yunxi said. Do Di Zhu is simply 2 players against 1. Allow me to explain the rules. He produced a deck of cards and began to elucidate the rules to Han Shui, followed by a few bottles of chilled cola. Thus, the 3 of them engaged in a spirited game within the 5th stone tablet. Meanwhile, the vice president of the Imperial Academy observed this scene from the high platform. Recalling that he had only managed to reach the 3rd level of the tower during his own time, he was keen to understand how Yunxi had withstood the trials of the formidable 7th level. With 300 lanterns lit, he mused, last year, the top student of the Imperial Academy was merely on par with me. It seems this time, the Academy will once again be overshadowed. Li Jie chuckled as he emerged from the stone tablet, and then stepped into the 4th stone tablet, determined to claim the title of first among all stone tablets, proving to his family that he was also a prodigy, not just Li Tsong. Following this, members of various noble families also commenced their challenges within the 4th stone tablet. I managed to slay 9 on the 3rd level, Li Jie remarked, his complexion pale as he exited the 4th stone tablet. Other members of the families gradually emerged, their faces filled with disbelief, unable to fathom the sheer difficulty of the trials within the tower. Upon hearing of the 5th steal, which signaled the commencement of the duel, I earnestly hope that you shall not disappoint me. Li Jie cast a glance at the other noble youths, sneering as he stepped into the realm of the 5th steal, only to be momentarily taken aback. Before him stood 3 individuals, engrossed in their game, clearly having been there for quite some time. The other noble participants who entered were equally astonished, pondering how these 3 had gained access. Could it be due to some special connections? The duel could only commence once all had assembled. Even those of noble birth within the imperial city were not exempt from this rule. The group had never encountered the peculiar object in Yunxi's possession and, curious, they gathered closer. I win. Ha ha, Han Shui exclaimed, reveling in her first experience with the game, displaying remarkable adaptability as she became increasingly enamored with the cola in her hand. Sister Lingyun, we VE won. Let us toast. Han Shui raised her cola, clinking it with Lingyun's, while Yunxi wore a look of exasperation, contemplating the incredible luck of these 2 ladies, who seemed to win at every turn. What are you drinking? Zhang He, a noble from the imperial city, inquired, her curiosity piqued by the cola-like beverage. It's cola. I'll give you a bottle. Just pop the cap and enjoy, Yunxi replied, tossing her a bottle before resuming the shuffling of cards. Glancing at the entrance, he noted that most participants had arrived, but they would have to wait a bit longer. Zhang He opened the cap, and with a distinct hissing sound, she took a sip. A belch escaped her lips, and she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, but the taste was oddly delightful. Thank you, I'm Zhang He, from the Zhang family of the imperial city. She introduced herself, only to find Yunxi lost in thought, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. Feeling a tad awkward, Zhang He remained curious about the game, observing silently from the sidelines. Once all participants had stepped into the 5th steal, a voice resonated, announcing, the assessment has concluded, exit the steal in 10 breaths. This proclamation left everyone bewildered. Was there to be no duel? Yunxi cleared the table. The outcome of the assessment mattered little to him. He was more interested in witnessing the astonishment of others, particularly that of the Li and Qian families who had provoked him. On the high platform, the vice president found himself in a quandary. The emergence of a creature from the 7th level of the tower would be disastrous in a duel. It would easily annihilate the other contestants. Thus, his concern was for their safety. Very well, let us announce today's imperial assessment results, he declared. Names began to materialize upon the first steal, particularly the top 10, which shimmered with golden light. 7th place went to Zhang He, with a time of 1,200 breaths. Observing her rank, she smiled with satisfaction, as it was commendable. The names of the top contenders gradually revealed themselves, heightening anticipation amongst the crowd. 6th place, Qian Wei, 1,100 breaths. 5th place, Zhang Lingming, 1,000 breaths. 4th place, Li Jie, 600 breaths. Li Jie, astonished, believed he had misheard. He had been the first to emerge. How could he possibly rank 4th? Gritting his teeth, he was determined to discover who had claimed 1st place. Chapter 22, Breaking Records. 3rd place, Mu Shui, 15 breaths. 2nd place, Lingyun, 15 breaths. 1st place, Yunxi, 15 breaths. Upon the announcement of these names, Li Jie suddenly recalled the blinding golden light that had surged forth earlier, initially dismissing it as a mere illusion. Now, it was evident that these 3 had cheated. This is unjust. Is this how the Imperial Academy treats members of the Li family? Li Jie bellowed, incredulous that a mere 15 breaths had shattered the Academy's previous record of 100 breaths. Enough with your nonsense. Considering your affiliation with the Li family, I shall overlook this incident, the vice president admonished, his brow furrowed. He was well aware of the truth behind the so-called cheating. These were disciples who had traversed the 7th level, and even he, in his youth, could only look up to them in awe. Clenching his fists, Li Jie realized that this was the Imperial Academy, not the outside world of the Imperial City, and he had to restrain himself. 15 breaths instantly ignited a stir. Having shattered the record established by the Imperial Academy, a feat too extraordinary to comprehend. Subsequently, names began to appear upon the second stele, gradually revealing the top 10. And Li Jie was eager to ascertain whether Yunxi had resorted to deceit. Mu Shui glanced at her rank, finding herself in 47th place. A reflection of her true capabilities without Yunxi's assistance. Look, the prior top 3 from the first stele. And Mu Shui is placed 47th. How can she claim there was no cheating? Li Jie raged, though he could only voice his frustrations. Gradually, the names of the leading participants began to be announced. 7th place, Zhang He, for 1,400 pounds of strength. 6th place, Qian Wei, 15,000 pounds of strength. 3rd place, Li Jie, 60,000 pounds of strength. Staring at his name, Li Jie thought he had misread. His strength, unleashed at the Xinxian realm, was capable of cleaving mountains. Why was he only 3rd? 2nd place, Ling Yun, 70,000 pounds of strength. 1st place, Yunxi, 250,000 pounds of strength. Upon the revelation of these standings, everyone was rendered speechless. Did I misread? 250,000 pounds of strength? This is utterly ridiculous. Yunxi? Who is this Yunxi? The disciples erupted into chaos, astonished by such an extraordinary accomplishment, having once again shattered the limits of recorded strength. It seemed that for years to come, no one would surpass this remarkable feat. The 3rd stele also began to unveil names, yet many were disinterested, focused solely on whether Yunxi would break another record. The names of the top 10 gradually emerged. Han Shui, glancing at her rank of 60, sighed, noting the vast chasm between herself and Yunxi. However, he was her man, and pride welled within her. 6th place, Zhang Lingming, 232 lanterns. 5th place, Qian Wei, 241 lanterns. 3rd place, Li Jie, 312 lanterns. Observing his repeated 3rd place, Li Jie felt overwhelmed. He had hoped to dominate the Imperial Academy, but found himself unable to break into the top 2. 2nd place, Ling Yun, 370 lanterns. 1st place, Yunxi, 1,420 lanterns. As Yunxi's name was announced, the surrounding disciples, even those of the Imperial Academy, went into a frenzy, having broken the limit record 3 times, exceeding all previous record holders by a significant margin. An increasing number of Imperial Academy disciples flocked to the assessment area, eager to witness the prodigy who had emerged during the selection. Not again. This Yunxi, Li Jie thought as he gazed upon the name that now shone brilliantly. All present could only remember the 2 characters, Yunxi. More and more individuals arrived, curious to see if the final stele would also break records. As names continued to materialize, Mu Shui found herself in 81st place, feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, in this moment, Yunxi was simply too dazzling. She felt she might not be worthy of him and resolved to strive harder in the future. Sister Ling Yun is impressive too, consistently ranking 2nd. Is it typical for those who ascend from the lower realms to be this formidable? The companions of Yunxi were all exceptionally talented, prompting Han Shui to affirm her determination to put in more effort. She gazed at the stele, curious just how far Yunxi could go, considering he had remained in the tower for quite some time. Before the final stele, a massive crowd had gathered. It was time for the announcement of the top 10 rankings, and all eyes were fixed in anticipation. In the 7th position, Qian Wei, on the 2nd floor, achieved 6 kills. In the 6th position, Zhang Lingming, also on the 2nd floor, secured 7 kills. The 4th place was taken by Qin Bing, who on the 3rd floor, managed to eliminate 1 opponent. The 3rd position was held by Li Jie, who likewise on the 3rd floor, claimed 5 kills. Li Jie gazed at the leaderboard, nearly driven to madness. Once again, he found himself in 3rd place, unable to break into the top 2. He aspired to attain 1st place as a testament to his worth, hoping it would draw the family's attention. Yet he was overshadowed by 2 individuals who had emerged from nowhere, stepping over him step by step. The 2nd place belonged to Ling Yun, with 13 kills. The crowd was well acquainted with this name, as it frequently appeared as the 2nd place on nearly all leaderboards. Previously unheard of, now only one name remained at the top. Yunxi, who had not appeared on any previous lists but was now undoubtedly in 1st place, with the pressing question of whether the record would be shattered. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, the stone tablet revealed a line of text. 1st place, Daozi Yunxi, inheritor of the ancient tower, 7th floor, total annihilation. This time, the title of Daozi was added before Yunxi's name. It must be noted that over the years, while the term Daozi had been used in the Imperial Academy, no one had ever attained this title, not even the previous top of the Feng Song Divine list. Daozi. The Imperial Academy has actually produced a Daozi. Who exactly is this Yunxi? Moreover, as the inheritor of the ancient tower, could it be the tower that tested us? Not to mention others. Even Yunxi himself was bewildered. When did he become the inheritor of the ancient tower? Shouldn't this require his consent? After comprehensive consideration, the top 100 would enter the Imperial Academy. A mentor from the Academy began to read the list. Those named could directly enter the Academy. Mu Shui, having achieved a notable score on the first stone tablet, had no cause for concern. Eventually, only 100 individuals remained on the field. The Imperial Academy comprises 8 major departments, from which individuals may choose freely. The Wen Yuan and Lu Yuan are rather obscure, with overall weaker capabilities. Unless one possesses a genuine interest in knowledge and music, entry into these 2 departments is not recommended. From a distance, 8 figures approached, each exuding the oppressive aura of divine realms, causing the disciples to feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. These were the mentors from the 8 major departments. Combined, Wen Yuan and Lu Yuan had only 3 individuals choosing, a dismal comparison to the others. Chapter 23, Academy Mentors. Greetings, Yunxi. The princess in colorful attire approached Yunxi, her demeanor now radiating a noble elegance, contrasting her previous lively spirit. Upon seeing her again, Yunxi felt momentarily entranced. He hesitated to compare her to the woman in his memories, yet the resemblance was undeniable. Yunxi, is that truly you? The crowd bowed to the princess, their glances occasionally drifting towards Yunxi. This individual had consecutively shattered 4 extreme records, dominating all contemporaries. Particularly, Li Jie glared at Yunxi, his murderous intent surging. Had it not been for Yunxi stealing his spotlight, he would not have felt so insignificant. Your Highness, may I inquire which department you belong to? Yunxi asked, intent on joining the same department as the princess. I am in Lu Yuan, she replied, feeling somewhat awkward, for those who practiced music in Lu Yuan were few, and many had come merely to approach her, particularly the bothersome noble sons. Then I shall join Lu Yuan, Yunxi declared to the mentor of Lu Yuan. This is preposterous. The mentor, though pleased with the influx of students, recognized the gravity of the situation. As a Daozi, Yunxi could not allow Lu Yuan to hinder his cultivation, for that would be a grave error. The appellation of Daozi held immense significance in the Imperial Academy, akin to the holy son of the upper sect in Feng Song, warranting utmost cultivation. Even Li Tsong, who ranked second on the Feng Song Divine list, though favored by the upper sect, remained far from the status of holy son. I wish to join Lu Yuan. I do not intend to be a student but a mentor, Yunxi proclaimed, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Jaws dropped in disbelief. Did he just say he wants to be a mentor? Surely I misheard. Even as a Daozi, he cannot be so audacious, murmured the crowd, questioning how a mere Shun Xian realm individual could possibly hold the position of a mentor, typically reserved for those of divine realms. However, Yunxi remained undeterred. He perceived that the princess possessed commendable musical talent but lacked proper training methods. He wished to assist her. This statement caused the mentor of Lu Yuan to turn pale with rage. Amidst the high platform, the vice dean observed Yunxi with great interest. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his ears, causing his eyes to widen. It was none other than the dean himself. I hereby announce that Yunxi will serve as the mentor of Lu Yuan, enjoying the benefits accorded to mentors. Existing mentors will receive a year off, while still partaking in these benefits. The vice dean's voice resonated throughout the Imperial Academy. Is it true? He is indeed becoming a mentor? The lowest-ranking mentor in the Imperial Academy? Will the disciples of Lu Yuan not bully him? Such a decision, proposed by the vice dean, left no room for dissent, and the previous mentor of Lu Yuan could only accept this unexpected turn of events. However, since he would still enjoy mentor benefits, he said nothing, allowing Yunxi to guide for a year. In 2 months, the academy competition would commence, and the hope was that Lu Yuan would no longer finish last. How this would unfold depended on this new mentor. I ought to take a stroll. The mentor of Lu Yuan sighed. For every academy competition, Lu Yuan had consistently placed last, leaving him with little pride. Yunxi, the princess, stood there in astonishment, having merely greeted him, yet now he was her mentor. However, recalling her prior encounter with Yunxi's musical prowess in the desolate city, she acknowledged that he could indeed serve as her teacher. What is this about being a mentor? Yunxi playfully tapped her on the head, causing her to pout in dismay. That hurts, she whined, gazing up at Yunxi with a look of grievance, reminding him of a girl from his past who bore a striking resemblance to her. I choose Ling Yuan, Ling Yun remarked, casting a glance at the department known for its formidable spiritual techniques. I shall also choose Ling Yuan. Han Shui joined Ling Yun, eyeing Yunxi. Then glancing at the princess, jealousy suddenly brewing within her. Once all disciples had made their selections, the vice dean presented Yunxi with a plaque, signifying his status as a mentor, inscribed with the words mentor of Lu Yuan. He was also given another plaque, marked with Taotie, particularly distinguished by an intricate array etched within it. Yunxi, as a Taotie, you may freely enter any area of the Imperial Academy, except for the back mountain. And you are also a mentor, entitled to mentor benefits, receiving 300,000 ling by each month, the vice dean imparted solemnly. Yunxi had not anticipated such generous benefits, realizing that 300,000 ling by per month was quite substantial. It must be noted that when he had previously seized the Mu family's treasury, it had amounted to a mere 2 million ling by, which had been accumulated over many years. However, considering that academy mentors were typically of divine realms, paying 300,000 for a divine realm mentor did not seem unreasonable. Ling Bai, as the unified currency of the upper realm, was a form of stone imbued with spiritual energy, sufficient for cultivation in lavish circumstances. The more Ling Bai one possessed, the more enjoyable life became. This principle was well understood by Yunxi. Moreover, as a mentor, he was also granted a residence within a separate courtyard. After the gathering concluded, Ling Yun and Han Shui proceeded to their respective departments for accommodation, while Yunxi made his way to his own courtyard. Before long, he arrived at a distant courtyard and upon entering, discovered a medicinal field. He shook his head, realizing that this field would likely not suffice for planting the seed from Kunlun Mountain. Within the courtyard, there was a dedicated alchemy room, a specialized forging room, and even an insect-rearing room. It was well-equipped and abundant in spiritual energy. Yunxi entered the closed-door room, having engaged in fierce battles within the tower. His cultivation had stabilized, and now it was time to advance to the Shintai realm. In the secluded chamber, Yunxi consumed a pill of foundation establishment, and a surging wave of medicinal energy coursed through his body. The divine platform realm entails the transformation of one's foundation into a divine essence, thereby augmenting one's inherent depth. Yunxi ingested another pill of foundation establishment, and once again, the potency of the medicine surged forth, relentlessly challenging his bottleneck. In a sudden moment, a warm current, invigorating and soothing, flowed into his being, as the spiritual energy of the universe frantically converged towards him. He had ascended to the first stage of the divine platform realm. Inside him, the Qinglian spun wildly, while divine fire blazed brilliantly at that instant. In his dantian, radiant light swirled, akin to the creation of the cosmos within his body. Typically, others' divine platforms are mere upgraded versions of their foundations. However, Yunxi, despite having once entered the foundation establishment stage, had not truly established a foundation. The Qinglian within him served as his root. The refining process of the divine platform realm corresponds to the enhancement of his Qinglian foundation, meaning that each advancement in the divine platform realm equates to refining the Qinglian once. To his astonishment, he discovered that the divine fire was incessantly refining around the Qinglian. And after entering the divine platform realm, chaos emerged around the Qinglian, which floated within the chaos. Chapter 24. The Primordial Qi of All Things. Xianhuang Qi, the ancient phenomenon of cosmic creation, the chaotic seed of the Qinglian. Such a phenomenon truly exists. The bright moon rising over the sea, the immortal king descending from the heavens, and the colorful clouds enveloping the golden body. These two must exist. What is the origin of this Qinglian? Yunxi gasped in awe, and shortly thereafter, a strand of Xianhuang Qi appeared within the chaos. The primordial Qi of all things, Xianhuang Qi. Yunxi's breath quickened. Refining the Qinglian not only manifested chaos, but also produced a strand of Xianhuang Qi, which is the primordial essence of all things, weighing thousands of pounds. Brother Qinglian, what is your true origin? Yunxi murmured, overwhelmed by its might, fearing that even an imperial-grade weapon could not birth Xianhuang Qi. The Xianhuang Qi is the foundation of all paths, and this root of his, even Yunxi could hardly comprehend. The Qinglian remained silent, gently rotating, accompanied by the strand of Xianhuang Qi, being refined day and night by divine fire. Upon entering the divine platform realm, his cultivation had instantaneously multiplied over tenfold. Coupled with his physical prowess, he felt no fear against any spirit realm practitioners. However, today he was quite fatigued. Even though his cultivation no longer required sleep, he collapsed onto his bed and quickly drifted into slumber. The following day, Yunxi awoke to find it was already noon. What? I'm late, he said incredulously, realizing it was his first day as a mentor and he had overslept. The Luyuan, situated in a relatively remote area of the Imperial Academy, housed merely over 100 individuals, which rendered it somewhat desolate compared to the grand architecture around it. What is the matter? Why hasn't he, the new mentor, arrived for class? The attitude displayed was rather arrogant. Sai had not anticipated that Yunxi would be late on his first day. Perhaps he had merely come to accompany her, nothing more? Apologies for my tardiness, Yunxi said. Clad in formal attire that appeared far more elegant than what any noble youth would wear, and coupled with his slightly handsome appearance, he immediately attracted a throng of female students. Humph, showing up late on your first day, clearly disregarding the academy. Indeed, such arrogance is unwarranted. The murmurs spread, predominantly among the nobility, who found it hard to take guidance from someone in the divine platform realm. Silence. Yunxi frowned, realizing he had overestimated the quality of the students at Luyuan. No one paid him any attention. The noise only intensified, causing even the princess to feel a headache. Yunxi produced a quasi-royal trumpet and bellowed, "Silence." Instantly, a wave of sound reverberated outward, causing everyone to feel as if their eardrums were about to shatter. What the? I can't hear. It's buzzing in my ears. This was merely a fraction of his power. Had he infused his cultivation into the shout, no one would have remained standing. He then took out a fushi zither and plucked its strings. The melodious sound calmed those whose souls had been shaken by the trumpet, restoring their hearing. With these two techniques, he instantly commanded the respect of all. This exemplifies the art of sound manipulation without embellishments. Two waves of sound, one that could kill and another that could heal. No disciple dared to belittle Yunxi any longer, and even those few who had entered the spirit realm fell silent. Now may I speak? Yunxi surveyed the more than 100 individuals before him, and not a single person uttered a word. Even the princess appeared somewhat intimidated by his display. I say, you are all a bunch of wastrels. Do you have any objections? Yunxi lit a cigarette and spoke. Just as he finished, a disciple attempted to retort, but Yunxi infused his full cultivation and plucked the zither strings. The sound of ambush reverberated, immersing all in a sea of corpses and blood, with undying beings emerging from the blood sea, swinging their swords. In the distance, a steel-structured building collapsed with a resounding crash, and cracks appeared on the ground, spreading outward. Do you think anyone would survive if I played a piece for you? Yunxi smirked, and those who had dared to speak earlier promptly fell silent. No one believed their physical bodies could withstand the might of the steel-constructed building. This is the music you have always looked down upon. Sound possesses unparalleled penetrating power, yet you merely indulge in it for pleasure. Am I wrong in calling you wastrels? Yunxi's cold gaze swept across the crowd, and not a single person dared to meet his eyes. Do you realize that on the battlefield, a single melody can deter thousands of troops? From today onward, I shall devote myself to teaching you. I have heard that there will be an academy competition in 2 months, and I have but one goal, to claim first place. Today, I am merely here to familiarize myself with you all. I will not teach yet, but you must understand this. Every path, when pursued to its utmost limit, becomes invincible in the world. This was a lesson imparted to him by his master Lu Qingdao, and now he shared it with his students. Also, do not repair that building. The moment it collapses marks the beginning of your ascendance. Dismissed. Yunxi glanced at the group of students, denying them the opportunity to ask questions until only he and Sai remained. Shall we take a stroll? Yunxi smiled faintly. All right, Sai responded, feeling an unexplainable sensation of inferiority in Yunxi's presence, despite her noble status. The two exited the Luyuan and strolled within the Imperial Academy. Yunxi subtly mentioned past events involving Shangwan Yinruo, but Sai exhibited little reaction. Yunxi produced a necklace and waved it before her. This necklace had been worn by her in life and was crafted specifically for her. Within it, a fragment of her soul resided, if she were truly to be reborn. The soul within the necklace could serve as a guide. Through mountains, oceans, and perilous terrains, he would seek her out. Oh wow, it's beautiful, Sai exclaimed, gazing at the necklace, realizing that no other necklace in the entire imperial city could compare to its uniqueness. I present this to you, Yunxi declared, feeling that perhaps Sai might be the person he had sought in this world. Is this for real? Although a royal princess, accustomed to countless treasures, she felt a deep connection to this necklace, as if it had been tailored just for her. I'll put it on you. Even though he knew this girl had no connection to the former Shangwan Yinruo, he felt an inexplicable warmth, which was the reason he had come to the Imperial Academy. The reason he had come to Luyuan. In the distance, several individuals witnessed this scene. Brother Qin, look, that lad seems to be quite close to the princess. A group of 4, led by a young man in yellow, identified as Qin Yin, a scion of the noble Qin family from the imperial city, and a member of the martial academy, was at the 7th stage of the spirit realm. It was impossible not to have feelings for the royal princess. Yet the presence of her 108 brothers made it difficult to act. However, if he could not have her, neither would anyone else. Wang Badan. Qin Yin cursed, feeling a hint of disdain whenever he approached Kai Yi. Yet today, she seemed to be walking so closely with someone else. Chapter 25. Crushing the Qi of Heaven and Earth. Brother Yin. This person seems unfamiliar. I wonder which noble family he belongs to, one of Qin Yan's followers chimed in. Enjoying the privileges of being close to Qin Yin, engaging in unscrupulous acts, yet others dared not confront them due to the Qin family's influence. Regardless of the noble's lineage, as long as he was not from the Li family, it was acceptable. Qin Yin stepped forward, unable to tolerate anyone being better off than him. The Princess Kai Yi was not someone everyone could aspire to. Truly exquisite, he thought, admiring the necklace that seemed custom-made for her, a rarity in the entire imperial city. Just then, a hand reached out, seizing the necklace and crushing it with a forceful grip, shattering it instantly. At that moment, Yunxi's heart shattered as well. For him, the most meaningful thing in this world was lost, a fragment of his soul dissipating. He turned, his expression dark and terrifying, revealing Qin Hai standing nearby, coldly mocking Yunxi. Such a worthless trinket, how dare you present it? Qin Hai's gaze lingered on Yunxi, an ominous sense of danger enveloping him, and he perceived the most frigid pair of eyes in existence. He had never encountered such a gaze. Despite being at the divine platform realm, he trembled in fear. What do you intend to do? I am from the Qin family. If you dare to touch me, you will not survive in the imperial city. Suddenly, Qin Yin felt fear, unable to meet those ghastly eyes, realizing he had made a grave mistake. Unbeknownst to him, within Yunxi's body, the azure lotus chaos energy surged, images of starry rivers dazzling past, particularly the current essence of Kunping, floating within the cosmos. The Kunping embraced the sun and moon, an aura of utmost yang and strength coursing through him, though Yunxi remained at the first level of the divine platform realm. The energy he exuded sent shivers down the spines of all present. Years ago, due to the harm inflicted upon Shangguan Yinruo, the usually gentle Yun, she had annihilated an entire assassin organization. It took him decades to emerge from that state of mind, and now, someone had touched his reverse scale. Kai Yi felt as though Yunxi had transformed into an entirely different person, silent, terrifying, and exuding a murderous intent. Qin family. Yunxi's lips curled into a slight smile, his once sunny and handsome demeanor now appearing eerie and cold. With an explosive surge of power, Yunxi unleashed the Kunping domain, and under 35 times the gravity, Qin Yin felt as if he were sinking into a quagmire, his cultivation faltering. However, as a noble from the imperial city, his lineage was not something ordinary folk could compare to. The Qin family practiced the Qi of heaven and earth, a single strand capable of bearing immense weight. Though the Qin family's Qi was inferior in quality to genuine Qi, its nurturing made it equally formidable. Merely a divine platform realm practitioner, yet he possessed a fearsome presence. Qin Yin transformed his fingers into a sword, slashing towards Yunxi. The Qi of heaven and earth morphing into a torrent of sword energy, instantly overwhelming. This strike, with sword energy flowing like the sea, rippled through the void, capable of tearing apart the very fabric of existence. The sword energy was sufficient to cleave mountains, exemplifying the terrifying prowess of the Qin family. Only someone at the divine tribulation realm could withstand such a blow. Kai Yi felt a sense of helplessness beneath that strike. She could scarcely believe that he truly dared to kill Yunxi, let alone that Yunxi was now the Taotie. Qin Hai's sword prompted Yunxi to reconsider his perception of noble science. Not all of them appeared inept. The azure lotus-s thread of mysterious yellow energy enveloped Yunxi entirely. Though it was but a strand, its level was exceedingly high. He hurled a punch into the void, the mysterious yellow energy bearing immense weight, causing the space before him to collapse, directly detonating Qin Hai's sword. Qin Hai's eyes narrowed, fixated on Yunxi, particularly the mysterious yellow energy swirling around him. Impossible, the primal essence of all things is birthed from chaos. How could he possess such primal essence? He thought, dismissing it as falsehood. Even genuine Qi of heaven and earth stood no chance against primal essence due to the overwhelming suppression in levels. Qin Hai momentarily lost focus, and when he regained his senses, Yunxi had vanished from sight. He swiftly turned, eyes like those of a demon fixed upon him. Do not kill me. I am from the Qin family. Before he could finish his plea, Yunxi raised his hand and swiftly snapped his neck. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. The direct assassination of a noble scion was a harbinger of unimaginable horror. Yunxi discarded the lifeless body as if it were refuse, crouching to wrap the shattered remnants of the necklace. Which direction is the Qin family? The murderous intent emanating from Yunxi intensified, prompting a nearby disciple to hastily point. After glancing in that direction, Yunxi turned and strode towards the inner sanctum of the Imperial Academy. Yunxi, what do you intend to do? Princess Kai, he called out anxiously. Realizing that Yunxi had killed a noble in the Imperial City, a matter that would surely create uproar, her call seemed to fall on deaf ears. News of Qin Yan's death spread like wildfire, marking the first noble to perish in recent years. The Qin family, under the protection of ancestral spirits, would garner respect even from the royal family. Yunxi was enraged. He intended to flatten the Qin family. However, achieving this required a protective umbrella, and that person had to be the dean. Upon reaching the inner sanctum, the vice dean looked at Yunxi with trepidation. Where's the dean? A chilling voice resonated. As Yunxi's gaze bore into the vice dean, instilling fear even in one who had entered the realm of divinity. The dean never sees anyone. You may leave. The vice dean replied. Just then, a door within the grand hall unexpectedly swung open. This door had only been opened by the dean himself, and it had remained shut for a century. Yunxi approached the door, leaving the vice dean in shock. It was exceedingly difficult for anyone in the empire, including the sovereign of Fengsong, to meet the dean. Yet, within mere days, Yunxi had compelled the dean to open that door. Beyond the door lay a desolate mountain, at the end of which stood a tomb, where an elderly man sat before it. His presence seemed to compress the very heavens, his diminutive figure causing the void to quiver. This man was undoubtedly the strongest Yunxi had ever encountered since ascending to the upper realm. Each breath he took seemed to inhale and exhale the sun and moon, his aura profoundly ancient. Yunxi, I have heard of you. Yunxi bowed, aware that the task he sought to accomplish could only be aided by the person before him. The dean turned to face Yunxi, their gazes locking from a distance. The dean took a step forward. This seemingly slow motion resulted in him standing beside Yunxi in the blink of an eye. You possess remarkable courage. Knowing you may perish, yet daring to approach me. You stole my possessions, yet instead of fleeing or hiding, you come alone. The dean scrutinized Yunxi, his profound eyes seemingly flowing with stars. Chapter 26, The Old God King. If you wish to kill me, you could have done so upon my arrival in the Imperial City. Furthermore, you might not even be capable of killing me. Yunxi returned the gaze, having recognized from the moment he entered that this place resembled the valley he had traversed when first entering the upper realm, with layout, vegetation, and atmosphere all identical. The unique horned spirit creature must have been nurtured by the dean. You are quite confident. I admire your self-assurance. My name is Feng Ho, but you may call me Elder Feng. Feng Ho regarded Yunxi, who was equally assessing him. His aura was frail, and his soul energy was depleted. Yet he radiated a formidable presence. Why do you not kill me? Yunxi recalled that the unique horned spirit creature was a true treasure, one that could ignite divine flames, the likes of which could not be found elsewhere in Fengsong. To kill you would render me incapable of igniting divine flames. Moreover, I have a request of you. Feng Ho turned away, gazing into the vastness of the world. At one point, he indeed considered taking action. Yet upon Yunxi becoming the Taotie, he entertained a different thought. As a ninth-stage divine king, I find myself on the brink of demise within mere years. If I could ignite the divine flame, my existence could be extended for many more years. Thus, you must comprehend the significance of that Yunxi to me. I shall not take your life. Out of both sentiment and reason, you are required to assist me with a task. With a wave of Feng Ho's hand, the fabric of space ahead twisted violently, revealing an ancient throne that floated in the void, as if the heavens themselves crowned it. This was an elder divine king, having not ignited the divine flame, nearing the twilight of his existence. The elder divine king stepped into the void, approaching and settling upon the throne. His gaze fixed upon Yunxi. Boom. Yunxi's spirit wavered, yet the purity of his divine soul granted him immediate clarity. What is your request? Yunxi inquired, his brow furrowed. Take that tower to the Futu clan, and, in the capacity of its master, eliminate a certain Feng Xiaotian. Feng Ho's demeanor was tranquil, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. The Futu clan? Isn't that the upper sect? To slay someone within the upper sect? Yunxi felt an urge to curse. He had just reached the divine platform realm. How could he be tasked with such a formidable responsibility? The Futu Tower has recognized you as its master. If you agree to this matter, I shall protect you within Fengsong Nation. Even the royal family will not dare to deceive you. How does that sound? Feng Ho's voice, though aged, carried an undeniable authority, a testament to the elder divine king's profound legacy. Agreed. I shall obliterate the Qin family, today. Yunxi was consumed by an insatiable desire for vengeance against the Qin family. A dragon possesses its reverse scale. Go forth. Fenghe observed him with growing admiration. Yunxi turned and departed, his wings unfurling behind him, transforming into a radiant golden streak as he sped towards the Qin family's domain. The imperial city was already in turmoil. Qin Yin, possessing considerable talent, was destined to be the pillar of the Qin family, especially now. Upon hearing that one of their own had perished due to a mere necklace, how could they, as members of the esteemed Qin family, swallow this humiliation? Let us depart. I shall seek that wretch who dared to slay my Qin family's pride. Qin Bing bellowed, furious that his beloved son had met such an untimely end. Regardless of his affiliation with any academy or sect, he must capture the perpetrator to offer his son a proper tribute in the afterlife. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Yunxi had already arrived at the gates of the Qin family. Unauthorized personnel, do not approach. 2 guards at the divine platform realm shouted at Yunxi. He merely lifted his gaze, disregarding the guards, and focused on the sign bearing the name of the Qin family. Within him, the essence of Xianhuang surged forth, suddenly converging into his right hand, which he wielded like a sword, raising it to strike. The Xianhuang essence, the primal energy of all things, manifested in myriad forms. With one strike, the heavens shook, the earth trembled, and the very fabric of existence wept. The sign split in two. This plaque, which had hung for millennia, fell to the ground. Onlookers in the distance initially thought they were mistaken, but upon closer inspection, their hearts filled with dread. Someone was challenging the Qin family. Who was this audacious individual? Could it be the royal prince, daring to act in such a manner? In recent years, the power of the nobility had grown increasingly formidable, while the royal family had dwindled, leading to a near lawlessness in the imperial city. How bold! To defy the authority of the Qin family, the guard roared, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Yet, what awaited him was a pair of abyssal eyes. Yunxi unleashed a punch, and the Qin family gate was utterly shattered, revealing the opulence within, intricate carvings and painted beams. As the guard attempted to retaliate, he found his cultivation dissipating uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Yunxi's power surged. Yunxi stepped into the Qin family, where 2 corpses lay outside. Someone dares to intrude upon my Qin family? Boldly, several individuals emerged, each possessing strength within the divine platform realm. Though they could not eliminate the Qin family outright, they would ensure that at least a generation of the Qin family was annihilated, starting with them. A smirk curled upon Yunxi's lips, revealing a devilish grin. In the next instant, the Xianhuang essence surged forth. Each punch could shatter mountains. Yet he continuously employed the insatiable devouring technique of the Taotie. He is a demon. Observing those around him transformed into corpses, they had never witnessed such an eerie technique. After slaying 20 disciples of the Qin family, Yunxi's cultivation soared to the second stage of the divine platform realm. Within him, the azure lotus at his dantian spun, rising and falling in the chaos. While a strand of Xianhuang essence split off, Yunxi could now wield 2 strands of Xianhuang essence at will. Who dares to provoke my Qin family? A furious roar emanated from deep within the Qin family, imbued with the might of a deity. A figure ascended toward the heavens. Yunxi appeared oblivious, unleashing a punch enveloped in 2 strands of Xianhuang essence. This punch twisted the very void, generating a sonic boom. The earth crumbled. Dozens of towering buildings collapsed into ruins, and over 30 lives were extinguished beneath this single strike. Qin Bing gazed at the youth before him, his murderous intent palpable, as if he would not rest until the Qin family was eradicated. What a ruthless child! Since it has come to this, you shall perish within the Qin family. The might of the divine realm could obscure the sun and moon, far surpassing Yunxi's cultivation. He struck out at the void, unleashing a boundless pressure that sought to crush Yunxi utterly. Yunxi looked up. The surrounding space was sealed, as if he had stepped into a quagmire. The techniques of the divine could easily obliterate him, and he felt the oppressive force threatening to shatter him into fragments. Yet, he awaited the elder divine king's intervention. A cold snort echoed from the void, transforming into a powerful sound wave that shattered all constraints. Above the Qin family, a resplendent throne materialized, radiant and golden, towering above all. The elder divine king emerged from the void, his 9th stage presence resonating, suppressing the entire Qin family. He cast a glance at Qin Bing, and, with a punch thrown from afar, the space shattered layer by layer. Seeing this, Qin Bing unleashed his qi of heaven and earth, a boundless force of brilliance. Chapter 27. The Qin family's annihilation, however, The vast and mighty chi of heaven and earth crumbled beneath the elder divine king's single strike. Why must I aid him? Qin Bing and his figure vanished from existence. The imperial capital trembled. All within the city knew that the elder divine king had emerged. The nine-star throne. By the heavens, the elder divine king of the Imperial Academy has not yet passed on. The Qin family is in grave peril. They have dared to provoke the elder divine king. The elder divine king, having quelled uprisings in the past and vanquished 9 ancient specters, remained severely injured yet had not succumbed to death. Gasps of astonishment echoed, especially among those from the Imperial Academy, who rushed forth to witness the elder divine king's grandeur. The Qin family fell into despair. Why had they drawn the ire of the elder divine king? Even outside of Fengsong Nation, the elder divine king was a formidable force. Though he had yet to ignite the divine flame, his power remained terrifying. With no concerns for his safety, Yunxi plunged into the fray as the structures of the Qin family crumbled. Spiritual energy erupted, Xianhuang essence exploded, and divine flames spread, turning the surroundings into a sea of fire. Though he was but a divine platform realm cultivator, beneath the divine calamity realm, he slaughtered as if he were exterminating mere dogs. Enough! A voice resonated within the ancestral home of the Qin family, equally imbued with age. Once again, a throne appeared above the Qin family, and an elder emerged from the void. For a mere necklace, the deaths of dozens of my Qin family members have been more than compensated. The elder of the Qin family, Qin Wuxing, a second-stage divine king, had also not ignited the divine flame. The Qin family members, who were bound by divine rules, could not intervene against divine beings. Those who oppose us shall face annihilation. The elder divine king declared, his voice resonating like a decree. Qin Wuxing's brow furrowed, clearly recognizing the elder divine king's determination to protect Yunxi. Yet, why did he extend such assistance to Yunxi? Was it merely due to a connection to a certain disciple? Let us join forces, an unidentified Qin family disciple proposed. Since the divine calamity and divine realm cannot intercede to suppress him, surely hundreds of those in the divine soul realm and thousands in the divine platform realm can eliminate a single divine platform cultivator? Yunxi charged forward, his wings unfurling as he activated the Kunpeng domain. All disciples approaching him felt their bodies grow heavy under the influence of the Kunpeng domain. Even those in the divine soul realm found their movements sluggish. Despite the overwhelming chi of heaven and earth, it was crushed beneath Yunxi's Xianhuang essence. He did not kill a single soul. Rather, he unleashed the formidable skill of the Taotie, devouring endlessly. To him, the realm of Shinpo was akin to slicing through vegetables, devoid of any pressure, as corpses fell one after another, while Yunxi's cultivation soared rapidly. No one could stand in his way. Witnessing the disciples collapsing, the elders of the Qin family bled internally, yet under the protection of the old Shenhuang. No one dared to utter a word. How could the Daozi be so powerful? They had provoked a god of slaughter. The members of the Imperial Academy were utterly astonished. Despite being merely at the Shintai realm, he slaughtered Shinpo like dogs. His cultivation also surged uncontrollably, ascending through the ranks of Shintai, from 3rd to 4th, and then to the 8th level. Such a phenomenal growth in power only deepened the despair of those opposing him. He was not merely a freak. He was decisive in his killing, radiating a murderous aura that made the heavens tremble. With each breakthrough in his minor realms, he refined the Qing Lian. And at the 8th level of Shintai, the Qing Lian emanated 8 strands of mysterious yellow aura, deftly utilized by Yunxi, the mother chi of all things. The old Shenhuang's eyes narrowed. This treasure had been obtained by Yunxi, something that the patriarch of the Futu clan had sought for decades without success. Yunxi emerged, drenched in blood, surveying the surroundings, and found no one below the Shinjie realm left standing. The Qin family was awash in blood, having suffered the loss of an entire generation. All the members of the Qin family fixed their gazes on Yunxi, yet with the old Shenhuang present, they could not act. Yunxi looked up at the Qin family Shenhuang, grinning widely. This smile was undeniably provocative. Qin Wuxing clenched his fists, yet today, with the old Shenhuang there, he could not strike. Otherwise, even with 1,000 lives, Yunxi would not leave the Qin family alive. Old dog of the Qin family, are you satisfied? Ha ha, usually. You bully others like this. Now, when I retaliate, is it really excessive? Yunxi looked at the Qin family members in the sky, each possessing the ability to annihilate him, yet unable to act. Watching your kin, your sons, fall one by one. Isn't that painful? You understand pain now? You are merely experiencing my feelings. Yunxi roared, his voice like thunder, yet with the old Shenhuang present, they dared not refute or retaliate. All eyes were fixed on that figure. Transformed into a god of slaughter, Amidst his boundless killing intent, one could perceive an unimaginable loneliness and despair. Alone, he had ventured into the Qin family, slaughtering 1,000 of the younger generation and severing an entire lineage. Sai gazed at him in disbelief. He had killed 1,000 members of the Qin family for a mere necklace. It was evident how significant that necklace was to Yunxi, yet he had given it to himself. Enough, depart now. Qin Wuxing suppressed his overwhelming rage. With the old Shenhuang present, he could neither act nor dare to act. Ha ha. Old dog, are you angry? Ha ha ha. Let us say you are angry. Yunxi laughed wildly, leaving the onlookers in a daze. He dared to call a god old dog. Despite the Shenhuang's esteemed status and lofty position, which ordinary folks would not even dream of challenging, the 1,000 members of the Qin family had perished. Even if the Qin family had 1,000 sins, they had been washed clean. You may leave now. Qin Wuxing again suppressed his furious wrath. The wrath of a Shenhuang could cause countless deaths, yet protected by the old Shenhuang. Even if his fury burned bright, he could not act. Leave. If you wish to depart so easily, allow me to escort you, Yunxi said to the Qin family's Shenhuang, drawing forth the formidable super barret. This weapon, now shimmering with a golden luster, sparked curiosity among the onlookers, for they had never seen such a peculiar armament. Quasi-imperial grade? Could it be that even the royal family lacks a weapon of this caliber? Yunxi calmly aimed the barret at the Qin family's Shenhuang. Such weaponry would be incomprehensible to the upper realm's cultivators. Moreover, he sought to catch them off guard. Though Qin Wuxing observed Yunxi directing that strange weapon at him, he paid it no mind. Good weapons require sufficient strength to unleash their true power, and evidently, Yunxi lacked that strength. How could a Shenhuang, endowed with unparalleled might, fear a mere Shintai? Yunxi, however, wished to test just how terrifying this super barret could be. He aimed it at Qin Wuxing and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The spring mechanism propelled the imperial-grade bullet instantaneously, a flash of golden light racing past. Yet, Yunxi still did not anticipate that the recoil from this shot was akin to the full force of a Shenjia's palm strike. Chapter 28. The Heaven Weeps for the Royal City. To enter the Shenjia realm, one must endure the heavenly tribulation, the power of the heavenly path seeks to obliterate. And those who withstand it attain Shenjia, with fewer than 2 in 10 succeeding. This overwhelming recoil caused Yunxi to cough up a mouthful of golden blood, launching him 100 meters away. However, with the rebirth capabilities of the Shinfeng, his recovery was comparable to that of some ancient sacred bodies. In just a few breaths, he was able to rise, looking up again. Even upon witnessing the bullet approach, the Qin family's Shenhuang felt no fear. How could a mere Shintai's concealed weapon concern a Shenhuang? There was no need to dodge, no need for fear, and certainly no need to care. The body of a Shenhuang is impervious to a myriad of weapons. Yet, at the moment the bullet drew near, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through him. Even possessing a quasi-imperial weapon, one cannot wield it effectively. Today's annihilation of the Qin family's lineage was already an act defying the heavens. The key was that he had, in this battle, ascended to the 8th level of Shintai. To call it against the heavens would not be an exaggeration. Many were struck with awe. Never had they heard of such a method to enhance one's cultivation. Even the legendary Taotie beast might face some taboos regarding this. The crux was that Yunxi, a Shintai, could slaughter the Shenpo as easily as if they were dogs. Who could resist such battle prowess among equals? Suddenly, someone noticed something amiss. Look, the old Shenhuang of the Qin family is silent. The crowd turned their gazes. The Qin family's Shenhuang hung his head, his throne slowly dissipating beneath him. The aura of the Qin family's Shenhuang was fading away. How is this possible? Countless voices gasped in shock as they saw the statue of the Qin family's ancestor within the ancestral courtyard, now marred with cracks. His life force was dissipating. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered above the Qin family, flashes of lightning illuminating the sky accompanied by a somber rumble. The fall of a Shenhuang elicited the weeping of the heavens. The heavens weep. The Qin family's Shenhuang has fallen. The sky above the Qin family has collapsed. The onlookers beheld the blood hole that had appeared at the center of Qin Wuxing's brow. As a Shenhuang, even if his heart were pierced, he would not perish. For there are various methods to prolong life. Yet, that bullet bore 2 kinds of divine fire. The flames of rebirth engulfed him, rendering him immortal and indestructible. Countless members of the Qin family wept. If Yunxi's earlier slaughter of the Qin family's younger generation had merely inflicted grievous wounds, the death of their Shenhuang ancestor had severed their very roots. Rain began to fall from the sky as Yunxi retracted the super barret and turned to leave. All parted to create a path for him. From this day forth, the Qin family would likely descend from nobility to an ordinary family. However, The Qin family's foundation was far stronger than that of an ordinary family. Yet, to restore their former glory, they would require the emergence of another Shenhuang. Today, the Daozi Yunxi of the Imperial Academy made a name for himself. With one man's strength, he brought ruin to the Qin family's lineage and, wielding a mysterious weapon, fell to Shenhuang. The Qin family mourned, while those who bore grievances against them pondered their thoughts. On this day, the Qin family closed its doors, no longer receiving any visitors. The old Shenhuang gazed at Yunxi, suddenly recalling how Yunxi claimed he could kill him, which had seemed a jest. Yet now he realized he truly possessed that capability. The slaying of a Shenhuang had not occurred in the Winsong nation for many years. Yunxi returned to the Imperial Academy, to his courtyard, and unveiled the delicate cloth, revealing the shattered necklace. A fragment of his soul has permanently dissipated. For 3 millennia, he has sought her, yet in this moment, he has severed the only lead. No one knows how many places he has searched over these 3,000 years. Upon hearing of a reincarnator's presence on Earth, he would hastily investigate. Each time he ventured forth with hope, he returned in despair. The necklace gifted to Tsai was chosen for 2 reasons. Tsai bore a striking resemblance to her, and as a princess of the empire, she was beyond reproach, ensuring the necklace's safety. Yet now it lay shattered, despite slaying 1,000 foes and advancing to the 8th tier of the divine realm. He felt not a shred of joy. He simply gazed at the necklace, lost in thought. In the heart of the imperial city, the regal architecture and splendid decorations vividly displayed the nobility of the royal family. Within the palace, Tsai sat upon a high platform. Today, she witnessed the battle against the Qin family. A single individual had slain an entire generation of them. Such prowess ignited within her a curiosity she had never felt before, an eagerness to know more. The scene replayed in her mind, and suddenly, a sharp pain gripped her head. Disjointed images flooded her consciousness. In one, a man and a woman, clad in dark attire, stealthily observed their enemies in the mountains at night. Nian Ruo, we shouldn't be here. This is Taiying Mountain. If we are caught stealing the golden silk little eagle, we might end up in hot oil. The man cautioned, yet the woman seemed oblivious to his words. You don't understand. The golden silk little eagle of Taiying Mountain is simply too adorable, she replied, her eyes sparkling as she fixated on a golden eagle soaring above the mountain's peak. The scene shifted to a dark and windy night, where the man carried the girl on his back, facing a throng of hundreds clad in black. You have harmed her. You shall pay with your lives, he declared, an aura of death surrounding him. Waves of images surged through Tsai's mind, causing her to clutch her head in agony. Princess, what troubles you? Please, summon a physician. Yunxi remained silent, carefully wrapping the necklace in a fine cloth. Upon losing his only source of hope, he found himself engulfed in confusion. After 3,000 years of searching, he had believed that ascending to this realm would lead him to her, yet he had lost even the faintest trace. In his bewilderment, he recalled Huangkai from years past. If only he could find Huangkai, there would still be a glimmer of connection. In the imperial city, the Qian family was in turmoil. Qian Wu was frantic upon learning that Qian Kuan had provoked none other than Yunxi, the one who had just annihilated an entire generation of the Qin family. He immediately recognized the gravity of their situation. Orders were dispatched. No member of the Qian family was to oppose Yunxi. Qian Kuan, prepare a generous gift and offer your apologies to Yunxi. Qian Wu glared at his disappointing son, wishing he could strike him down. Yunxi had just decimated the Qin family, and the Qian family, being even lesser in stature, could not afford to provoke him. Though Qian Kuan had been humiliated by Yunxi, witnessing the fate of the Qin family made him grateful for his survival, and he hurried to prepare an extravagant gift. The following day, Yunxi made his way to the Academy of Music, where he would formally begin teaching. Something felt amiss today. Previously, the students had been arrogant, quick to criticize anyone who arrived late. Yet today, each one arrived early, all present. Good morning, master. They all greeted in unison, a level of respect rarely shown even in the presence of their elders. Yunxi spotted Tsai, who appeared particularly haggard today. He nodded, having never been a teacher before. He was uncertain of his capabilities. The students seemed unusually obedient, their expressions serious and respectful. Had he not seen Tsai, he might have thought he had stumbled into the wrong place. For these students, none dared to act out. After all, just yesterday, Yunxi had single-handedly stormed the Qin family, a feat that most families here could not hope to rival. From today, I shall rigorously instruct you in the art of music. A master who channels music into the Tao can slay 1,000,000 with a single melody or save countless souls with another. I cannot claim that anyone among you will achieve such mastery, but I have witnessed it firsthand. Once, a single performance caused the stars to fall from the heavens. He recalled the legendary Fushi, an unparalleled force, wielding the Fushi zither alone at the celestial path on Earth, standing against otherworldly beings. A single melody capable of shaking the very stars. That scene was profoundly awe-inspiring, one person standing resolute against chaos. Our Academy's overall strength pales in comparison to that of other institutions. Thus, we must employ cunning. Music primarily targets the soul, which is inherently fragile, making it easier to triumph. Therefore, you need to cultivate your souls to better grasp rhythm. Starting today, you will train for 2 hours each afternoon in the Soul Refinement Tower. During the rest of the time, you will practice the chaotic soul melody, Feng Wu Jiu Tian. As he finished speaking, the students' faces turned ashen. The Soul Refinement Tower was terrifying enough for a mere quarter hour. 2 hours each day was unimaginable. Surely, 1 hour will leave us faint. They murmured, but upon seeing Yunxi's brow furrow and his gaze sharpen, they fell silent. Recalling yesterday's events when he had descended like a god of slaughter. I have been feeling rather irritable lately. When agitated, I tend toward violence. Do not provoke my displeasure. Yunxi warned, and even Princess Tsai fell silent, the rest acting like obedient children. He began to teach them the chaotic soul melody, Feng Wu Jiu Tian. This melody, the sacred tune of the Tianyin sect on Earth, could disrupt the souls of enemies, but it required a strong soul to perform. Otherwise, one could easily fall into chaos from the music. This piece required a group of 5 to execute. One would defend while the others attacked. I shall demonstrate for you, he announced, producing the Fushi zither. The requirements for Feng Wu Jiu Tian were exceedingly high. A moment's carelessness could lead to self-dissonance. However, Yunxi possessed the pure soul of the Tsanglong, impervious even to the blood-soaked chaos of the 10 Directions ambush, one of the 10 killing melodies. He did not refuse to teach his students the 10 Directions ambush, but their souls were too weak, should they attempt to play it. They would likely become lost in the river of blood and corpses, transformed into mere instruments of slaughter. As he plucked the strings, the sound of Feng Wu Jiu Tian filled the air, at times ethereal, at times clear. In the front row sat a student named Zhao Tong, who gradually became entranced by the music. His gaze turned dreamy, as if he beheld celestial maidens descending from the heavens, gliding towards him, captivating him with their grace. The others soon noticed Zhao Tong's peculiar behavior. He stood up, disrobed, and, with a dazed expression, embraced a male classmate, kissing him passionately. The melody abruptly ceased, and Zhao Tong snapped back to reality, his eyes widening in shock as he realized he had just kissed a boy. In a panic, he pushed the boy away, confused about how he had gone from kissing a celestial maiden to a male companion. He suddenly became acutely aware of the astonished gazes of over 100 peers fixed upon him. Zhao Gu, I never expected you to have such a taste. It seems that we men must learn to protect ourselves. Many were jeering, particularly that man, Zhang Yu, who had been kissed by Zhao Tong, now utterly discomposed. Zhao Tong, you rogue, what are you doing? Zhang Yu glared at him, and Zhao Tong suddenly recalled that ever since Yunxi began to play the zither, he had gradually lost himself, all due to the enchanting melody. It was the melody that had unsettled his very soul. Zhao Tong's expression was equally grim as he glanced at Yunxi. It was not just him. Others had also realized that this was indeed the effect of the zither's sound. Although Zhao Tong felt humiliated, he dared not express his anger. After all, Yunxi was the true god of slaughter. Today, I shall teach you the soul-stirring piece, Feng Wu Jiu Tian. When the time comes for the academy competition, you shall witness its power. I expect you to subdue the Martial Academy's disciples. A slight smile played on Yunxi's lips. The Martial Academy, being the foremost among the 8 academies of the empire, boasted many seasoned disciples at the pinnacle of the divine soul realm, which was the source of its formidable reputation. In contrast, only 5 from the Music Academy had even entered the divine soul realm. Furthermore, I require various rare treasures, preferably imperial-grade materials, supreme divine gold, exotic flora, and celestial herbs. You may leverage your connections to help me keep an eye out for these. Rest assured, I shall not treat you unfairly. Yunxi regarded the group before him, all of whom were either affluent or noble, far more capable of procuring materials comparable to divine gold than he was. Should he successfully refine the essence of the nine-eyed Xiongqi, his power would surge tremendously. Subsequently, Yunxi instructed them to head to the soul refining tower of the Imperial Academy, situated in a secluded area. Before the tower, many disciples sought entry. Oh, even Music Academy students dare to approach the soul refining tower? Are they seeking their doom? The Martial Academy disciple Qiao Shan observed the crowd from the Music Academy. Typically, Music Academy students would scarcely visit the tower throughout the year, for its terrifying nature was indeed unbearable for most. Has everyone arrived? You do not intend to suggest that you all wish to enter, do you? The soul refining tower can only accommodate 200 disciples at a time. If you all enter, what will become of us? If you know what is good for you, clear out. Don't linger here, you bunch of useless fools. Xiao Shan regarded the Music Academy students with evident disdain. In his eyes, they merely indulged in frivolities, relying on connections to gain entry into the Imperial Academy. Lacking any combat prowess. Among peers, they were widely recognized as the weakest. Chapter 30. The Soul Refining Tower. Faced with these provocations and insults, the expressions of the Music Academy students soured. Yet, even if the more than 100 of them banded together, they could not hope to defeat the 30-strong Martial Academy team. Hey, on what grounds do you speak ill of the Music Academy students? Kai stepped forward, her noble lineage apparent, prompting Xiao Shan to bow in respect. Your Highness, the Soul Refining Tower only allows those capable to remain within. You are well aware of the frailty of the Music Academy's constitution. Can you truly endure within? Xiao Shan continued to regard the Music Academy disciples with contempt. His provocation unmistakable. Kai, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words. Had it not been for her joining, the Music Academy would likely have boasted fewer than 30 members this year, compared to the hundreds or even thousands of students from other academies. They were indeed in a state of decline. What? Are you not willing to accept this? The Martial Academy is ready to accept your challenge. Xiao Shan had recently emerged from seclusion, having reached the 8th tier of the Divine Soul Realm, placing him among the top 30 of the Martial Academy, while the highest tier of the Music Academy barely reached the 6th, rendering them unable to compete. In an instant, the Martial Academy and the Music Academy stood at an impasse, with the Martial Academy clearly holding the upper hand. Not a single student from the Music Academy dared to step forth to confront Xiao Shan. Oh, you are quite impressive, a calm voice interjected as Yunxi approached. The disciples of the 8 academies gasped in unison, and the vast area fell into silence. Xiao Shan, having been in seclusion for days and unaware of Yunxi, sensed the shift in atmosphere and began to realize that Yunxi might be formidable. A mere divine platform realm? What? Do you intend to defend the Music Academy? I am curious to see what a small divine platform realm can accomplish. No sooner had Xiao Shan finished speaking than his cousin, Xiao Ji, felt a chill run down his spine, especially upon witnessing Yunxi's brows furrowing. He rushed over, delivering a sharp slap to Xiao Shan's face. Cousin, why did you hit me? Xiao Shan glared, while Xiao Ji, a 9th-tier disciple of the Martial Academy, was nearly among the top 10. This slap incited Xiao Shan's fury. Why did I hit you? I hit you for being reckless. If you seek death, do not drag me, nor the entire Qiao family down with you. After speaking, Xiao Ji slapped him again, leaving Xiao Shan's left cheek swollen. For the first time, he saw his cousin's eyes filled with murderous intent, as if he intended to eliminate him. Furthermore, it appeared that all the Martial Academy disciples regarded him with hostility. Step back, Martial Academy disciples, and make way for the Music Academy students, Xiao Ji commanded. To his surprise, over 30 Martial Academy disciples obediently retreated, clearing a path. Xiao Ji turned to Yunxi with a smile. Do you think I handled that well? Internally, Xiao Ji was immensely anxious. He had witnessed the scene with the Qin family, akin to a god of slaughter descending upon them. The Martial Academy disciples too had seen Yunxi's ferocity. They dared not utter a word, merely hoping he would not suddenly become enraged. Not bad, Yunxi nodded, not dwelling on the matter further. He then approached the entrance of the Soul Refining Tower, a structure capable of accommodating over 200 disciples simultaneously to refine their souls. Yunxi produced a quasi-imperial grade loudspeaker, causing the surrounding disciples to recoil. Following the alarming display of the quasi-imperial grade Super Barrett yesterday, he announced, I am Yunxi, the instructor of the Music Academy. You have 10 breaths to vacate the premises entirely. Otherwise, do not expect to emerge. The loudspeaker amplified his voice, echoing like thunder, causing the surrounding disciples to feel as if their eardrums might shatter, their ears ringing incessantly. Inside the Soul Refining Tower, what? The god of slaughter has arrived? The one who annihilated a generation of the Qin family? Who would dare provoke him? Figures erupted from the tower in a frenzy, and upon seeing Yunxi, they uttered not a single complaint. In fact, they felt that compared to the previous day, Yunxi's demeanor today was remarkably courteous, even notifying them in advance. Once everyone had exited the tower, Yunxi turned to the disciples of the 8 academies. From today forth, I shall require the Soul Refining Tower for 2 hours every afternoon. Anyone who disagrees may come seek me out. I must clarify, I can be rather irritable. As Yunxi surveyed the disciples of the 8 academies, each one nodded vigorously in response. Having decimated a generation of the Qin family, he was not merely irritable. He was a veritable madman, and a highly formidable one at that. Our instructor is so impressive. This scene filled the Music Academy students with exhilaration, with a single command. The disciples of the 8 academies dared not utter a word. In the past, they had been looked down upon wherever they went, a feeling they had never experienced before. Many Music Academy admirers gazed at Yunxi, their eyes sparkling with admiration. All right, let us proceed. Each of you must remain for 2 hours. Yunxi's gaze sharpened. And the Music Academy disciples, fearing disrespect, could only steel themselves and enter the soul-refining tower. This tower, unique to the Imperial Academy, housed the fires of the Earth's core, which, filtered through intricate formations, released only the subtle flames capable of scorching the soul. Upon entering the tower, invisible flames surged from all directions. These flames could sear the soul, and the pain inflicted was something ordinary individuals could scarcely endure. Zhao Tong clutched his head. Even at the edge of the soul-refining tower, not in the central area, the terrifying power was overwhelming, as if countless swords were relentlessly piercing through his soul. The soul, the most vulnerable aspect of a person's existence. The walking dead are but empty shells devoid of spirit. Only through a robust soul can one effectively control all, remaining impervious to the influence of melody. In this Lianhuan tower, Yunxi remains completely unaffected. With the pristine soul of the Zonglong, the flames here are mere child's play to him. Yet for others, it is akin to an instant descent into hell. Their souls seemingly torn apart by countless malevolent spirits. It hurts too much. I am going mad. Cries of agony reverberate, as many clutch their heads. Curling up in a pallid state, their eyes wide with terror, as if confronted by the most horrifying specter imaginable. Time drips by slowly. The disciples of the Lu Yuan also notice Yunxi, who, like an unperturbed soul, strides steadily toward the heart of the Lianhuan Tower. Only those with divine souls can withstand the core's torment. They watch as Yunxi sits cross-legged at the center, seemingly unfazed amidst the unending agony, prompting exclamations of disbelief. A mere Shintai realm cultivator remains unyielding at the tower's core. Is he even human? Yet, recalling Yunxi's slaughter of an entire generation of the Qin family, it does not seem so outrageous upon reflection. Chapter 31. Sunset in Yunxi feels the flames erupting from beneath, akin to molten lava, reminiscent of certain divine fires from Earth. It must be the Earth core fire, though he wonders if the Earth core flame has manifested within. He muses, recalling the Tianhua Zong from Earth, which possesses an unparalleled forbidden technique known as the Taishang Wen Shijian, astoundingly profound and established for over 3 millennia, yet no one has succeeded in its cultivation. This technique, rumored to have been acquired by the sect's founder from celestial ruins, was never mastered in his lifetime, leading to the founding of the sect in hopes that future disciples might succeed. After transcending the tribulation, this supreme forbidden technique faded into obscurity. Yunxi had surreptitiously glimpsed the Taishang Wen Shijian, which requires 5 ultimate fires of heaven and earth to form a formation. Once manifested, it could melt an entire starry expanse. Now, with 2 divine fires within him, if he could find the earth core flame, there may yet be a chance to cultivate the Taishang Wen Shijian. I should find an opportunity to explore, Yunxi murmurs. Teacher, Zhang Yu has fainted. Someone calls out, and Yunxi rushes over to find Zhang Yu's complexion turning a shade of purple, clearly having reached his limit. Yunxi quickly retrieves a silver needle and pierces it into a specific acupoint on Zhang Yu. After a few breaths, Zhang Yu opens his eyes, only to feel as if he has plunged back into hell, his mind crawling with vicious spirits relentlessly gnawing at him. Yet, he also senses his soul strengthening considerably under this crucible of fire. With this needle, you won't faint for the next 2 hours, Yunxi smirks, his smile resembling that of the king of hell to Zhang Yu. As time progresses, more individuals succumb to fainting spells, and Yunxi employs his medical skills to revive them. Only Tsai, under the torturous soul burning, experiences a pain that seems to tear her apart, her mind intermittently flashing with unfamiliar scenes of peculiar people and objects she has never encountered. Tsai, are you all right? Yunxi notices her distress. Although she endures the same fiery trial, her suffering appears more profound than that of others. The reason eludes him, rendering the situation even more perplexing. Tsai grits her teeth and shakes her head. Her fury at the destruction of the necklace she had given him, which was damaged, had driven her to confront the Qin family. Strictly speaking, she bears some responsibility for its destruction, and guilt weighs heavily on her, unwilling to burden Yunxi further. If it becomes unbearable, you may step out to rest, he suggests, feeling a pang of sympathy at her determined expression. Even a small indulgence would draw no censure. She shakes her head in silence, her thoughts consumed by the haunting visions that seem to rend her soul. Under Yunxi's guidance, the disciples of Lu Yuan finally endure 2 hours. At the moment the Lianhuan Tower's door swings open, the disciples are greeted with a sight of unparalleled beauty. Aside from Yunxi supporting Cai, the rest crawl out, their faces ashen. Outside, dusk has settled, and even the disciples of the Wu Yuan gasp in astonishment, likely hesitant to endure such a trial for 2 hours themselves. One by one, the disciples support each other, pallid and weary. As they make their way back to Lu Yuan, the disciples from the back 8 academies sigh in resignation. A powerful soul yields stronger spiritual techniques and divine abilities, alas. The students of Lu Yuan possess relatively low cultivation levels. Even if their techniques are formidable enough to challenge those of higher realms, they stand little chance against disciples of significantly superior cultivation. Each of you shall swallow a Yun soul pill to aid in your spiritual cultivation, Yunxi declares, tossing forth the pills, which float before each disciple. These are second-tier pills, and of the finest quality. How generous of our teacher. The second-tier pills may be easily purchased by these noble youths. Yet the premium-grade ones are a rare sight. Upon consuming the pills, each disciple feels their tortured souls rejuvenated, as if enveloped in ethereal clouds. Their souls are nourished, revealing a marked improvement compared to the previous day. Moreover, under the effects of the Yun soul pill, they regain peak condition. From now on, this will be our routine every afternoon, although I shall refine the pills for you. Each day, you must advance 10 steps toward the center of the Lianhuan Tower. If all goes well, in 2 months, the weakest among us will reach the pinnacle of the Shimpa realm. With diligent effort, it is not impossible to reach the Xinjia realm. For today, you may all return. Keep an eye on the matters I entrust to you. Dismissed. As Yunxi gazes at this group, he is reminded of his days as the headmaster at Qingdao Peak, where his disciples were endearing. Yet none survived to the end of time, leaving him to watch them fade away, one by one, buried behind Qingdao Peak. Since then, he has refrained from taking on any more disciples, wishing to avoid such sorrow. Cai, you seem off today. What is the matter? Yunxi observes her pale complexion from a distance. Even after taking the pills, she appears exhausted. It's nothing, Cai shakes her head. Very well, if something arises, please feel free to share, perhaps I can assist. Yunxi nods, respecting her wish for silence. Suddenly recalling that he has yet to thoroughly explore the imperial city, he decides to take a stroll. Changing into clean attire, he wanders through the grand imperial city. It must be said that this city is indeed vast. The largest city Yunxi had seen in the past was the capital, Chang'an, during its prime, a true testament to prosperity. He has yet to sample the delicacies of the upper realm and wonders how they compare to those of the lower realm. As he strolls through the imperial city, he spots an opulently decorated inn ahead, resplendent with intricate carvings and lavish embellishments. Sunset Inn, he muses, this establishment exudes sophistication. Approaching, however, he is halted by a gatekeeper. A sense of familiarity stirring within him regarding the gatekeeper's attire. This is not a place for you. The gatekeeper dismisses Yunxi with a glance, clearly perceiving that his attire falls short of the inn's standards. Oh, why do you obstruct me? Yunxi inquires. The Sunset Inn has a minimum consumption of 100,000 spirit coins. Do you believe you can afford such an expense? The gatekeeper's disdainful gaze reveals that 100,000 spirit coins is an amount that the average person earns in a year, making it unlikely they would spend it on a single meal. 100,000 spirit coins? Yunxi was taken aback. His monthly salary amounted to only 300,000 lingbai. It seemed that the mentors at the Imperial Academy could only afford 3 meals a day. Chapter 32. Disturbance. Was the salary of the mentors at the Imperial Academy low? No. On the contrary, the remuneration of the mentors was quite substantial. It was the exorbitant cost of living here that was truly daunting, likely due to the establishments frequented by the genuine nobility. 10,000 lingbai was merely a starting point. He was curious to see what this place had to offer. Yunxi produced a bronze lingbai card, which was worth at least 100,000 lingbai. Upon seeing the card, the guard, though still somewhat disdainful, did not impede Yunxi's entry. Upon stepping inside, he was struck by the opulence of the decor. Despite the high prices, the establishment was bustling with patrons clad in extravagant attire. Yunxi settled at a table in the corner and perused the menu. A dish called 8 Treasures Platter, featuring a fully grown octopus fox, simmered for 3 hours. Priced at 30,000 lingbai. Blood Soul Soup, crafted from the grass atop Blood Soul Mountain in the far west. Renowned for its exquisite flavor and reputed to revitalize a man's vigor, costing 50,000 lingbai. Li Roast. Using premium jade as fuel and snow cicada as the main ingredient from the Far East, offering a taste akin to a celestial realm, priced at 70,000 lingbai. Gazing at the exorbitant prices, Yunxi felt a twinge of reluctance to indulge. However, at this Sunset Inn, where expenditures began at 100,000, he could only afford to order a few dishes. "Boss, I would like 1 purple chi East comes and 1 Lihor roast," he requested, eager to discover what made this Sunset Inn exceptional. After a brief wait, 2 dishes were brought to him. Upon lifting the lid, a plume of purple vapor ascended, invigorating Yunxi instantly. Inside lay a fish adorned with 5 colored scales. He was uncertain of its species, yet it possessed the ability to devour anything, including toxins, allowing him to feast without concern. First, a snapshot for social media. Yunxi retrieved his phone and snapped a picture, only to remember the absence of signal. Sighing as he picked up his chopsticks to commence his meal. "Hey, make way." 3 individuals approached Yunxi, regarding him with evident disdain. "What is it?" Yunxi furrowed his brow, irritated by their interruption. "Today, Lord Jin has reserved the entire venue. I'll offer you 100,000 lingbai. Now leave," Zhuang Wujin sneered, observing Yunxi's plain attire. Clearly assuming he had saved for a long time to dine here, but this was not a place for him. "Interesting, I have paid. So why should I not dine here?" Yunxi's voice turned icy. Zhuang Wujin, possessing the cultivation of the 10th level of the Divine Soul realm, could kill him in less than 3 breaths. Offering you 100,000 to leave is already quite gracious. Now you must go. Zhuang Wujin, freshly returned from afar, anticipated ascending to a significant position within his family once he successfully transcended. He did not expect a mere divine platform cultivator to defy him so brazenly. Refusing to leave. "Then I shall make you," he threatened. Before he could finish, Yunxi raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Zhuang Wujin's left cheek, shattering much of his facial structure, causing it to swell and bleed profusely. Seeking death. To provoke here at the Sunset Inn is to challenge the esteemed Qian family. The innkeeper, witnessing the scene, realized that Zhuang Wujin was also a noble from the imperial city and that trouble here would result in consequences for him. Instantly, 7 or 8 guards from the Qian family appeared, 2 of whom were at the first stage of the divine tribulation realm, tasked with maintaining order. The Qian family? Yunxi suddenly recalled having recently exposed a Qian family disciple's misdeeds. He anticipated repercussions. However, with the presence of the old divine king, he felt no fear of any family within the imperial city. Even the Qian family must adhere to reason. "I am dining here. Why can he expel me when I cannot retaliate?" Yunxi remarked, occasionally glancing at the 2 divine tribulation cultivators, whose mere presence exerted considerable pressure on him. The disparity between the divine tribulation and divine soul realms was vast. While he could sweep through the latter, he could not contend with the former. Most divine soul cultivators failed to ascend during the tribulation, unable to reach the divine tribulation realm. Thus, the latter was significantly stronger. Currently, apart from his formidable Barrett, Yunxi lacked the means to slay a divine tribulation cultivator, yet he knew that if he needed to flee, no one could stop him. Reason? Here. My Qian family is the law. Kneel and apologize to Lord Jin. The innkeeper glared at Yunxi, who remained unmoved, clearly unwilling to comply. "Oh, a stubborn one. Beat him to a pulp," the innkeeper bellowed. At that moment, Yunxi suddenly moved, unleashing the Kunping domain. 8 strands of Xianhuang energy enveloped his fist, propelling it forward with tremendous force. The Xianhuang energy detonated, akin to mountains colliding, radiating an overwhelming heaviness. The nearby divine soul cultivators felt their senses diminish under the oppressive gravity, unable to react in time. With a single punch, he annihilated 3 peak divine soul cultivators from the Qian family, all within the Qian family's territory. "Everyone, attack." The innkeeper felt his scalp prickle as Yunxi unleashed such terrifying power despite being merely a divine platform cultivator. The 2 divine tribulation cultivators quickly regained their composure, one of them swinging a sword. The sword energy surged, slicing through the air with a domineering intent, devastating everything in its path. However, despite its swift speed, it was significantly diminished within the Kunping domain. Yunxi flared his wings, narrowly evading the sword arc. The arc exploded, wreaking havoc on the first floor of the Sunset Inn, destroying much of the structure. His speed was uncontainable, allowing him to swiftly reach Zhuang Wujin and seize him by the throat. "Let us converse calmly. Please, do not kill me," Zhuang Wujin gasped, realizing Yunxi was truly willing to take his life without a moment's hesitation. "Kill you? I harbor no interest in that. Your people cannot stop me," Yunxi declared, lifting him effortlessly before slamming him into the ground. The impact shattered the inn's robust blue bricks, leaving Zhuang Wujin with multiple broken bones, one arm twisted into an irregular shape. This scene left many onlookers gasping in disbelief. This was the territory of the Qian family. Usually, no one dared to cause trouble here, let alone assault another noble scion. The patrons, all affluent or noble, began to scrutinize Yunxi, narrowing their eyes as if recalling a familiar visage. Could it be the figure who attacked the Qin family a few days ago? His stature resembles that of the legendary killer. Whispers circulated among the crowd, as the image of the killer from the Qin family incident remained etched in their minds. Chapter 33. News of Imperial-level materials. The commotion within the inn drew the attention of the upper levels of the Sunset Inn, prompting Qian Kuan to descend from the third floor. What is happening? What on earth? Upon reaching the first floor, Qian Kuan was astonished to see the devastation. The innkeeper, upon seeing Qian Kuan, hurriedly approached, bowing and scraping. Young master, there is a disturbance at the Sunset Inn, but fear not, it will be resolved shortly, he said with a forced smile, hoping that a satisfactory resolution would please this young master and lead to his promotion. What are you waiting for? Dispose of him, the innkeeper commanded, pointing at Yunxi. Qian Kuan followed the direction of the finger and, upon seeing Yunxi, nearly lost his composure. Who the hell dares? You worthless fool. Are you trying to get me killed? Qian Kuan, who had initially intended to approach Yunxi with gifts in hand to apologize, found himself incensed by his subordinates' provocations. If one were to provoke discontent, they might find themselves at the mercy of the Qian family once more. With this thought, a swift slap landed squarely on the shopkeeper's face, knocking out several teeth and swelling his visage grotesquely. Only then did he turn to Yunxi with a smile. Daotie, your subordinates lack decorum. Someone, take this waste out and dispose of him. After Qian Kuan's command, two cultivators of the divine tribulation realm promptly dragged the shopkeeper away. This scene left many in astonishment. How could the son of the Qian family be so intimidated by a mere youth? I remember you. It seems you have not yet learned your lesson, Yunxi remarked, his brow furrowing as he recalled why the shopkeeper's attire seemed familiar. It belonged to this fellow's family. Qian Kuan, I am from the Zhao family. Quickly, kill this man. The Zhao family is willing to ally with the Qian family. Zhao Wujing coughed. Having lost several subordinates to Yunxi's single strike, and was now relying solely on the identity of the royal Zhao family. Take him out and dispose of him as well. Qian Kuan's expression shifted, sensing that everyone was scheming against him. After all, this was the god of death. Daotie, I apologize for interrupting your enjoyment. This is a token of compensation. Qian Kuan smiled as he produced a golden spirit currency card, which required at least 10 million spirit coins and assets to acquire. For Qian Kuan, it was a significant loss. Yunxi accepted the card without hesitation. He had originally intended to settle the grievances with the Qian family, but it appeared they were somewhat insightful. You are quite remarkable. Under normal circumstances, I would have visited the Qian family after such an incident. However, your actions have placed me in a bit of a quandary, Yunxi said to Qian Kuan, his tone indifferent. Upon hearing this, Qian Kuan grew increasingly anxious. It was a misunderstanding. Why not accompany me to the third floor of the Xiang Inn, where I can extend my hospitality? He offered, smiling affably. Yunxi had previously eradicated an entire generation of the Qin family for a mere necklace. The attempts by several subordinates of the Qian family to eliminate him seemed far more terrifying in comparison to the necklace. If Yunxi were to visit the Qin family, their fate would likely not differ from that of the Qin family. Very well, I came today simply to have a meal, Yunxi replied as he followed Qian Kuan to the third floor of the Xiang Inn. This floor was indeed extravagantly adorned, with beams of light streaming through and ethereal mist enveloping the space. Bring out the signature dishes of the establishment, Qian Kuan commanded. Upon seeing Yunxi's demeanor soften, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Daotie, should you have any requests in the future, do not hesitate to ask. Although the Qian family was considered only moderately influential among the nobility, they excelled in building relationships, understanding better than others the importance of befriending those with potential. Yunxi, indeed, was the most promising individual among them. Qian Kuan was aware that Yunxi hailed from the Wild City, where he had been a mere Shun Xian realm cultivator. In less than a month, he had ascended to the 8th level of the Shun Tai realm, becoming a veritable god of slaughter. As a disciple of the Imperial Academy, aligned with the old divine king, he possessed seemingly boundless potential. If they could forge a bond, the Qian family might soar to new heights in the future. Although the Qian family had many disciples, few could establish connections with someone as promising as Yunxi. Today, he seized the opportunity to cultivate a relationship with Yunxi, hoping to settle their grievances. Why are you so courteous today? Yunxi inquired, noting that Qian Kuan was significantly more subdued than the unruly son of the Qian family he once knew. Not at all. During the revelry in the royal city, misunderstandings arose. I, Qian Kuan, will self-punish with 3 cups, Qian Kuan declared, raising his cup and downing 3 in quick succession. Daotie, your talent is exceptional, and your combat prowess is unparalleled. If you do not mind, may I address you as boss? Qian Kuan tentatively suggested, observing Yunxi closely. Yunxi remained silent, pondering whether Qian Kuan truly intended to align himself with him. Should you wish to follow me, it is not impossible, but I have no need for useless friends. Yunxi replied slowly. I possess connections, wealth, and am well informed. There will undoubtedly be times when you find my resources useful, Qian Kuan eagerly asserted, sensing hope. Connections? I have the old divine king. I doubt I will require your connections. As for wealth, I am not currently in need. What of your information network? I seek knowledge of where to find imperial-grade materials or equally rare treasures. Do you possess such information? Yunxi expressed his desire to awaken the nine-eyed Qiongqi's ability, recognizing that it would be exceedingly difficult to locate imperial-grade materials on his own. Imperial-grade materials? Qian Kuan fell into deep contemplation, clearly troubled. If you choose not to share, then let this drink serve as your apology, Yunxi stated, downing a cup before preparing to leave. Seeing Yunxi's intent to depart, Qian Kuan grew anxious. Failing to establish a rapport with Yunxi today might result in a lost opportunity. Daozi, please wait. I have some information to share. Qian Kuan said with a serious expression, as if making a significant decision. Speak, Yunxi replied, returning to his seat, surprised that Qian Kuan genuinely had news of imperial-grade materials. Qian Kuan gestured, and a barrier was erected to prevent eavesdropping. 800 miles outside of Fengsangua, there lies a dry well that erupts with several quasi-king-level weapons every few days. There may be imperial-grade materials within. Qian Kuan's expression was grave as he continued. This matter is highly confidential. Even my father is unaware of it. How did you come by this information? Yunxi frowned. Qian Kuan produced a ring engraved with a skull. This is the disciples' ring of the Corpsine sect. One of their disciples was killed on the way to the dry well, and our Qian family's trading caravan inadvertently came into possession of it. The information comes from this ring. I had intended to auction it off in the black market, but since you, Yin Daozi, have crossed paths with me, I shall gift it to you. Yunxi accepted the ring, noticing that the other items had been confiscated by the Qian family, leaving only a map, which indicated the location of the dry well. Why does the Qian family not venture there themselves? Yunxi scrutinized him with piercing eyes. It is said that there are restrictions surrounding the dry well, which will likely open in about a month. Moreover, it is feared that disciples from the sect will also participate, Qian Kuan explained, as a mere businessman who preferred to avoid conflict and maximize profit. Nevertheless, today I offer this as a gesture of goodwill, Qian Kuan concluded. I will accept this ring. Yunxi remarked, casting a meaningful glance at Qian Kuan, who clearly knew how to navigate social dynamics. Such a crucial item was freely given. The ancient well, which could produce quasi-king level weapons, might also harbor other treasures, making this information invaluable. It appeared that Qian Kuan was genuinely sincere. Upon further reflection, having a noble family supporting him would certainly facilitate his endeavors. Where are the attendants? Shouldn't they be serving the boss? Qian Kuan also realized this, addressing Yunxi as boss without hesitation. This unspoken acknowledgement signified their budding friendship, the title rolling off the tongue with ease. Before long, an array of dishes worth tens of thousands of spirit coins each was presented. After finishing the meal, Yunxi felt his cultivation had significantly progressed, as many of the dishes were infused with abundant spiritual energy. With a few more such meals, he might very well break through to the 9th level of the Shintai realm. Exiting the Xiang Inn, Yunxi was in good spirits, now possessing the information regarding imperial-grade materials and eager to investigate further. He anticipated the involvement of sect disciples, but was uncertain whether the old Divine King's floating pagoda clan would also take part. As for the training at the academy, he could not keep a watchful eye on it indefinitely. Yunxi made his way towards the Imperial Academy, determined to visit the dry well, while also attending to matters on this side. Upon entering the academy, he noticed a little girl leisurely wandering about. However, Yunxi sensed a hint of danger emanating from her. Possessing an untainted divine soul, he was highly attuned to threats. Perhaps this girl was not an enemy, as the sense of danger was quite faint. The girl, too, curiously regarded Yunxi. Big brother, do you have any food? She asked, blinking her eyes inquisitively. The abundance of food at the Xiang Inn was overwhelming. Having forgotten to take his medicine, he packed some to take home. He crouched down and offered the food to a little girl. Oh wow. She gazed longingly at the food in Yunxi's hands, the enticing aroma and vibrant colors revealing her desire to take a bite. This is for you. Enjoy, Yunxi said. And without hesitation, the little girl grabbed it and began to munch. Take your time. I have matters to attend to, so I want to keep you company. Yunxi gently patted her head and turned to leave. The little girl watched his retreating figure, her innocent gaze gradually deepening into something profound. She glanced at the food in her hands and smiled as she continued to eat. The next day, Yunxi arrived at the Luyuan, where all the disciples awaited his arrival as usual. "Good morning, everyone," he greeted, and all stood to bow respectfully. Yunxi nodded, signaling for them to sit. "I have an important announcement to make. This morning, I will guide you in practicing the chaotic melody, Feng Wu Jiu Tian, and afterwards, I will be leaving for at least a month. During this month, you will practice the melody in the mornings and spend 2 hours in the soul refining tower in the afternoons. I will provide you with 2 months' worth of soul-nurturing pills for your spiritual training. Do not let me catch you slacking off. I have a bit of a temper," Yunxi warned. With a wave of his hand, a bottle of exquisite second-grade soul-nurturing pills floated in front of each student, sufficient for their 2 months of practice. "My goodness, each person receives a bottle of premium pills. What a generous gesture." The students marveled, realizing the value of just 1 bottle could be in the millions of spirit coins. They increasingly admired Yunxi, even though the encounter with the Qin family had left them somewhat wary of him. However, compared to the previous mentor, Yunxi was generous and willing to teach them supreme melodies, showing remarkable dedication. "Yunxi, where are you going for 2 months? What will happen to our academy?" Zhao Tong asked with a wry smile, concerned about their academy's vulnerability without Yunxi's presence. "I cannot disclose my destination for now. As for any disciples from the 8 academies bullying you, I will handle that," Yunxi replied. "Now, form groups of 5 and perform Feng Wu Jiu Tian." As if they had prearranged it, the students quickly organized themselves into groups and began to play. Yunxi stood by, correcting their mistakes to ensure they could meet his expectations over the next 2 months. At noon, Yunxi bid farewell to the disciples of the Luyuan. Standing at the entrance of the Imperial Music Academy, he turned and picked up a large trumpet of royal quality. "Today, Yunxi, will be away for 2 months. If I return and find my disciples have been bullied, I shall pay a visit," he declared loudly before leaving without a backward glance. With the Qin family as a cautionary tale, it was likely that no one would dare to challenge them, especially since he was known to follow through on his words. To the desolate lands of the extreme west, one must traverse the Beast Mountain Range, Yunxi murmured, to reach the far western part of Fengsong country. Achieving the realm of the divine platform in a short time would be impossible. He could only utilize the teleportation array in the royal city to jump between several cities. Not lingering any longer, his wings flared behind him, transforming into a streak of golden light. Within this golden radiance, a celestial phoenix appeared, its divine feathers shimmering brilliantly. The teleportation array in Fengsong country required 100,000 spirit coins for each use, a trivial amount for Yunxi. "There is still half an hour until the teleportation array opens," a guard informed him. During this wait, he suddenly noticed someone else also waiting for the array to activate. "Big brother, hello? We meet again." The little girl looked at Yunxi with her big, lively eyes, exuding cuteness. Were it not for Yunxi's pure soul, he might have been enchanted by her appearance. Surprised, Yunxi asked, "What are you doing here?" The little girl smiled. "I came out to play. Can big brother take Jingjing with him?" "Your name is Jingjing?" Yunxi inquired. The girl bounced up and down. Yes. Isn't it lovely?" Her twinkling eyes were so adorable that Yunxi felt a warmth in his heart. Yet, an intangible sense of danger lingered, as she seemed innocent yet somehow unsettling. Yunxi shook his head. "I am going to a faraway place and will be gone for a long time. It's dangerous there, so I cannot take you with me." He crouched down to pat her head. The little girl looked dejected. "But I want to go with you. I can take care of myself." Yunxi chuckled lightly. He was headed to a perilous location himself, so bringing a little girl along was out of the question. However, he observed as she slowly produced a golden spirit coin card and handed it to the guard at the teleportation array. "Guard brother, I want to go with him." She pointed at Yunxi, the golden card indicating a fortune of at least 10 million spirit coins. How could this little girl possess such a card? Was she perhaps the daughter of a noble who had run away? Regardless, where she intended to go was not his concern. Yet, it seemed she was quite attached to him. Half an hour later, the teleportation array was activated, and they arrived in Yen City. Yunxi needed to jump to several more cities, the next being Qing City, but the little girl insisted on accompanying him there as well. Yunxi crouched down. "Jingjing, why do you want to follow me?" The little girl beamed. "Big brother gave me food, so Jingjing wants to stay with him." Yunxi felt overwhelmed. How could he complete his mission with such a little girl in tow? However, she was determined to stay by his side. After several city jumps, they reached the border town of Fengsong country. Beyond this city lay the wilderness, leading to the Beast Mountain Range, and beyond that, the desolate sands. This town, named Beast City, had once been the site of a fierce battle against beasts from the mountain range, prompting the entire nation to resist. It was thereafter renamed Beast City. Is this a mercenary division? Yunxi observed the imposing structure ahead, resembling a heavy sword, emanating a sense of foreboding as people came and went. He knew a bit about mercenaries. They were akin to a professional organization hired for legitimate tasks like escorting supplies or hunting beasts, rarely embroiled in family feuds. Some mercenary groups also traded in rare materials for substantial profits. Curiosity piqued, Yunxi approached the mercenary hall. The spacious area was bustling with activity. Black Hawk Mercenary Group is recruiting. We need 2 companions at the Soul Realm to hunt a spirit leopard in the Beast Forest. A burly man was calling out. Seeing this, Yunxi thought that since he was heading to the Beast Mountain range anyway, he might as well join them. He approached the man. Hello. Is your mercenary group still recruiting? The burly man looked at Yunxi, noting his 8th tier in the Divine Platform realm, and frowned. Get lost. We're heading to the Beast Mountain range, not for play. Move aside. The man's hearty demeanor was not born of disdain. Rather, the perilous nature of the Beast Mountain range made him doubt his ability to protect Yunxi. He didn't want any burdens on their mission. Feeling dismissed, Yunxi had no choice but to accept the reality of his current abilities. He then sought out other mercenary groups heading to the Beast Mountain range. But they too turned him away upon noticing his Divine Platform status. It appeared he would have to establish his own mercenary group. Looking around, he spotted a registration service area in a corner and walked over. Inside, a beautiful woman greeted him, her presence quite pleasing. Greetings. What does it take to establish a mercenary group? Yunxi inquired. To create a mercenary group, one must first register as a mercenary and then spend 3,000 lingbai to register the group, came the reply. Registering as a mercenary requires 300 lingbai. The beauty smiled as she spoke. Yunxi nodded, spending 300 lingbai to secure his mercenary identity before returning to initiate the registration of his mercenary group. The beauty greeted him with a smile. May I ask what name you wish to bestow upon your mercenary group? After a moment of contemplation, Yunxi thought that as a leader of a mercenary group at the Shintai realm, it would be challenging to attract members. Thus, he sought a name that sounded formidable. Perhaps one that would draw more people. What is the largest mercenary group in Fengsan country, may I inquire? He asked. The largest mercenary group in Fengsan country is the Songhai Mercenary Group, she replied with a smile. It is classified as upper-tier Xian level, led by the formidable Seat Songhai, a deity-level expert, and boasts over 200 members. After some thought, Yunxi declared, Then, I would like a name for a mercenary group with over 100 members. Upon hearing this, the beauty appeared momentarily taken aback. Are you certain you wish to name your mercenary group a mercenary group of over 100 members? She asked, a mix of amusement and disbelief in her tone. Yes, please proceed, Yunxi affirmed, handing over a golden lingbai card. Many onlookers noticed the card, their gazes flickering with curiosity. A gold card? The beauty was clearly surprised that a Shintai realm individual possessed such a card. After processing 3,000 lingbai, she returned the card to Yunxi. Her eyes gleaming with intrigue as she asked, how many members will you be registering? 1. As the leader, Yunxi responded. Suddenly, Jingjing, who had been silent, interjected, No. It's 2. Team member Jingjing, I want to join the mercenary group of over 100 members. The beauty looked at Yunxi with confusion, to which he nodded. Feeling a bit exasperated, he needed to humor her for the moment and find an opportunity to send Jingjing back. After registering the details, the beauty provided Yunxi with a token, as well as one for Jingjing. This is a low-tier Huang level mercenary group. You can earn points by completing tasks, which can also enhance your group S rank, she explained. The token bore the engraving of a mercenary on one side and the title of a mercenary group of over 100 members on the other. Jingjing flashed a smile at Yunxi, saying, Hello, leader, Jingjing reports for duty. Yunxi regarded her, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He was uncertain of her noble origins, but she was undeniably adorable, albeit rather mischievous. Now that he was a formal mercenary, he could undertake tasks. Approaching the task board, he observed numerous missions marked in various colors, categorized into 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, each offering different points. His eyes were drawn to a purple mission: obtain a royal beast core, worth 3 million points. Glancing at the items available for point exchange, he was astonished to find a rare herb, blood crystal grass, priced at 1,500,000 points. Is this not the legendary herb that has become extinct on Earth? Does it truly exist? Yunxi gasped, recalling his journey to Palai Island in search of it, where he encountered a plethora of exotic flora, yet found none. This was a treasure of body refinement, a rarity of a millennium, now available for exchange with points. Celestial dew? 1,500,000 points? He continued, astonished. This too is an item long extinct on Earth, with mere drops being a rarity over a century. It is said to nurture celestial herbs. If I had celestial dew, could it help the seed I found in the Taxing Mountain germinate? After discovering that seed, he had exhausted every means to induce its sprouting, only to find that the soil on Earth was inadequate. Perhaps this celestial dew could provide the solution. Both items required 1,500,000 points, while a royal beast core could be exchanged for one. Yunxi contemplated whether he could enlist the help of the old divine king. A royal beast core belonged to a divine-level beast, a 7th-tier ferocious beast. In all of Fengshan country, only a handful of individuals could accomplish such a feat. He then examined the blue missions, which, in comparison to the purple ones, offered points in the thousands. For instance, slaying a divine-level ferocious beast yielded 50,000 points. As he scrolled down, he noted that the red missions offered only a few dozen points. Given my current strength, I should be able to manage the yellow missions. This one, hunting a spirit ape, offers 500 points, he decided, selecting a few missions that were conveniently located. He placed the mercenary badge on his chest and made his way outside. The moment he stepped out, he sensed numerous divine perceptions locking onto him. It seemed that after revealing his golden card, he had attracted their attention. Although Yunxi possessed the speed of the Tianpeng, he was concerned about Jingjing's safety. "Jingjing, would you please return to the royal city?" he said with a serious expression. The little girl, realizing the gravity of the situation, clung tightly to Yunxi's leg, exclaiming, "No. Jingjing doesn't want to go back alone. But Big Brother will encounter many dangers, and Jingjing will also be at risk," he replied. At that moment, he felt a terrifying aura erupt from Jingjing. Clenching her tiny fist, she declared, "Jingjing won't let Big Brother be bullied." Yunxi swallowed hard. Sensing the immense power contained within her small fist, a strong wave of impending danger washed over him. One punch from her could likely obliterate a divine calamity. "Who exactly is this little girl? Jingjing, where do you come from?" he asked, urging her to lower her fist, fearing that one blow could demolish the mercenary hall. "I don't know. I've always been with Grandpa Feng," she replied, her large eyes blinking innocently as she pouted. "Grandpa Feng? Could it be the old divine king, Feng Ho?" Yunxi pondered, astonished. The old divine king belonged to the sect of the floating pagoda. Could this girl possibly be his granddaughter? Yet, why does she possess such terrifying power at such a young age? "Yes, Grandpa Feng," Jingjing giggled. Yunxi even began to doubt his ability to defeat this little girl. "Let us proceed then," he said, feeling overwhelmed. Since this girl was with him, the old divine king must be aware of it. He even suspected that it was the old divine king who had instructed her to follow him. The two made their way towards the gates of Beast City. Marking Yunxi's first venture beyond familiar territory, he noticed many eyes observing him. Wealth should not be flaunted, he mused, recognizing the truth of the saying. Upon exiting the city gates, he glanced back at the towering city walls, which were significantly thicker and higher than those of ordinary cities, marked with numerous claw marks, clearly bearing the scars of numerous battles. He lifted Jingjing into his arms, and with a powerful flap of his wings, the cry of the Tianpeng echoed across the heavens as a silhouette of the Tianpeng ascended and descended around him, with shimmering divine feathers. A single flap of its wings conjured a tempest, and Yunxi transformed into a shadow of the Tianpeng, vanishing into the sky in an instant. He sped towards the Yaoshu mountain range, unaware that a figure clad in black also emerged from Beast City. This person's cultivation speed was likely unmatched even by the Holy Sun. If left unchecked, he would become a formidable adversary for me. Mingren. Guanxing unleashed his full speed at the 7th stage of Divine Calamity, surpassing Yunxi by a slight margin. Meanwhile, several mercenaries departed from Beast City, heading towards Yunxi's direction. A Shintai realm individual possessing millions of Lingbai would be a lucrative target, capable of alleviating years of struggle for any mercenary. As Yunxi sped forward, he soon beheld a mountain range ahead, where the aura of ferocity was palpable. Flying directly over would draw the attention of many formidable beasts. "Let us proceed on foot," Yunxi suggested, descending and gently guiding Jingjing into the mountains. His first impression was one of bloodshed and darkness. The mountain's edge was littered with skeletal remains. Jingjing pointed to the right and said, "Big brother, let us go this way." "Have you been here before?" Yunxi asked, astonished. Jingjing felt an undeniable urge for delicious food. Pointing decisively towards the right, Yunyue, having confirmed the glimmer of desire in her eyes, recognized that this was indeed the direction they should pursue, regardless of the path chosen. They had to traverse the mountain range. "All right, I shall lead you to find something to eat," Yunyue declared, taking Jingjing's hand and advancing toward the indicated direction. Suddenly, a four-eyed tiger leaped out, only to be obliterated by Yunyue's powerful punch. Beasts frequently charged forth, confirming that they were indeed in a realm forbidden to mortals. This was merely the periphery. Abruptly halting, Yunxi noticed a thick spider silk, akin to the diameter of an arm, beneath her feet. The viscous thread abruptly contracted with a violent force, dragging Yunxi deep into the darkness, where she became ensnared in a spider's web. A spider, colossal in size, approached, a third-tier divine beast, comparable to a formidable being in the realm of divine spirits. Flames of rebirth ignited around Yunxi, melting the web. Realizing the danger, the third-tier beast turned to flee, its massive form crashing through trees in its haste. With her fingers morphing into blades, Yunxi unleashed a stream of Xianhuang energy that coalesced into a devastating sword aura, cleaving the spider in two with a single stroke. Furrowing her brows, Yunxi noted that the demon beast mountain range spanned 800 miles, and they had encountered a third-tier beast after traversing nearly 10 miles. This suggested the possibility of seventh-tier king beasts lurking deeper within the mountains. Yunxi continued toward the direction Jingjing had indicated as twilight began to envelop the sky. Eventually, they arrived at the edge of a pond, where a flower blossomed at its center. Jihua, a treasure with the ability to nurture divine consciousness. Yunxi licked her lips in anticipation, only to witness Jingjing rush forward, snatching the Jihua and devouring it with abandon. Suddenly, the entire pond roiled violently, prompting Yunxi to seize Jingjing and take flight. A massive phoenix-tail serpent erupted from the water, its head adorned with the very Jihua they had just seen. With a thunderous roar, the serpent displayed its fury. Chapter 37, Slaying the Phoenix-tail Serpent. It possessed wings, and with a powerful flap, a sonic boom reverberated through the air. The serpent harbored lethal toxins within, moving faster than any other beast of its tier. Jingjing, could you not observe before harvesting? Yunxi glanced back to see countless trees toppling. The serpent, over 100 yards long, bore crimson eyes fixated on her as it charged with ferocity. Yunxi discerned that this was a fourth-tier divine beast, one that had transcended tribulation, rivaling the might of divine tribulation warriors. Furthermore, fierce beasts inherently possessed superior physiques compared to human cultivators, granting them formidable combat capabilities. Though a fourth-tier beast lacked the ability to speak like a fifth-tier beast, it possessed intelligence akin to that of a human. Radiating a brilliant golden light, Yunxi transformed into a celestial rock, her divine feathers shimmering as her speed reached its zenith, comparable to that of an early-stage divine tribulation warrior. Yet, the phoenix-tail serpent's speed surpassed hers significantly. Within a mere 30 yards, it opened its mouth and inhaled sharply, generating a tremendous suction that hindered Yunxi's momentum. Its tail swept through the air, a force strong enough to cleave mountains. 8 strands of Xianhuang energy emerged, representing the essence of all things, capable of transforming into myriad forms. Yunxi invoked the profound principles of the universe, as the azure lotus within her churned violently, the 8 strands of Xianhuang energy morphing accordingly. She recalled the principle of yielding to overcome strength, akin to the Tai Chi of Earth, where 4 ounces could deflect 1,000 pounds. Her hand seals shifted continuously, the 8 strands of Xianhuang energy intertwining to gradually form a Xianhuang Tai Chi diagram. As the serpent's tail struck, it collided with this Tai Chi diagram, sending ripples across its surface, absorbing much of the impact. In an instant, Yunxi felt the force of several mountains colliding with her, easily amounting to 500,000 pounds. Although the Tai Chi diagram remained unbroken, the residual force sent her hurtling backwards, akin to a cannonball, crashing deep into a nearby mountain. Coughing up blood, Yunxi felt as though her bones might shatter. The phoenix-tail serpent possessed 2 modes of attack: physical strikes and toxic venom. It opened its mouth, preparing to unleash a torrent of venom upon the mountain. The noxious fumes engulfed the peak, rapidly corroding it, while Yunxi soared into the sky. The serpent, witnessing this, inhaled deeply once more, attempting to ensnare Yunxi with its suction. Unbeknownst to the serpent, Yunxi transformed into a celestial rock, riding the force of suction directly into its maw. The creature had not anticipated such a bold move. Inside its stomach lay a pool of potent venom, the stench overwhelming Yunxi. Yet, for her, this toxic force represented an energy source, the more potent the toxin, the greater the cultivation that could be derived from its consumption. Outside, 2 groups of mercenaries arrived, discussing the merits of slaying the 4th-tier phoenix-tail serpent. If we can kill it, we stand to gain at least 5,000 points, remarked Taizhan, the leader of the Iron Tyrant mercenary group. However, they were not alone, as the giant elephant mercenary group, led by Xiang, a first-tier divine tribulation warrior, also sought the prize. Yunxi unleashed the gluttonous divine technique of infinite devouring, transforming the lethal toxins into cultivation energy. Though the majority would nourish the azure lotus, Yunxi's cultivation steadily ascended. The chaotic seed of the azure lotus within her dantian absorbed the energy from the venom, becoming increasingly mysterious as the divine fire within refined it day and night. Eventually, Yunxi broke through to the 9th stage of the divine platform realm, enhancing her strength exponentially. With the capabilities of the 10 fiends and the essence of all things, she felt equipped to confront early-stage divine tribulation adversaries. Even if she could not emerge victorious, she could retreat unscathed. She continued to consume the venom, utilizing the gluttonous divine technique for boundless growth, a key factor in her rapid cultivation. However, the azure lotus, an insatiable void, would absorb most of the energy until the phoenix tail serpent's stomach ran dry of toxins, leaving Yunxi a mere half-step away from the 10th stage of the divine platform realm. Only by truly stepping into the divine spirit realm would she be able to face divine tribulation warriors without feeling powerless. Exhaling deeply, Yunxi unleashed the flames of rebirth, engulfing the area in a sea of fire that rendered her impervious to death. The phoenix tail serpent screeched in agony, thrashing wildly, its tail sweeping through the mercenary groups, causing panic and retreat. The flames of rebirth were an unparalleled divine fire, rivaled only by the flames of the vermilion bird and the golden flames of the 3-legged golden crow. Even at the 9th stage of the divine platform realm, when exerting her full power, not even a divine tribulation warrior could withstand the intense heat of such divine flames. Just as the divine monarch of the Qin family dismissed a mere bullet, he too could not endure the divine fire and met his demise. Every inch of flesh recoiled in the embrace of the flames, subjected to the most extreme temperature imaginable. More terrifying still, the flames of rebirth would be difficult to extinguish unless Yunxi willed it. Eventually, the phoenix tail serpent succumbed, its life extinguished. How did it die? Taizhan pondered, suddenly struck by a new idea. Perhaps if we transport this serpent's corpse, we can complete a green mission, and our mercenary group would be elevated to a higher rank, along with a substantial increase in commission. Dead or alive, it won't be Yunxi who takes a step forward. A colossal silhouette of an elephant emerged, roaring to silence Taizhan. It has long been rumored that the leader of the Zhuxiang mercenary corps extracted the spiritual essence of a bone elephant, refining it day and night into a spiritual shadow of terrifying power. Taishan observed Lu Xiang's methods, his brow furrowing. With 2 mercenary groups vying to complete this task, it was unlikely they would relinquish their hold. He pondered the odds of victory in this battle. At that moment, the belly of the Feng Wei Shi split open, and Yunxi emerged from within. "Who are you, and how did you end up inside the Feng Wei Shi?" Lu Xiang inquired, taken aback by Yunxi's unusual entrance. Yunxi glanced ahead at the 2 teams, noting that the leaders were both formidable first-stage Shunjie realm practitioners. Although he had reached the 9th stage of the Shuntai realm, he felt uncertain against 2 first-stage Shunjie opponents. After ascending to the higher realm, he had once relied solely on his physical prowess to slay those in the Shunpa realm. However, despite his increased cultivation, his physical strength had not improved, making it difficult to contend with those in the Shunjie realm. Chapter 38. Encounter with Guanqing Yun. She surveyed his surroundings and flew towards a mountain that had been largely corroded, retrieving Jing from within and preparing to depart. He wished to avoid entanglement in the grievances of others. However, the 2 mercenary groups were intent on not letting him go. "Hey, did you not hear me? I'm asking you a question," Lu Shi pressed, his consciousness locking onto Yunxi. "I can answer your question," Yunxi replied, turning calmly to face Lu Shi. "I hail from a mercenary group of over 100 individuals, and my name is Yunxi. Who are you?" Yunxi's assertiveness left Lu Shi somewhat perplexed. He mused that mercenary groups with over 50 members were typically of the Xin level, and a group of more than 100 could likely rank in the top 10. Yet, he would never fathom that this group was merely a name. Furthermore, observing Yunxi's calm demeanor, it seemed that a mere individual of the Shuntai realm, daring to bring a young girl along, must possess a significant background. Yunxi exuded confidence, perhaps indicating that there were others from his mercenary group nearby. Otherwise, it was curious that a Shuntai realm practitioner would speak so boldly to a Shunjie realm opponent. "Which mercenary group do you belong to?" "It wouldn't happen to be the Songhai mercenary corps, would it?" Lu Shi's tone softened slightly, unable to decipher Yunxi's background and uncertain whether he had allies nearby. Given Yunxi's composure, he refrained from acting recklessly. "As I said, I come from a mercenary group of over 100 individuals. I am leaving now. The Feng Wei Shi is yours to claim, though it may not be very palatable," Yunxi stated, cradling Jing as he turned to leave. Lu Shi contemplated this for a moment, but chose not to obstruct him. Taishan shared similar thoughts. They were merely a Huang-level upper-tier mercenary group. Provoking a Xian-level group would lead to dire consequences, making it unnecessary to engage in a confrontation. Since everyone desires this Feng Wei Shi, let the battle commence. Whoever prevails may claim it, Yunxi declared, hearing the sound of spells erupting behind him, though it no longer concerned him. Jing pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Big brother. There are delicious things over there. Jing is hungry." Yunxi suddenly realized that she was indeed a little tyrant. He was curious, however, as to why Jing could sense the treasures of the monster beast mountain range. It was an extraordinary skill. Perhaps a treasure-seeking beast? This was the only conclusion Yunxi could draw, though he struggled to reconcile such a charming child with the notion of a treasure-seeking beast. It was more plausible that she possessed a unique constitution, for the higher realm was vast and full of wonders. As long as he was heading in the general direction indicated by Jing, he would navigate through the monster beast mountain range. 3 days passed, and he eventually spotted a cave from a distance. The cave stood 3 zhang high, and a deep, resonant breathing sound emanated from within. Jing indicated that this was the place where she desired to find something to eat. A wave of dread washed over Yunxi as he glanced at his little tyrant, who lay quietly in wait from afar. After nearly a day of anticipation, movement finally occurred. A colossal crocodile, towering 7 to 8 meters, emerged from the cave, its eyes as wide as copper bells. It crawled over the dirt, obscuring the entrance, and sauntered away leisurely. Now's my chance, Yunxi thought. As the giant crocodile vanished from sight, he dashed into the cave, holding Jing close. Inside, he discovered 4 eggs, each significantly larger than himself, adorned with intricate runes. They were undoubtedly extraordinary from birth. Without hesitation, he collected the 4 eggs into his ring, planning to brew a sumptuous broth later. However, this was not what Jing desired. She gazed deeper into the cave at 3 dull-colored stones. Ancient sure? Could it truly exist? Yunxi mused, recalling that this stone could shield one from all forms of spiritual detection. If only it had been available on Earth. He could have pilfered treasures without being discovered, avoiding many a narrow escape. Jing picked up a piece of ancient sure and began to gnaw on it, leaving Yunxi envious of her robust teeth, for such a material was harder than gold or iron. How could she consume it? Inside him, the Qinglian was also rapidly stirring, eager to devour the ancient sure. Brother Qinglian, you cannot consume this. It has great value. Please, show some restraint. Yunxi pleaded, genuinely fearing that Qinglian would forcibly absorb the ancient sure. This treasure was priceless, and it was scarce even in the higher realm. A stone capable of concealing one's spiritual presence was a fearsome asset to possess. Jing, you absolutely must not eat this, Yunxi urged, offering her a piece of ancient sure. Now only 2 remained, while she devoured the other. All right, Jing want to eat it, she said, her mouth watering at the sight of the stone. We must be off, Yunxi insisted, grasping the ancient sure as they swiftly exited the cave. If the giant crocodile returned, it would spell disaster. Where are you 2 headed? Guanqing inquired outside the cave, having initially planned to strike at the opportune moment. He had not anticipated that Yunxi and his companion would suddenly vanish without a trace. Even his spiritual sense could not detect them. He had witnessed Yunxi enter the cave, only for him to abruptly lose all perception. If he did not act quickly, he might lose his chance. The Minjian faction was indeed relentless. Yet, do you truly believe you still have a chance to retain me? Yunxi unfurled his wings gradually. The golden Tian Peng wings shimmering with an alluring luster, each feather dazzling and flawless. Although he was uncertain how Guanqing had concealed his spiritual sense and perception, today would be his day of reckoning. Guanqing smirked, brimming with confidence. At the 7th stage of Shunjia, he was poised to crush a mere Shun Tai realm practitioner, both in speed and strength. Let us see about that, Yunxi asserted, clutching Jing as he flapped his wings, transforming into the Tian Peng to take flight. Guanqing understood that Yunxi was no ordinary opponent and resolved to give him no opportunity to escape, forming hand seals with both hands. Hey Daikenmeng, he invoked, summoning the powers of the heavens and earth. Yunxi recognized that Guanqing was not merely employing a spiritual technique, but rather a divine ability capable of harnessing the forces of nature. The power unleashed by a Shunjia realm practitioner was horrifyingly immense. Countless black butterflies surged from the very fabric of the universe, enveloping Yunxi in a moment, completely obscuring him in a storm of dark wings. In an instant, the sky was filled with a sphere composed of innumerable black butterflies, with Yunxi trapped at its core. The butterflies frantically attacked, Yet within Yunxi, two types of divine flames erupted, expanding outward and incinerating the surrounding black butterflies entirely. Awakening divine flames, and two distinct types at that? Guanqing's eyes narrowed. A being like this must not be allowed to live. Chapter 39. The evolution of the exterminate immortal sword intent. Guanqing gripped a black iron rod and charged skyward. The method of striking with the heavenly staff, its tip, akin to a spear, caused the very earth to tremble and the mountains to quake. Yunxi was momentarily obstructed by the black butterfly, rendering escape nearly impossible. This strike, fearsome in its might, surpassed even the previous attack from the Fengwei Shi. Boasting a terrifying force of 600,000 pounds, Yunxi conjured the essence of Taiji, transforming 9 strands of mysterious yellow energy into a Taiji diagram, which he held aloft above his head. When Guanqing's staff struck the Taiji diagram, a significant portion of its power was mitigated, yet it remained dreadfully formidable. The recoil from the impact slammed Yunxi into the ground. Clutching tightly to Jing, his combat prowess diminished considerably with her presence. Guanqing's expression turned grave. He had expected this blow to be fatal, capable of vanquishing even those in the divine calamity realm, yet Yunxi merely sustained severe injuries. Observing Yunxi in the divine pit below, Guanqing felt a twinge of regret. Such a person, if allied with the Ming Ren, could undoubtedly ascend to a position of prominence. Conversely, as an adversary, he would be an exceptionally fearsome foe. Yunxi's bones were shattered under the weight of 600,000 pounds. However, he possessed the rebirth ability of the divine phoenix, making his demise far from imminent. His recovery capabilities rivaled those of ancient sacred bodies. Within mere breaths, his bones reconnected, and his wounds began to heal swiftly, gradually rising. He sensed Jing's fury in his embrace. Without hesitation, Guanqing charged at Yunxi, striking relentlessly with his staff, while Yunxi defended with the bronze coffin. Even so, many strikes landed upon him, causing him to feel as if he were amidst a turbulent sea. The overwhelming strength of a 7th-tier divine calamity realm was too potent, creating numerous deep pits in the surroundings, many of which were the result of Yunxi being struck. Yunxi's healing capabilities could not keep pace with Guanqing's onslaught. Desperation surged within Yunxi as he released Jing, transitioning to passive defense. Knowing that it was only a matter of time before he succumbed, the Kunpeng domain erupted, centering around him, establishing an area of 1,500 zhang, where gravity intensified 100-fold. With his wings spread to their utmost, this was his most arduous battle, with no mercy spared. A moonlit glow illuminated his eyes, casting silvery light across the expanse. Yunxi discerned his weakness lay in his throat. A deafening dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens, and in that moment, no external chaos could disturb him. The flames of rebirth ignited upon him, maximizing his healing. A black vortex materialized in his abdomen, voraciously consuming the spiritual energy and light from all directions. 9 strands of mysterious yellow energy surged forth, evolving into a peerless sword intent. Filling the air with the sound of countless swords, Guanqing beheld the monstrous figure of Yunxi, who, despite having been grievously injured multiple times, remained unyielding. Even with his spiritual power depleted, he continuously recovered at an astonishing rate. A monster, indeed, that was what he was. Determined not to allow Yunxi to survive, Guanqing, wielding his black iron staff, charged forward with reckless abandon, a level of fervor he had never shown even against opponents of equal rank. Yunxi transformed his fingers into swords, the 9 strands of mysterious yellow energy evolving into a dual sword intent, reminiscent of the legendary Zhu Xian sword formation of yore. With sword intent surging, he struck down with a blade. The sword energy rippled for 30 miles, a magnificent sword slicing through the air. This strike was destined to shake the heavens and make deities weep. Though not the true Zhu Xian sword intent, it nonetheless radiated formidable power. Should this strike remain unblocked, it would arrive too swiftly. Yet Guanqing chose not to defend. He had to eliminate Yunxi. Suddenly, the 100-fold gravity descended upon him, drastically reducing his speed. The staff, which should have landed squarely atop Yunxi's head, instead struck his shoulder due to the gravitational pull. Instantly, half of Yunxi's body was shattered, his arm broken, golden blood spilled forth, and he was grievously wounded once more. Having expended much of his healing ability, the flames of rebirth dimmed, making the prospect of recovering from such severe injuries increasingly daunting. In a desperate retaliation, Yunxi wielded his sword and severed Guanqing's right arm. Without divine-level recovery capabilities, Guanqing's arm could not regenerate on its own. Yunxi reattached his bones, the flames of rebirth flickering weakly, although endowed with the divine phoenix's abilities. Even recovery has its limits, and he had now reached that threshold, having sustained over 100 grievous injuries. He had relied on the divine phoenix's rebirth ability to recover, yet should he be injured once more, his life would be genuinely at risk. Why? Why do you not perish? How can you still be alive? Guanqing stared at Yunxi, who should have succumbed many times over, yet stood resilient despite his injuries. The heavens themselves seemed hesitant to claim his life. What right did he have to do so? Yunxi surged forward once more, unleashing his ability of infinite devouring, ravenously absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. The 9 strands of mysterious yellow energy evolved into the Zhu Xian's sword intent, unleashing another strike. This blow instantly drained Yunxi's spiritual power and bore the essence of divine flame. Across the vast expanse, the brilliance of this sword was all that could be seen. With Guanqing's arm severed, his combat strength plummeted, and in close combat, he was no match for Yunxi. Armed with the black iron staff, he barely managed to resist the oncoming sword attack, yet the sword energy enveloped him, threatening to consume him whole. He even witnessed the staff teetering on the brink of collapse after attempting to block the strike. In a final gambit, the black butterfly's remnants summoned forth a legion of black butterflies, each the size of a palm. As the butterflies descended, a thick fog enveloped the area, obscuring all light and visibility. Within this murky haze, Yunxi heard the anguished cries echoing from all directions, as if trapped in an endless hell. Evil spirits? The eerie cries reminded Yunxi of the malevolent spirits he encountered while exploring the remnants of the underworld on Earth. Beings infused with malevolence that left no chance of survival for the living who fell victim to them. Yet, for Yunxi in that moment, the malevolent spirits appeared starved for fresh blood, and Yunxi, brimming with vitality, became their target. Hundreds of evil spirits surged toward him, ravenously entering his body. And Yunxi's infinite devouring ability reached its zenith. Each spirit that entered him transformed into cultivation power, causing his strength to ascend steadily. Chapter 40. The Defeat of Guanqing. Why have my evil spirits lost control? Guanqing mused. Did they grow too eager? Once. This tactic had allowed him to annihilate 9th-tier divine calamity beings. Guanqing sneered. Evil spirits were the nemesis of all living beings, and once infected, they would drain the life force until the victim became a puddle of black water. However, as time passed, each spirit lost its connection. It was unnecessary to employ so many to devour a divine platform realm opponent. He retracted his spell, dispersing the thick black mist, only to see a figure seemingly reveling in the moment, who then turned to face Guanqing. Divine platform realm 10th tier? How can this be? The bizarre sight left Guanqing aghast. It was unheard of. Yunxi had consumed the evil spirits and advanced further in cultivation. Even the most fearsome of evil cultivators could not achieve such a feat. What manner of being are you? Guanqing, now grievously injured, found that Yunxi not only survived, but had ascended to the 10th tier of the divine platform realm. Thanks to you, I have broken through a minor boundary. Yunxi replied, a smirk gracing his lips, surrounded by 10 strands of primal essence. The azure lotus within him floated amid chaos, manifesting wondrous phenomena. Yunxi had reached the pinnacle of the divine platform realm, and beyond lay the realm of divine spirit. It is inconceivable that you can devour evil spirits. Guanqing gritted his teeth and directly ignited his cultivation. Even if he were to kill Yunxi, he would fall in rank, perhaps unable to return to his current realm. Yet, he must eliminate Yunxi. How could he not? A person capable of devouring even evil spirits has surpassed comprehension, if allowed to grow. Who knows what kind of monster he would become? Shifang Jimmy. Guanqing formed a hand seal, and within a radius of 10 miles, beams of annihilation light emerged, each capable of directly slaying those at the divine tribulation stage. Another divine ability. In an instant, Yunxi felt the heavens and earth around him rejecting him. He was unable to summon the spiritual energy from the surroundings, and thousands of black threads appeared, weaving into a dense net that severed all existence. As this net formed, it crazily contracted. Yunxi attempted to evolve the Zhu Xian sword array, swinging out a sword strike imbued with profound yellow sword energy. After severing the threads, they reconnected. He sought to transform the profound yellow energy into a Taiji diagram, but he was unable to withstand such a multitude. Without further thought, Yunxi retrieved a bronze coffin, lying directly inside and expertly closing the lid. At the moment the threads touched the coffin, they melted away. Is this a coffin? Guanqing was nearly spitting blood, unable to comprehend how Yunxi possessed so many cunning tricks. If that is the case, then do not emerge. Kicking Heaven's Rod Technique. Guanqing grasped a black iron rod in his left hand and shot into the sky, striking the bronze coffin from within. This strike bore the force of 700,000 pounds. Bang! The bronze coffin remained motionless. Yet the recoil force caused Yunxi to violently spit out a mouthful of golden blood. He hastily opened the lid, only to see a black iron rod descending towards his head. 10 strands of profound yellow energy evolved into a Taiji diagram, within which stars revolved and the Tao manifested. The Taiji diagram trembled, showing signs of fracturing under the impact of the rod. Although he managed to block it, the force sent Yunxi crashing downward, creating a pit several hundred feet deep. This time, Yunxi had lost his ability to recover and was hanging by a thread. Guanqing was also on the brink of exhaustion. Gasping for breath within the Shifeng Jimmy space, Yunxi found himself unable to summon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. However, he possessed a wealth of spiritual herbs. Although endowed with infinite devouring capabilities, Yunxi had prudently concocted some restorative elixirs, among which were top-tier third-grade pills. After consuming a few, he quickly regained a considerable amount of strength. 10 strands of profound yellow energy evolved the Zhu Xian sword array once more, draining spiritual energy. And he swung out a sword. In the vast sky, only this sword light remained. Guanqing, having burned his cultivation, was beginning to experience side effects. He had not anticipated that even in this state, he could not slay Yunxi. He produced a spiritual talisman, casting it forth, and a surge of teleportation power enveloped him. However, that sword shot upwards, severing Guanqing's head before he could teleport away. After killing Guanqing, Yunxi could finally absorb the surrounding spiritual power. He needed to recover swiftly, just in case. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled. A colossal creature was charging toward him. Oh no, it must be that giant crocodile. Yunxi suddenly remembered that this was the cave of the giant crocodile, which likely was not much weaker than Guanqing had been. Moreover, in his current state, he had no strength left to fight. The giant crocodile leaped high into the air, landing at the cave's entrance, where the previous cave had formed a deep pit. A thunderous roar erupted. Roar. The sound was like thunder, filled with boundless rage. It immediately spotted Yunxi beside the cave, and its tail came crashing down towards him, bearing an estimated weight of 700,000 pounds. It's over. Today is the day I perish. Yunxi struggled to manifest the profound yellow Taiji diagram, raising it above his head. However, the anticipated colossal force did not descend. That immensely thick tail was caught by a small hand. Jing. Yunxi was stunned, astonished at how such a tiny hand could withstand 700,000 pounds of weight. You shall not bully my big brother, Jing exclaimed, grasping the giant crocodile's tail and executing a shoulder throw. Bang! This created an even larger pit, and it was evident that Jing was filled with fury at that moment. She held the giant crocodile's tail, swinging it furiously before slamming it down again. This scene was so shocking that Yunxi was left dumbfounded. A being comparable to Guanqing was being effortlessly subdued by a little girl. How incredibly violent. Jing landed a punch on the giant crocodile's body, which was as solid as stone, causing it to cave in and its bones to fracture. Pained cries echoed until finally, Jing lifted the giant crocodile and hurled it into a mountain. Then, she looked at Yunxi with a pair of pitiable eyes. Big brother, are you alright? This appearance caused Yunxi to swallow hard. She seemed like an entirely different person from the violent Jing. I'm fine. Yunxi finally understood why the old god king had sent her to accompany him. She was indeed a powerful ally, regaining a significant amount of strength. Yunxi flew towards the giant crocodile in the mountain, still holding Jing. 10 strands of profound yellow energy evolved the Zhu Xian sword intent, piercing deep into the giant crocodile's chest. Chapter 41, Treasure Hunting. This was a 4th-tier divine beast. Even a single beast core could fetch a handsome price. However, Yunxi sought its cultivation. Placing a hand upon the giant crocodile, he unleashed the power of infinite devouring. The essence, energy, and spirit within the giant crocodile surged into Yunxi's body, visibly draining the crocodile until, within a few breaths, it became nothing more than a desiccated corpse. Yet, Yunxi did not break through to the divine soul realm. Instead, he stood at the pinnacle of the divine platform realm, having grown even stronger than before. Most of the devoured essence was absorbed by the Qinglian within him, and Yunxi was unaware of the true nature of this Qinglian. The chaotic seed of the Qinglian was one of the foremost anomalies of ancient times, and this Qinglian, increasingly mysterious, shimmered with brilliance, tempered by divine fire day and night. Perhaps one day, this Qinglian would emerge, sweeping across the realm. Jing, where shall we search for food now? With the Yinshin stone, a treasure for stealth. He could hide all information, As long as he was not discovered, he could go wherever he pleased. However, he still relied on Jingjing, the treasure-seeking beast, to uncover opportunities. He suspected that the old God King's unicorn spirit had been found with Jingjing's assistance. Upon hearing the mention of food, Jingjing's eyes widened like copper bells. After a moment of thought, she pointed to the left and led the way. Meanwhile, in the mercenary hall within Beast City, Taishan, accompanied by several members of the Taishan mercenary group, strode in confidently. Others sensed something amiss and turned to look at them. Did you accomplish some grand task? You're strutting around like you don't know anyone, other mercenaries teased. Taishan had been waiting for this remark. Everyone, take a good look. Taishan surveyed the surroundings and produced the corpse of a fourth-tier phoenix tail snake. The massive body occupied half the mercenary hall, instantly capturing everyone's attention. This is a fourth-tier high-grade divine beast. At the very least, one must be at the peak of the divine tribulation stage to slay it, right? They marveled. How could Taishan, with only the strength of the first stage of the divine tribulation, possibly kill this phoenix tail snake? Whether they believed it or not, the corpse was freshly slain, and it was indeed presented by Taishan. In an instant, many regarded him with a measure of wariness. After all, everyone had their secrets. And if Taishan truly had the capability to kill this phoenix tail snake, he must be treated with caution. Most people would spend their entire lives without stepping into the divine tribulation realm. Thus, Taishan, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, completed the mission and upgraded to a low-tier Xian-level mercenary group. Xuanji, a level attained only after years of relentless struggle by numerous mercenary groups. Iron Mountain, accompanied by a team of members, scrutinized various tasks on the mission board. One team member nudged Iron Mountain's shoulder, saying, "Boss, doesn't that newly registered mercenary group look somewhat familiar?" Iron Mountain turned to look, momentarily stunned. A mercenary group of over 100 members, led by Yunxi. At the Shintai realm? Wasn't this the same kid from a few days ago? Cursing under his breath, Iron Mountain realized he had been speculating about which mercenary group Yunxi belonged to, only to find out it was indeed a group of over 100 individuals. Who would choose such a peculiar name? He was determined to reclaim his honor. Within the Demon Beast Mountains, Yunxi and Jingjing sought treasures. When the sounds of battle gradually emerged ahead. "Captain, we should retreat. That four-winged sky tiger has evolved and is on par with the Shunjie realm. If we don't leave now, the Black Eagle mercenary group will be annihilated." The group encountered the mercenary band Yunxi had met upon entering the mercenary hall. Led by a burly man who had summoned several high-level Shun per realm warriors to slay the four-winged sky tiger, only to discover the intel was flawed. Retreat. The burly man was not reckless. With a commanding shout, 7 or 8 members withdrew immediately. However, the four-winged sky tiger lunged forward, roaring ferociously, unleashing a powerful gale that scattered the group and then charged at the burly man. It was over. He closed his eyes, fully aware the four-winged sky tiger had him in its sights, with no hope for survival. Just then, a sword aura traversed several miles, cleaving the airborne four-winged sky tiger in two. As they witnessed the once formidable beast fall, the mercenaries looked up in awe, where a golden streak of light materialized to reveal Yunxi, cradling a little girl in his arms. "Are you that young brother?" The burly man remembered turning down Yunxi, astonished that he had slain the newly evolved four-winged sky tiger with a single strike. "Do not pursue further. Ahead lie the four-step divine beasts." Yunxi nodded. He was merely passing through and had acted on impulse, not lingering any longer as he sped away. The Black Eagle mercenary group was left dumbfounded. A band of Shun per realm warriors had just been warned off by someone at the Shintai realm. Yet, recalling that astonishing strike, they felt no anger, thankfully. They had completed their task and would receive substantial rewards upon return. On his journey, Yunxi had dispatched 2 waves of mercenary groups, likely those who were after his golden card, but they had miscalculated by targeting him. With the purity of the Zonglong's divine soul enhancing his perception, he sensed several murderous intentions lurking nearby. Another wave? Yunxi muttered. Now, his power was mere moments away from the Shun per realm. He could contend with typical Shun Jie realm opponents, while he had yet to encounter anyone from the Shinling realm. The Nirvana flame within him blazed fiercely. More Shun per realm adversaries posed no threat unless they were the holy sons of the upper sect. The upper sect remained an elusive concept for the people of Fengsong Kingdom. The primary requirement for establishing an upper sect was the presence of a divine emperor capable of igniting divine fire. It was rumored that each holy son possessed extraordinary combat prowess, often challenging foes beyond their rank. Yunxi surmised that the previous tower, the one selecting the holy sons of the Floating Pagoda clan, required one to reach the 7th level to become a holy son. Although Yunxi not only reached the 7th level, but also annihilated all puppets within it, thus becoming a Taotie. Only he understood the tower's true terror. The Holy Sons were indeed gifted individuals. 8 individuals, 7 in the 8th tier of the Shunpa realm, and 1 in the 10th tier. Yunxi surveyed his surroundings, preferring to avoid conflict unless provoked. Jingjing indicated a location 10 miles ahead, where the vicinity contained no more divine beasts, likely the domain of some powerful creature. Proceeding cautiously, Yunxi was suddenly struck by a swift arrow. Isn't living well enough? With a swift gesture, he locked onto the 8 individuals around him, unleashing 8 strands of Xianhuang energy that manifested the intent of the extermination sword, cleaving through in all directions. A piercing sound echoed, devoid of any screams. As 8 heads fell, after dispatching that wave, Yunxi maintained a tranquil demeanor as he advanced. Chapter 42, Meteor Lion Griffin Now. Yunxi had spent nearly 10 days within the Demon Beast Mountains. Once he completed this task, he would traverse deeper into the mountains toward the ancient well, where his greatest opportunity awaited. The origins of the 10 ancient fiends. The first 6 could refine their essence upon reaching a certain realm, while the 7th required the consumption of imperial-grade materials for refinement. Yunxi eagerly anticipated the powers he would gain after refining the 9-eyed Yunxi. Armed with the hidden divine stone, he could remain undetected unless the beasts witnessed him directly, showcasing the stone's mysterious nature. One of the 10 wondrous stones. He was surprised to find it still existed in the upper realm. Stealthily approaching, he was greeted by an enchanting fragrance that refreshed the spirit. Jingjing, perched on Yunxi's back, blinked her large eyes excitedly. As they moved forward, they stumbled upon a small valley housing a fruit tree. Each leaf shimmered exquisitely, adorned with 3 fruits. Spirit-guiding fruit? Yunxi furrowed his brow. Indeed, it was a treasure, but one meant for divine beasts, not for him. The spirit-guiding fruit could enhance the intellect of beasts and even grant them a semblance of divinity. A divine beast possessing divinity could ignite divine fire upon reaching a certain realm, striving for loftier heights. Even the most mundane beasts could gain a spark of intelligence from a single bite. Yet, Yunxi had no intention of raising pets. This fruit held little value for him. However, he noticed Jingjing behind him, her face filled with yearning. Suddenly, a wave of heat washed over him, akin to a heavy breath. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a formidable beast atop a nearby peak. The 4-step divine beast, the meteor lion griffin, with its powerful wings, eagle-like head, and strong claws. It was indeed a pinnacle creature. Goodness, a peak 4-step divine beast? Yunxi swallowed hard. Having barely survived an encounter with a Shun Jie Tier 7 adversary, he now faced a being comparable to a Shun Jie Tier 10 creature. No. Yunxi turned and fled. The meteor lion griffin's piercing gaze locked onto him like 2 deadly swords. A single step forward would plunge him into a life-or-death scenario. The spirit-guiding fruit was precious to the divine beast, but of little use to him. Without a backward glance, Yunxi sprinted away. However, Jingjing began to cry behind him. This was the first time Yunxi had seen her cry. She hadn't cried, even in the face of the previous adversities. What's wrong, Jingjing? He inquired. I want to eat that. She whimpered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Yunxi felt overwhelmed. Why did she want the spirit-guiding fruit? Yet, with his current strength, he was utterly incapable of defeating the meteor lion griffin. I'm sorry, I cannot do it, he replied, still carrying Jingjing, as he turned to flee. The meteor lion griffin did not pursue, remaining in the valley to guard its treasured tree. Such a spirit-guiding fruit tree would undoubtedly stir up a tempest in the outside world. Big brother won't give Jingjing any? Jingjing lamented, I don't like Big Brother anymore. Her crying intensified. Amidst her sobs, Yunxi felt a wave of unique emotion, as if she held immense trust in him, and that trust was fading. Why does this mysterious girl trust me so deeply? Yunxi's mind raced, and at that moment, he abruptly halted. The Demon Beast Mountains were fraught with danger. She had accompanied him through it all, and how could he betray that trust? Banana, you pineapple. I have uprooted that wretched tree for you. Yunxi turned, unleashing the speed of the Tianpeng to its utmost, transforming into the shadow of the Tianpeng that floated in the void, appearing like a golden meteor streaking across the heavens. He shot towards the location of the Tongling Baoshu with resolute determination. On his back, Jingjing regarded Yunxi with curiosity, blinking her big eyes without a hint of fuss. She clung tightly to his shoulder, then nestled against his back, savoring the moment. Before long, Yunxi arrived once more at that place. The meteor griffin remained perched atop the mountain peak, its eyes opening, 2 gazes piercing like swords, sending chills through Yunxi's body. His limit of combat prowess, he estimated, could only match that of Guanqing, while the meteor griffin was at least 3 small realms stronger. The divine catastrophe realm presents significant disparities at every small realm, let alone 3. Yunxi reflected on the descriptions of the meteor griffin. It possessed 2 forms of attack. One was soundwave assault, and the other, the Shifang Xingyu Hual Yoxing, was its innate skill, characterized by astonishing speed. Without hesitation, Yunxi hurled a few specialized smoke bombs. Instantly, the valley was engulfed in smoke, which diminished perception. Without a second thought, Yunxi shot towards the Tonglingua tree. A deafening cry erupted, transforming into a sonic boom. The waves of sound unleashed a terrifying force that dispersed the smoke, causing the surrounding peaks to collapse. As the smoke cleared, Yunxi was nearing the Tonglingua tree when he saw a feather soar from the griffin. The feather radiated a brilliant light, shooting towards Yunxi like a falling star. Its speed unfathomable. Yunxi had no choice but to retract his hand that was reaching for the Tonglingua, unleashing 10 strands of Xianhuang energy that coalesced into the Xianhuang Taiji diagram, raising it above his head. The feather collided with the Taiji diagram, and that single strike was comparable to the full-force attack of Guanqing after he had burned his cultivation. With a resounding bang, Yunxi was sent flying back 1,000 zhong, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he gazed at the griffin above. It was overwhelmingly powerful. The smoke bombs were ineffective, scattered by the sound waves, leaving him no choice but to confront it head-on. With a powerful flap of his wings, he surged skyward, channeling the primordial essence of all things into the Zhuxian's sword intent, and struck out with a blade of energy. The sky for 10 miles shimmered with a radiant, fierce sword intent, cleaving through the air toward the meteor griffin. Yunxi had become adept at wielding the Zhuxian sword intent, renowned for its ability to vanquish immortals with its unparalleled sharpness. The meteor griffin sensed the blade's brilliance, releasing 3 feathers that transformed into 3 streaks of meteors plummeting downwards, shattering the sword energy upon impact. It did not linger in the sky any longer, but charged toward Yunxi. Its speed was such that, had Yunxi not possessed the divine skill of Wanchuan Qiushui, he would have been unable to perceive it. In the Kuanping domain, a space of 1,500 zhong erupted, unleashing a gravity 200 times greater. As the griffin entered the domain, its body suddenly sank. Caught off guard, in that instant, Yunxi unleashed another Xianhuang sword energy. The griffin reacted swiftly. The blade, meant to strike its chest, merely grazed past, leaving a wound from which blood flowed. The griffin was evidently enraged. This insignificant human had dared to harm it. Chapter 43. Slaying the griffin from the griffin. Countless feathers soared, floating in the air, each one flawless and radiant. The Shifang Xingyu Hual Yoxing. Yunxi's eyes widened. A single feather was comparable to Guanqing's full-force strike. And with thousands descending together, would it not obliterate everything in its vicinity? A terrifying aura enveloped the surroundings, sending shivers down Yunxi's spine. Such an attack was utterly monstrous. The sky was filled with feathers, each one sharp and dazzling, cascading down with a breathtaking ferocity, resembling a rain of meteors from the heavens. Spectacular, yet bearing the force of annihilation. Yunxi's breath quickened as he waved his hands, conjuring 2 types of divine flames that enveloped a 10 radius around him. He then produced a coffin, positioning it above his head, followed by forming the Xianhuang Taiji diagram with one hand raised high. The Kuanping comprehension was also compressed to a 10 range, surrounding him in a protective bubble. He swiftly retrieved a medicinal pill, cradling Jingjing in his arms. Executing these actions with remarkable speed, Jingjing gazed up at the scene, deeply imprinting Yunxi's figure in her memory. An endless rain of meteors descended, the sky swaying, the void fracturing. Yunxi swallowed the medicinal pill, feeling the Qinglian within him spin, maximizing the potential of his physical body and spiritual energy. He sensed an overwhelming sense of crisis, far beyond what Guanqing could instill in him. Countless meteors fell, the heavens swaying, the winds and clouds swirling in chaos. Many mercenary groups witnessed the calamity and fled in terror. It was as if disaster had struck. The mountains crumbled, the earth caved in, forming deep pits reminiscent of a battlefield ravaged by divine calamity. The surrounding space twisted, and in mere moments, tens of thousands of star feathers fell. This region suffered unprecedented devastation, the destructive power rivaling that of divine beings. As the dust settled, Yunxi lay bloodied in a deep pit, shielding the unharmed Jingjing in his embrace, while one of his arms was severely lacerated. At that moment, an extreme force relentlessly assaulted him, much of its power mitigated by the divine flames, striking against the bronze coffin, then the Taiji diagram, before ultimately impacting him. Layer upon layer of defenses reduced the force he bore to merely 30% of its original might. Even so, in just 10 breaths, he sustained injuries 100 times, each time relying on the nirvana flame to recover. The Taiji diagram shattered, the divine flames dimmed, his spiritual energy exhausted, and his flesh cracked. This was Yunxi's current state. However, he had endured the Shifang Xingyu Hualioxing. The cost was immense, as the meteor griffin, seeing that Yunxi had not perished, launched another volley of thousands of feathers, transforming into a rain of meteors. Defeating it was beyond his capabilities. Nevertheless, I refuse to believe you would destroy this precious tree. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Yunxi's eyes as he surveyed the devastation around him. Yet he also noticed the Tongling Baoshu, pristine and undamaged. Despite such indiscriminate attacks, it remained unscathed, indicating its immense significance to the griffin. Yunxi unleashed the Zhuxian sword intent, slicing outwards. His target was not the meteor griffin, but the Tongling Baoshu. This strike, if the griffin did not intervene, would surely destroy the treasure tree. With a mighty surge, the sword energy swept through the heavens, revealing unparalleled sharpness. Under the gaze of Wanchuan Xiushui, Yunxi perceived the griffin's vulnerability lay in its neck. The griffin, gazing at the cherished tree it had guarded for decades, did not hesitate to block the sword energy with its body, for the Tongling Baoshu represented its true weakness. Block. Let us see if you truly can. With a hand gesture, Yunxi initiated the Tianyin, not merely the incantation but the full manifestation of the technique. Yet, for Yunxi at this moment, it was exceedingly taxing. The force of chaos erupted, instantly transforming the sky into earth and the earth into sky. Everything in his vision began to overturn. Life morphed into the essence of death, and the Tongling Baoshu aged under the tumultuous force. The griffin, too, felt its meridians disrupted and blood flow reversed. Blood trickled from Yunxi's mouth. He could only barely sustain this divine technique for 10 breaths. However, the meteor griffin was far too powerful, and even under this divine ability, it did not die. It shielded itself in front of the spirit-nurturing treasure tree, with tens of thousands of feathers forming a protective barrier. To execute this divine ability, Yunxi had almost exhausted all of his spiritual energy. The griffin visibly aged, as if it had passed through countless years in an instant. Under the power of the reversal, the griffin fought back with all its strength, but in doing so, it revealed a flaw. Kuanping domain boom. Gravity erupted, reducing the griffin's perception hundreds of times over and making its resistance far more difficult. But even so, the griffin was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving Yunxi with only 3 breaths to attack. After 3 breaths, it would break free and unleash its full power without restraint. 3 breaths, I must kill it within 3 breaths. You want to protect it, that is your weakness. Yunxi raised his hand, and 10 strands of Xianhuang Qi shot into the sky, frantically evolving into the sword intent of slaying immortals. A sword formed from Xianhuang Qi, 1,000 zhang in length, slashed down in an instant. The sword energy surged for 20 li. Each strand of Xianhuang Qi weighed tens of millions of jin, and with this strike, the void distorted as a peerless sharpness covered the heavens and earth. The sky and earth dimmed, leaving only the blinding radiance of the sword. The griffin stubbornly continued to shield the spirit-nurturing treasure tree, refusing to retreat. This sword was too fast. It pierced through the starry feathers and struck the griffin's neck. After the sword strike, the world returned to silence. A deep sword scar appeared on the earth. The griffin fell, and the spirit-nurturing treasure tree it had protected was also sliced in half, leaving only one spirit fruit hanging from it. Yunxi gasped for breath. If the griffin hadn't been determined to protect the spirit-nurturing treasure tree from destruction, he truly wouldn't have been able to kill it. He was also fortunate that he and allowed the meteor griffin to unleash a second wave of starry feathers transforming into meteors. Otherwise, it would have been far too dangerous. He stored the corpse in his spatial ring. This meteor griffin was quite valuable. Exhausted, he picked up Jingjing and walked toward the spirit-nurturing treasure tree, plucking the fruit. Here, for you. Yunxi handed the spirit fruit to Jingjing. She hugged the fruit, looking up at Yunxi, who was covered in wounds. Rising on her tiptoes, she kissed Yunxi on the cheek. Her large eyes blinked as she looked at Yunxi, then at the spirit fruit in her arms. Thank you, big brother. Yunxi patted her head, picked her up, and headed deeper into the mountain range. At night, inside a cave, Yunxi had mostly recovered. With his current strength, crossing the demon beast mountain range would be extremely difficult. He had to break through to the divine soul realm. He took out the eggs of the giant crocodiles. Each egg bore unusual patterns, containing terrifying vitality. They looked absolutely delicious. Each egg was as large as a person, and finishing one would be quite a challenge. Yunxi directly took out the medicinal king cauldron, placing an egg inside to cook. He added a variety of medicinal herbs and plenty of seasonings. Before long, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Chapter 44. Divine Soul Realm. Yunxi cracked open the eggshell, and the aroma instantly exploded, filling the entire cave with the rich scent of egg. Jingjing, here is some for you. Yunxi cut off a large piece and handed it to Jingjing. But she shook her head, pointing instead at the spirit fruit she was holding. All right then, I'll eat it myself. Yunxi took a bite. The texture was absolutely amazing, and as soon as it entered his mouth, a surge of pure spiritual energy rushed through his limbs and bones. He had now reached the peak of the divine altar realm, just half a step away from entering the divine soul realm. Beside him, Jingjing also began nibbling on her spirit fruit. After consuming an entire egg, waves of vitality and spiritual energy flooded Yunxi's body. He quickly sat down in meditation. Most of the spiritual energy flowed into the green lotus within his body, but there was still an overwhelming surge of vitality and spiritual power. Infinite devour. The power of devouring erupted. The vitality and spiritual energy were all converted into cultivation, causing his level to climb rapidly, until he reached a certain critical point. Boom. The divine soul realm allowed one to draw upon the power of the world within the mountain and sea realm to empower oneself. And now, Yunxi had stepped into this realm. The radiance from the green lotus within his body intensified. In his dantian, chaos churned, with the green lotus floating within it. This time, no strands of primordial yellow mother chi separated from the chaos. However, Yunxi noticed that the current green lotus was different from before. The 10 traces of the 10 fierce beasts' origin power upon it now held a faint sense of vitality, a trace of life. And now, Yunxi could attempt to draw upon the power of the world. If he used the heaven-overturning seal again, it wouldn't drain all of his spiritual energy, as it had before. Feeling the changes in his body, he was far, far stronger than before. His spiritual energy had increased more than 100-fold, vast as an ocean. Even the green lotus within his body seemed increasingly mysterious. Within the chaos, colored lightning occasionally flashed, as if engaged in creation. This green lotus, it can't really be trying to create heaven and earth inside my body, can it? To give birth to a new world? Yunxi murmured, finding it almost unbelievable. What kind of terrifying ability was this? If Yunxi encountered the meteor griffin from before now, he probably wouldn't be as overwhelmed. A leap of a major realm meant the spiritual energy contained within his body was now over 100 times greater than before. Kunpeng domain. As Yunxi activated his domain, he suddenly realized that this time, the domain was different from before. It spanned 3,000 zhong, with 500 times gravity. More importantly, Yunxi saw within the domain 3 kunpengs embracing the sun and moon, battling all beings within the domain. Could it be that after reaching the divine soul realm, the 10 fierce beasts' origin power is refined anew? Has it evolved? Yunxi murmured. Each of the kunpengs in this domain likely possessed the strength of tens of millions of jin, comparable to a high-level divine tribulation. Suddenly, Yunxi sensed something unusual. He looked at Jingjing beside him and saw her curled up. Having finished the spirit fruit, she seemed different. She had fallen asleep, hugging her legs as she lay beside Yunxi. Her body flowed with an unusual luster, and strands of purple light flickered across her skin from time to time. Yunxi didn't know what was happening and could only wait. 2 days passed before Jingjing woke up. You seem to have grown. Yunxi looked at Jingjing. Though she was still a little girl, she was now a head taller than before. Moreover, her eyes had turned purple, with tiny specks of starlight flowing within them. Yunxi even felt that the power within her had surged significantly, surpassing even his understanding. Big brother, I smell something super delicious. Jingjing suddenly said this, causing Yunxi to nearly lose his balance. The last time they went after something like that, they almost lost their lives. But the direction Jingjing pointed toward was deep within the Demon Beast Mountain range, the very path Yunxi needed to take. Crossing it would lead to the Withered Well. Let us go? Yunxi picked up Jingjing and hurried toward that direction. Within the Imperial Academy every afternoon, heart-wrenching wails echoed from the soul-refining pagoda, so agonizing that even those outside found it unsettling. I don't know what the music department students are thinking. Instead of focusing on improving their cultivation, they come to the soul-refining pagoda to strengthen their souls all day. Yeah, if they don't raise their cultivation levels. What is the use of having strong souls? No matter how powerful their spiritual techniques are, a huge gap in cultivation makes it meaningless. Do they really think they can win with those broken instruments? The onlookers chatted idly, unaware that inside the soul-refining pagoda, not a single disciple remained at the edges. They had all moved significantly closer to the center. This was the goal Yunxi had set for them, to advance 10 steps toward the center each day. The closer they got to the center, the more terrifying the flames that scorched their souls became, especially for Tsai. The torment of having her soul scorched was compounded by flashes of memories she had never experienced, making her suffering far greater than that of the others. Even the royal physicians were at a loss, which drove her 108 brothers to despair. Great Prince, what brings you here? Dressed in yellow robes. An aura of nobility radiated from him, the presence of someone in a position of authority. Only someone who had long held a high position could possess such an aura. What? Can I come? The great prince, Kong Shan, looked at the academy guard who hung his head. His gaze alone made the guard dare not look up. The crown prince naturally arrived to provide protection, his voice tinged with a hint of tremor. Kong Shan made his way towards the academy, having heard that his sister had been in a poor state, and he wished to see her. Upon reaching the music institute, however, he found it utterly deserted. Stopping a passerby, he learned that they had gone to the soul refining tower. He waited at the entrance of the soul refining tower for a full hour before he finally witnessed the doors swing open. One by one, individuals emerged, adorned in colorful garments, supported by others, yet their faces were as pale as death, clearly having endured considerable suffering. Colorful garments? Kong Shan furrowed his brow. She was a royal jewel. How could she be subjected to such torment? Who allowed her to remain inside? Kong Shan demanded, for she was his only sister, and he could not bear to see her suffer. It was Master Yunxi, a disciple nearby, quickly explained, "This is the crown prince, who has a high chance of inheriting the throne." Yunxi? He has no right to bully my sister. Where is he? I shall give him a good thrashing. The crown prince's temper flared, his cultivation at the 8th level of divine tribulation radiating, carrying the aura of a superior, causing those around him to lower their heads in fear. Master Yun has gone out. He won't return for 2 months, a disciple from the academy said. Then I shall wait until he returns to teach him a lesson. Although Kong Shan had heard about Yunxi, he was merely at the divine platform realm, and the elder god king had some connections with the royal family. As long as it was not excessive, he would not intervene. Brother, it's all right. I wanted to go myself. Colorful garment immediately interjected, realizing that Yunxi, being at the divine platform realm, could not possibly contend with someone at the higher echelons of the divine tribulation. Chapter 45, Encountering the Royal Beast. However, it seemed that colorful garment could not dissuade the crown prince, and she felt a headache coming on. The battle between the crown prince and Yunxi soon spread, with many in the academy dissatisfied with Yunxi siding with the crown prince. Unbeknownst to them, Yunxi had already ventured deep into the Beast Mountain range. Here, danger lurked at every corner. Even though Yunxi possessed the invisibility stone, capable of shielding him from all beastly perception, he remained exceedingly cautious within the Beast Mountain range. He had witnessed a toad, its body of vibrant green and the size of a small hill, extend its tongue and swallow a winged beast comparable to the divine tribulation realm. He had seen a unicorn shatter a mountain with a single horn and had observed a firebird that spewed forth crimson flames, turning the land into a sea of fire. The depths of the Beast Mountain range were terrifying. Every time Yunxi traversed the territory of the beasts, he was exceedingly careful. Although he had stepped into the realm of the divine soul, the depths of the Beast Mountain range remained perilous. Yet, today was somewhat peculiar. Having traversed many areas, he encountered not a single beast. This phenomenon was undoubtedly abnormal. Yunxi grew even more cautious, speculating that he had entered the territory of a particular beast. And such an expansive territory likely surpassed that of a divine beast, reaching the level of a 6th-tier divine sovereign beast. If encountered, escape was the only option. There was no means to defeat it, let alone plunder its lair. The area Jingjing indicated was merely a dozen miles ahead, within a radius of 20 miles. Not a single beast was in sight. Yunxi murmured, this territory was too vast. Now that there were no beasts in sight, the closer he got, the more he felt an inexplicable pressure. After walking 50 miles, he still had not encountered a single beast in this precious territory deep within the mountain range. It was indeed strange to have traversed 50 miles without encountering any beasts. It was only after walking 100 miles that a terrifying pressure, accompanied by a rhythmic breathing sound, occasionally emerged. Could it be a royal beast? Yunxi murmured, a 7th-tier royal beast, akin to the pinnacle existence of a divine king. Yunxi could still vividly recall the overwhelming aura of the elder god king, which was utterly domineering. Wherever the divine king gazed, it was as if the land was his dominion, and all beings were his subjects. If he were to truly encounter a royal beast, it was likely that there would be no chance of survival. Jingjing also sensed the terrifying atmosphere. Otherwise, she would not be so well-behaved and dare not utter a word. Yunxi cautiously approached a mountain peak, the miraculous ability of the invisibility stone allowing him to evade all forms of detection. Moreover, every quarter of an hour, a terrifying divine sense swept across the nearby 100-mile radius. That was the path Yunxi must take. Upon reaching the summit of a mountain, he suddenly halted, fixating his gaze on a valley ahead where Zhi Jiao she lay sleeping, beside which there was a pool. An adult Zhi Jiao she? Yunxi gasped. This beast possessed a portion of dragon blood, ranking among the top-tier beasts of its kind. Furthermore, a Zhi Jiao she was a 4th-tier beast at birth and could reach the 7th tier upon maturity, rivaling a human divine king. The one before him was already an adult, the size of a small mountain, adorned with dual horns, and each scale shimmered with a spectrum of colors, exuding an aura of the wild. With each breath, an inexplicable pressure descended from all directions. This was a true royal beast, although it had not ignited divine fire. It was still an exceedingly terrifying existence. He had speculated that there would be royal beasts deep within the Beast Mountain range, yet he never expected to encounter one directly. Time was no longer on his side. He was unaware of the situation at the ancient well, and the longer he delayed, the more unforeseen changes could arise. That pool. Yunxi's eyes narrowed. The pool was filled with the heart's blood of the Zhi Jiao shi, used for the baptism of newborn Zhi Jiao shi. This pool of heart's blood was an invaluable treasure. If he could immerse himself in it, it would likely provide a substantial enhancement to his physical body. Even Jingjing beside him was filled with immense desire. This was a treasure for body refinement. It was likely the only one of its kind in the entire Beast Mountain range. Was the Zhi Jiao shi pregnant? Yunxi observed the pool. Such a pool would only be constructed when it was about to give birth to Zhi Jiao shi offspring. However, precisely because of this, Yunxi felt even more anxious. For the Zhi Jiao she was most prone to fury during this period. The wrath of a divine king could bury millions, and the anger of a royal beast could sink the earth for miles. Someone is approaching? Yunxi murmured. Did someone actually come to this place? Clutching the invisibility stone, Yunxi dared not move hastily. In the sky, 2 figures appeared, one old and one young, surveying all below. Ha ha ha, a treasure for body refinement. An adult Zhi Jiao shi. The youth laughed wildly, then gazed at the pool, licking his lips. The elder beside him, however, bore a grave expression, fixated intently on the Zhi Jiao shi below. Qing Lao, you are a heavenly great assassin of the underworld blade. I paid a fortune to summon you here. It should be no problem to delay for 3 incense sticks worth of time, right? The youth, named Lu Qing, appeared to be overflowing with vitality, suggesting an extraordinarily formidable physique, at least at the pinnacle of divine tribulation, making him one of the few prodigies Yunxi had ever encountered. At such a young age, he radiated with life force and likely had only been training for 20 years. Yunxi couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy, recalling that he had spent 9,000 years in the tribulation period. Within 3 incense sticks of time, you may proceed to that blood pool. The elder glanced at the pool of blood, and behind him, a throne subtly materialized. This was a heavenly great assassin, a being of divine king caliber. Merely his presence sent shivers down Yunxi's spine. The Zhi Jiao she also sensed the ill intentions of the two and immediately prepared for battle. Its eyes, each the size of a foot, glared at the approaching duo. Indeed, it possesses a trace of dragon blood, the elder remarked gravely, among royal beasts. This Zhi Jiao she belonged to the pinnacle existence. With a furious roar, the Zhi Jiao she unleashed a bellow that shattered the clouds above. The elder, wielding a wooden staff, took a step forward into the void. Heavenly cage, he declared, pointing his staff into the air. Instantly, countless vines unfurled from the tip of the wooden staff, spreading out in an overwhelming surge, swiftly ensnaring the Di Jiao shi. A force equivalent to billions of pounds twisted the surrounding space, causing the very fabric of heaven and earth to tremble. With a single pull, the elder and the Di Jiao she were thrust 40 miles away. A thunderous roar echoed as a heavenly assassin clashed with the Di Jiao shi, distorting the space and dimming the sky. The Di Jiao she was forcibly drawn away by the heavenly assassin, now 40 miles distant from the blood pool. Lu Qing approached the blood pool, eyeing the precious medicinal concoction within, licking his lips. Unbeknownst to him, Yunxi lingered in the distance, equally fixated on the treasure. Chapter 46. Battle of the Celestial Prodigies. This blood pool was unique within the entire monster Beast Mountain range, and it was uncertain how long the Di Jiao she had been refining itself to achieve such a scale. With the Di Jiao she entangled with the heavenly assassin, it could not return in the short term. I shall not miss the opportunity to refine this blood pool and compete with the Holy Sun. Lu Qing hesitated not, stepping directly into the blood pool. As the surging vitality rushed into his body, Yunxi, however, was filled with urgency. This was a rare treasure, no less valuable than the Bai Shui Jin Jing Chao. Perhaps even more so. Lu Qing had evidently employed some secret technique to enhance his absorption speed. Damn it, I must fight for what is mine. Yunxi gritted his teeth. He had spotted it first and would not yield. Lu Qing suddenly looked up, surprised to find another presence in this place. He knew that Feng Congguo was nearby, but the latter had only 3 unignited divine kings, and it seemed one had fallen recently. Unless they allied, they could not contend with the easily enraged Di Jiao Longxi. How could anyone be here? Yet, he saw Yunxi, whose anxious expression indicated that the blood pool was nearly drained by Lu Qing. A mere first-tier Shinpa could arrive here, accompanied by a little girl? Lu Qing's eyes widened. Had he not expended tremendous effort, he could never have ventured deep into the monster beast mountain range, let alone consume this pool of treasures. No matter what luck brought you here, you shall perish. Lu Qing pointed a finger, and a lotus flower materialized at his fingertip. Simultaneously, a lotus mark appeared on Yunxi's brow. This was a marking technique, allowing control over those of lesser cultivation. As soon as the mark appeared, it shattered violently. Yunxi possessed the pristine divine soul of the Tsang Long. Not even a divine emperor could subjugate him as a slave. Lu Qing frowned. This Shunpa seemed more formidable than anticipated, yet still not a cause for concern. As a prodigy of the upper sect, with a glimmer of hope to become the Holy Sun, he would not be daunted by a mere Shunpa practitioner. If I cannot control you, then I shall erase you. Lu Qing's voice bore a hint of tyranny. With his peak Xinjia cultivation and formidable physique, he could easily dispatch ordinary deities. Blood law summoning. Lu Qing formed a seal, conjuring a crimson halo before him. Within the halo existed a blood-colored realm, filled with countless roars of fury. A hellish, 3-headed dog erupted from the blood ring, fixating its gaze on the approaching Yunxi. Devour him, Lu Qing commanded. As one of the dog's heads exhaled flames, engulfing the front in a sea of fire. Playing with fire, are you? Nirvana flame. The temperature soared, enveloping Yunxi in a layer of nirvana flame, rendering the hellish dog's flames impotent. Moreover, upon entering the Shunpa realm, his 10 primal sources had undergone significant transformation, with a phantom divine phoenix swirling around him amidst the flames. Divine fire? Lu Qing's expression turned grave. This Shunpa possessed divine fire, a coveted treasure for countless cultivators. How can you possess such a thing? You are unworthy. Once more, he summoned another hellish 3-headed dog, and 2 of them lunged at Yunxi. Kuan Peng domain. With a resounding boom, the 500-fold gravity field erupted, slowing the movements of the 3-headed hellish dogs. Following this, the shadows of 3 Kuan Pengs appeared within the domain, each comparable to a high-tier Xinjia. The Kuan Pengs embraced the sun and moon, gliding through the starry seas, radiating brilliance as they collided with the 2 hellish dogs. Ancient adult Kuan Pengs could traverse the cosmos, battling celestial beasts, capable of swallowing entire star domains in a single gulp. Under the onslaught of the 3 Kuan Peng shadows, the 2 hellish dogs soon succumbed, ultimately perishing before Lu Qing. The Shunpa possesses such combat prowess, comparable to some holy sons? Could it be that he is indeed a hidden holy son of an upper sect? Lu Qing's expression hardened, no longer daring to underestimate him. Yunxi, too, wore a grave expression. This was evidently not merely the strength of the youth before him, but merely the tip of the iceberg. Regardless of who you are, your cultivation is far beneath mine. Even if you are a holy son, you shall die today. Lu Qing's murderous intent surged. He had paid a steep price for this opportunity and would not relinquish it to another, especially not with Yunxi's insufficient cultivation, which posed no threat. Even if he could challenge higher ranks, so could Lu Qing. Kill me? Just on your merit? Yunxi furrowed his brow, eager to test the prowess of a prodigy from the upper sect. 6 paths heavenly gate. Lu Qing formed a seal, and 6 luminous rings appeared around them, each housing a distinct realm, be it a blood-soaked sea of slaughter or a dark, corrosive land. Hellish hounds burst forth from the rings, followed by a swarm of unknown insects, and a blood cicada that emitted a deafening cry. Lastly, a butterfly emerged from the final ring, flapping its wings to conjure a tempest. This divine ability was a first for Yunxi. Lu Qing could summon beasts from these 6 realms, each terrifying and at the peak of Xinjia. Such a feat surpassed the capabilities of ordinary Xinjia practitioners by a wide margin. The sky was filled with swarming insects, charging hellish dogs, the cicada's cry, and the butterfly's gale. Yet, in Yunxi's eyes, it remained insufficient. Kuan Peng domain. The Kuan Peng domain instantly expanded 3,000 feet. And with the emergence of 500-fold gravity, the myriad flying insects began to plummet, and the hellish dogs moved sluggishly. Yunxi opened his mouth and let forth a deafening roar. His pristine divine soul erupted, resonating with a dragon's roar that silenced the blood cicada. Divine fire enveloped the scene as a divine phoenix soared from the flames, joined by 3 Kuan-Pungs that fought all entities within the domain. The divine phoenix charged toward the last butterfly, and amidst the tempest, flames erupted. The roar of the Zonglong, the clash of the Kuan-Pungs, and the rending of the divine phoenix shattered Lu Qing's techniques, causing the 6 rings of the 6 paths heavenly gate to crack and ultimately explode. The collapse of the techniques inflicted considerable backlash upon Lu Qing, yet he did not retreat, charging directly at Yunxi. His physical prowess was equally formidable. Having battled over a dozen peak 4th-tier beasts, a smirk curled at the corner of Yunxi's mouth. If he wished to engage him, he must step into his domain, where 3 Kuan-Pungs awaited. As Lu Qing entered the domain, his body immediately felt heavy, as the 3 Kuan-Pungs surged forth to engage him. Their combat techniques were among the oldest, and in an instant, Lu Qing found himself at a disadvantage. How could a Shunpa possess domain skills? Lu Qing was astonished. This was beyond comprehension. Chapter 47, My Youth Lost. He became increasingly certain that Yunxi was undoubtedly a hidden holy son of a certain upper sect. His combat strength far from ordinary. Yunxi paid no heed to Liu Qing's thoughts as 10 strands of Xianhuang Qi surged forth, manifesting the essence of the Zhuxian sword intent. And with a decisive swing, he unleashed a formidable strike. The primordial essence of all things? Liu Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Such essence, birthed from chaos, could only manifest in places of great peril, yet Yunxi wielded 10 strands of pure, untainted primordial essence. This strike was breathtaking, its brilliance so profound that even the heavens could not conceal its unparalleled sharpness. Even the elder, 40 miles away, felt the tremors of this sword intent. The blow was as vast as the ocean, an unstoppable force. Lu Qing immediately retreated from the Kuan-Pung domain, feeling considerably better. He then drew a bow and released 3 arrows in rapid succession. 3 arrows represented his utmost limit. With his strength, those arrows could slay any being at the pinnacle of the divine tribulation, and even severely wound a half-step deity. Time was of the essence. Yunxi had underestimated his own strength after entering the realm of divine spirit, which had increased at least 100-fold. Unless one was a true holy son, none could contend with him. He raised his hand once more, sending forth waves of sword energy that rent the firmament. Though insufficient to shake the divine realm, it was enough to annihilate those at the peak of divine tribulation. Liu Qing's expression darkened. He had not anticipated this battle to be so arduous. He produced an ancient shield, imbued with a sense of antiquity, adorned with flickering patterns, distinctly extraordinary. The sword energy struck the shield, causing it to gradually crack. Lu Qing spat forth a green bird, which soared toward Yunxi with alarming speed. This azure avian was exceptional. Wherever it passed, a chilling winter seemed to descend. Should it make contact, it would spell great trouble. Yunxi, enveloping himself in the Taiji diagram, braced for the incoming bird, unleashing divine fire in resistance. 2 types of divine fire? Is he a monster? Lu Qing murmured in disbelief. How could someone possess 2 forms of divine fire? Yet, Yunxi indeed bore both, causing the azure bird to disintegrate amidst the flames. If he could withstand this, what harm is there in granting you a chance? Lu Qing, gritting his teeth, produced a segment of bamboo crackling with thunderous energy. With a resounding boom, dark clouds gathered in the sky, illuminating with flashes of lightning. Lu Qing pointed, and a torrent of thunder descended upon Yunxi. Yunxi, contemplating the past failures of his tribulation, stood still in the void, quietly observing. Such arrogance? To rely solely on his physical form for resistance? Then perish. The thunderstorm unleashed, striking toward Yunxi with lethal intent. The first bolt crashed upon him, unleashing a terrifying force. This power was sufficient to obliterate those at the peak of divine tribulation. Yunxi had intended to experience the tribulation's taste, but now, endowed with boundless devouring capabilities, the bolt surged into his being, transforming into pure cultivation energy that coursed through his body and the Qinglian. Before Lu Qing, witnessing Yunxi amidst the thunderstorm, he sighed deeply. Such a person was undoubtedly of holy son caliber. Alas, he would surely perish today. The dark clouds dimmed, yet Lu Qing furrowed his brow, seeing no signs of Yunxi's grievous injury. Instead, within the storm, Yunxi's cultivation had surged considerably. What? He has not perished? As the thunder dissipated, Yunxi stood alight with arcs of electricity crackling around him. He sighed, realizing that he would no longer experience the joy of tribulation. "My youth is gone," he murmured. But this sight sent shivers down Liu Qing's spine. The current Yunxi had ascended to the pinnacle of the first tier of the divine spirit realm, his power significantly enhanced. A monster. He is indeed a monster. Liu Qing felt a chill. This thunder, capable of annihilating half-step deities, had been absorbed by Yunxi. Such a physique that could absorb thunder was rare, yet Yunxi seemed not to belong to that category. Now it was my turn. Yunxi raised his hand, fervently manifesting the Zhuxian sword intent, and with a swift motion, he unleashed another strike. This blow roared like the ocean, cleaving through the void. Liu Qing, gritting his teeth, drew a talisman and shattered it, summoning the power of space to escape from the scene. The strike landed on the ground, carving a profound chasm. Yunxi approached the blood pool, licking his lips as he embraced Jingjing and stepped into its depths. Upon entering the blood pool, an overwhelming surge of life force flooded into his body, invigorating every muscle, while Jingjing greedily absorbed the energy. This was a divine body refining elixir, an unparalleled creation found only in the depths of the monster beast mountain range. The heart's blood of a king beast was unfathomably potent. With boundless devouring, Yunxi fervently transformed all the life force, his physical body continually ascending. Cultivating the physical form became increasingly arduous as one progressed, yet the benefits of enhancement were significant. The stronger the body, the faster the recovery, and at the pinnacle, one could even withstand imperial artifacts barehanded. 91 refinements, 92 refinements. The energy contained within the heart's blood of the king beast exceeded Yunxi's expectations. Although most of the life force flowed into the Qinglian, it remained a rare boon. Beside him, Jingjing absorbed the energy, her eyes gradually taking on a glimmer of divinity. In the distance, the elder struggled against a ground-corner dragon lizard. Unable to escape despite sensing Liu Qing's retreat, ensnared by the frenzied beast. Under the boundless devouring, the blood pool visibly became transparent. 97 refinements, 98 refinements, 99 refinements. The blood pool was devoid of heart's blood. Unable to contain himself, Yunxi let out a triumphant roar, having reached 99 refinements. His physical body now rivaled those at the peak of divine tribulation. Yet, he could not achieve the 100th refinement. It was a monumental barrier. This single visit to the king beast's blood pool had proven invaluable. The enhancement surpassed his wildest dreams. He felt he could effortlessly shatter any being at the peak of divine tribulation with a single punch. However, he suspected that even without the Qinglian, he could not reach 100 refinements. His physique seemed to possess an unusual quality. Now, Yunxi was uncertain whether he could battle against deities. Yet within the realm of divine tribulation, he would face no rivals. The disparity between deities and divine tribulation was immense, akin to heaven and earth. Even 100 beings at the peak of divine tribulation could not shake a deity. Yet now, Yunxi had gained a modicum of self-preservation. This place is not safe for long. Seizing the opportunity, Yunxi cradled Jingjing and soared beyond the mountain range. With a powerful flap of his wings, his speed increased 100-fold. This was the might of the divine tribulation physique. A shadow of the celestial phoenix streaked across the sky, accelerating at unimaginable velocity. Behind him, a thunderous roar erupted. It was the furious cry of the ground-corner dragon lizard, leveling everything within a several dozen-mile radius. Chapter 48. Encountering the Holy Sun. Having gained immense fortune, Yunxi dared not linger. He charged ahead, sensing that Jingjing in his arms felt slightly heavier, as if she had grown a bit more. 20 days had passed since departing from Fengcang Kingdom, traversing most of the monster beast mountain range. He estimated that within a few days, he would reach the location marked on the map. This journey had proven remarkably fruitful. Even in the absence of imperial-grade materials, it was not in vain. He did not dare to fly continuously. The moment he entered the territory of the monster beasts, he would halt immediately. A few days later, Yunxi gazed ahead, estimating that he would cross the monster beast mountain range within a day. For the past few days, he had been relentlessly pursued by fifth-tier monster beasts without a moment's respite. He even encountered a golden insect, whose species he could not discern, capable of gnawing through gold and stone. Even his divine tribulation physique could be pierced. After being relentlessly pursued by that golden insect for an entire day, I encountered a flying fish, moving with astonishing speed and capable of unleashing sonic attacks. Shortly thereafter, I faced a formidable centipede with countless legs, which intermittently emerged from the ground to chase after Yunxi. Previously, I had also encountered a sixth-tier demon beast that spewed forth intense flames, nearly incinerating me. Only by employing every conceivable tactic was I able to escape. Were it not for my celestial speed, I would likely have met my demise. Yunxi wiped the wounds on his body, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Jingjing nestled contentedly on his back. We had reached the outskirts, where it was unlikely to encounter any fifth-tier demon beasts. This demon beast mountain range would spell doom for any being at the Shimpa realm, even for Yunxi. It was a harrowing escape. Jingjing had been of immense assistance, even managing to crush a fifth-tier demon beast with a single punch in a moment of peril. Though she quickly became exhausted thereafter, Yunxi realized that he still stood little chance against beings of the divine realm. Their strength far surpassed that of the Xinjia. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead. A woman, battered and bruised, was being chased by a six-winged insect, a peak fourth-tier demon beast. In this outer area, such a creature was already exceedingly powerful. Upon noticing Yunxi was merely at the first level of the Shimpa realm, she opted to flee in another direction. Wishing not to involve him, Yunxi, too, preferred to remain uninvolved, as his purpose here was solely to locate that dry well. Before long, a scream pierced the air. It seemed the woman had not escaped, for the six-winged insect loomed ahead, its gaping maw dripping with a viscous liquid. Yunxi sighed, reluctant to witness the demise of such a kind-hearted individual, especially since she had the opportunity to frame him but chose not to. A sword aura sliced through the air for miles, cleaving the six-winged insect in half. Just when despair should have consumed the woman, she realized her pursuer lay dead. And following the path of the sword aura, she spotted Yunxi, who stood calmly atop a branch, a little girl perched on his shoulder. Before the woman could express her gratitude, Yunxi vanished from her sight. He was now eager to press on, flying toward the edge of the outskirts. Gradually, the trees receded, giving way to an expanse of desert. This desolate wasteland was seldom traversed by people. Yet, Yunxi occasionally caught glimpses of figures soaring by, each possessing formidable cultivation. He made his way toward the far side of the desert, where the location of the dry well awaited him. He had no reason to doubt the information provided by Qian Kun, as his own abilities had already instilled fear in the aristocrats of Fengshan country. As he advanced, a city emerged in the distance. This was Baibao City, established specifically because the dry well within it erupted treasures every few decades. People from various nations guarded it each year. The city gates were manned by soldiers, who halted Yunxi's progress. To enter Baibao City, a fee of 10,000 spirit coins was required, the guard informed him. Without hesitation, Yunxi produced a golden card and swiped it for the sum. A golden card? The guards of Baibao City were taken aback. Such cards were not easily obtained and required significant backing. Upon entering the city, a myriad of trading venues appeared, alongside numerous stalls, many of which were manned by individuals clad in black, clearly wishing to conceal their identities. Yunxi approached a stall, inspecting the items displayed, but shook his head. His standards had risen too high for the ordinary wares to capture his interest. Eventually, he arrived at a stall marked with the words Ancient Well Treasures, and he paused. At first glance, the items were various arcane manuals and magical weapons. However, most were incomplete, save for one intact tome of spells, which paled in comparison to the Tiantianin. Rumor had it that the ancient well would erupt spectacularly in 3 days, and there were whispers of a holy sun from a major sect coming to seize the opportunity. Though its veracity was uncertain. Indeed, how could there be opportunities for people like us? The bustling street was alive with conversation regarding the ancient well, but Yunxi was not well versed in its details. The mention of a holy sun made his brow furrow. Even the previously cunning Lu Qing was not a holy sun, and the true holy suns must possess unfathomable strength. As he pondered, a chill washed over him, prompting many on the street to part ways. Look, it's the Shirin sect. The sect was notorious for its sinister practices, engaging in the cultivation of the dead. Yunxi observed a procession moving down the street, each member bizarrely carrying a coffin on their backs. The news of the ancient well had originated from a disciple of the Shirin sect's ring. It was said that this sect scoured the mountains and seas for corpses, particularly those of powerful individuals in life, to forge into puppets of immense combat prowess. The disciples of the Shirin sect bore an eerie demeanor, markedly different from ordinary folk, yet none dared to speak out. Among them, one disciple lifted his gaze slightly, fixing it upon Yunxi. Such potent vitality, he would make an excellent treasure corpse. The girl on his shoulder appeared equally intriguing. He licked his lips, his back laden with a jade coffin. Yunxi returned the gaze, a palpable pressure enveloping him. This individual, merely at the pinnacle of the Xinjia, instilled a primal fear within him, far surpassing the sensation Lu Qing had evoked. Moreover, he appeared to be nearing 20 years in age. A holy sun. This was Yunxi's initial reaction. Only a contemporary holy sun could exude such a terrifying aura. Although at the pinnacle of the Xinjia, he could easily overpower his peers. Big brother, he is so annoying, Jingjing pouted, clinging to Yunxi's neck. It's fine, I'll teach him a lesson, Yunxi jested, though his expression remained grave. As the members of the Shi sect departed, Yunxi did not linger, continuing his search for the dry well. The well was easy to locate. The city lay amidst the desert, devoid of spiritual energy, yet one area within emanated a potent aura, unmistakably the site of the dry well. Upon arrival, Yunxi discovered a vast open space, at the center of which stood the dry well. However, a barrier had been erected, preventing anyone from approaching within 300 yards. The well's mouth shimmered with radiant light, occasionally displaying ancient wonders and sparkling with gem-like brilliance. Many people sat cross-legged nearby, awaiting the well's next eruption. In the past, it had once released several kingly weapons, which were seized by the members of the major section say barrier. Now that was intriguing. Yunxi possessed the ability of 10 fiends looking at the moon, enabling him to breach all barriers. If he wished, he could step directly into the forbidden zone. Yet, he also sensed an overwhelming force permeating the barrier. The moment one entered, they would be obliterated. He resolved to wait for the internal power to weaken to a level he could safely traverse. Only when the energy dissipated would the barrier fall, allowing him to seize the opportunity before others. Yunxi also noticed the distant disciples of the Shi sect, each laying their coffins before them, drawing considerable attention. The Tianjin sect had arrived as well. It was said that each major sect selected 3 holy sons, and those arriving here were the weakest among the holy sons at the Xinjia level. Even the weakest holy son is someone we could never hope to rival, many lamented. Yunxi observed a group in the distance, each clad in azure garments, each bearing a sword on their back. The foremost among them wielded a violet sword, which, though still sheathed, emanated an unparalleled sharpness. This violet sword wielder was formidable. Shangzong Shengzi, indeed, is vastly different from ordinary individuals, perhaps due to a unique constitution or the favor of the heavens. Without extraordinary fortune, one cannot aspire to be such a being. The Shengzi of the Futuo clan has also arrived. This is remarkable, as the Futuo clan is a top-tier force within Shangzong. Yunxi glanced over, observing a procession of elegantly attired individuals in black, each holding a small tower, the Futuo Tower. Notably, the man at the forefront bore a striking star-shaped mark on his forehead, drawing considerable attention. The onlookers were utterly astonished. During the last eruption of the dry well, only 2 Shengzi had appeared, and now there were 3, with the possibility of a 4th arriving. The Futuo clan, Yunxi furrowed his brow. He had promised the old god king to confront the Futuo clan, yet his current strength was woefully inadequate, leaving him devoid of hope. A fragrant scent wafted through the air, and the crowd turned to see a group of women approaching, all veiled. The Liuli sect, unexpectedly making an appearance. Known for their ethereal beauty, just one of them could secure a blissful life. It was said that the Liuli sect's techniques allowed disciples to condense a Liuli jade platform in the divine platform realm. These women were all enchanting, and one, after surveying her surroundings, abruptly fixed her gaze upon Yunxi. Is it him? This woman was the one previously pursued by the 6-winged insect in the Demon Beast Mountain range, whom Yunxi had rescued. The last arriving group appeared relatively ordinary, yet they too were disciples of Shangzong. Rarely does one encounter disciples of Shangzong. Wherever they go, they are venerated. The Yunxi sect is rumored to possess a technique that can summon deities from the 6 paths of heaven. Indeed, how terrifying such power is. Yunxi spotted Lu Qing, who had been driven away in the Demon Beast Mountain range, walking in the 2nd row of this procession. The young man ahead of him was strikingly handsome, his vitality immense, akin to a primordial fierce bird, his physical form seemingly entering the realm of divinity. Upon noticing Yunxi's gaze, Lu Qing's expression shifted. This young man? Without a group? Not a Shengzi. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, the woman from the Liuli sect strode directly towards Yunxi. Even the people from Shangzong felt a twinge of desire. Every beauty among them was a rare gem, particularly those who practiced Liuli techniques, becoming even more exquisite. Once the woman settled beside Yunxi, all eyes converged upon him. He Qingqing, what are you doing? The Liuli sect members looked at He Qingqing's actions with confusion. After all, the Liuli sect is part of Shangzong, and many aspire to be associated with them. Yet, she chose to be close to a mere divine soul realm individual. He Qingqing ignored the doubts of her sect and the stares of others, choosing to sit beside Yunxi. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, as if adorned with stars, curiously observing him. Thank you, young master, she spoke softly, her voice ethereal, accompanied by a sweet fragrance that made Yunxi feel parched. No need for thanks, it was but a small effort, he replied, wishing to avoid the spotlight. However, Jingjing approached He Qingqing, linking arms with her. Sister, you are so beautiful. You smell so good, Jingjing exclaimed, even poking He Qingqing's cheek with her finger, her large eyes sparkling with life. Oh, what an adorable little sister. He Qingqing instantly took a liking to the charming young girl. The two, one large and one small, began to frolic together, leaving Yunxi in a state of bewilderment. They have become so close so quickly? He Qingqing glanced at Yunxi, pondering how someone could bring such a little girl into the demon beast mountain range. Observing the camaraderie between the two, Yunxi mused on the peculiar nature of women. Yet, He Qingqing bore no ill will, and he felt no inclination to intervene. If Jingjing was happy, that was even better, as it spared him from her occasional pestering. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd was left dumbfounded. The Liuli sect is known for its asceticism, with members of high standards. Why would they associate with a divine soul realm individual of no notable background? Only Lu Qing in the distance wore a grave expression. Realizing that Yunxi had grown significantly stronger, he doubted he could withstand several rounds against him. He Qingqing, return, commanded Luo Shangyin, the saintess of the Liuli sect, her gaze at He Qingqing suggesting that her actions were bringing shame to the sect. Although her reprimand was firm, her voice possessed an ethereal quality, imbued with an irresistible aura, as if her words were sacred. He Qingqing reluctantly glanced at Jingjing and then at Yunxi before returning to the Liuli sect's domain. Big brother, that sister is so beautiful. Shouldn't you marry her? Jingjing said with a grin, nearly causing Yunxi to spit blood. What nonsense is this, little one? Am I such a casual person? He lightly tapped her forehead, their conversation audibly reaching others, implying that even the Liuli sect's members were not worthy. The saintess of the Liuli sect frowned, regarding Yunxi. This individual was excessively presumptuous. Chapter 50. The Scarred Woman. One young master. Please speak with more respect, the saintess declared, her peak divine calamity power erupting, enveloped in radiant hues, a vast spiritual force sweeping in all directions. Though she was in the divine calamity realm, the spiritual force within her was 100-fold that of an ordinary peak divine calamity individual. This oppressive aura was enough to crush any counterpart within the divine calamity realm. Sister, let it go, He Qingqing immediately interjected, for Yunxi was her savior, and she wished to avoid conflict. Yunxi, too, sensed the fleeting aura. It was genuinely terrifying. Having spent considerable time on Earth, he had never encountered anyone of such formidable depth within the same realm. That sister is quite ugly, Jingjing remarked, staring at the saintess. This comment, rather innocuous, sent shivers down the spines of those present. Since the establishment of Baibao City, no one had dared to speak so boldly to the current saintess. This remark ignited Luo Shangyin's fury. To insult the saintess was tantamount to insulting the Liuli sect. As she waved her hand, a chill swept through the surroundings, and before the saintess, an ice flower began to take form, with crystalline petals shooting directly toward Jingjing. Wherever they passed, it felt as if winter had arrived, each petal capable of annihilating an ordinary peak divine calamity individual. How could you even consider harming a child? Yunxi's anger surged. As this crossed a line he could no longer tolerate. Gazing at the saintess, murderous intent surged within him. He manifested the essence of the exquisite sword, raising his hand to unleash a strike. For a fleeting moment, Baibao City was enveloped in a terrifying sword intent. A single swing shattered all the ice petals, and the sword energy surged directly toward the saintess. The saintess transformed her hands into a jade hue, raising them to block the sword energy. Yet she was forced to take a half step back. What is happening here? This scene left everyone in shock. A divine soul realm individual had forced the saintess to retreat. Such combat prowess was utterly daunting. All eyes turned to Yunxi. Even He Qingqing realized that she had underestimated Yunxi's terrifying capabilities. You possess the primordial essence of all things? Who are you? Luo Shangyin's expression darkened. Such a divine artifact was beyond the reach of even Yunxi. So how could it manifest in Yunxi? I am your father. What? Do you find it unacceptable? He retorted, incredulous that someone so refined could act so callously toward a little girl. This is what Shangzong represents. I consider it a disgrace. How dare you question my identity? Do you often behave this arrogantly? Yunxi's spiritual power surged within him. To threaten Jingjing was undoubtedly a challenge to his bottom line. Initially, due to He Qingqing, he had harbored a shred of goodwill toward the Liuli sect, but that goodwill had evaporated, replaced by aversion. You, the saintess, accustomed to admiration wherever she went, receiving royal receptions in every kingdom, had never been spoken to in such a manner. The people surrounding her, similarly, began to lose their admiration for the Liuli sect and their sense of reverence. After all, it was unreasonable for such a prestigious identity to target a mere young girl. Senior sister, do not act impulsively. It would be wise to settle the scores once we enter the Kujing region, a member of the Liuli sect hurriedly intervened. Aware that their sect could not afford to tarnish its reputation further, Luo Shangyin closed her eyes, recognizing that Yunxi's combat prowess was indeed exceedingly rare. Big brother, let's defeat this ugly creature, Jingjing declared angrily. However, Yunxi had previously cautioned her against recklessly unleashing the power within her, lest she weaken her own body. Otherwise, she would have truly wanted to strike with her fist. Luo Shangyin glanced at Jingjing but chose to remain silent, her inner killing intent intensifying. I'm sorry. It's all Qingqing's fault. Qingqing immediately apologized to Yunxi, not wishing for a conflict to arise between him and Luo Shangyin, as she had witnessed the latter's terrifying nature and was concerned for Yunxi's safety. There's no need for that. My grievances with her have nothing to do with you, Yunxi replied, harboring a modicum of affection for Qingqing. At that moment, a heavy aura approached, prompting everyone to look up. Could it be yet another saint child? In this area where spiritual energy was sparse, only 2 saint children would typically come to visit due to the presence of the Kujing. This year, however, 5 had already appeared, leaving everyone perplexed. Could there be some extraordinary transformation at play? The upper sect had a total of 3 generations of saint children, the Xinjia, the Xunling, and the Xinzuan. Those who ventured here were primarily from the Xinjia generation. Generally, encountering even one was a stroke of luck. But the arrival of so many was causing considerable pressure among the onlookers. A woman with a graceful figure approached, her physique rivaling that of even Luo Shangyin, possessing a perfect silhouette that captivated the heart. Yet, a scar marred her face, a ghastly mark that ran across her right cheek, rendering her countenance somewhat fearsome. Though she remained silent, she appeared deeply self-conscious and reluctant to raise her gaze. In that corner, her presence was as formidable as a beast of prey. Yunxi, with his pure divine soul, possessed an extraordinary perception, sensing the woman's insecurity, yet simultaneously detecting an overwhelming confidence emanating from her. The juxtaposition of her external self-doubt and internal strength was striking. With 3 days remaining until the restrictions dissipated, Yunxi felt no urgency, particularly as ascending to the divine soul realm became increasingly arduous. Even with infinite devouring capabilities, without opportunities, enhancing his cultivation would be a lengthy endeavor, especially with the insatiable Qinglian within him. However, for others, his pace was already remarkably swift. Jingjing glanced at the woman and sprinted toward her. Hello, big sister, she greeted. The woman looked up, a fierce killing intent momentarily radiating from her, but upon seeing the child, it dissipated, and she continued to lower her head in silence. Sister, can I play with you? Jingjing boldly took the woman's hand, only for the latter to instinctively retract her touch, unwilling to engage. Yunxi did not intervene, confident in Jingjing's ability to protect herself, and he could see that the woman was inherently kind, fearing she might inadvertently harm Jingjing. Big sister, let me tell you a story. Will you play with me? Jingjing settled beside her, beginning her tale, while Yunxi observed that the woman seemed apprehensive about conversing with anyone, perhaps due to her scar or for other reasons. Gradually, the woman started to glance at Jingjing with curiosity. Her scarred visage had often frightened children into tears. Yet this child sought her companionship. Yunxi remained seated in meditation, occasionally sensing probing spiritual consciousnesses attempting to investigate him. However, their inquiries were met with the impenetrable mist of his being. Chapter 51. The Art of Disguise. Yunxi examined the chaotic seed of Qinglian within him, where colorful lightning occasionally flickered, as if splitting the heavens. This Qinglian was increasingly enigmatic. Moreover, upon entering the divine soul realm, it was not the Qinglian that was being refined, but rather the 10 primal sources above it, rendering those sources even more mysterious. Activating his infinite devouring ability, he felt an urgent need to enhance his cultivation. Having ascended to the upper realm, he desired to seek out his former friends who had also transcended and to discover any means to locate the reincarnation of the woman he once loved. Yet, with the necklace shattered, the hope felt ever more elusive. Time passed, and Jingjing's voice echoed from a distance. Big brother, come quickly. I want to introduce you to my sister. Yunxi observed that Jingjing seemed to be enjoying herself with the scarred woman. As he approached, his presence caused the woman to recoil slightly. Get away, she said tersely, her voice imbued with formidable power sufficient to intimidate even a high-level Xinjia. But her intent was not malicious. She simply wished to avoid conversation with Yunxi. I came to find her, Yunxi replied with a smile, maintaining a calm demeanor as he moved closer to her side. Sister, big brother is really nice, Jingjing chimed, cuddling up to the woman, which softened her demeanor somewhat. Yunxi inquired, "What is your name?" The woman did not respond, appearing reluctant to engage. "Ugly creature, move aside," a burly man approached. Noticing the lack of space and becoming repulsed by the woman's face. This rugged man, a 9th-level Xinjia, would only be found in Baibao City, for without Xinjia cultivation, survival here was exceedingly challenging. The woman swiftly unleashed a palm strike, a mysterious pressure enveloping the surroundings. The burly man's eyes widened in horror as he glanced down to find a gaping void in his chest. His organs had vanished. With such ease, she had dispatched a high-level Xinjia, inducing gasps of astonishment from those present. Had she not been alone, one might have mistaken her for a saintess. Yet her scar instilled a sense of trepidation, leaving many to wonder what calamity she had endured. "You still haven't answered. What is your name?" Yunxi pressed once more, recognizing the woman's formidable power and the potential benefits of forging an alliance with her. "Sister, just tell Big Brother," Jingjing coaxed, her adorableness beginning to melt the woman's defenses. "Hi, Butterfly," the woman finally spoke, lifting her gaze to meet Yunxi's. "Hi, Butterfly, my name is Yunxi. Shall we be friends?" Yunxi extended his hand. However, Hi Butterfly neglected to respond, though she did not refuse, merely nodding slightly. "How did you acquire that scar?" Yunxi inquired, aware that ordinary remedies would be futile against such a wound. "It is none of your business," Hi Butterfly replied tersely. "I have a way to heal it," Yunxi asserted, prompting Hi Butterfly to suddenly raise her head, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a different light. She had traveled extensively, yet no renowned physician had ever claimed they could treat her scar. "If you are to toy with me, you will face death." Hi Butterfly's voice carried a hint of menace, revealing that this was a taboo subject for her. The scar was likely the result of some substance that had rendered her wound unhealable, and given the time elapsed, it had persisted for nearly 10 years. Yunxi's words caused Hi Butterfly to breathe rapidly, for he spoke the truth. 10 years ago marked the day she was harmed. Since then, her temperament had become volatile. Anyone who dared mock her faced her wrath. For 10 years, no one knew the torment she had endured. Once possessing a proud figure, an unblemished visage, and a revered status, she had fallen to such depths, unable to lift her head in public, afraid to speak, and on many occasions, contemplating ending her own life. Had it not been for her thirst for vengeance, she might have long departed from this world. "Why should I trust you?" Hi Butterfly's resolve wavered. "As you are a friend of Jingjing, you are therefore my friend as well." Yunxi gazed at her, for her heart was inherently kind, and she should not be reduced to such a ghastly state. However, to rid herself of this affliction, she required a specific medicinal herb. Was it merely for the sake of friendship? She felt a twinge of doubt, devoid of monetary motivation or any expectation of reward. In her time in Shindu, she had never encountered such a person. Friendship? How extravagant it seemed to her. "I cannot directly remove your scar at this moment due to the lack of a necessary herb, but I can assist you in altering your appearance. Would you like to give it a try?" Yunxi recalled one of the 4 great arts of Earth, the art of makeup. After all, even the most unattractive woman could transform into a vision of beauty with makeup, let alone this Hei Dai, who already possessed an alluring figure that stirred the imagination. Moreover, her features were already exquisite. It was merely the scar that drew attention. Yunxi produced a box filled with various bottles and jars, leaving Hei Dai in a state of perplexity. "What is this?" she inquired. "These are cosmetics, rather expensive." "Now hold still." Yunxi, having once been a makeup artist for celebrities, possessed considerable skill in this art. The onlookers were equally curious, their attention captured by the array of bottles and jars that Yunxi unveiled. "What is he doing? No matter how hard he tries, he cannot erase that scar," murmured the crowd, recalling the fate of that burly man who dared to speak against her. The disciples of Liu Lizong were similarly intrigued, for women possess an innate sensitivity towards such matters. They realized that Yunxi was helping her to disguise herself. Without needing to conceal much, Yunxi picked up a brush and began to draw. Gradually, the scar transformed into a butterfly tattoo. The scar remained on her face but had taken on the form of the butterfly's body, adding an enchanting butterfly to her visage. It was nothing short of miraculous. What kind of disguise technique is this? How extraordinary! The crowd beheld the butterfly tattoo on Hei Dai's face, obscuring the scar, and in an instant, she appeared utterly captivating. Simply stunning. A true embodiment of beauty, the men widened their eyes. The current Hei Dai, adorned with the tattoo, exuded an unparalleled allure, complemented by her voluptuous figure, leaving onlookers entranced by her every movement. Yunxi's skill was akin to alchemy, turning decay into wonder. It had been ages since Hei Dai had been regarded in such a manner. Instinctively, she lowered her head, and Yunxi produced a large mirror. Standing as tall as a person, He Dai caught her reflection, seeing the butterfly on her face. Although the scar still existed, it no longer detracted from her beauty. In that moment, it felt as though she had returned to 10 years prior. How is it? Is it acceptable? Yunxi began to tidy up the cosmetics, only to turn and find He Dai's eyes glistening with tears, and she suddenly embraced him. Thank you. The contact was so intimate that it left Yunxi parched, and instinctively his hand found its way to her shapely form. In an instant, a wave of murderous intent loomed over him, compelling him to release her immediately. How unexpected. He coughed lightly, truly a reflex. Though He Dai felt a surge of anger, a rare blush crept across her cheeks, making her appear significantly more confident. The others, however, were fixated on the mirror. They had never encountered such a pristine reflection. Chapter 52. Entering the Withered Well. My goodness, what is this mirror? How can it be so clear? Most mirrors in the upper realm are copper, quite decent. Yet they pale in comparison to Yunxi's. Yunxi regarded them as though they were country bumpkins. How could they find a mere mirror so astonishing? He retrieved the mirror, feeling a pang of pity for these individuals who had never witnessed advanced technology. No need for thanks, Yunxi waved his hand. Were it not for my lack of a necessary herb, I could directly mend the scar on your face. Can it really be repaired? A different light sparkled in her eyes. Even the physicians of Shindu had been unable to remedy such a scar, which was precisely why she had ventured to this remote place in search of a solution. It is not a significant matter, Yunxi sighed. Is the medical practice in this realm so rudimentary? To be astonished over a mere scar repair? Yet, after scrutinizing the scar, his brows gradually furrowed. This is a scar caused by a specific substance. My methods may only yield a 70% chance of success. If you can restore it, I, He Dai, owe you a favor. In the future, should you require assistance, you may seek me out in Shindu. He Dai observed the man, though his cultivation was slightly lacking. He possessed a unique charm. You hail from Shindu? Yunxi gasped. Shindu is renowned throughout the entire Shanghai realm, a colossal city that serves as the imperial capital of the Heavenly Kingdom, which is one of the 8 superpowers. The Emperor of the Heavenly Kingdom is a formidable deity. Yunxi had only learned of Shindu's existence through texts, rumored to be an immense city filled with countless powerful beings. The fact that this woman originated from there hinted at a notable background. If you can mend this scar, He Dai promised, I shall reward you handsomely. She had traversed the realm for over a decade in search of esteemed physicians, yet her cultivation had stagnated, and the scar on her face remained an insurmountable barrier in her heart. Yunxi nodded. Establishing a connection with Shindu could yield beneficial opportunities. Time passed gradually, and before long, a day had slipped by. Yunxi conversed extensively with He Dai and learned that she had reached the pinnacle of divine tribulation at the tender age of 10, only to be harmed by an elder sister, leaving her with that scar and prompting her quest for renowned healers. Yunxi felt deep sympathy for her plight. At a certain point, Yunxi slowly opened his eyes. The barrier of the withered well remained intact, but the violent energies within had diminished to a level manageable for those at the divine tribulation stage. Yunxi stood, scooped up Jingjing, and approached the barrier. His actions undoubtedly aroused the curiosity of the others. Is he seeking death? How dare he directly confront such a barrier? For many years, there have been those without foresight. The crowd mocked. Even the most distinguished individuals hesitated to enter. So how could Yunxi dare to proceed? Yunxi turned to He Dai. Would you like to join me? His question left even He Dai perplexed. This barrier was not something easily shaken by divine tribulation, especially considering he was merely at the divine spirit realm. Yet, she sensed that Yunxi was not an impulsive individual. Very well, she nodded. After all, she owed him a favor and possessed certain means of self-preservation. Though it was a pity to utilize them here, she deemed it a worthy repayment. She held the talisman in her hand. Once shattered, it would instantly transport herself and others away. As clear as day, a luminous moon rose behind Yunxi, illuminating the surroundings. The barrier ahead became indistinct, and without hesitation, Yunxi stepped into it, causing He Dai's heart to tremble. Growing up in Shindu, she had never heard of such a remarkable ability. Is he truly entering? He Dai murmured as she followed suit. Once the 3 of them had entered, the barrier returned to its original state. The power within the barrier surged wildly, rapidly diminishing after their entrance. Within a few moments, it would dissipate entirely. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunxi leaped into the withered well, cradling Jingjing in his arms. What? He truly went in? What is happening? The crowd looked up, unable to see Yunxi and the others. This had never occurred in all the years they had been here. It was a feat no other disciple had achieved. Who is this young man? I hope this does not ruin my plans, thought Xiaozhe, the disciple of the Shi'in sect, as murderous intent surged within him. Beneath the withered well lay a remarkable treasure. concealed from all but the disciples of the various sections. The other saints and saintesses had gathered for this very treasure, which was an imperial-grade material, imbued with a trace of imperial blood. Otherwise, in this remote place, apart from the occasional few royal artifacts that might catch one's eye, it is unlikely that any holy son would visit. As Yunxi stepped into this desolate well, the power of the restrictions dissipated rapidly, within a few incense sticks' time. The barriers dissolved on their own. Inside the desolate well lay a small world, and as Yunxi surveyed his surroundings, he was momentarily taken aback. Before him stretched a vast desert, where fierce storms surged into the sky, appearing utterly terrifying. Behind him was a relentless downpour, while to the left lay a domain of thunder, with bolts flashing ominously. To the right, a web of electricity ensnared the area, leaving no escape. In every direction were realms of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. How were they to proceed? This small world seemed to have been forged by an unknown entity, as if it were a nascent universe. Looking around, and then down at the treasure-seeking beast, Jingjing, Yunxi gave her a light smack on her rear. Which way should we go? Upon the tap, tears immediately glistened in Jingjing's eyes as she pointed towards the thunder domain. Let's go? With a powerful flap of his wings, Yunxi embraced Jingjing and charged into the thunder domain, possessing the ability to consume infinitely. The power of thunder could be converted into cultivation, so he feared nothing. He had not anticipated that Yunxi, with his understanding of the divine soul realm, would possess such audacity, prompting the black butterfly to follow suit. Entering the thunder domain, torrents of lightning cascaded from above, with bolts flashing and occasionally splitting the sky. A savage aura radiated in all directions. This small world bore an ancient and mysterious essence. The lightning struck Yunxi, transforming into pure cultivation energy. Each bolt could obliterate an ordinary divine catastrophe cultivator, yet to Yunxi, this enhancement was trivial. After advancing for 100 miles, the lightning grew increasingly ferocious, and Yunxi found himself at the critical threshold of the first level of the divine soul realm, with only a hair's breadth separating him from the second level. Had this individual truly improved in cultivation? The black butterfly employed her divine powers to resist the onslaught of lightning, yet she discovered that Yunxi was flourishing amid the thunder. According to legends, only the child of thunder possessed such capabilities. Chapter 53. Thunder Domain. This man is exceedingly mysterious, the black butterfly sensed instinctively. With extraordinary medical skills, uncanny abilities to unravel restrictions, and growth amidst the thunder, his prowess was far more intimidating than that of many holy sons. Meanwhile, the restrictions outside the desolate well had completely vanished, and in that moment, 5 holy sons rushed in, speeding towards the thunder domain, their aim set on the treasures within. Even if the previous Yunxi had entered the desolate well, there was a significant possibility he would not have ventured into the thunder domain. The trio, traversing through the thunder domain, soon encountered a lake, and at the lake's end stood a mountain topped with a palace. Yunxi, cradling Jingjing, soared towards the peak. Suddenly, from the lake emerged over 10 thunder dragons, each a half-step into the divine realm. An inexplicable pressure descended. Half-step divine beings far surpassed those at the peak of the divine catastrophe. The sheer number of thunder dragons posed a considerable challenge. Attack! Yunxi immediately unleashed the Kunping domain, where 3 Kunping embraced the sun and moon, executing ancient combat techniques against the thunder dragons. With Jingjing in his left arm, he wielded his right hand to manifest the sword intent of the extermination of immortals, striking forth. The sword's aura surged dramatically, creating colossal waves across the vast expanse. Only the brilliance of this sword remained. The black butterfly's eyes narrowed. Such sword intent was rarely seen among those of the same realm. Save for that madman from the divine capital, was it possible for a cultivator of the divine soul realm to possess the primal essence of all things? This essence could give birth to myriad entities from chaos, yet here it was, pure and abundant, manifesting as 10 strands. Why did this man possess so many extraordinary abilities? One strike pierced a thunder dragon's body, and Yunxi plunged into the fray, alternating between the taiji and the sword intent of extermination, enduring blows from the thunder dragons with his formidable physique at the pinnacle of the divine catastrophe. Such combat prowess left the black butterfly in astonishment. Could this truly be the strength of a divine soul realm cultivator? It was akin to that of a holy son. She too was not idle. A black butterfly manifested on her forehead, enveloping the surroundings in an ominous pressure. Each of her strikes summoned swarms of black butterflies, graceful yet perilously lethal. The black butterfly single-handedly engaged 8 thunder dragons with relative ease, which surprised Yunxi, considering her own cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of the divine catastrophe. More and more thunder dragons emerged, and if this continued, they would be entangled and overwhelmed. Taking a deep breath, Yunxi roared. A thunderous dragon's roar erupted, reverberating like a king's arrival, momentarily stunning the thunder dragons, exuding the aura of a dragon sovereign. Quickly, let us go. With a mighty flap of his wings, he unleashed a speed beyond that of his realm. The black butterfly, not wishing to linger, followed Yunxi as they sped towards the mountain peak. By the time the thunder dragons regained their senses, they found Yunxi had already left their attack range, with furious roars echoing as they pursued. Yunxi glanced back, noting at least several thousand thunder dragons in pursuit, causing his scalp to tingle. This roar had drained his soul power, and Yunxi appeared somewhat pale. At the lake's end stood a mountain, shrouded in swirling thunder, appearing utterly fearsome. After a frantic escape, they finally reached the base of the mountain. Watching the thousands of thunder dragons roar in the lake, hesitant to ascend the mountain, Yunxi finally exhaled in relief and swallowed a medicinal pill. Let us go to that palace. The treasures should be there. Yunxi gasped for breath, had it not been for the black butterfly covering their rear. Reaching this point would have been arduous, yet she appeared to remain as composed as ever. Were those who emerged from the divine capital truly this formidable? The Thunder Mountain boasted 7,700 steps, with the thunderous power intensifying as one ascended. As Yunxi raced upwards, the pressure grew stronger. By the time he reached the 3,000th step, he had to pause and rest. The entire mountain began to tremble. Thunder beasts, at the pinnacle of the divine catastrophe, burst forth from the peak. Simultaneously, fierce battles erupted over the lake as various holy suns arrived, quickly spotting Yunxi at the 3,000th step. Damn it! He has truly entered the thunder domain. The holy son of the Corpsine sect, Qiuzhe, glared at Yunxi, his murderous intent palpable. The thousands of thunder dragons in the lake posed a significant hindrance, making it impossible to break free in the short term. With a wave of his hand, a surge of corpse energy erupted, carrying immense destructive power. Often, after a few exchanges with a thunder dragon, it would decay into a pool of green, stagnant water. Observing this, Yunxi furrowed his brow. The onslaught of these thunder beasts descending from the mountain was indeed troublesome. Black butterfly, guard me. A glint of determination flashed across Yunxi's face as he produced the Fushi Qin. In a group battle, nothing was more terrifying than music, delivering indiscriminate attacks. The black butterfly joined Yunxi, surrounded by a swarm of black butterflies. The first divine battle melody, 10 directions ambush, with a forceful strum of the strings. A piercing note erupted from the Qin, creating a vast sea of blood around Yunxi. From this blood sea emerged undying beings, including pure-blood descendants and warriors from ancient royal bloodlines, each possessing noble identities. Within this sea of blood, ancient beings surged forth, charging towards the oncoming thunder beasts. The black butterfly found herself amidst the blood sea, where boundless murderous intent enveloped her, threatening to engulf her soul, had her spirit not been strong. She might have lost herself within this crimson tide. The melody spread across the lake, causing the lightning dragons within to become frenzied, attacking the people in the water madly. One after another, cultivators perished, staining the originally silver lake with a layer of crimson. What kind of melody is this? Luo Shangyin was deeply shaken. As the holy maiden, even she felt her mind influenced by the music, filled with violence and rage, and this was only at the edge of its effect. What would it be like at the center of that bloodbath? Thunder beasts fell in waves upon the staircase. Yunxi's face was pale. Ambush on 10 sides was too powerful. With his current strength, he could only play the prelude. On Earth, aside from Fushi, no one could perform ambush on 10 sides in its entirety. Fushi, born with the Tao body, was the only one capable of bearing it. Let us go. Yunxi picked up Jingjing. The staircase had been cleared for now. The next wave of thunder beasts was uncertain, so they had to leave quickly. Time passed bit by bit. Yunxi finally arrived before the palace. The palace wasn't large, but it emanated supreme majesty. Just which powerful being had created this minor realm? A voice boomed forth. Kneel, and receive the supreme inheritance. The voice was like thunder, and above the palace, 100,000 lightning bolts danced. Chapter 54. To kindle the divine flame, one need not rely on a goddess, bestowal Yunxi. Hey Dai, black butterfly. And Jingjing stood there without moving an inch. Kneel, and receive the supreme inheritance. The voice came again, ancient and authoritative, as if a supreme powerhouse was speaking across time and space. The three still did not move. Yunxi would not kneel because of his own pride, not to mention the 10 fierce origins within him. There was also that peerless green lotus. Even if he wanted to kneel, The green lotus would not allow it. As for He Dai, her expression was calm, even indifferent. Jingjing looked curious, but showed no sign of kneeling either. Three youngsters, you are quite interesting. Above the palace, the 100,000 lightning bolts coalesced, transforming into a figure. The figure appeared somewhat aged, but exuded an overwhelming aura. He took a step forward, appearing before the three. His presence made Yunxi and the others feel a scalp-numbing pressure. Ancient, profound, domineering. Look at them. To vie for this inheritance. They do not hesitate to kill their own sect members, sparing no cost. And the price from you is merely kneeling. What is so difficult about that? The old man pointed at the people below. On the lake, countless battles erupted, all to climb this mountain faster and contend for the opportunity. Even after the old man finished speaking, Yunxi's group remained unmoved. As for Jingjing, of course, she followed Yunxi's lead. This attitude only deepened the old man's appreciation for them. The last person who came here didn't hesitate for a moment before kneeling below. That kind of person is not whom I seek. I simply gave them some trifling rewards and sent them away. The opportunity within my palace might just allow you to kindle the divine flame. The old man spoke again. This time, even He Dai felt tempted. A divine king who had kindled the divine flame and one who had not were as different as heaven and earth. Those who kindle the divine flame are called true gods. Even a first-tier divine king who has kindled the flame can battle a ninth-tier divine king who hasn't. Within the divine realm, true gods and false gods differ fundamentally in quality. The temptation of the divine flame is immense, no matter where one is. He Dai was tempted, but seeing Yunxi remain unmoved, she did not step forward either. She came from the divine capital, and her background gave her pride. In the future, she too had hope of kindling the divine flame. Under such temptation, the old man still didn't see Yunxi waver. This surprised him. Whoever receives my inheritance will have my thunder avatar protect them for 10 years. No divine king can approach them. What say you? As the old man spoke, he found himself hoping Yunxi would accept his inheritance. His attitude shifted, growing more appreciative of Yunxi's character. Yunxi still shook his head. If I kneel to you, how can I contend with the great Tao? To kindle the divine flame. Why must it be bestowed by a deity? If I have no backing, then I myself shall be the backing. Yunxi stood with his hands behind his back, his clothes fluttering in the wind. At this moment, he appeared indescribably free and peerlessly proud. His demeanor seemed to echo the posture of a certain invincible figure from ages past. Even He Dai was captivated by Yunxi in this moment, completely forgetting he was only at the divine soul realm. Domineering, unyielding pride. These were the deepest impressions the old man felt, even surpassing his own youth. Such a person was surely no ordinary being. Then what do you seek by coming here? The old man asked. Emperor-grade materials, or divine metals of equivalent rank, or rare flowers and exotic herbs. Yunxi's goal was clear, emperor-grade materials. Only items of that level could allow him to refine the 10 fierce origin of the nine-eyed Yunxi. You are indeed strange. You come to my place yet refuse my inheritance. Such temperament eccentric, truly eccentric. The old man clicked his tongue in wonder. But the more he saw this, the more intrigued he became. There is one piece of emperor-grade material within this minor world, but it is not in the thunder domain. I'll give you a chance. If you can prevent those people from taking a single step onto the staircase, I will let you obtain the inheritance here and, additionally, tell you the location of the emperor-grade material. The old man smiled faintly. He naturally knew who the people below were, each with overwhelming vitality. Some even possessing an invincible aura among their peers, capable of sweeping through cultivators of the same realm. Two people, with a little girl. Fighting such a crowd, there is simply no hope. Yunxi also looked downward. The lightning dragons on the lake were dwindling. They would likely charge up the mountain soon. Yunxi frowned. For how long must I hold them off? The old man smiled. 2 sticks of incense. After taking a deep breath, Yunxi began walking down the mountain. Yunxi, come back. He Dai called out to stop him. 5 holy sons, not to mention numerous other disciples. How could they possibly hold them off? Even she was at a loss. Let alone Yunxi, whose cultivation was only at the divine soul realm. Yunxi stopped walking, stretched lazily, and a slight smile curved his lips. Who said holding them off requires fighting? He Dai was left dumbfounded, completely failing to grasp Yunxi's meaning. This guy always acted so enigmatic. Yunxi arrived at the foot of the mountain. If it came to a fight, he had no confidence in facing the holy sons head-on, especially 5 of them, not to mention the 100 or so divine tribulation realm cultivators besides them. However, if the goal was merely to delay them for 2 sticks of incense, perhaps there was a sliver of hope. Yunxi took out a gas mask and directly put it over his head. His actions drew the attention of everyone. You too, put these on as well. After speaking, Yunxi threw one gas mask each to Jingjing and Heidai. To be honest, he didn't want to do this, but he had no choice. Although Heidai didn't know what Yunxi planned, she still put it on. Meanwhile, the old man atop the mountain waved his hand, causing all the lightning dragons on the lake to dissipate. Freed from the pressure, everyone turned their gaze toward the mountain. They immediately saw Yunxi and the other two at the foot of the mountain, each wearing strange headgear, a very odd sight indeed. They also saw that the palace doors remained unopened, meaning Yunxi's group hadn't obtained the inheritance. Thus, they still had a chance. The crowd flew toward the mountain. If Yunxi intended to block them, they would simply have to kill him. Yunxi took out a bottle. The bottle was pitch black. Looking at it, Yunxi couldn't help but recall a past incident. Back on Earth, a mysterious creature had once appeared in the deepest part of the Pacific Ocean. This creature possessed only one skill. It could spray ink. The ink was incredibly foul-smelling. Even a tribulation crossing cultivator would vomit within 3 seconds of encountering it. Only one bottle of this ink remained. Once, Yunxi had poured a bottle on his master, who took 3 years to wash it off completely. That stench was truly unparalleled in the human world. This gas mask was specially made, otherwise, it wouldn't be able to block the odor. The moment Yunxi took it out, Jingjing immediately ran far away. Even Heidai understood what he was about to do and retreated to the mountaintop. How does this person have something like this? She merely caught a whiff, and an overwhelming sense of nausea washed over her. Yunxi unscrewed the bottle, and the stench instantly intensified 1,000-fold. Allow me to unveil an 82-year-old stinking egg. Yunxi poured it out, and the ink-like substance erupted, further dispersed by a single slap, enveloping the peaks in a dense fog. Chapter 55. Battle against the golden corpse. As the black mist spread, it carried an incomprehensible odor, one of the most repugnant scents ever encountered. Once this black fog adhered to someone, it was nearly impossible to cleanse. The holy son of the Tianjian sect, Ningfeng, murmured to himself, recognizing that an opportunity lay before him, and he would not allow this black mist to obstruct his path. He drew his purple sword, its ringing sound resonating through the heavens, manifesting an unparalleled brilliance as he swung it. The blade's light soared into the sky, embodying the essence of transformation. Cleaving through the black mist and severing a corner of the Thunder Mountain, Ningfeng charged in, but to his astonishment, the black mist rapidly coalesced once more. In an instant, the most nauseating odor he had ever experienced surged within him. Nevertheless, he pressed on, while at the foot of the mountain. Yunxi channeled the intent of the exquisite sword and also struck out with his sword. This strike differed from Ningfeng's. Its intent connected heaven and earth, imbued with profound meaning, sweeping across 10 miles. What sort of sword intent was this? Ningfeng struggled to suppress his urge to vomit, his expression grave. He had never imagined that the sword intent he cultivated since childhood would only be on par with that of Yunxi. Who was this stranger? Repelled by this mysterious golden sword energy, Ningfeng had already lingered within the black mist for 10 breaths. Unable to hold back any longer, he succumbed to his nausea and vomited. He felt faint, hastily retreating from the black fog. Stay away, do not approach this place. The individuals from the Lioli sect were particularly sensitive. Being women, they could not endure such a stench. Even if they were to forsake this opportunity, they refused to be tainted by the black mist, especially as Ningfeng neared madness. Unable to erase the scent clinging to him, even changing his clothes did little good. The odor lingered on his face and hands. Even members of the Tianjian sect kept their distance. Some disciples rushed in, but those of weaker cultivation were directly split by Yunxi's sword energy. Others, even if they managed to endure, emerged with an unbearable stench. Merely trivial skills. The holy son of the Shirin sect, Qiuzhe, smirked, observing a jade coffin lying ahead. Though he could not enter himself, the corpses he had refined could. He opened the coffin lid, and a beam of golden light shot skyward. Once it dissipated, a corpse, radiant with golden light and covered in intricate patterns, was revealed. This was the genius golden holy son from 3,000 years ago, who perished after battling in the divine capital. To his surprise, it had been unearthed by the holy son of the Shirin sect. The golden holy son possessed the ability to manipulate golden treasures. The crowd was astonished. 3,000 years ago, the golden holy son had dominated an era, ultimately losing to a super genius of the heavenly kingdom. That battle is still recorded in history. This is the golden corpse I refined. Although it may be somewhat excessive to use against you, consider it as gathering some interest. The golden corpse, unaffected by the black mist, was of no use to him. Qiuzhe observed the fate of the holy son of the Tianjian sect. If he rashly stepped into the mist, he would surely be tainted, while this corpse was a powerful golden holy body, a figure who had dominated an era. This corpse was comparable to the combat prowess of a holy sun. Under Qiu Zei's control, the golden corpse gradually opened its eyes. Its gaze was hollow and devoid of life, with corpse energy permeating the air. After 3 millennia, that energy was potent enough to overwhelm even deities. The golden corpse plunged into the black mist, causing the surrounding fog to automatically shed away. This was the first time Yunxi had witnessed such a phenomenon, and the oncoming golden corpse exerted tremendous pressure upon him. Indeed, the world is vast and full of wonders, including sects that specialize in corpse refinement. A radiant sun rose behind the golden corpse, illuminating the surroundings with an unimaginable warmth, which it grasped firmly in its hands. Black butterfly, assist me. The golden corpse, unafraid of the black mist, was determined to battle with all its might, for this place required a guardian. The black butterfly was most reluctant, but Yunxi alone could not defend against the onslaught. She stepped upon a swarm of black butterflies, leaping to the base of the mountain to secure the path. Yunxi clashed with the golden corpse atop the peak. The physical strength of the golden corpse was formidable, mere inches from divinity, rendering Yunxi's various tactics ineffective. In addition to its robust physique, the golden corpse was adept in ancient combat techniques, each strike aimed at vital points. It occasionally unleashed magical powers, with the radiant sun scorching Yunxi, incinerating numerous steps. Yunxi summoned the essence of all life, evolving the Taiji diagram to its zenith, continually resisting the golden corpse's assaults. Even when the golden corpse endured pain, its body crumpled yet swiftly restored itself, a regenerative ability that left Yunxi astounded. Just how powerful had the golden holy sun been? The golden corpse executed the sun fist, its strike resembling a sun plummeting from the heavens, the force unimaginable, and soon, Yunxi found himself wounded multiple times. He too marveled at the might of the holy suns. Those from the various sects of the Shanhai realm were truly unparalleled prodigies. Yet, more alarming was Qiu Zei, whose expression darkened. Controlling the golden corpse required considerable focus. To confront a spirit realm entity without success, such ancient combat techniques could easily lead to hundreds of deaths. Even at the peak of divine tribulation, relying on the Kuanping domain and the formidable physique of a divine tribulation peak expert, Yunxi barely managed to withstand the onslaught. Though he still faltered, the golden corpse's strikes were meticulously calculated, each angle sharp. When a golden fist struck his chest, it caved in instantly. Yunxi was sent crashing into the mountain, his chest charred. He swallowed a medicinal pill and stood once more. Yunxi channeled the intent of exterminating immortals, unleashing a barrage of sword energy that filled the sky, creating numerous wounds on the golden corpse, from which corpse energy seeped forth. However, upon contact with Yunxi, that energy was incinerated by his nirvana flame. As the golden corpse closed in on Yunxi, the disciples of the ancient sect unleashed the Six Paths Heavenly Gate technique, summoning myriad worlds from which countless beasts surged forth, thrashing in the black mist. Yet this black mist was insurmountable. Recklessly charging in would surely result in contamination. They had never anticipated being obstructed by such a phenomenon. Reflecting on the fate of the holy sun of the Tianjin sect, none wished to be besmirched by that inescapable stench. The disciples of the ancient sect, realizing they could not disperse the black mist, commanded the beasts to attack Yunxi, intending to kill him and seize the opportunity once the mist dissipated. The black butterfly remained composed, seemingly unfazed. As she sensed the multitude of beasts approaching, she slowly raised her hand. In her grasp was a feather, resplendent in color and exuding a terrifying aura. Even the elder atop the peak narrowed his eyes, fixated on the feather. Such a feather could only be found in one place, a realm that even in his prime, he could not access. This girl was of considerable significance, the elder murmured, noting that it had been a long time since this place had seen such excitement. Chapter 56. Astonishing transformation. Upon the emergence of the feather, all the approaching beasts, though manifestations of divine powers, sensed an overwhelming fear. The black butterfly grasped the colorful feather and waved it gently. A tremendous force descended from the heavens, and an ethereal peacock silhouette emerged. This feather belonged to a fully grown peacock king, embodying boundless divine abilities. The image of the peacock descended, carrying immense power that caused the entire lake to sink 3 inches. All the ferocious beasts that charged forward erupted under this colossal force. The holy son of the ancient sect, Yangqing Feng, wore a grave expression. Let us not dwell on the fact that the mature Conque Ming Wang exclusively inhabits the terrifying realms, inaccessible to ordinary mortals, particularly with its feather atop its head. which harbors immeasurable divine powers, unattainable by anyone lacking extraordinary abilities. The feather held by He Dai must surely be plucked from the head of the Conque Ming Wang that ignites divine fire, a feat achievable only by those of unparalleled skill. Who was this enigmatic woman? The crowd found themselves momentarily stunned. A peculiar young man from the Shunpa realm could contend evenly with the golden corpse, and now a mysterious woman appeared, wielding a feather of the peacock deity. Regardless of the circumstances, such fortune belongs to the capable. The holy son of the ancient zone, Yang Qingfeng, closed his eyes, and 6 luminous rings emerged behind him, each encasing a distinct world. The esoteric techniques of the ancient zone yield varying insights for each practitioner. The worlds within Yang Qingfeng's rings were shrouded in mist, devoid of the roars of fierce beasts or any sound, imparting an air of mystery. My 6 paths heaven gate technique comprehends order. From within the 6 rings, chains surged forth. In that moment, Yang Qingfeng exuded an unparalleled nonchalance, radiating the aura of a ruler, as though he were the enforcer of this domain. The chains emerged from the 6 paths heaven gate, traversing the black fog, aimed to ensnare He Dai by her head, hands, feet, and neck, intending to bind her firmly in place. Such formidable sorcery could restrain even deities for several breaths. A mysterious energy erupted from the chains. This was the technique Yang Qingfeng had spent a year mastering by shadowing an enforcer of order. The chains carried subtle laws, and even a mere hint was sufficient to enhance his sorcery to celestial heights. Against an ordinary holy sun, this technique could bind for 10 breaths, showcasing Yang Qingfeng's profound foundation. Yet, beneath this overwhelming sorcery, He Dai remained calm, raising the colorful feather in her hand and sweeping it through the air. A burst of 5-colored divine radiance erupted, imbued with immense power, directly repelling the chains aimed at her. Yang Qingfeng was thrust back 100 zhang by this force, his arms numb, while the 6 luminous rings behind him dimmed. Though the woman possessed the feather of the Conque Ming Wang, without sufficient foundation, she could not unleash its true might. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that her depth of power surpassed his own. A Shunpa realm practitioner capable of battling a holy sun was already extraordinary, but now there was this mysterious woman whose foundation exceeded that of the holy sun. What an astounding combination! As the crowd observed, Yunxi and the golden corpse's battle seemed to be tilting slightly in Yunxi's favor. He was validating his combat techniques. The onlookers watched as Yunxi continuously refined his combat style, evolving the essence of all things. This battle significantly enhanced his abilities. However, the golden corpse grew increasingly ferocious, its runes flashing as its golden fists and solar fists struck out like falling suns, creating sonic booms. The golden corpse found itself unable to subdue Yunxi, and the crowd dared not linger within the black mist, especially with the mysterious woman guarding the area, rendering it impossible for hundreds to approach the foot of the Leishan. After a span of 2 incense sticks, the elder expressed some surprise. This young man truly did not allow anyone to approach him. Although his methods may have seemed rudimentary, he had nonetheless succeeded. You may disperse. The elder's voice thundered like a bolt from the blue, reverberating throughout the Lei, enveloping all below in a formidable aura, compelling everyone to retreat from the lake's edge. Suddenly, they realized that the Lu Li Zone, Tianjin Zone, Yinshin Zone, and Shiyin Zone had all made their appearances. Yet the Futu clan was conspicuously absent. Panic washed over Yang Qingfeng's face as he surged towards the direction behind him. The other holy sons followed suit, heading towards the Yuzhe region. Meanwhile, within the Lei, only Yunxi and 2 others remained. Injured, Yunxi ascended to the mountaintop once more. I do not speak lightly, the elder remarked, gazing at Yunxi with an expression of rare approval, contemplating taking him as a disciple. Yet, knowing Yunxi's disposition, he would undoubtedly decline. His form transformed into a tempest of thunder, engulfing the palace above, as the grand doors of the edifice slowly creaked open. A young man? Yunxi mused, touching his face and retrieving a mirror to inspect himself. Indeed, he appeared quite youthful, yet he had lived for 9,000 years. This elder might not have outlived him. As the palace doors swung wide, an ancient aura washed over him, as if he had stepped into a place steeped in antiquity. Upon entering the palace, it was devoid of the expected opulence. Instead, dust lay thick upon the surfaces, a clear indication that no one had visited in ages. Before him stood a jade table, upon which rested 3 items: a book, a ball of thunderfire, and a scepter. All within could be taken. This is merely a fragment of my essence, if fate allows. We shall meet again in the Shanghai realm. The elder's voice resonated once more. Yunxi approached the 3 items on the table, with He Dai curiously following suit. The divine thunder technique can summon a realm of lightning. When perfected, it can manifest the intangible into the tangible, Yunxi murmured, suddenly suspecting that the thunder realm of this miniature world might be an embodiment of that divine technique. Such a notion seemed almost absurd. He then turned his gaze to the ball of thunder fire, speculating that it might be the seed of divine fire ignited by the elder. This treasure, traversing the entirety of the Shanhai realm, was a rarity one could only lament for its unattainability. Carrying the thunder fire could potentially enable him to ignite divine flames in the future. This was undoubtedly a remarkable treasure. Lastly, he scrutinized the scepter, which contained an innate thunder spirit, a being born only during the creation of heaven and earth. With continued refinement, he could cultivate the power of thunder. Each of these 3 items was a staggering boon. Who shall choose first? He inquired, glancing at He Dai, who, in the presence of such fortune, merely exhibited a slight tremor, an occurrence far beyond the ordinary, even among other holy sons. You may select first, He Dai smiled. If there are no objections. I choose the ball of thunder fire, Yunxi declared after contemplation. With 2 types of divine fire already within him, acquiring a third would bring him closer to mastering the 5 formidable flames required to wield the forbidden divine technique, Tai Shang Fen Shi Dian. He held great confidence in the power of this forbidden art. Agreed. He Dai did not hesitate. Yet, the more she acted in such a carefree manner, the more astonished Yunxi became. This was the seed of divine fire, a divine object that could grant hope for igniting divine flames in the future. And she was so quick to bestow it upon him without a second thought. However, with such generosity, Yunxi felt no reluctance as he grasped the ball of thunder fire. The thunder fire was domineering, having endured countless tribulations, and as Yunxi held it, he felt an intensely violent energy surge within him. The thunder fire seemed sentient, intent on wreaking havoc. And in an instant, it surged toward his dantian, attempting to claim that space. Yunxi could not help but smirk. Even the Nirvana flames of the Shunfeng clan, renowned for their immortality, bowed before the Qing Lian. To think a mere ball of thunder fire would aspire to occupy his dantian was simply laughable. Indeed, upon entering the dantian, the thunder fire was instantly taken aback, wishing to flee but was swiftly drawn in by the Qing Lian. For others, absorbing this thunder fire could entail perilous challenges, even the risk of demise. However, with the Qing Lian, everything was rendered effortlessly simple. Following this, he merely needed to refine the divine fire. Yunxi settled into a meditative posture, beginning the process of refining the seed of thunder fire. Xiao Jingjing, you choose one, He Dai said, noticing Yunxi's meditative state and turning her attention to Jingjing beside her. After her words, Jingjing curiously approached the table, inspecting the book before shaking her head, then reaching for the scepter. I want this one. He gazed curiously at the crystal atop the scepter, within which a primordial thunder spirit swam restlessly. I shall take this, He Dai declared, seizing the tome and casting it into her spatial ring without a second glance. At this moment, Yunxi remained oblivious to the external world, deeply immersed in the essence of his dantians. The thunder fire desperately sought to escape, yet it was hindered by the Qing Lian blocking its path, while the Xianhuang maternal qi continuously constricted behind it. Gradually, the realm of the thunder fire seed diminished until it finally surged beneath the Qing Lian, initiating its refinement. Electric arcs sporadically danced across Yunxi's form, crackling incessantly as he refined the thunder fire seed, causing his cultivation to ascend. Originally at the pinnacle of the first tier of the Shunpa realm, he now thunderously stepped into the second tier. This minor elevation brought significant transformation to his dantian, as if chaos itself were parting to reveal a new world, and a glimmer of vitality began to emerge from the 10 fierce origins. Time flowed like water, and Yunxi slowly opened his eyes. At the third tier of the Shunpa realm, his inner spiritual power surged, and his aura resonated with profound strength, significantly greater than before. Hey, old man, it is time for you to reveal the location of the imperial-grade materials. Yunxi's voice echoed within the vast hall. Isn't your little girl already searching for it? The elder replied. It seems she is being pursued. At this, Yunxi abruptly scanned his surroundings, finding the empty palace devoid of Jingjing's presence. That girl wouldn't have ventured off to seek treasure alone, would she? After utilizing her internal power, she would certainly weaken, rendering her nearly defenseless. She is in danger, Yunxi thought anxiously. If anything were to happen to Jingjing, he could never forgive himself. In the depths of Yuzhe, the elder remarked, it appears she is in dire straits. Following his words, a beam of golden light shot from the palace toward Yuzhe, transforming into the silhouette of a celestial palm, illuminating half the sky. Yunxi's heart raced. Should Jing expend her strength and fall into the hands of those holy suns, it would spell certain doom. And she might even be turned into a corpse puppet by the corpsine sect. The celestial pang's speed, akin to that of a fully grown golden-winged palm, could chase the sun and moon across the heavens. In that instant, Yunxi transformed into a celestial palm, reaching the pinnacle of speed. Before long, he burst forth from the thunder domain and arrived at the desolate well, the very place he had entered earlier. Then, he propelled himself towards Yunxi, and upon stepping inside, a wave of sorrow enveloped him. Each raindrop evoked memories, like the tears of a deity falling upon the mortal realm, prompting Yunxi to recall some unhappy past events. Are you disturbing my thoughts? Yunxi unleashed his pure spirit, reopening his eyes with clarity as he surged through the torrential rain. Meanwhile, deep within Yunxi, the scene was one of devastation. With scattered weapons littering the ground and countless corpses strewn about, the anguished wails of the undead echoing intermittently. This place had once been a battlefield, where countless souls had fought for dominance. The weapons spewing forth from the desolate, well, primarily originated from this very site, a graveyard for kings, bearing the remnants of their weaponry, invoking tears from the heavens. At this moment, amidst the ruins of the battlefield, a small girl clutched a stone emanating an ancient aura, radiating an undeniable essence. This was an imperial-grade material. Jing held tightly to this imperial-grade material, her petite feet moving with astonishing speed, each step spanning dozens of yards. Damn it, capture her. Members of the Futu clan charged forward, not anticipating that just as they were about to seize this elusive imperial-grade material, a little girl emerged, annihilating two of their number with a single punch before fleeing with the precious item. Behind her, members of the corpsine sect pursued, managing to delay the attackers long enough for the girl to escape. I won't give it to you. This is for my big brother, Jing declared defiantly. Though her body began to weaken, having expended great energy to defeat two prominent disciples, she refused to relinquish the treasured material. The Futu clan had refrained from seizing fortunes within the Thunder Domain solely for this imperial-grade material, but to their astonishment, just as they were about to grasp it, a little girl had snatched it away. More members of the corpsine sect arrived, making it clear that acquiring this imperial-grade material would not be an easy feat. All thanks to that little girl. Meanwhile, Heidai single-handedly confronted three holy sons, striving to buy time. She had not anticipated the terrifying power this girl, who had been following Yunxi, could unleash. However, the odds were overwhelming. She could only stall the three holy sons, while the holy son of the corpsine sect managed to escape. Outnumbered, even the holy sons were taken aback, having never heard of such combat prowess among their peers, save for the prodigies of the superpowers. One disciple of the Futu clan, at the peak of the divine tribulation, unleashed a secret technique that produced a bow, drawing it taut. Whoosh! An arrow, condensed with spiritual energy, shot forth at unimaginable speed. Jing felt a surge of danger and instinctively shifted her body, yet the arrow grazed her arm, drawing forth blood. She stumbled and fell to the ground, overwhelmed by pain, curling up while clinging desperately to the imperial-grade material. This is for my big brother. You cannot take it, she cried, tears streaming from her wounded arm. Yet she continued to hold onto the stone. What a stubborn little girl. If you refuse to let go, then I shall send you on your way. One of the Futu clan's prodigies declared as he drew his bow once more. Jing closed her eyes, recalling how Yunxi had nearly perished to retrieve the spirit fruit for her. In that moment, she resolved to protect him just as he had protected her. As Yunxi had come to this place in search of the imperial-grade material, she would never part with it. In the distance, a sword aura soared skyward, sweeping across 30 miles. The blade shattered the incoming arrow, and a golden light surged forth, landing before Jing, none other than Yunxi himself. Had he arrived even a moment later, the consequences would have been unfathomable. Who goes there? The Futu clan's prodigy glared at Yunxi, completely unaware of his battle with the golden corpse in the Thunder Domain. Big brother, they want to take your belongings. Jing exclaimed, her bravery shining through. Seeing Yunxi arrive, she grinned, oblivious to the blood at the corner of her mouth. At that moment, Yunxi's heart melted. He knelt, grinding medicinal powder and sprinkling it over her wound, hastening her healing. Of course, my big brother must thank Jing. Yunxi returned the imperial-grade material to his spatial ring. She must have sensed its essence, which had drawn her to seize it, risking her life solely to aid him until the last moment. Yunxi was unaware of his significance in Jing's heart, but he knew it was profound, exceedingly so. Yet this precious girl was being pursued by a heartless mob. With that thought, Yunxi's eyes gradually reddened. Jing Jing, close your eyes. The murderous intent within him could no longer be concealed. The last time such fury had surged was during his encounter in the Qin clan of Fengsong Kingdom. Obediently, Jing Jing shut her eyes, succumbing to her exhaustion and falling into a deep slumber. Yunxi lifted his gaze toward the Fu Tu clan members. These were the disciples of the old divine King S sect. He had sworn to exact vengeance upon the Fu Tu clan, and now it was time to collect interest. The murderous intent, forged over 9,000 years, was beyond the comprehension of those who lived mere decades or a century. This overwhelming aura resonated with the ancient battlefield slaughter, instilling an immediate sensation of being submerged in a boundless sea of blood. How could this individual exude such an ominous aura of slaughter? Even the revered holy son of the divine realm, who has claimed countless lives, would likely pale in comparison. Under such a menacing atmosphere, everyone forgot that Yunxi was merely a third-tier practitioner of the Shimpa realm. Some with weaker wills even began to waver. Yunxi cast a glance at the peak Xinjia practitioner who had previously drawn his bow, and that gaze sent a chill down the spine of the Xinjia master. You. The peak Xinjia practitioner began, but before he could finish, he was struck by a magnificent sword aura that pierced through his chest. Divine flames spread, and in terror, he was reduced to ashes. With a single sword strike, a peak Xinjia was obliterated. This sword intent, mingled with a tremendous murderous aura, embodied the essence of the Zhu Xian sword technique, which inherently harbors the will to slay immortals, fused with the killing intent, resembling the blade of a death god. The members of the Futu clan were thrown into disarray. Such power was not something they could resist, save for the Holy Son. Fengxingwu, the Holy Son of the Futu clan, wore a grave expression. This third-tier Shimpa practitioner exuded a dangerous aura. Such killing intent was indeed rare in a lifetime. Brother, I am Fengxingwu, the Holy Son of the Futu clan. The Imperial-grade Shinshure was discovered by my clan. If you surrender it, I can guarantee your safety. Fengxingwu stepped forward, facing Yunxi. What is this Futu clan? Yunxi retorted, I just killed one of your clan members, yet no one dared to speak up? Or do you Futu clan only bully young girls? It seems you rely solely on your seniority to intimidate others. To me, you are nothing but a bunch of trash. With a fierce aura, Yunxi advanced toward the crowd, each step heavy with the weight of a killing god approaching them. It appeared that reconciliation was not an option. Fengxingwu had already shown Yunxi enough courtesy, yet before he could finish his words, Yunxi suddenly moved. His speed surpassed that of a half-step divine being, and a peak Xinjia was instantly rendered a withered corpse before him, devoid of all vitality. Even if Yunxi devoured a peak Xinjia, his cultivation would only increase slightly. Still far from breaking through to the fourth tier of the Shimpa realm, Fengxingwu was enraged. He had witnessed the killing of a Futu clan member right before his eyes. This was no longer mere provocation. It was a trampling of the Futu clan's dignity. Angry are we? Yunxi smirked, having slain 2 members of the Futu clan, yet still feeling the fire of vengeance. I wonder how the Futu clan would react to the fall of a holy son. Yunxi's maniacal laughter sent chills through all who heard it. Kill me? Just you? Fengxingwu waved his hand, summoning a resplendent golden floating pagoda above his head. A 7-tiered structure radiating with treasures. In contrast, the other Futu clan practitioners wielded pagodas with only 3 tiers, and the best among them barely reached 4. This was a growing divine ability known as Dao Dao Futu Jiwa. The stronger one's comprehension, the higher the pagoda's tiers. Only by reaching the 7th tier could one solidify the pagoda completely. Fengxingwu formed a seal with his hands, the 7-tiered floating pagoda hovering above him, cascading 7-colored light to protect him. The most terrifying aspect of Dao Dao Futu Jiwa was its defensive capability, reputed as an invincible innate divine ability. The reason the Futu clan had risen to prominence among the upper sections. Yunxi remained silent, directly channeling the essence of all things, effortlessly evolving the Zhi Xian sword intent once more, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. With his fingers aligned as a sword, he struck forth. The sword swept across 30 miles, its presence felt even by Yang Qingfeng, the holy son of the Tianjin sect, who was engaged in battle with Heidi. He was astonished by the depth of Yunxi's sword intent. This strike distorted space, dimmed the heavens, and instilled a sense of impending doom in all who beheld it. Indestructible. Futu holy body. Fengxingwu remained unperturbed, a layer of golden light enveloping him as his vitality surged, dramatically enhancing his defense. The sword descended, aiming for Fengxingwu's chest. In an instant, it collided with the 7-colored aura emanating from the pagoda above his head. The sword energy diminished by 50% upon impact, and when it finally struck the Futu holy body, it merely left a shallow mark. This was an astonishingly formidable defensive capability, nearly unbreakable within the same realm. Chapter 59, Slaying the Holy Sun. Unbreakable, is it? This tortoiseshell is impressive, Yunxi murmured, unleashing the Kunping domain. The terrifying force of 600 times gravity erupted, leaving Fengxing with feeling as if his body had become unbearably heavy, rendering movement nearly impossible. His combat power plummeted by nearly 20% under this domain. Even the essence of all things is formidable, yet there is also a domain. Fengxing Wu's expression darkened further as he witnessed 3 Kunping manifest within this domain, embracing the sun and moon, executing ancient combat techniques as they charged toward him. Each Kunping, under such defenses, would deliver a stinging impact, likely possessing millions of pounds of force sufficient to shake mountains, especially with these ancient combat techniques being exceptionally intricate and difficult to defend against. Fengxing Wu realized that even with the 7-tiered Dao Fudu Jue and his rigorously trained Fudu holy body, he could not rely solely on defense. Grant me the great way to heaven. Fengxing Wu formed a seal. At that moment, his aura began to ascend. This was a secret technique capable of temporarily enhancing one's cultivation. Beneath his feet, an unparalleled path seemed to manifest, empowering him with every step until, after 7 steps, his cultivation reached a pinnacle. Nearly 80% of the way to the Shenlin realm. The aura he emitted was 7 times greater than before. In this moment, Fengxing Wu reached an apex of power, capable of contending with divine beings. Such a Fengxing Wu prevented the 3 Kunping from coming close, as his Fudu holy body unleashed its own ancient combat technique. Kill. Fengxing would charge toward Yunxi with an overwhelming fighting spirit, akin to a primordial beast. His combat techniques were exceedingly clever. Once in close quarters, Yunxi found himself at a disadvantage, feeling as if he were vying with a divine being. Each punch was like a mountain being struck, a torrential downpour of petals, and Yunxi struggled to withstand the onslaught, piercing through the autumn waters. The moonlight enveloped Yunxi, allowing him to finally discern Fengxing Wu's assault trajectory. In this state, Fengxing Wu's fighting power only diminished by 10% beneath the Kunping domain, and his offensive techniques were unparalleled, each strike lethal. Boom! A punch landed on Yunxi, breaking 3 of his ribs as he coughed up golden blood. Grant me to forge ahead unyieldingly. Fengxing Wu erupted once more, as if possessed by an ancient battle body, radiating golden light. This was the might of the contemporary Holy Sun, employing a horizontal push combat technique. Yunxi sustained continuous injuries, yet continually recovered through his ability of nirvana rebirth. However, Yunxi was resolute. If he intended to kill, he would do so. He frantically evolved the Ji Xian sword intent, conjuring a sword energy above his head. Following this, he enveloped the sword energy in Yunxi divine fire, then surrounded it with the flames of nirvana, and finally, he shrouded it in a layer of thunder fire. In an instant, he summoned 3 divine fires. Yet, Yunxi did not expect that simultaneously wielding 3 divine fires would lead to instability. It was only through the suppression of the Qinglian that he managed to stabilize the situation. The 3 divine fires, even in this moment, astonished Fengxing Wu. The divine fires, in their understanding, could not coexist. If they were to inhabit a single individual, they would inevitably vie for dominance, leading to catastrophic consequences. Yet, Yunxi possessed the unparalleled ability to harness 3 divine fires. The sword shot directly towards Fengxing Wu, enveloped in a tempest of thunder and fire, akin to a divine punishment. The overwhelming sword intent spread in all directions, piercing through the radiant, multicolored light of Fengxing Wu's Taotie Futu Ju, landing squarely upon his sacred body. The might of this strike far surpassed previous assaults, driving straight into his chest. The combined force of the 3 divine fires emitted an insatiable heat, a phenomenon unseen before as Yunxi merged them for the first time, leaving even him struggling to maintain control, ultimately needing to subdue it with Qinglian strength. Grant me strength, my sacred body endures. The Futu Holy Sun once again performed a hand seal, inscriptions appearing upon his body. Yet, he had gravely underestimated the power of the 3 divine fires, which approached the realm of forbidden strength. The wound would not heal, and soon, waves of sword energy rained down from the heavens, resembling an endless calamity. Gashes appeared across the Futu Holy Sun's body. No matter what divine technique he attempted, the divine fire would not extinguish. A flicker of malice crossed his eyes as he forcefully unleashed the 7-tiered Futu tower from above his head. The tower, cultivated for over a decade, erupted with a colossal explosion, its impact reverberating through the earth. Even a holy sun would face mortal peril. The vast destructive force surged forth, and Yunxi found himself unable to shield against it, resulting in the collapse of much of his form. However, he possessed the divine flame of the phoenix and an indestructible body, granting him the power of rebirth. What does it mean to be indestructible? Though the heavens may perish, I shall remain unscathed. Though the earth may wither, I shall endure. Though the Tao may crumble, I shall not falter. Though time may cease, I shall persist. This embodies the indomitable power of rebirth, which the Phoenix clan relied upon to weather countless tumultuous storms. In this fleeting moment, even the mightiest of divine tribulations and deities would feel the sting of injury. The Futu Holy Sun knelt upon the ground, his body seared by divine fire, utterly drained of strength. Opposite him, Yunxi approached, enveloped in the flames of rebirth, though these flames had dimmed significantly. Still alive after such an assault? The Futu Holy Sun's expression darkened as he pondered the difficulty of vanquishing this mere spirit realm opponent. Impossible, it cannot be. He could not fathom that he would fall to a spirit realm boy. The convergence of three divine fires was indeed a taboo. There is no impossibility. The Futu clan shall see to it personally. With a raised hand, Yunxi unleashed another profound yellow sword energy, which pierced through the Futu Holy Sun's chest. Thus, the third-generation Holy Sun, the Holy Sun of divine calamity, met his demise. The fall of the Holy Sun was a significant event in the upper sect. The members of the Futu clan, upon witnessing this, were left in shock. How could their unrivaled Holy Sun perish at the hands of a spirit realm individual? In truth, Yunxi too was not unscathed. He had endured severe injuries countless times, relying solely on the power of rebirth to persevere. If the battle continued, once the rebirth capability temporarily faltered, he too would face peril. Moreover, he depended on Qinglian's assistance. Otherwise, manipulating the three divine fires could lead to a backlash. Killing a Holy Sun was no easy feat. The Futu Holy Sun's arrogance had played a significant role. He had yet to unleash some of his astonishing techniques. Otherwise, the battle would have been far more harrowing. The other disciples of the Futu clan, at the peak of divine tribulation, fled in panic, yet Yunxi released several sword energies, echoing with cries of despair. Before their demise, they would never comprehend why they fell to a spirit realm adversary. Yunxi cradled Jingjing in his left arm, while his right hand held the severed head of the Futu Holy Sun as he advanced forward. Qiuzhe, the Holy Sun of the Shirin sect, who had also arrived to seize imperial-grade materials, abruptly halted, staring intently at the head. His heart surged with tumultuous waves. The Futu Holy Sun, deemed the most difficult to kill, had been slain by Yunxi. The Futu disciples were annihilated. Qiuzhe felt a chill run down his spine. Even he could not imagine extinguishing the life of the Futu Holy Sun. Chapter 60. The Imperial Academy Tournament. Consider yourself fortunate. Had you struck against her, I would have annihilated the Shirin sect today. Yunxi disregarded Qiuzhe, feeling excessively drained, deeming it unwise to engage further. The Holy Sun was simply too formidable to face without full vigor. Furthermore, having developed caution, any further confrontation with the Holy Sun would prompt a desperate and powerful response from the opponent. However, given the precedent set, with even the most challenging Holy Sun defeated by Yunxi, no one dared to confront him. Qiuzhe remained silent, his brow furrowed. After some contemplation, he chose not to obstruct Yunxi, unwilling to provoke the young man. Meanwhile, in another location, the black butterfly clashed with three Holy Suns, surprisingly holding her ground, which left Yunxi astonished. Just how terrifying was the true combat strength of the black butterfly? How could such a fearsome entity exist in this world? One person battling three Holy Suns in the same realm was a tale that would shock anyone. The three Holy Suns sensed Yunxi's arrival and immediately spotted the severed head he carried. Nothing could be more shocking. The Futu Holy Sun had fallen. The one reputed as the hardest to kill had indeed perished. The three Holy Suns paused, regarding Yunxi with the same horror one would reserve for a ghost. Yunxi nonchalantly kicked the head towards them, revealing the terrified expression of the Futu Holy Sun. Considering the time, I should take my leave. If you wish to stop me, be my guest. Yunxi's gaze was laced with disdain, yet none of the Holy Suns dared to step forward. Black butterfly, let us depart. The black butterfly, momentarily stunned, pondered the implications of a spirit realm defeating a Holy Sun. Perhaps this young man was on par with that enigmatic figure. Just who was he? The black butterfly followed, her facial tattoos dimming as she realized she still needed Yunxi's assistance for her painting. Simultaneously, a storm erupted upon the battlefield, drawing in an array of weapons, many of which burst forth from the withered well, manifesting a spectacle of weaponry and magical artifacts. Yunxi transformed into a shadow of a heavenly rock, and regardless of his speed, the black butterfly kept pace effortlessly. Soon, They arrived directly beneath the withered well. Do you not have any questions? Yunxi inquired, glancing at the black butterfly. I do, but I shall refrain from asking. You two have not inquired of me, she smiled, suggesting a budding rapport between them. Then let us depart. Yunxi laughed heartily, though he had many questions concerning the black butterfly's origins, her strength, and everything about her. Each was a mystery, and if fate allowed, they would eventually learn all there was to know about one another. What of Fengbi and the electric domain? Shall we not explore them? The black butterfly gestured towards the two locations they had yet to visit beneath the withered well. Not this time. If I do not return soon, I will run out of time. Yunxi shook his head, recognizing that traversing through the Beast Mountain would lead him back to Fengsong Kingdom, where the Imperial Academy's tournament was set to commence. As a mentor, being away for 2 months was already somewhat irresponsible. Where are you headed? The black butterfly inquired. Curiosity piqued about the origins of such a remarkable individual. There are still many students awaiting me in Fengsong Kingdom. With that, Yunxi soared into the sky, the black butterfly following closely. Yet, she could not recall where Fengsong Kingdom was, as it did not appear among the 8 great superpowers. Moreover, Yunxi's level of strength was not something an ordinary upper sect could cultivate. Upon reaching the exterior of the withered well, they discovered that although the restrictions had been lifted, entry was permitted only to cultivators below the divine tribulation, which explained the absence of divine beings among the visitors. The weapons that had previously erupted were now claimed by others. Did a spirit realm cultivator really emerge from within? A passerby expressed doubt, questioning how a single ferocious beast inside could rend a spirit realm cultivator in half. Yunxi paid no heed, instead flying towards Baibao City, calculating that his disciples would soon be nearing the end of their training. Presently, the disciples from the 8 academies of the Imperial Academy were also preparing for the tournament, a matter of great significance for each academy's reputation, especially as the Martial Academy had been dominant in recent years, attracting an increasing number of disciples. Furthermore, the rankings would determine the resources allocated to each academy. The Martial Academy boasts tens of thousands of disciples, while the Music Academy comprises merely over 100. In this comparison, the disciples selected by the Martial Academy are undoubtedly elite, whereas the majority of those from the Music Academy are merely the scions of nobility, distinctly of a different caliber. In just over 10 days, the Academy competition will commence. Where's our mentor? The disciples of the Music Academy lamented. For Yunxi serves as their pillar of strength. Although their training has not faltered during these days, their confidence remains shaken. Unbeknownst to them, at this very moment, Yunxi is hastening through the Demon Beast Mountain range, evading formidable 5th-tier demon beasts and approaching the heart of the mountains with utmost caution. Heike is profoundly shaken. When he first encountered Yunxi, he was merely at the first level of the Shimpa realm, such a cultivation level. Daring to traverse a mountain range inhabited by king beasts alone, accompanied by a young girl, seems utterly reckless. Only a madman would undertake such a feat. Meanwhile, within the Imperial Academy, the Crown Prince Kongshan visits the Music Academy daily, unable to prevent Sai from enduring the torturous trials of the Soul Refinement Tower. This has only fueled his irritation towards Yunxi, as he eagerly awaits his return to administer a lesson, especially now, with his cultivation having once again broken through. Reaching the 9th tier of the Divine Tribulation realm, he can effortlessly obliterate a disciple at the Divine Platform realm with a single punch. When Yunxi departed from the Imperial Academy, he was merely at the Divine Platform realm. As days pass, only 3 remain until the competition at the Imperial Academy. The royal family, having long-standing ties with the Imperial Academy, places great importance on this event. During the competition, the ruler of Fengsong Kingdom, Kongzhen, is expected to attend. To avoid encounters with king beasts, Yunxi proceeds with extreme caution, particularly avoiding the territory of the furious Di Jiao Longxi, which he suspects remains in a state of rage. Moreover, Yunxi has begun to notice a peculiar trend. The demon beasts within the mountain range exhibit signs of unusual aggression. Even lower-tier beasts comparable to the Shinpa realm dare to charge at him. This is decidedly abnormal. 3 days later, the day of the Academy competition arrives. The imperial capital is abuzz with excitement, as nobles from all corners send representatives to observe, given the notable presence of nobility within the Imperial Academy. The Academy features a vast training ground capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, sufficient for all disciples to participate, and today as competition is to be held there. The first to enter are the disciples of the Martial Academy. Tens of thousands of them, led by their mentor Hong Shan, march into the arena with grandeur, garnering envious glances from onlookers. The Martial Academy mentors enjoy a grand reputation. Following them are the disciples of the Spiritual Academy, who number around 15,000. Led by a woman named Ling Yun, with Mu Shui also present among them. Next come the Criminal Academy, Sword Academy, Artifact Academy, and Alchemy Academy, all entering in succession. The Literary Academy, with over 1,000 disciples, is led into the arena by their mentor, exuding a scholarly elegance. With 7 of the 8 academies already present, only the Music Academy remains. Laughter and derision echo through the air. Look at the Music Academy, with just over 100 disciples. What can they possibly contribute to the competition? They've merely bought their way in. None of them truly improve their skills. Their mentor lacks the courage to even show up. What do they have left to compete for? Each mocking remark pierces the hearts of the Music Academy disciples. Indeed, in such a significant event, their spiritual anchor Yunxi has not arrived. With over 100 disciples, led by Tsai, they step into the arena. Yet that brief distance feels interminable. Heads bowed, they exude no sense of pride. This cohort from the Music Academy is the smallest and weakest in recent years, and many speculate they may set a record for the fastest elimination. Tsai raises her gaze, but sees no sign of Yunxi. "Where are you?" she murmurs, leading her fellow disciples into the arena. Ling Yun and Mu Shui also gaze around, wondering where he could be after 2 months of absence, oblivious to his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Yunxi has hastily reached the border city of the Fengtsang Kingdom, the Beast City. However, he still needs to visit the mercenary hall to exchange some points. Upon entering the hall, he encounters the same beautiful attendant. After scanning the tasks, he promptly accepts over 100 green tier tasks, including a rare blue tier 5th level task. All these tasks involve slaying demon beasts. The mercenaries present are taken aback. Why would a disciple at the Shinpa realm accept so many 4th tier tasks? They know that failing to complete them within the allotted time incurs penalties, although each task allows ample time. Completing over 100 4th tier tasks is an impossible feat for anyone in Fengtsang Kingdom, save for the only top tier mercenary group, which would need to mobilize its entire force. Yet, when Yunxi fills the mercenary hall with the corpses of over 100 4th tier demon beasts, the shock is palpable. Some of these beasts can only be found on the other side of the mountain range, requiring a perilous journey through its depths. An elderly man on the 2nd floor of the hall is so startled by the commotion that he descends immediately. "Hurry, I have no time to waste." Yunxi hands over his mercenary badge to the attendant, and with the completion of over 100 tasks, he exchanges them for points. "Just a moment," the attendant says. "Old Ling, I'll handle the counting. You focus on your business," the elder instructs, his expression grave, especially upon seeing the 5th tier beast, which makes him feel as if his scalp is about to burst. This was slain by Jingjing and collected by Yunxi. You have accumulated a total of 110,000 points. Your mercenary group has now been upgraded to mid-level Xian. After this announcement, the elder modifies Yunxi's registration to reflect the new status, a rarity in all of Fengtsang Kingdom. To reach the upper tier of Xian, one must slay a high-tier 5th level divine beast, a feat evidently beyond Yunxi's current capabilities. I still need 400,000 more points. However, time is of the essence. I need 500,000 points to exchange for either the Bai Shuijin Jing Chao or the Tian Ling Lu, both of which I desire. Yet, he cannot afford to linger. He must hurry to the Imperial Academy. "I didn't expect you to be a mercenary," Heike observes with interest as she watches Yunxi. "Just a side job." Yunxi replies with an awkward smile. "I'd like to join your mercenary group. It sounds rather entertaining." Heike chuckles and directly requests the attendant to apply for Yunxi's mercenary group, nearly laughing to tears upon seeing its name. A mercenary group with just over 100 members? You truly are a peculiar one. Surely, this is just to scare people? Facing Heike's mockery, Yunxi wears a grim expression. "We should be on our way." Yunxi disregards Heike and heads straight for the teleportation array in Beast City. The disciples of the Music Academy are all scions of nobility. Without his presence, they lack any confidence. This is the lingering consequence of years of suppression, leading to an involuntary fear when facing disciples from other academies. In the training ground, nobles gather. Today marks the annual competition of the Imperial Academy. The rankings of the 8 academies directly determine the allocation of resources. Thus, I hope you all give it your utmost effort. This year's competition adopts a team format with a wheel system. A win adds 1 point, while a loss maintains the current score. Each academy will select 100 participants, and now the draw shall commence. The host says little more, as Tsai represents the Music Academy in the drawing. Representatives from various academies took the stage to draw lots, and Kai Yi, upon seeing her draw, discovered that her first opponent would be from Wu Yuan. The news cast a shadow over the hearts of the disciples from Lu Yuan, for the elite chosen from Wu Yuan included numerous individuals at the Divine Tribulation realm. while the highest cultivation level among the Lu Yuan disciples merely reached the 9th stage of the divine soul realm. The disparity in strength was simply staggering. Some disciples from Lu Yuan felt a sense of despair, even though several had advanced into the divine tribulation realm following 2 months of grueling training. The gap in cultivation levels was insurmountable. As the drawing concluded, 100 disciples from Lu Yuan took to the stage, facing an equal number from Wu Yuan. Do not panic. Remember what our mentor taught us. We can do this, Kai Yi encouraged, and the others rallied together, forming groups of 5 to prepare for the chaotic melody of Feng Wu Jiutian. As the competition commenced, the disciples from Wu Yuan charged forward, unleashing their formidable cultivation, which created an overwhelming pressure upon the hearts of the Lu Yuan disciples. Under such intimidation, their rhythm faltered, and a cacophony of dissonant notes emerged, lacking any semblance of power. Ha! A bunch of worthless fools. What are you playing? At least try to make it sound decent. How can you even take the stage? The taunts and jeers assaulted the psychological defenses of the Lu Yuan disciples, leading them to a state of collapse, devoid of any fighting spirit. Unwilling to face humiliation on the martial arts stage, they slinked off the stage, ridiculed by all, as it was well known that their 2 months of intense training had culminated in such a dismal outcome. As time passed, Lu Yuan faced 3 rounds of competition, suffering defeat in each, and with another loss, they would be relegated to the losers bracket. 3 rounds, 3 humiliating defeats. The discordant melodies led many to regret their decision to join Lu Yuan, fearing it would bring shame to their families. In the 4th round, facing Dan Yuan, the situation seemed dire. The various types of elixirs, including medicinal, poisonous, and precious pills, could lead to catastrophic outcomes in the contest. It's over. Who can withstand a barrage of pills? I hope I don't get poisoned, the disciples of Lu Yuan lamented, their fighting spirit extinguished as they contemplated their grim fate. As they arranged themselves, the lack of combat prowess was evident. This match was destined to end in failure. Meanwhile, a commanding voice echoed from the horizon, exuding authority. Is this how I taught you? The voice was steady, powerful, and familiar. The disciples of Lu Yuan looked up in unison, recognizing the voice of Yunxi. With bated breath, they watched as a beam of golden light descended, accompanied by a black butterfly, soaring from the sky. It's the mentor. The mentor has returned. The disciples of Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement, for they knew the unmatched prowess of Yunxi in music. They were unaware of the high expectations they harbored for him. As the golden light dissipated, Yunxi appeared above the Imperial Academy, cradling Jing Jing in his arms. Moments later, another black butterfly swooped in, revealing a stunning figure draped in elegance and mystery, exuding an aura that even those of royal lineage found humbling. This striking presence ignited the imaginations of all below. Yunxi was a well-known figure among the nobles of the imperial city, and his arrival silenced even the mocking voices. Who would dare speak ill in his presence? Stepping forward, he took his place on the seat reserved for the mentors of Lu Yuan, and the disciples' eyes sparkled with admiration. Upon his entrance, no one dared utter a word. His aura was simply too commanding. Fight according to the methods I have taught you. Let me witness the fruits of your training, Yunxi said, gazing at the disciples of Lu Yuan, who seemed to have met his expectations, indicating that no one had slacked off. The black butterfly hovered near Yunxi, intrigued by this extraordinary individual from such a remote kingdom. As the competition commenced, the disciples of Dan Yuan felt an unsettling shift among the Lu Yuan disciples. They exhibited no signs of panic or despair, instead displaying a renewed fighting spirit. Brothers, let us go. The disciples of Dan Yuan hurled their elixirs, some exploding into fiery infernos, while others unleashed toxic clouds. Even some shattered elixirs released bolts of lightning. In an instant, chaos ensued. Yet the disciples of Lu Yuan seemed to revert to their training, remaining calm and composed. The first note of the melody rang out, ethereal and dreamlike, as if it contained myriad wonders. In groups of 5, they began to perform Feng Wu Jiutian. Instantly, the music erupted, intertwining various instruments with a unique melody that resonated throughout the martial arts arena. Waves of sound surged in all directions, obliterating the lightning and extinguishing the flames, causing the power of the precious pills to dissipate under the melodic onslaught. With 3 waves of sound, the strategies of the Dan Yuan disciples were rendered ineffective. By the 4th wave, the music penetrated the hearts and minds of all present. The disciples of the martial arts arena were astonished, witnessing the terrifying power of music for the first time. The initial explosive force of the Dan Yuan disciples, typically their strongest, had been completely vanquished by a series of melodic waves. It's an ensemble piece. They are utilizing a formation melody. Some disciples began to realize the significance. The The music had formed a cohesive strategy, unleashing power beyond expectations. It was astonishing that the disciples of Li Yuan had achieved such mastery. This was unprecedented in the Academy's history. The true terror of Feng Wu Jiutian lay in its ability to disrupt the souls of its listeners. Under the influence of the music, the disciples of Dan Yuan appeared dazed and confused. "Oh my, your backside is quite bouncy." As the spectacle unfolded, the audience watched in disbelief as one male disciple from Dan Yuan reached out to another, prompting a series of bizarre behaviors from the Dan Yuan disciples. Some crawled on the ground mimicking pets, others sang discordantly, and some even attempted to perform comedic feats. Various ludicrous antics ensued, leaving the audience in shock. Amidst the chaos, a commanding voice thundered through the arena, snapping the Dan Yuan disciples back to reality, their faces flushed with embarrassment as they realized their foolishness. "Enough. This match goes to Li Yuan." The speaker was the mentor of Dan Yuan, knowing that if he did not intervene, further humiliation would ensue. "We have triumphed." All the disciples of the Yue Yuan rose to their feet, celebrating their remarkable victory, the most glorious in history. The applause resonated throughout the entire arena, and amidst this sound, the disciples of Yue Yuan wept. It was the first time they had received such acclaim, a feeling they had never experienced before. So this is what victory feels like. All the members of Yue Yuan bowed deeply towards Yunxi, their faith in a single person solidified for the first time. "Very well, I eagerly anticipate your forthcoming performances. Remember the goals I set for you," Yunxi declared with a nod. The disciples of Yue Yuan were transformed, imbued with newfound confidence, precisely what they needed. Kongzhen, the ruler of Fengsang Kingdom, looked on with curiosity at the young man who had single-handedly elevated and nearly extinguished Yue Yuan to such heights. Only Mu Shui from Ling Yuan, upon seeing Yunxi, felt an urge to confront him. Glancing at the enchanting He Dai by his side, she noted how he had seemingly indulged in romantic pursuits during their 2-month separation and resolved to set things right. Nevertheless, it must be said that at this moment, Yunxi exuded a captivating charm. The points for Yue Yuan increased by 1, matching that of Wen Yuan, as they advanced to the 5th round. This time, they faced Wen Yuan. The Martial Academy maintained its lead with 4 points. As the 5th round commenced, each round awarded 3 points, and those eliminated had little hope of recovery. The Martial Academy boasted several first-tier Divine Tribulation cultivators, while the rest were peak Divine Soul practitioners, overwhelming the other 7 academies. However, the Martial Academy began to regard Yue Yuan with caution after witnessing the dismal fate of Dan Academy. In this round, the Martial Academy faced Dan Academy and achieved a decisive victory, eliminating them entirely. Meanwhile, Yue Yuan battled Qi Academy, whose disciples, mostly skilled in artifact forging, possessed numerous magical weapons but lacked any means to counter sound waves. The outcome for Qi Academy was similarly disastrous, with their students displaying disarray, prompting even the Martial Academy disciples to avert their eyes. Ling Yuan clashed with Xing Yuan, where the latter, renowned for its combat prowess, fielded formidable fighters. Yet within Ling Yuan, Ling Yun showcased exceptional strength, having broken through to the 10th stage of the Divine Platform realm within just 2 months, a training speed that left many mentors humbled. It was even speculated that a contender rivaling the Holy Sun might emerge. In terms of combat prowess, Ling Yun could even contend with Divine Soul practitioners, challenging a level above her own and leaving all in awe. After 5 rounds, the 4 strongest academies emerged: the Martial Academy, Ling Yuan, Yue Yuan, and Jian Yuan. No one had anticipated that this year, Yue Yuan would reach the top 4, and the signs hinted at a potential second-place finish, competing with the Martial Academy. In this round, Yue Yuan faced Ling Yuan. The remaining academies, Dan, Xing, Wen, and Qi, were relegated to the losers bracket for further comparison. The matchup between Ling Yuan and Yue Yuan captivated the audience. As the battle commenced, everyone anticipated a fierce confrontation. Ling Yuan excelled in magical combat and spirit techniques, with several students possessing divine abilities. Consequently, Ling Yuan students had more resilient spirits than those from other academies, making them less susceptible to musical influences. As the fight began, Yue Yuan unleashed Feng Wu Jiutian, filling the air with ethereal melodies that left Ling Yuan students astounded by its terrifying power. Ensnared by the enchanting notes, they found themselves moving involuntarily, caught in exquisite visions. Although the disciples of Ling Yuan possessed strong souls, the students of Yue Yuan had undergone grueling training for 2 months, enduring countless hardships to achieve today's brilliance. The Ling Yuan disciples faltered, unable to maintain composure, except for Ling Yun, whose eyes remained clear. Having ascended from earth, she recognized Feng Wu Jiutian and discerned a flaw, yet she refrained from intervening. instead restraining Mu Shui, who regained clarity as well. Ling Yun gazed up at Yunxi, appreciating his subtle acknowledgement. This battle ended with a crushing defeat for Ling Yuan, with only Ling Yun and Mu Shui remaining unscathed, while the others were left in disarray. The Martial Academy triumphed over Jian Yuan, increasing their score to 7 points. The ultimate showdown would be between Ling Yuan and the Martial Academy, a matchup between the widely regarded strongest and weakest, an unprecedented occurrence in history. Clearing his throat, Yunxi stood and announced, "Allow me to establish a small betting pool. For those wagering on Yu Yuan's victory, the odds are 2-1. For those betting on the Martial Academy's win, 10-1. The more you bet, the more you earn." His voice echoed across the arena, leaving the audience in disbelief. A mentor was openly initiating a betting scheme, even with royals present. The Vice Dean's expression soured, but he realized the Academy had not explicitly prohibited gambling. Hurry. If the Martial Academy wins, the payout is tenfold. Ignoring the Vice Dean, Yunxi's carefree demeanor annoyed Ling Yun, who found his antics exasperating. Gradually, some began to place their bets, the majority favoring the Martial Academy due to their evident strength, including divine tribulation cultivators, and the enticing tenfold reward. The Vice Dean's face turned a deep shade of purple. Yunxi's behavior was utterly baffling. "I wager 1 million on Yue Yuan," Heidai declared boldly, making a significant bet. The Martial Academy disciples felt a mix of outrage and indignation. Why should they be undervalued in this betting scheme? "Brothers, once we step onto the arena, hold nothing back," a Martial Academy disciple urged as both teams entered the competition grounds. As the match commenced, several divine tribulation cultivators surged forward, only to be met by a powerful wave of sound. This assault surpassed any previous performance by Yue Yuan. Had the disciples of Yue Yuan concealed their true abilities? In that moment, the Yue Yuan disciples, fueled by resentment towards the Martial Academy, unleashed their full spiritual power. Within the melodies of Feng Wu Jiu Tian, several divine soul practitioners from Yue Yuan took the lead, supported by peak divine soul practitioners. Instantly, they erupted with sound waves surpassing previous displays. The sound was controlled by Yu Yuan's disciples, targeting only the divine tribulation practitioners of the Martial Academy. As the first wave of Martial Academy disciples advanced, they were caught off guard, their expressions blank as they turned to confront their own comrades with hostility. Uniting the strength of all Yue Yuan disciples to dominate the divine tribulation practitioners of the Martial Academy became their strategy. This is bad. Several seniors have fallen under their control. The Martial Academy's divine tribulation practitioners turned on their fellow disciples. In a stunning moment, the entire arena fell silent. This strategy of directly manipulating the Martial Academy's divine tribulation practitioners to attack their own was terrifying. One by one, Martial Academy disciples fell. Those unaffected were their spiritual leaders. As the divine tribulation practitioners unleashed their attacks, the divine soul disciples of the Martial Academy succumbed until only a handful of divine tribulation practitioners remained. Finally, one Martial Academy divine tribulation disciple raised his hand and struck his forehead, rendering himself unconscious. The audience was left in shock, astounded that Yue Yuan had devised such a strategy, uniting all their disciples' power to control the divine tribulation practitioners and defeat the Martial Academy's other disciples, leading to self-destruction. Without the loss of a single soldier, the power of music revealed its most terrifying aspect. In that moment, no one would dare underestimate the disciples of Yue Yuan, who now evoked a sense of fear. The championship belonged to Yue Yuan, and they had successfully achieved their goal. Applause erupted once more, a tribute befitting the champions. "Yindao, we have triumphed." The disciples of the Yue Yuan Academy simultaneously turned their gazes toward Yunxi, feeling fortunate to have such an exceptional mentor. Yunxi, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling up, entirely due to the outcome of this wager, earning him a staggering 10 million lingbai. The competition persisted, ultimately leading to the determination of rankings. First place belonged to Yue Yuan Academy, followed by Wu Yuan and Ling Yuan. The positions of 4 to 8 were claimed by Jian Yuan, Xing Yuan, Qi Yuan, Dan Yuan, and Wen Yuan. Kong Zhen, the sovereign of Fengcang Kingdom, was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated the mesmerizing intricacies of music, and now, with his beloved youngest daughter enrolled at Yue Yuan, a flicker of pride ignited within him. As the event began to disperse, the majority of attendees had already departed. At that moment, a voice resonated throughout the square. "Yunxi, come forth." The voice belonged to the Crown Prince, Kong Shan. Although this occasion had allowed Kai Yi to regain her dignity, the previous grievances remained to be addressed. The Crown Prince's voice was thunderous, halting those who were about to leave in their tracks. The name Yunxi was well known throughout the imperial city. Who would dare to address him so directly? She turned to see who it was. Descending gracefully, he approached the crown prince, having never encountered him before, yet sensing the aura of nobility that surrounded him. What business do you have with me? Yunxi inquired, furrowing his brow, unable to recall any past entanglement with this man. What business? You have subjected my sister to the torment of soul-scorching, and you dare to ask me who I am? The crown prince bellowed. This revelation left Yunxi utterly bewildered. Who is your sister? He retorted. Seeing the situation escalate, Kai hurriedly approached. Brother, stop this, she exclaimed, glancing at the crown prince, her concern palpable. Whatever it is, do not harm Yunxi. Brother? So he is indeed a prince, Yunxi acknowledged, maintaining the necessary decorum. Do not attempt to draw close to me. Today, I must teach you a lesson, the crown prince declared, unleashing the full force of his 9th stage of divine calamity, his aura surging like a tempest. Beside them, Dai observed the crown prince's display. To challenge someone who could slay a holy sun with such strength was akin to courting disaster. However, she was not surprised. After all, Yunxi's cultivation was merely at the 3rd stage of divine soul, making the crown prince's decision to confront him seem a loss of face. Brother, let us return home, Kai interjected, blocking Kongshan's path. While Yunxi's ascent from the divine platform to divine soul in just 2 months was indeed remarkable, the crown prince, being of a higher realm, was not someone he could easily defeat. Unsure of how to proceed, Yunxi recognized that the crown prince's fierce affection for his sister was devoid of malice. Yet, how could he strike back? Moreover, would this not be a disgrace to the royal family? Do not impede me. Today, I shall have my revenge, the crown prince insisted, having waited 2 months to confront Yunxi. Brother, this has nothing to do with Yunxi. Let us go home, Kai pleaded, fearful that a moment of recklessness could lead to Yunxi's ruin. Do you truly wish to battle me? Yunxi inquired, sensing that today might not unfold easily. Naturally, I shan't bully you. I shall only employ 20% of my strength, the crown prince seethed. Yet, he was taken aback when Yunxi raised his hand and unleashed a punch that sent a jolt of terror through him. An overwhelming force enveloped his being. Every muscle tensed. The crown prince felt the world dim around him. As he processed the situation, Yunxi's fist was a mere 3 inches from his brow. A cataclysmic power surged within that punch, potent enough to obliterate even the pinnacle of divine calamity. There was no means of evasion, no refuge, no opportunity. In that instant, he understood that this blow could render him lifeless 100 times over. The calmness with which Yunxi delivered that strike was sufficient to annihilate him. Yet, he had boasted of punishing Yunxi. How ludicrous, how utterly absurd. Kai gasped. Yunxi. This scene was witnessed by many, their expressions reflecting a myriad of astonishment. Only Dai and Jing appeared unfazed, while Ling Yun was astounded. The man who had ascended alongside him had developed to such an extraordinary extent. I concede, the crown prince murmured, his countenance darkened. He had always believed his talents to be of a superior caliber. But seeing Yun, she made him realize that there were indeed realms beyond comprehension. He could accept this outcome, albeit with a tinge of dismay. Thank you, Crown Prince, for your concession. I shall ensure that Kai is treated well, Yunxi declared, his voice booming, which brought relief to many present. It became evident that the Crown Prince had intentionally yielded to Yunxi. Otherwise, the latter's formidable prowess would have been truly shocking. The Crown Prince nodded, departing with an air of nonchalance, though the brilliance surrounding him had dimmed. Kai, fearing for her brother's safety, quickly followed, casting a glance back at Yunxi, fully aware of the terror that punch had embodied. Aside from a select few, most believed the Crown Prince had relented due to Kai, given Yunxi's unique status, rendering his concession understandable. Dai regarded Yunxi with an approving gaze. You are quite adept at navigating these social intricacies. Yunxi shook his head. One must afford the royal family a modicum of respect. Besides, she has a good brother. Yunxi suddenly reflected on the passage of 9,000 years, a time when no one knew the trials he had endured. He had witnessed sunrises and sunsets alone, gazed at the celestial bodies in solitude, with no one to converse with during the vast majority of his days. He had sung to himself while drinking, often finding solace in the vastness of the sky. With only the sun and moon as companions, the heavens serving as his seat and the earth as his blanket. Since his master had departed, he had known no further affection. He envied Kai for having someone who would stand up for her, someone who constantly considered her well-being. Familial bonds felt ethereal to him. In the coming days, I shall seek out that medicinal herb for you. I will notify you when I have news. It should be able to heal your scars, Yunxi assured Dai, who had accompanied him to Fengsong Kingdom, treating him with an air of familiarity. I shall await your findings. It is also time for me to resume my training, lest you surpass me, she replied, a smile gracing her lips. Having reached the pinnacle of divine calamity at the tender age of 10, her rate of cultivation was prodigious, and even a decade of idleness would not diminish her capacity to rival a holy sun. For the time being, you may stay in my humble abode, Yunxi suggested, contemplating the numerous vacant rooms available in the Academy's accommodations. Very well, I shall not refuse, Heidai accepted graciously. Yunxi led her to a small courtyard, allowing her to choose a room for herself. With the competition concluded, he had no pressing matters to attend to. The next step would be to refine imperial-grade materials. Jing, let us visit your grandfather. It is time to convey our safety, Yunxi said, lifting Jing into his arms. After 2 months away, it was prudent to report back to the old divine king. Upon entering the Academy's inner sanctum, the door opened automatically. Yunxi beheld the old divine king seated before a grave, appearing notably aged. Grandfather, Jing has returned, she exclaimed, bouncing joyfully towards the old divine king, who opened his eyes, warmth radiating from his gaze as he acknowledged Jing's growth with a nod. Tell me, where have you both ventured? The old divine king inquired, lifting Jing into his embrace. She had grown considerably, her eyes sparkling with vitality. Grandfather, we journeyed to the Beast Mountain Range and even visited Baibao City. We encountered a royal beast. Jing animatedly gestured, her excitement palpable. The old divine king, however, appeared astonished. He was well aware of the dangers lurking within the Beast Mountain Range. I vanquished the holy son of the Futua clan, Yunxi announced, producing the identity token of the Futua holy son. The old divine king's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixated on the token. Well. The old Shen Wang gazed at Yunxi, increasingly perceiving him as a treasure. He understood all too well the formidable strength of the Futu Shengzi and how arduous it was to slay one. The notion that Yunxi could directly vanquish a Shengzi left him astonished. The resources required to nurture a Shengzi are beyond imagination. The loss of one represents a significant blow. Tell me, what have you encountered? The old Shen Wang appeared exceedingly pleased. Yunxi, with no reservations, recounted his experiences. You young lad have truly surprised me, the old Shen Wang said with a smile, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a gem. In due time, I shall bestow upon you a fortuitous gift. Take good care of Jing. The old Shen Wang coughed, his voice frail, as if he were approaching the end of his days. Fortuitous gift? What sort of gift? A sense of foreboding washed over Yunxi. You will know in due course, the old Shen Wang replied, coughing a couple more times before slowly closing his eyes. Observing this, Yunxi bowed respectfully to the old Shen Wang and departed with Jing. His current task was to refine that piece of imperial-grade material. After enduring countless hardships and traversing the Beast Mountain Range, he had sought this very material. Once back in his chamber, he cast a barrier and produced the imperial-grade material. The moment it was unveiled, the Qing Lian within him began to whirl chaotically. Endless devouring. Yunxi activated the infinite devouring technique. But he required the assistance of the Qing Lian. Otherwise, with his capabilities alone, it would take him a year to refine the 3 divine fires necessary for the imperial-grade material. The Qing Lian spun, enveloping the imperial-grade material in an overwhelming power as it commenced the refining and absorption process. Moreover, the material bore a bloodstain. Even though the blood had dried, it emanated a terrifying pressure. This was merely a bloodstain from countless years ago, yet it still possessed such astonishing might. Could it be imperial blood? Yunxi felt a shock within, becoming exceedingly cautious. Should this blood touch him, it might overwhelm his mind. Qi Shui Huangjin. As Yunxi regarded the imperial-grade material, the terrifying force of the Qing Lian visibly diminished it. Within the chaos, the Qing Lian oscillated, as if it were partaking in the creation of the universe. Meanwhile, upon the Qing Lian, the 7th petal and the essence of Jiu Mu Qiong Qi were also fervently refining. With each strand refined, the essence grew ever brighter. An indescribable heat emerged, rendering Yunxi's barrier utterly ineffective. Had it not been for the protection of the Qing Lian, he would have been reduced to ashes. This heat radiated, causing the inhabitants of the Imperial Academy to feel as though an additional sun had appeared, as if they were ensconced within a furnace. Heidai also realized she could not withstand this searing heat and hurriedly took her leave. It was not until the essence of Jiu Mu Qiong Qi within Yunxi refined 4/5 of the material that it finally ceased, leaving only a small fragment of the imperial-grade material. Yunxi breathed heavily, fixating intently on a solitary droplet of blood that floated before him. This was a drop of divine emperor's blood that had condensed from the bloodstain during the refinement of the imperial-grade material. This minuscule droplet was invaluable and would serve Yunxi greatly. Yunxi gazed at the piece of material, now reduced to a royal grade. If he desired, he could forge numerous Super Barrett royal-grade bullets, but with 2 remaining, he found no immediate need for them. After a moment of contemplation, he placed it within his ring. Observing the considerable refinement of the essence of Jiu Mu Qiong Qi, Yunxi felt a surge of joy. However, upon looking up, he discovered that the small courtyard had completely melted away. This was under the condition of the Qing Lian compressing fiercely. Otherwise, the temperature required to refine the imperial-grade material would have been enough to melt the entire imperial city. I shall need to find someone to repair this, Yunxi remarked. Rolling his eyes, as he stepped outside, he unexpectedly encountered He Dai. Hey, what are you up to? Yunxi scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I've been making a bit of a mess. I hope you don't mind staying in the imperial city for a while. You really are something, He Dai said, casting a glance at Yunxi. She had painstakingly arranged her room to suit her tastes, only for it to disappear. Just right. I'll help you inquire about the medicinal herb for your face. Yunxi quickly shifted the topic, awkwardly making his way outside. However, as he reached the entrance of the Imperial Academy, he spotted Mu Shui, her eyes blazing with anger as she glared at him. What is going on? Aren't you going to explain who this beautiful sister is? Before Yunxi could respond, He Dai stepped forward gracefully, her demeanor exquisite. I am He Dai, a friend of Yunxi. Mu Shui was momentarily taken aback. The poise exhibited by He Dai was beyond that of ordinary nobles, and she did not appear to be from the imperial city. I am Mu Shui, Yunxi's woman, she declared, puffing out her chest. Her figure was equally impressive, and her beauty was striking, undeniably captivating. Young Master Yun is indeed fortunate, He Dai teased, leaving Yunxi feeling a touch awkward. All right, enough of that. Let us get down to business, Yunxi said, playfully tapping Mu Shui on the forehead. Don't hit. It hurts. Are you serious? A blush crept onto Mu Shui's face. Yunxi glanced at her, sensing that perhaps she was a tad infatuated. It seemed a lesson was in order. Enough of that. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Yunxi proceeded towards the Qian family's abode, as Qian Kun was his confidant and possessed the most up-to-date information. As they walked, Yunxi noticed that Mu Shui and He Dai were engaging in pleasant conversation, resembling a pair of sisters. The Qian family's estate exuded grandeur, with a gate valued at tens of thousands of spirit coins, imparting an overwhelming sense of opulence. Stop right there. Who goes there? The guards halted the trio. Tell Qian Kun that his boss has come to see him, Yunxi stated. Young Master Qian has a boss? The guard was taken aback, but seeing Yunxi was a disciple of the Imperial Academy, he hesitantly went to relay the message. Before long, a figure rushed forth. Boss, I've missed you. Qian Kun exclaimed eagerly. Boss, you've become even more handsome in the 2 months since we last met. I have some beauty-enhancing pills here. You must take them. Qian Kun cheerfully presented a pill bottle that appeared quite valuable. Such exuberance left the guards stunned. Even Yunxi felt somewhat humbled. It had been ages since he had heard such flattery. He accepted the pills without objection. I've come to ask for your assistance with something, Yunxi stated, causing Qian Kun's expression to shift. Whatever you need, just give the word. It would be my honor to help. Qian Kun's enthusiasm left Yunxi feeling a bit bashful. Was this truly the same arrogant nobleman from before? I wish to know where I can find Zhixinghua, Yunxi inquired. Zhixinghua typically grows atop mountain peaks, under the celestial light of day and night, and is the final medicinal herb needed to heal He Dai's scars. I know of it, but Qian Kun displayed a hint of reluctance. Just say it. I want to make it difficult for you, Yunxi reassured him. Boss, there's a gambling stone site owned by the Jin family. However, to obtain the flower, one must gamble with the Jin family. To date, no one has ever defeated them, Qian Kun explained, having himself lost a considerable amount of spirit coins in previous attempts. Gambling stones. What is that? Yunxi pondered aloud, wondering if it was akin to what existed on Earth. The Jin family possesses a red stone mine where red jade can be found. Nobles are fond of such red jade, and due to its scarcity, its price is quite steep. Gambling stones involve purchasing stones in hopes of finding red jade within. If not, it simply amounts to acquiring a common stone, Qian Kun elucidated. I understand. Where's the gambling stone site? Yunxi nodded, recognizing the similarity to Earth's gambling stones. However, he wondered if it might be too presumptuous to go alone. I'll take you there, Qian Kun offered, leading the way as they made their way to the teleportation array, which would take them to another city within the Fengsong Kingdom, the gambling city. He Dai also followed, as there were similar places within the Divine City, though she had yet to experience them. Upon arriving in the gambling city, numerous young nobles from various esteemed families gathered. A few of them made their way to the largest gambling stone shop in the city. Oh, the young master of the Qian family is here again. After losing 1,000,000 lingbai last time, are you back for more? The speaker was Jin Yan, a noble young man from the Jin family. Last time, he had witnessed Qian Kuan's loss of 1,000,000 lingbai, and now he was perplexed by Qian Kuan's return to the scene. Today, it is not I who will gamble, but my boss, Qian Kuan said, gesturing towards Yunxi. The Jin family members were astonished. Qian Kuan held a notable position in the Qian family, and it was unexpected for someone of his stature to acknowledge another as his superior. I wish to acquire the Zexinghua from your shop. What must I do to secure it? Yunxi stated his intentions directly. Oh, select 10 stones, each worth over 1,000,000 lingbai, and you may take it. The Jin family member sneered. With thousands of stones available, it was hard to believe anyone could possess such discernment. Moreover, should Yunxi purchase larger stones, the cost would easily reach hundreds of thousands, allowing for a substantial profit. Very well, I shall begin my selection, Yunxi replied. He then produced an exceptionally powerful flashlight, immediately piquing the curiosity of onlookers. Boss, what is this? Qian Kuan inquired, gazing at the extraordinary flashlight. Just a common item, Yunxi responded truthfully. As the flashlight indeed appeared quite ordinary, he activated the flashlight and directed it towards a stone. Instantly, the stone shimmered, revealing a hint of red within. This spectacle left the crowd astounded. Is there such a treasure in the world? When selecting stones, most relied on color, texture, and instinct. Too little red. This won't do. Yunxi shook his head. Eventually, he approached several larger stones, expecting them to contain more red. The first large stone revealed a trace of red, but was still deemed insufficient and discarded. It was not until the 7th large stone that he observed 7 distinct regions glowing red. How much for this one? Yunxi inquired, pointing to the stone. 3 to 300,000 lingbai, a Jin family young master replied, still skeptical that anyone could discern the internal red jade merely through light. The red jade was special, capable of obstructing certain perceptions, making gambling stones a matter of guesswork, something Yunxi seemed to defy. Wrap this one up, and that one beside it as well. Yunxi commanded, as he examined thousands of stones. The commotion attracted many onlookers. Yunxi was the 7th person to seek the Zexinghua, with the previous 6 having lost over 10,000,000 lingbai, including Qian Kuan. A sum of 10,000,000 lingbai represented the annual income of many small families and was the culmination of Qian Kuan's years of savings. As more people flocked to the Jin family's gambling stone shop, few could match the extravagance of Yunxi's spending. Most astonished of all was Mu Shui, who, being aware of Yunxi's origins from the lower realms, wondered how he had suddenly acquired such wealth. She had never seen so much lingbai in her life. After Yunxi selected 10 stones of various sizes, he spent over 400,000 lingbai. With only 2,000,000 lingbai to his name, he declared, "Let us begin." After making his selections, he swiped his card. The Jin family disciple cautiously began to cut the first stone. As the knife descended, a flash of red appeared. It's red. It's red. The crowd gasped. Upon fully revealing the stone, 2/3 of its surface was red, potentially worth several million lingbai, yielding a tenfold profit. The second stone was similarly abundant with red, estimated at 3,000,000 lingbai. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th stones also revealed vibrant red hues. This is incredible. Each stone could sell for millions. Today the Jin family is in for a loss. The astonished crowd watched the composed young man. The Jin family members were drenched in cold sweat until, at the 6th stone, a 3rd was cut without revealing red, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. I told you, who can be this lucky? Jin Yan sighed in relief. However, when the knife descended once more, a strikingly beautiful red materialized, illuminating the entire gambling stone shop. Red Jade King. My goodness, a Red Jade King has been revealed. The fist-sized piece was worth at least 10,000,000 lingbai. The appearance of the Red Jade King was a rare occurrence in the Jin family's shop, now happening for the 4th time. Jin Yan felt an urge to retch, unable to comprehend the unfolding disaster. If this continued, the shop would likely face ruin. The mining of such red jade required extensive processes and incurred significant costs, and they could not afford further losses. The subsequent stones also yielded large amounts of red, each valued over 1,000,000 lingbai. Every stone Yunxi selected had revealed valuable red jade. What about my Zexinghua? And let us exchange these red jades as well, Yunxi remarked. Realizing the profitability of this venture, he mused that had he known, he would have visited more often. Chapter 67. The alluring countenance Jin Yan begrudgingly produced the Zexinghua Yunxi desired, along with 30,000,000 lingbai. Yunxi could see that Jin's heart was bleeding, but that was of no concern to him. This is too entertaining. Let us continue playing, Yunxi exclaimed, relishing in the ease of his earnings. However, Jin Yin immediately interjected, I'm not feeling well today. The shop is closing. Please leave for another establishment. Close the doors, escort them out. Jin Yin gritted his teeth. Why close the shop in broad daylight? Let my elder brother play a few more hands. Qian Kuan stepped forward, reveling in Jin Yan's misfortune. My shop. I can close it whenever I please. Today, we are not opening. Jin Yin roared, clearly filled with pent-up frustration. Fine, we shall seek out another shop, Yunxi said, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Jin Yin as he turned to leave. Yet, upon his words, everyone hastily departed. Before long, every establishment in the gambling city, large and small, had shuttered its doors. The once bustling gambling city now lay in eerie silence. Is it really necessary to react this way over a small profit? Yunxi mused at the shop owner's reactions, bemused. It was no joke. Even the noble Jin family could not afford such antics. And no shop could withstand Yunxi's exploits. Here is a card for you. Buy whatever you wish. If it's not enough, we can discuss it later. Yunxi handed Mu Shui a golden card containing over 10 million lingbai, thus making her a wealthy woman. Give this to me, Mu Shui exclaimed, stunned as she accepted the card, never having seen so much money in her life. Of course, a man's money is meant for a woman to spend. Yunxi replied without a hint of remorse, for he still possessed 40 million lingbai. Thank you, my lord. Mu Shui shyly pressed a kiss to Yunxi's lips. Her cheeks flushed with color. Ah, you're taking advantage of me? Yunxi shot her a playful glare. Humph, Mu Shui teased back. All right, there are others present. Black Butterfly, for reasons unknown, felt a twinge of envy towards Mu Shui, perhaps because no one had treated her this way in years. As everyone departed the gambling city, the events of the day would become legendary. 10 consecutive stones yielding red jade worth millions had led all shops to blacklist Yunxi, should he dare return. They would simply close their doors. Upon returning to the imperial city, Yunxi arranged for the restoration of his small courtyard, while taking Black Butterfly to an inn to assist her in concocting a medicinal remedy for her scars. You're also an alchemist? Black Butterfly asked in astonishment. Mastering cultivation was already a demanding endeavor, let alone mastering other skills. Especially knowing that Yunxi excelled in the art of music. Alchemy, a pursuit that demands immense dedication, often finds its practitioners lacking in profound cultivation. Most alchemists invest their entire efforts into the craft, leading to their limited progress. Yet, Yunxi, with her unparalleled mastery of music, is equally astounded by her own cultivation. Having slain divine tribulations in the realm of the Shinpa, now, she embarks on the art of alchemy? How could one individual possibly excel in so many disciplines? Alchemy. Perhaps just passable, Yunxi remarked, as 3 alchemical furnaces soared from her spatial ring, this time without the need for the divine Shenongding. What are you doing? Heidi questioned. Having encountered numerous high-ranking alchemists in the divine city, yet never witnessing such a technique. 3 divine flames erupted from within Yunxi, each descending upon a separate furnace. This spectacle nearly caused Heidi to gasp in astonishment. With her standing, even the most gifted prodigies in the divine city had rarely been seen to possess 3 divine flames concurrently. Typically, possessing a single divine flame is already a stroke of fortune. Furthermore, divine flames are known to clash and reject one another. It is logically impossible for a single individual to harbor 2 types of divine flames. Yet, Yunxi's existence transcends her understanding. Unbeknownst to her, the reason these 3 divine flames coexist harmoniously is due to the suppression of a single Qinglian. Afterward, she methodically tossed a variety of medicinal materials into the 3 furnaces. Simultaneous refining? Heidi felt numb. Even a 7th-tier alchemist in the divine city could only manage dual furnace refining with utmost caution. Yet, Yunxi's calm demeanor while refining 3 furnaces was beyond impressive. This was not even her limit. If she were in the divine city, her alchemical prowess would undoubtedly astonish the eminent figures there. The more formidable her alchemical skills, the more exhilarated Heidi became, as the prospect of her scars healing grew brighter. Under the scorching divine flames, each furnace emitted a rich fragrance of medicinal essence. Yunxi skillfully maneuvered the 3 liquid substances, where even the slightest error could lead to failure. Such control requires an exquisite level of mastery. With her pure divine soul, Yunxi found it effortless. This ultimate precision was merely a trifle for her. Eventually, the substances coalesced into a crimson medicinal paste, adorned with twinkling starlight. Sit, Yunxi instructed. Heidi, filled with anticipation, complied without hesitation. After enduring countless taunts over the past decade, this young girl had ventured alone from the divine city in search of a cure, her trials unknown to anyone. She had even forgotten that she was still a child. Yunxi gently applied the medicinal paste to the scars on Heidi's face. Though he could not guarantee complete healing, he believed it should restore her condition without complications. Heidi felt a tingling sensation on her face, where the scar had long been devoid of feeling. After a moment of stillness, Yunxi scraped away the paste. Heidi eagerly gazed into the mirror, yet the scar remained, albeit slightly diminished. The light in her eyes dimmed. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Just then, Yunxi leaned closer. This Xixing grass is rather aged, it has adhered. As Yunxi inspected the scar, he picked up a small wooden shard and scraped away the scab. In an instant, a stunning face emerged before Yunxi. What sort of beauty could captivate one's heart in an instant? What visage could leave one momentarily spellbound? Even with his pure divine soul, Yunxi found himself momentarily entranced by her beauty, though he regained his senses shortly thereafter. The fact that his pure divine soul could be so captivated, even for a fleeting moment, spoke volumes. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, flawless and devoid of any blemish. A mere glance could send countless admirers into a frenzy. This was not a visage one would expect of a cultivator. Mesmerizing countenance, Yunxi murmured. Recognizing it as a rare and special constitution, one found only once in a myriad of lifetimes across countless dynasties, with the innate charm of a captivating figure. It was easy to see how all beings could be bewitched by such beauty. Heidi stared at her reflection in the mirror, having regained her appearance. Still as enchanting as ever. Thank you. She embraced Yunxi, unaware that her petite frame nearly caught him off guard. Yunxi instinctively placed his hand on her waist, an action that jolted Heidi awake. Rogue, let go? Heidi's face flushed as she exclaimed, an overwhelming aura enveloping Yunxi, far more terrifying than that of the Holy Sun. Yunxi released her, feeling a tad embarrassed. Who could resist such stunning beauty? The innate charm in her voice, coupled with her captivating features, could strike at the very soul without requiring any embellishment. Unexpectedly, you truly possess talent, Heidi quipped, casting Yunxi a sidelong glance that nearly caused him to bleed from his nose. In the future, you must wear a veil when you go out, Yunxi remarked, acknowledging that even with his pure divine soul, he was left entranced, let alone others. Heidi's smile gradually faded. I must take my leave. The atmosphere fell silent. Heidi slowly donned her veil. Having ventured from the divine city to restore her beauty, it was time to return. However, she found herself reluctant to part ways. Was it the world outside she was reluctant to leave, or was it Yunxi before her? In the divine city, her so-called friends had betrayed her, while Yunxi had neither mocked nor scorned her, but had helped her regain her appearance and heal her scar. Leave? Return to the divine city? Yunxi felt a pang of disappointment. Heidi nodded. Yes, to reclaim what belongs to me. Indeed, you never truly belonged here. Will we see each other again? Yunxi grasped her hand, and Heidi, unusually, did not resist but allowed him to hold it. Heidi shook her head. My identity may be something you can never reach in this lifetime. As soon as she finished speaking, Yunxi pulled her into an embrace. Heidi attempted to break free but discovered that Yunxi possessed considerable strength. Sensing his breath, her heart raced. Why should I care about your identity? Yunxi replied, leaning closer and pressing his lips against hers. Warm and tender as jade, Heidi sought to push him away. But the tingling sensation on her tongue caused her to melt into compliance. After the kiss, she leaned against Yunxi's chest, her cheeks flushed. Overwhelmed by feelings never before experienced, shyness, anticipation, and sweetness, yet the reality loomed that she must leave. I must go. Remember to seek me in the divine city. There are matters that bind me. I hope to wait for you until then. Heidi gazed at Yunxi, recalling how, in the past, suitors in the divine city could form a long line, including some extraordinary prodigies, yet she found herself inexplicably drawn to this individual, unable to extricate herself from such feelings. I, Yunxi, will keep my word. The divine city? I shall come in due time, Yunxi declared, acknowledging his current weakness and the necessity to grow stronger before venturing there. I will wait for you. Remember. Heidi donned her veil, embraced Yunxi once more, then shattered a talisman, instantly transporting herself from the room. Is she truly gone? Yunxi felt a sense of loss. Having shared life and death experiences with Heidi, he had developed a bond with her, and her temperament had unexpectedly complemented his own. Returning? Yunxi shook his head, realizing he now had a new goal to strive for. He regretted not inquiring about her background earlier as he stepped out of the inn, heading towards the Imperial Academy. Meanwhile, in a place immensely distant from the Fengsong Kingdom, Amidst the majestic 10,000 great mountains, atop each peak stands a 7-story pagoda, crowned with a chain. Each pagoda on these peaks is interconnected by chains, creating an intricate pattern among the 10,000 pagodas. At the heart of the 10,000 great mountains rises an imposing 9-story floating pagoda, with its upper 2 tiers lost amidst the clouds. This is the abode of the esteemed floating pagoda clan of the Shanhai realm. Array formations swirl chaotically above the mountains, emanating a vast pressure, within which a celestial map reveals the flow of heavenly fortunes. The mountains are ablaze with countless brilliant lights, occasionally illuminated by radiant glows. At this moment, within the 7th tier of the towering pagoda, an elderly man gazes intently at 2 portraits and a severed head. The holy son of the divine calamity realm has perished. Merely 2 months have passed since his departure, and he is no more. This news, delivered by the Tianjin sect, an ally of the floating pagoda clan, also brought with it the 2 portraits, depicting Yunxi and He Dai. Could it be that someone from a superpower has appeared to slay the holy son? The elder racked his mind, failing to consider that this was the act of a nascent ascendant from the lower realms, as he intrinsically believed it to be the work of a formidable force. This woman appears somewhat familiar. As the elder scrutinized He Dai's portrait, a memory surfaced. A decade prior, people from the heavenly kingdom scoured the Shanhai realm in search of a young girl who bore a striking resemblance. If this was indeed the doing of the heavenly kingdom, it could spell trouble. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the elder's eyes. Nurturing a holy son requires immense effort, for they are rare gems, destined to become the pillars of the floating pagoda clan. This situation demands careful deliberation. If the girl hails from the heavenly kingdom, who then is the boy? Feng Tianxiu. Journey to that remote place and investigate this matter. The elder's form vanished from the 7th tier of the floating pagoda, followed by a barely perceptible shadow that slipped away from the chamber. Now back at the Imperial Academy, Yunxi found himself reflecting on the undeniable power of wealth. His small courtyard had been renovated, even more magnificent than before. Before he could catch his breath, Ling Yun hastily approached him. Yunxi, something terrible has happened at the U Academy, she exclaimed, pulling him along without delay. What is going on? What happened? Yunxi questioned, puzzled that trouble had emerged after merely stepping outside. When they arrived at the U Academy, a throng of individuals had gathered, murmuring discontent. The Imperial Academy is utterly pathetic. 1 against 3, and it's no contest. Individuals clad in attire distinct from that of the Imperial Academy were vociferously berating them. These were disciples from the Divine Wind Academy, alongside students from the Heavenly Spirit Academy. There exists an unwritten rule among the 3 major academies that only the top students may engage in friendly duels. This year, the U Academy's top student happened to be from the Imperial Academy. However, the students of the U Academy had only mastered the Feng Wuju Tian, and lacked the prowess to perform it solo like Yunxi could. Ling Yun briefed Yunxi on the situation as they walked. Upon realizing the unfolding events, Yunxi approached the fray. How can I tolerate this? They are practically slapping us in the face. Teacher, the U Academy students, bruised and battered, looked at Yunxi, their expressions filled with shame. Their combat abilities paled in comparison to those of the Divine Wind Academy's top disciple. All right, I understand the situation, Yunxi reassured them, assisting the students of the U Academy to their feet. Upon his arrival, the Divine Wind Academy students felt emboldened, believing themselves to be within their rights. If there is nothing more to discuss, we shall take our leave, they remarked, smirking as they prepared to depart. Suddenly, they felt an overwhelming force, as if gravity itself had intensified, making it difficult to move. Yunxi struck the speaker from the Divine Wind Academy with a single palm, sending him flying over 10 yards. I apologize, but you did just shout at me, Yunxi casually remarked, shaking his hand. The U Academy students stared in astonishment. Was this truly a valid reason for retaliation? You dare? The student from the Divine Wind Academy began, but before he could finish, Yunxi disappeared and delivered another blow to his cheek, instantly swelling it up. You all witnessed this. He threatened me just now. The student, with a face swollen like a balloon, struggled to articulate his words, leaving everyone perplexed by his incoherence. Seeing Yunxi's prowess, the Imperial Academy disciples were uplifted. For the Divine Wind Academy had just attempted to humiliate them, only to be met with swift retribution. The students from the Divine Wind and Heavenly Spirit Academies stood dumbfounded. Such reasoning for striking someone was unheard of, yet none dared to step forward. Go ahead, strike them with full force, Yunxi declared, his resolve unwavering. His disciples were not to be trifled with. The other 8 Academy students looked at the U Academy with a hint of envy, wishing for a mentor as fiercely protective as Yunxi. Once the students of the Divine Wind and Heavenly Spirit Academies departed, Yunxi provided healing elixirs to the Yu Academy students. In a month, the friendship tournament of the 5 sects and 3 academies will commence. It is likely that the Divine Wind Academy will not let this matter rest easily. They will probably seek to assert their dominance over the Imperial Academy. Lingyun cautioned as she stood beside Yunxi. Teacher, what shall we do about the competition in a month? There will be individual matches, the Yu Academy disciples lamented. Their faces etched with worry, for they knew their individual combat abilities were lacking. Fear not. I shall resign from my position as your mentor today and join the Yu Academy as one of you, Yunxi proposed nonchalantly. Is that even possible? The Yu Academy students gasped in unison, taken aback by his audacity, yet there was a palpable concern. For while Yunxi was unmatched within the realm of the Divine Spirit, other academies and sects were bound to have formidable opponents of the Divine Calamity realm. Such is the decision. Tomorrow, I shall officially become a disciple of the Yu Academy, Yunxi declared, leaving the other academy students astounded. A killing god joining the competition? How could that be permitted? They would keep this matter under wraps until the tournament arrived. Returning to his courtyard, Yunxi finally found a moment of respite. Reclining on his bed and drifting into slumber, these past few days had afforded him a rare chance for tranquility, allowing him to indulge in leisurely cultivation. On the 3rd day, however, news from Qiankuan arrived through his jade slip. Boss, trouble has arisen. Sister-in-law has caused a ruckus. I can't handle this. The urgency in his voice propelled Yunxi towards the Setting Sun Tavern without a second thought. That wretch. She damaged Prince Zhao's belongings and still dares to retort? A man struck Mu Shui, and the force of the blow left her face swollen in an instant. Damn it. How dare you hit my sister-in-law? You're seeking death. Qiankuan charged forward, yet his cultivation level was merely at the Divine Spirit realm, and the man retaliated with a single slap that nearly incapacitated him. You ungrateful wretch. To be struck by Prince Zhao is a privilege, the man sneered. Just then, Yunxi arrived and immediately noticed Mu Shui's slightly swollen face. How are you? Yunxi quickly produced elixirs and administered them to Mu Shui, also tossing a bottle to Qiankuan. Who are you? The man sneered at Yunxi, dismissing him as just another Divine Spirit realm cultivator, unworthy of concern. Given his status, even if the royal family arrived, he had no need to bow down. Yunxi furrowed her brow, questioning who had struck. Presently, the Xiong'an was devoid of any patrons, and it seemed likely that the man before her was the culprit. She gently caressed Mu Shui's face. I came here to savor some spiritual delicacies, yet this fellow accosted me, claiming I had shattered his possessions. When it was he who had stumbled, he then demanded compensation and insisted that I visit his chamber that night. Before Mu Shui could finish her account, a palpable aura of dread permeated the Xiong'an, emanating from Yunxi. What? Do you seek to make a name for yourself? I am Prince Xiao Jiao of the Kuei Mountain Kingdom. Even the royal family of the Fengshan Kingdom cannot dictate my actions. You would do well to remain compliant, he proclaimed. The 2 guards flanking Xiao Jiao felt an inexplicable fear. The murderous intent was overwhelming. Which of you dares to challenge me? Yunxi stepped forward. Her aura suffused with lethal intensity. One of the peak Divine Tribulation guards advanced, questioning how one ought to speak to Prince Xiao. In a swift motion, Yunxi raised her hand, unleashing an insatiable force that instantly transformed the guard into a lifeless husk, collapsing to the ground. This shocking display nearly caused Xiao Jiao to faint. A being of the Divine Soul realm annihilating a peak Divine Tribulation warrior in an instant was truly beyond comprehension. Both Mu Shui and Qiankuan were equally astonished. Yunxi's prowess had shattered their previous understanding of strength. Spare me, spare me. If you take my life, conflict between our nations will surely ensue. Xiao Jiao suddenly realized that Yunxi was a harbinger of death, far too terrifying. What was that? Yunxi advanced another step, her murderous intent intensifying. This is too much. Xiao Jiao extended his left hand, but Yunxi seized his wrist, and with a sharp twist. The sound of breaking bones echoed as his left hand was contorted into an irregular shape. A piercing scream erupted, and Xiao Jiao fainted. Yunxi then pressed a needle into a vital point on Xiao Jiao, rousing him from unconsciousness, ensuring he could not succumb to oblivion again. With 2 swift kicks, she shattered both of Xiao Jiao's feet, delivering another blow to his groin, rendering him incapacitated. In a final act, she struck his dantian, obliterating his divine veins and foundational energy. His entire cultivation had been eradicated. Without a healer of her caliber, he would have no hope of recovery. Such was her formidable power, delivered with the swiftness of a thunderbolt. I shall not slay him today. Before I regret it, take him back, Yunxi commanded. Causing the remaining guard to tremble, and hastily assist Xiao Jiao in departing. Qian Kuan, you performed admirably today. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out, Yunxi remarked, leading Mu Shui away from the Xiangyan. Qian Kuan wiped the blood from his lips, feeling fortunate to have such a leader. As they walked, Han Shui, burdened with guilt, murmured, I'm sorry for causing you trouble again. There's no need to fret. You are my woman. How could I allow others to bully you? Yunxi replied, glancing at the foolish girl and playfully giving her a light tap. Ouch! You always hit me. Han Shui protested, feeling even more aggrieved. However, the person you struck today was a prince of the Kuei Mountain Kingdom. This may prove difficult to resolve, Mu Shui expressed her concern. The overall strength of the Kuei Mountain Kingdom significantly surpassed that of the Fengcang Kingdom, especially considering that Yunxi had confronted a prince. Chapter 70. The strength of the Kuei Mountain Kingdom. In recent years, the Fengcang Kingdom had experienced a downturn. During the last 100 Kingdoms War, their ranking had plummeted to the bottom, and nearly all who participated had perished. Resolve it. If they dare provoke me again, they shall be annihilated, Yunxi declared, firmly grasping Han Shui's hand. No one may harm Yunxi's woman without consequence. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, he discovered an invitation within his room. Upon opening it, he found a single line. Come to the palace for a discussion, Kongjun. Kongjun, the sovereign of the Fengcang Kingdom? The invitation bore the royal seal, indicating it was sent from the royal family. Consequently, he had no choice but to pay a visit. Inside the palace, resplendent and opulent, adorned with the finest craftsmanship, Kongjun sat upon the dragon throne, while the eldest prince, Kongshan, stood below. You claim that on that day, you faced Yunxi and could not withstand a single strike. Is this true? Kongjun regarded the eldest prince, visibly shocked. A peak divine tribulation warrior being bested by a mere divine soul realm individual seemed utterly absurd. Every word I speak is the truth. Though it may tarnish the royal family's prestige, I was indeed no match for him, Kongshan replied, unperturbed. Defeat was something he could accept. However, he had never heard of such a figure being close to the old divine king. Could he be a disciple of the old divine king? Regardless, this prodigy was undoubtedly a boon for the Fengcang Kingdom, and he seemed to harbor some interest in Kai. Upon hearing this, the eldest prince turned pale. Was he interested in Yunxi and intending to take his precious sister away? This he could not abide. Father, while this individual possesses formidable strength, he is excessively arrogant. The eldest prince reflected, struggling to pinpoint any flaws in Yunxi. Young man, a bit of arrogance can be beneficial, Kongjun remarked, increasingly appreciating Yunxi's character. At that moment, a golden armored guard approached, kneeling to announce, Yunxi requests an audience. Let him enter, Kongjun commanded. Yunxi approached, and, upon seeing Kongjun, offered a slight bow. Yunxi pays respect to the sovereign. The guard beside Kongjun, however, was incensed. How dare you? Do you not kneel? This outburst caused Yunxi to fix his gaze upon the golden armored guard, sending a chill down the guard's spine, as if he were facing a being from the depths of a blood-soaked abyss. Do not concern yourself. You may withdraw, Kongjun expressed his appreciation for Yunxi's demeanor. Once the guard departed, Kongjun turned to Yunxi. Why do you show no sign of fear upon meeting me? Kongjun's voice resonated like thunder. A shadow of a dragon coiling behind him, enveloping the entire hall with an aura of a supreme divine being. The atmosphere was terrifying, oppressive, yet infused with a subtle fluctuation that Yunxi could not comprehend. This fluctuation was the power of faith, born from countless devotees worshipping at the foot of a mountain, which over time would transform it into a sacred place. The concept of faith was still too ethereal for Yunxi, but he recognized its boundless intricacies. The divine presence bore down upon him like a million crashing waves, yet possessing an immaculate divine soul, he found it nearly impossible to be intimidated. Why should I harbor fear when I come to see you? Yunxi's expression remained calm as he gazed at him. Kongjun smiled, his divine presence contained. Yunxi was merely a being of the divine soul realm, and he exerted pressure across 3 great realms. Were it a divine being, they would have long since knelt. Yet Yunxi remained unchanged. Kongjun's tone softened considerably. Do you know why I sought you out? Yunxi pondered briefly, deducing it must relate to the incident involving the prince of the Kuei Mountain Kingdom. Indeed, in recent years, our Fengcang Kingdom has waned, and you have incapacitated a prince of the Kuei Mountain Kingdom. This is no trivial matter. The overall strength of the Fengcang Kingdom is significantly inferior to that of the Kuei Mountain Kingdom. If this escalates into conflict, the consequences would be dire. The most prudent course of action would be a marriage alliance to assuage the grievances between our 2 nations, Kongjun advised earnestly, while Yunxi's expression shifted. The Fengcang Kingdom, being the weaker party, would likely require the marriage of a princess, and they possessed only one young princess, Kai. He had not anticipated that matters would escalate to such a degree. Yunxi shook his head, furrowing his brow. No, Kai should not be subjected to such an arrangement. Kong Zhen rose and approached, each step laden with gravity. This situation arose due to you. The Fengsong Kingdom must protect you, and thus must make such arrangements. This is Kai Yi's fate. Kong Zhen's words tightened Yunxi's heart. Because of his actions, Kai Yi's happiness was at stake, a burden he would carry for life. Yunxi questioned once more, what is the strength of the Kuei Mountain Kingdom? Kong Zhen's eyes narrowed. The Kuei Mountain Kingdom possesses a divine king. Yunxi struggled to comprehend. A divine king? Does our Fengsong Kingdom not have one? Why then do we fear him? Kong Zhen shook his head, sighing deeply. I am the true divine sovereign of Fengsong Kingdom, and only Feng Ho of the Imperial Academy and the Qin family's divine sovereign have been slain by you. For they are but false divine sovereigns. They merely relied on an abundance of medicinal power to barely coalesce a throne, and thus cannot be deemed true divine sovereigns. At most, they have merely traversed a few more steps within the realm of divine respect. Such a divine sovereign, having drained their lifespan, will not survive beyond a decade. In stark contrast, Cultivation Kingdom possesses a genuine first-tier divine sovereign. As for Feng Ho of the Imperial Academy, it must be noted that he is not originally from Fengsong Kingdom. My royal family is unable to summon him. Hence, an alliance through marriage appears to be the most prudent choice. It is likely that in a few days, Cultivation Kingdom will send envoys to exert pressure. Kong Zhen sighed, noting that to become a divine sovereign requires exceptional talent, and he fears that he may never ascend to such heights in his lifetime. He even felt a sense of gratitude towards Feng Ho, as his choice to reside in Fengsong Kingdom serves to exert a certain degree of intimidation. This revelation left Yunxi in shock. It became clear why Fengsong Kingdom had been subdued by Cultivation Kingdom. This predicament can likely be resolved only by the old divine sovereign. However, Yunxi also perceived that the old divine sovereign's health was deteriorating. Nearing the end of his life, there exists another avenue. Should you become the prince consort of Fengsong Kingdom, you may preserve Kai Yi's reputation. Kong Zhen sighed once more, acknowledging that these are indeed desperate measures. Yunxi's future achievements will undoubtedly surpass the limited expectations of Fengsong Kingdom. Yet Kai Yi remains dear to him. Yunxi retorted vehemently. Do you truly believe that Kai Yi is merely a commodity to be traded in your eyes? Within the Grand Hall, Yunxi was arguably the first to address the current monarch with such candor. Yet, Kong Zhen did not take offense. Rather, he smiled wryly. Kai Yi is dear to me. Despite countless possibilities, I would not wish for such an outcome. But as the ruler of Fengsong Kingdom, I must consider the countless lives of my subjects. Can I disregard their fates? My cultivation is insufficient to influence others. Thus, I am destined to be a poor father. Were I capable of uniting this world, who could then dictate my actions? Kong Zhen spoke gravely. If Cultivation Kingdom were not so formidable, the princess' defeat would be inconsequential. However, as it stands, Fengsong Kingdom is in a weakened state, facing overwhelming odds. Strength is paramount at all times. This principle was not lost on Yunxi. He simply did not wish to see a kind-hearted woman thrust into the abyss due to his actions. Moreover, this woman bore a striking resemblance to someone from his memories. He and Kong Zhen were ultimately on divergent paths, one for self, the other for his people, illustrating the distinction between ruler and subject. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed from outside. Such haste from the guards could only indicate an emergency. Report. The border is in turmoil. The guard glanced at Yunxi, refraining from elaborating further. Kong Zhen stood with arms crossed, stating plainly, news from Beast City indicates that the beasts of the Beast Mountain Range are agitated and restless. Today, a small wave of beasts has already attacked and been repelled. However, it appears that a far larger tide of beasts is imminent. The guard continued, the creatures of the Beast Mountain Range have grown increasingly frantic, showing no fear of death as they charge toward the city walls. The last beast tide occurred a century ago. Fengsong Kingdom reinforced the city walls, yet this time, the assault seems even more ferocious. Beast tide? Yunxi murmured, recalling that upon his return, he had witnessed those second and third-tier beasts charging towards him without fear. At the time, he found it peculiar but did not delve deeper into the matter, unaware that a beast tide was indeed forthcoming. I understand. Inform the 13th Prince to personally lead 100,000 golden armored guards to defend Beast City. Should any developments arise, report immediately to the imperial capital. Kong Zhen's brow furrowed. A beast tide is not a favorable omen, and in a certain sense, it portends ill fortune. Yunxi took his leave, having gathered all he needed to know. Now, He could only observe how the people of Cultivation Kingdom would respond. As he walked through the imperial city, Yunxi gradually clenched his fists. Ultimately, power speaks volumes. Were I a divine sovereign, what would Cultivation Kingdom amount to? They would have no choice but to endure my wrath. My cultivation remains far too feeble. Yunxi made his way to his modest courtyard. With Jing Jing and He Dai absent, and Ling Yun and Han Shui preoccupied with their training, life had grown unexpectedly quiet. Perhaps it is for the best. I too should seek tranquility. Upon returning to his courtyard, Yunxi commenced his cultivation, which endured for 20 days. On the 18th day, Yunxi successfully advanced to the 4th tier of the Divine Soul Realm, amplifying the gravitational pull of the Kuan Peng domain to 800 times. With a reach of 5,000 zhang, this breakthrough into the 4th tier of the Divine Soul Realm significantly bolstered his strength. Yet he remained wary of the Divine Spirit Realm. This tranquility was abruptly shattered by a royal decree announcing the arrival of envoys from Cultivation Kingdom. They had brought with them a 10th tier divine respect, specifically demanding an audience with Yunxi. Without hesitation, Yunxi soared towards the imperial palace. Entering the grand hall where many had gathered, Xiao Jiu sat upon a wooden chair. Although his physical injuries had healed, he would forever be unable to cultivate. A fate worse than death for him. Father, that is he. Quickly kill him. Xiao Jiu pointed at Yunxi, wishing for him to suffer the most brutal of fates. Xiao Jiu's father, slowly turned his gaze towards Yunxi. A fierce light ignited in his eyes, targeting the very essence of Yunxi's soul. Should this attack connect, the least he would suffer is to become a mere shell of his former self. Soul attacks are most lethal. This is bad, Kongjin thought, realizing it was too late to intervene. Clearly, Xiaoan had long prepared this ambush, intending to catch them off guard. Kongjin had not anticipated that Xiaoan would act so boldly within the Grand Hall, demonstrating a blatant disregard for the imperial authority of Fengsong Kingdom. A prodigy capable of shaking mountains and seas was about to be extinguished. Xiaoan's actions were driven by the need to eliminate a potential adversary for Cultivation Kingdom. According to Xiao Jiu's accounts, Yunxi could swiftly slay those at the pinnacle of the divine calamity. Such a threat could not be allowed to flourish, even if it meant offending the ruler of Fengsong Kingdom. With his peak divine respect soul attack, even a divine respect could inadvertently be rendered a fool. The strike was nearly instantaneous. Yunxi only registered the assault as the soul force penetrated his brow. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have perished. Yet, Yunxi possessed an immaculate soul and the resilience of the azure dragon spirit, rendering him impervious to Xiaoan's comprehension. Is it truly the case that the people of Cultivation Kingdom wish for my demise? Yunxi scoffed, striding confidently into the grand hall. This scene left Xiaoan incredulous. How could a peak divine respect fail to eliminate a being of the divine soul realm? Even Kongjin's understanding of Yunxi ascended to an entirely new level. Xiaoan, do you dare to strike against the royal family of Fengsong Kingdom? Do you not regard us with due respect? Behind Kongjin, a phantom of a true dragon manifested, imbued with the power of belief, rendering it both mysterious and formidable. Not to mention, Kongjin possessed the imperial seal, a treasure that also bore the strength of faith, its power immense when unleashed. Xiaoan was well aware of this. Should a confrontation ensue, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. Driven by paternal instinct, he had allowed his emotions to cloud his judgment. Your Majesty, I beseech your forgiveness. Xiaoan bowed slightly, though his expression bore no hint of contrition. The ruler of the nation, Guozhu, faces discontent from the populace of Qishan due to the disgrace of his son. Therefore, he has come to demand an explanation. Should this matter remain unresolved, Xiaoan cannot assure the tranquility between the two nations. Xiaoan's tone is devoid of any respect, igniting a murderous intent within Kongjin. Yet he refrains from acting, as it would inevitably lead to conflict between their countries. Kongjin furrows his brow, pondering what kind of explanation Qishan seeks. The disgrace of the son is already a bitter pill for the Xiao family to swallow. What the Xiao family demands is for the princess of your nation to marry Xiao Jiu. This way, should they have a child, that child could inherit my position. Upon finishing, Xiaoan is met with two vehement objections. No, one voice belongs to Kongjin, and the other to Yunxi. Kongjin cannot allow his daughter to marry a worthless man. At the very least, he should be a prince of Qishan, rather than a mere lord of a small estate. Yunxi, too, cannot permit Sai to wed such a hedonistic individual. Furthermore, should Sai marry him, it would imply that the nation of Fengsong acknowledges itself as inferior to Qishan. How could a princess possibly marry a mere lord? Why not? This is the wish of the ruler of Qishan, Xiaoan retorts with a cold smirk, having anticipated such a reaction. What he desires is their sense of helplessness. His worthless son marrying a national princess would be a source of pride. Dad, I do not wish to marry him. Sai, having long hidden within the royal family, suddenly bursts forth, tears streaming down her face. Is this truly the princess of your nation? Indeed, she is exquisite, and she would be well suited to my son Xiao Jiao. Xiaoan muses, increasingly convinced that his son marrying her would be a splendid affair. Well suited? In what way? Is it in beauty or in temperament? Does a mere dog deserve to claim compatibility? Yunxi exclaims loudly, her words striking Xiao Jiao like a dagger. Already rendered powerless, he cannot endure such scorn. With his father Xiaoan present, none dare to touch him. Ha ha ha, are you jealous? Are you furious? Today, I shall marry her, and I shall indulge in her every night. There is nothing you can do to stop me. Xiao Jiao laughs maniacally, reaching out to grasp Sai's hand. At that moment, a surge of profound sword energy rushes forth, cleaving his outstretched hand in two. Blood erupts from the severed limb, and the loss of his powers causes Xiaoan to faint from the agony. No one expected Yunxi to act so brutally, and her strike was as merciless as it was swift. You beast, how dare you harm my son? Xiaoan nearly goes mad, having favored this son so dearly. He had come seeking justice, only to witness Yunxi severing Xiao Jiao's arm right before him. Seeing this, Kong Jin swiftly positions himself before Yunxi. With the situation escalating to this extent, it can no longer end peacefully. Ruler of Fengsong, if you choose to protect him, do not blame us for the ensuing conflict between our nations. Xiaoan remains undeterred, summoning countless mountain phantoms that loom ominously, akin to 10,000 mountains pressing down upon them. His fury unabated, he points forward, and the phantom mountains rush to fill the great hall, descending with tremendous force. Were it not for the layered formations, the hall would have collapsed under the weight. As the mountains descend, Yunxi feels an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In the face of such might, she feels like a solitary leaf upon a turbulent river, on the verge of being submerged. The might of the divine ruler is indeed insurmountable. The heavens tremble, and the void begins to collapse. Behind Kongjun, a true dragon manifests. With a mighty roar, countless strands of dragon energy surge forth, shattering the 10,000 mountains. Kongjun, bearing the imperial seal and supported by the true dragon, emanates an air of dominance that terrifies even Xiaoan, who stands at the pinnacle of the divine realm, yet feels the vast chasm between them. Very well, very well. Indeed, since the ruler of Fengsong chooses to act in this manner, I, Xiao, shall faithfully report this to the ruler of Quishan. We shall take our leave. Xiaoan's expression darkens. With Kongjin present, he cannot harm Yunxi. He departs the great hall, accompanied by two subordinates and the inept Xiao Jiao. Just as he is about to exit, with his left foot raised, a sudden, intense sense of danger envelopes him. In an instant, he experiences a terror unlike any he has ever known. A gunshot rings out, and Xiaoan stares in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest, where three types of divine flames emerge: the explosive thunder fire, the unquenchable nirvana flame, and the flickering Yunxi fire. Under the fusion of these flames, an unbearable heat envelopes Xiaoan entirely. Leave. Those who wish to kill me must first seek my permission. Yunxi slowly lowers the super barret, an artifact of imperial grade, capable of piercing even a divine king, let alone a divine ruler. What weapon is this? Help me. Someone, save me. Xiaoan instantly transforms into a figure engulfed in flames, the three divine fires entwining him. In the next moment, he leaves not even a trace, as if he had never existed in this world. A glint of ruthlessness flashes in Yunxi's eyes. The relationship between the two nations cannot improve now. Slaying a peak divine ruler would alleviate considerable pressure from Fengsong. Moreover, Xiaoan had come seeking to take her life, and had also attempted to lay claim to Tsai. How could she possibly endure that? Xiao Jiao awakens just in time to witness this scene, his face pale, as if he has seen a ghost. A mere divine soul realm individual has slain a peak divine ruler. Even his two companions, both at the initial stage of the divine realm, are left in shock. Yunxi again conjures the profound yellow sword energy, unleashing several devastating strikes. The sword energy is exceedingly fierce, instilling fear even in Kongjun. These strikes sever Xiao Jiao's limbs. The two guards remain lost in the astonishment of Xiaoan's demise, failing to react to these swift attacks. Upon looking again, Xiao Jiao is left with only his head and torso. His limbs have been cleaved away. Take him back to Quishan and inform the ruler that he sought my life. Let him come and claim it himself, Yunxi asserts, her tone commanding. The guards hastily carry the nearly lifeless Xiao Jiao away from the scene. That young man is terrifying. You killed Xiaoan? Kongjun, equally astonished, regards Yunxi with trepidation, his eyes fixated on the peculiar weapon in her grasp. Shaoan sought my life. I had no reason not to kill him, Yunxi replies calmly, aware of the potential ramifications yet resolute in his actions. You should retreat now, Cai. Depart with Yunxi. Kong Zhen had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. As of now, the relationship between the two nations has deteriorated beyond repair. Conflict seems inevitable. Yes, father. Cai wipes away her tears and accompanies Yunxi as they leave. However, as she departs, she glances back at Kong Zhen, disappointment flickering in her gaze. She had not expected that in a critical moment, it would be Yunxi who stepped forward, while her father, though seemingly resolute, bore a hint of concession. Throughout their journey, she occasionally steals glances at this man. Ultimately, unable to contain herself, she tentatively inquires, "Why did you save me?" Yunxi's expression remains composed. "This matter arose from my actions. It has nothing to do with you. I do not wish for you to be entangled in this feud because of me." Cai feels a pang of disappointment. Is it only because of this? Nothing more? For instance, do you not harbor any fondness? From the moment Yunxi stood up for her, she believed he might be the one she had been waiting for, unlike other noble young men who approached her solely for her looks or status. Even the admiration she felt when he astounded her in the desolate city had already taken root deep within her heart. Yunxi halted his steps, uncertain of his feelings. His attraction to her stemmed from her uncanny resemblance to someone from millennia past. Yet, he was acutely aware that Cai was Cai and Shangwan Nianru was Shangwan Nianru. They bore similarity, but they were not the same person. At present, I find myself at a loss on how to respond to your inquiry, Yunxi contemplated before answering her. Cai smiled. Then do let me know once you have figured it out. The events of the past few days had left Yunxi in a foul mood, and he found himself devoid of any inclination to cultivate, simply irritated by everything. Days later, a bell tolled, heralding the day of the competition among the 3 academies and 5 sections. The Liyuan had emerged as the victor of the academy competition this year, representing the Imperial Academy in the Battle City. Such competitions served as a platform for disciples from various sects to engage with one another, often resulting in the formation of new romantic relationships. Chapter 73. An unbelievable relationship. Initially, Liyuan lacked confidence in participating in the competition, but upon observing Yunxi amidst the crowd, an inexplicable sense of fearlessness washed over them all. "Instructor, we are relying on you this time," a Liyuan disciple remarked. "Do not bother me," Yunxi replied, his mood evidently sour. The other disciples, sensing his displeasure, wisely kept their distance. Over 100 disciples from Liyuan stepped into the teleportation array leading to Beast City. Beast City was a specially constructed locale by the Wind King Kingdom for such competitions. Typically, it saw few visitors, as those who came often sought to settle grievances. However, today marked the contest among the 3 academies and 5 sects. The Imperial Academy, Shinfeng Academy, and Tianling Academy represented the 3 academies, while the 5 sects comprised Fengqing Sect, Guyuan Sect, Ligay, Baihuagu, and Shizong. Colorful rainbows streaked across the sky, transforming the heavens into a vibrant tapestry. Historically, the 3 academies possessed comparable strengths. While within the 5 sects, the disciples of Fengqing Sect stood at a distinct advantage. This competition primarily consisted of individual matches, devoid of team events. As disciples from various sects arrived, the streets of Beast City filled with makeshift stalls selling a variety of goods, enticing many disciples to browse for potential companions. Hoping to forge connections, those who hit it off would naturally become partners. The Liyuan disciples engaged in discussions, yet Yunxi remained sullen, his mood darkened by recent events. "Hey, beautiful, want to have some fun?" In a corner, a disciple from Fengqing Sect, at the peak of the Xinjie realm, attempted to flirt with a Liyuan female disciple. The girl, Shui Qianying, had accompanied Yunxi to the competition but was merely wandering about on her own, unaware that she had caught the eye of a rogue from Fengqing Sect. As a mere practitioner at the Spirit Soul realm, she was no match for him and soon found herself in a dead end. "Stay away from me. I have a partner," she protested, retreating until her back pressed against a wall, leaving her with no escape. The young man's spiritual perception locked onto her from all directions, making escape impossible. "Oh, why Haven T? I seen your instructor around. Even if he were here, I would still take both men and women," he laughed boisterously. Suddenly, a wave of gravity enveloped him, making it almost impossible to move. Having just broken through to the Xinjie realm, he sought to leverage his newfound strength for personal gain. Struggling to turn, he spotted Yunxi at the alleyway, his expression rife with annoyance. "How repulsive you are. Do you want a beast as well?" Yunxi remarked, stepping forward and promptly administering a pill to the young man. "What did you just make me consume?" The man stammered, his complexion turning pale. "Something to invigorate you," Yunxi replied, lifting him and soaring towards a beast-fighting arena below, where two third-tier beasts clashed. In one swift motion, he tossed the man into the arena. "It's so hot," the young man exclaimed as he scratched at himself in front of the onlookers. His eyes turned crimson with desperation, and he frantically tore off his clothing, driven by an uncontrollable need to release his pent-up energy, lest he perish. So young, having just entered the Xinjie realm, he had no desire to meet his end, for he harbored aspirations that others envied. Gradually, his gaze became more ferocious than the beasts themselves, and he lunged at one of the ferocious creatures, engaging in an unimaginable encounter that left everyone dumbfounded. "What on earth is he doing? Incredible!" exclaimed a bystander. "This guy is wild, truly explosive." It was said that disciples from Fengqing sect possessed eccentric personalities, and witnessing this spectacle confirmed that notion. Even Yunxi found it hard to look away, shaking his head in disbelief. News of the events in the beast-fighting arena spread rapidly, reaching the elders of Fengqing sect. One elder at the peak of the divine realm flew over, nearly fainting at the sight. With a swift gesture, he executed the young man before the astonished crowd. "Humph. This person is not one of my Fengqing sect. There is no need to mention him again," the elder declared, his chest heaving in agitation. "Master, did you see that?" Shui Qianying, aware that Yunxi was behind this, was astonished by his unorthodox method. Yunxi brandished a grand, quasi-imperial trumpet, bellowing for all the Yuan disciples to gather within the span of an incense stick. The sound resonated like thunder, reverberating throughout Beast City. Furrowing his brow, Yunxi resolved to take responsibility and prevent incidents like Shui Qianying's from recurring. The disciples of Li Yuan, inspired by Yunxi's prestige, rushed to assemble without hesitation, eager for the competition to commence. "I have been feeling rather poorly of late. I shall take on the arena alone," Yunxi asserted, causing the Li Yuan disciples to gasp in shock. One person, challenging 2 academies and 5 sects? Yet, it was evident to all that Yunxi was in a volatile state, and no one dared to oppose him. They merely hoped he could endure long enough, as human stamina is inherently limited. Once assembled, the participants from the 3 academies and 5 sects gathered at a colossal martial arena, where Fengqing sect had consistently claimed victory in previous years. All disciples took their seats within the arena. An elder from Fengqing sect soared forth, emanating immense pressure, his prowess at the peak of the divine realm. The arena fell silent, with all eyes fixed in awe upon the elder, each disciple dreaming of achieving such heights in their cultivation one day. This year's friendly match has been transformed into a challenge arena. The rewards will be determined by the number of successful defenses. To claim first place, one must defend 100 times or more, with the prize being a 9-turn bone refining pill. The second place has no such requirement. For example, if the highest defender manages 90 times but fails to reach 100, they will only be awarded second place. As he finished his declaration, a wave of restlessness rippled through the crowd. The 9-turn bone refining pill was a 5th-tier elixir, a significant reward to offer. Moreover, one of its ingredients was believed to be extinct in the vicinity of Fengsan Kingdom, a treasure for body refinement. The disciples gasped in astonishment, though the requirement of 100 defenses seemed utterly unattainable. Indeed, the rewards appeared to be mere illusions. The elder from Fengqing sect smirked inwardly, for within their ranks was an exceptional disciple at the peak of the Xinjie realm, and this reward was intended solely for him. There was but one 9-turn bone refining pill in all of Fengqing sect, and even across Fengsan Kingdom, none could be found. Originally designated for Li Tsong, who had yet to emerge from seclusion, it was now repurposed to reward this outstanding disciple. Second place would receive a piece of revered equipment and a fortune of spiritual currency. The elder continued, inviting the disciples from each academy to step forward to take the first challenge. As everyone gazed at Yunxi, they suddenly fell into a stupor. He is not a mentor from the music academy? Why would a mentor also step onto the arena? Chapter 74, A Solo Arena. Yunxi's identity is known throughout the entire Fengsan Kingdom. After all, everyone remembers that face from the incident involving the Qin family. An elder exclaimed, "He is cheating." A mentor participating in the competition. A disciple from Fengqing sect pointed at Yunxi, declaring that everyone knows Yunxi, the god of slaughter, is as ruthless as a butcher. While most of the participating disciples are at the pinnacle of the spirit realm, some raised doubts, which is commendable, but the elder merely cast a glance at Yunxi, stating that one at the spirit realm level is qualified to represent the music academy. If Yunxi were a deity, he naturally could not partake. But he is not at the divine tribulation level. Rather, he is a spirit realm cultivator, the weakest among all the contestants. The competition commenced, with Fengqing sect taking the lead, followed by Qizong. The elder disregarded the doubts and directly began the contest. As the match unfolded, all eyes were on the disciples of Qizong. Although it is one of the 5 sects, it rarely appears before the public eye, yet their combat style is distinct. The disciples of Qizong excel in utilizing hidden weapons. On the arena, a disciple from Qizong hurled an iron ball, which instantly expanded, revealing various mechanisms that gradually transformed it into a metallic humanoid. Yunxi was captivated by this display. Such craftsmanship and mechanism was truly exquisite. It reminded him of the once dominant Tangmin on Earth, which was renowned for their unparalleled skill in hidden weapons. Back then, when several sects attacked Tangmin, they were thwarted by a barrage of concealed weapons, unable to breach even the main gate. Moreover, the disciples of Tangmin embodied righteousness, serving as swords of justice. However, the upheaval of those years led to the downfall of Tangmin, resulting in significant losses. Yunxi had once spent time in Tangmin and had almost forgotten that identity until now. The chest of the metallic figure opened, and countless silver needles shot forth, with even finer metallic threads intertwining to form a nearly invisible net. The disciples of Fengqing sect wore grave expressions. Raising their hands, they unleashed a Fengqing palm, which shattered the metallic net, obliterating the iron figure, and decisively struck the disciple from Qizong. Yunxi was not surprised by this outcome. Although the iron figure appeared intricate, its materials and stealth capabilities were lacking, making it improbable to threaten someone at the spirit realm. When it was the turn of Ligay to intervene, those from Ligay practiced formidable physical techniques, boasting robust physiques. Nevertheless, the disciples of Fengqing sect maintained a solid foundation, holding their ground on the arena. However, the disciple who defeated those from Ligay expended too much energy and could no longer sustain himself. Faced with the disciples of Baihuagu, he was swiftly defeated, and he accepted this outcome with satisfaction. Gradually, it was time for Yunxi to attack. Opposing him was a disciple from Shinfeng Academy, who, upon seeing Yunxi, instinctively retreated a few steps. "Please, do not approach." The disciple was filled with terror, for in the eyes of those at the spirit realm, Yunxi had become synonymous with a malevolent spirit. Yunxi extended his hand, and gravity enveloped the disciple's feet, rendering him immobile, unable to break free from the binding. And even lifting his hands became immensely difficult. "I surrender." The disciple's gaze was filled with dread as each of Yunxi's steps weighed heavily upon him. Yunxi pondered briefly, refraining from striking, allowing him to descend instead. The next disciple to challenge was from Fengqing sect, a cultivator at the first level of the divine tribulation realm. He had long heard that Yunxi could disregard those at the spirit realm, but the disparity between spirit and divine tribulation was vast. "Don't be pretentious. Remember, the one who defeated you is called Pang Jin." Pang Jin, at the first level of the divine tribulation realm, unleashed his formidable aura, charging towards Yunxi with incredible speed and strength. His fluid movements garnered applause from many, for Yunxi loomed over those at the spirit realm like a mountain, suffocating them. Witnessing someone capable of confronting Yunxi naturally stirred excitement and admiration for the might of the divine tribulation realm. However, just as he was within a yard of Yunxi, a terrifying gravity suddenly emerged, halting his momentum, forcing him to kneel in midair. This scene astounded countless onlookers. "Kneeling before me is futile." They watched as Yunxi raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick. Several ribs shattered upon impact, sending him flying with greater speed than he had arrived. Yunxi harbored no fondness for Fengqing sect. Did my senior brother lose? Is there still hope for the others? One disciple after another challenged the arena. Yet Yunxi did not require a second strike. Even a formidable adversary from Ligay, a 4th-level divine tribulation master, was nearly incapacitated by a single kick from Yunxi. Oh, the mentor's wrath is truly terrifying. The disciples of the Music Academy finally grasped the extent of Yunxi's volatile temperament. Each challenger suffered severe injuries, particularly those from Fengqing sect, who clung to life by a thread. It was evident that Yunxi was targeting the disciples of Fengqing sect. 398, 399, 400. Yunxi had successfully defended against 400 challengers. How could he still possess such stamina? The contestants were astonished. This was essentially Yunxi's arena, and until now, no one had lasted even 2 rounds against him. "Zichang, it is your turn. Do not jeopardize our plan." The elder of Fengqing sect was anxious. This reward had originally been tailored for the prodigy of Fengqing sect, but unexpectedly, Yunxi emerged as a variable. If this continued, the title of the first would undoubtedly belong to Yunxi. Understood. A figure descended into the martial arena, clad in white garments that appeared untouched by dust. "Wow, so handsome. I want to bear his children. Is he at the pinnacle of the divine tribulation?" The crowd gazed in awe at the tall, handsome man, whose presence inspired numerous female disciples to scream. I am Zichong, here to challenge the arena. I shall not bully you. I grant you 3 strikes. Zichong smiled slightly, his demeanor elegant, prompting a chorus of admiration from countless female disciples. At the pinnacle of the divine tribulation, he was a disciple capable of standing proudly in the Fengtsang kingdom, surpassed only by Li Tsang from the previous encounter. Pretending before me? Yunxi raised his hand, manifesting the sword intent of extermination, his fingers forming a sword and thrusting forward with a strike. A torrent of profound yellow sword energy cascaded down, shaking the arena and causing the hearts of all disciples to tighten. This strike carried an unstoppable divine might. Under this sword strike, Zichong sensed the looming presence of death. The arrival of the sword energy felt like a calamity, capable of slaying him 100 times over. Enough. The elder of Fengqing sect unleashed a palm strike, channeling his peak divine might to condense the forces of heaven and earth into a palm imprint, thereby blocking Yunxi's strike. All eyes were transfixed upon this astonishing blow. No one noticed that the elder had taken a half-step back. You have won, but why seek his life? The elder was profoundly shaken. Yunxi's combat prowess was utterly unfathomable. As a spirit realm cultivator encountering one at the pinnacle of the divine tribulation, I naturally must exert my full strength. Who would have thought it would prove so fragile? Yunxi smirked, his tone dripping with derision, leaving the disciples of Fengqing sect seething with indignation, yet unable to voice their anger. Chapter 75. Heavy Machine Gun. Such mockery stirred the elder's murderous intent, yet he could not act. He gazed at Zichong on the arena, whose expression was dazed, as all confidence and belief had crumbled in that moment. Even his Tao heart was completely shattered, leaving him unable to recover. Without the resonance of the great Tao, how could one cultivate? Henceforth, advancing in cultivation would be nearly impossible. The loss of an individual's Tao heart is akin to the loss of faith in cultivation. Although Yunxi did not slay him, he had nonetheless obliterated a prodigy of Fengqing sect. In response, the elder, despite harboring a murderous intent, could only endure it. Furthermore, the reward was carelessly bestowed upon Yunxi. Were there no others willing to step forward? Yunxi brandished a trumpet and shouted disdainfully. Yet none of the disciples dared to show themselves. It was no jest. After all, even those at the peak of the divine tribulation were swiftly vanquished. Who would dare to emerge? 10 breaths later, if no one came forth, it would be deemed that all had forfeited. Yunxi began to count down, and still, no one appeared. To do so would be tantamount to seeking death. Moreover, after over 400 battles, Yunxi remained in peak condition, rendering any form of wheel warfare utterly impossible. 3, 2, 1. No one indeed. Disciples of the Liyuan stepped forward one by one. Upon finishing her words, Yunxi pointed at Sai. With a puzzled expression, Sai stepped forward, only for Yunxi to capitulate, allowing Sai to take the stage. Subsequently, more than a dozen disciples from the Liyuan surrendered, and after Tsai won over 10 matches, she finally stepped down, allowing another disciple from the Liyuan to take her place. In the end, the top 10 positions were seized by those from the Imperial Academy. Such an outcome was utterly absurd. Yunxi had single-handedly challenged the 5 sects of the 2 academies, particularly with that astounding sword strike, which remained vividly etched in everyone's memories. During the award ceremony, the disciples of the Liyuan felt as though they were living in a dream. From this day forth, Yunxi became a towering monument in the hearts of all. The pressure she exerted left the other disciples breathless, surpassing even the influence of Li Tsang from years past. One person defeated the 5 sects of the 2 academies. With a single sword strike, she rendered the prodigy of the Fengqing sect incapacitated. Yunxi achieved divinity in battle. Everyone remembered that breathtaking sword strike, which became a shadow in the hearts of many. They finally understood what it meant to be an unparalleled genius. Such individuals could only be looked up to throughout their lives. On this very day, an urgent call arose from the border. A peak 4th-tier demon beast had led a horde of beasts into an offensive. Although it was repelled, the losses were grievous. 30,000 of the 100,000 Jin Jiaowei perished, and the next wave of the beast tide was imminent. A decree was issued, and various sects dispatched considerable forces to defend the beast city. The mercenary hall within the city also released corresponding missions, attracting numerous mercenaries to join the defensive ranks. To the north of Fengtsang Kingdom, a vast army loomed ominously, a dark tide indicating the onset of war. Yunxi was summoned into the imperial palace, where Kongjin informed her of these developments. Yunxi furrowed her brow. Qishan Kingdom was mobilizing? Indeed, 100,000 soldiers. 3 military camps. The Shining with 300 divine cultivators, and the Tianning with 3,000 divine tribulation cultivators, alongside 100,000 peak divine spirits. Kong Jin's brow knitted. This strength was not even the entirety of Qishan Kingdom's forces. Otherwise, if all their troops were to converge, the situation would be even more terrifying. 300 divine cultivators? So many? Yunxi's expression grew grave. Divine cultivators in Fengsong Kingdom were all sect elders, and the entire kingdom boasted only about 100. Not to mention, they had dispatched 3 divine sovereigns. The territory of Qishan Kingdom was several times larger than that of Fengsong Kingdom, making such strength quite reasonable. However, with the beast tide approaching, I lack sufficient forces. Fengsong Kingdom may struggle to endure. You should take Sai and leave this place. The farther, the better. Kongjin sighed, a hint of sorrow in his tone. The disparity in strength between Fengsong Kingdom and Qishan Kingdom was too great. Even without the beast tide, they could only adopt a defensive posture against Qishan Kingdom. Yunxi had never knelt before anyone, yet this time, she knelt on one knee. This matter arose because of me. I cannot retreat. Yunxi implored to participate in the conflict. At this moment, she applied for battle as a citizen of Fengsong Kingdom. This incident stemmed from her. And amidst the turmoil, every life in Fengsong Kingdom was intertwined with her. She could not retreat. Should she leave, she would carry the weight of countless wronged souls behind her. It is unwise. Given your talent, Qishan Kingdom will eventually seek retribution for bloodshed. Kongjin had heard of Yunxi's miraculous victory over the 5 sects of the 2 academies. Such a person was the hope of Fengsong Kingdom. I am not seeking your approval. I shall make my presence known on the battlefield. Yunxi rose and turned to leave, leaving Kongjin with only her silhouette. Observing her retreating figure, he murmured, if only our royal family had such a person. Just as Yunxi was about to exit the palace, a resounding voice echoed from deep within the royal chambers. Yunxi is appointed as Wu Ho, with a title of 3 ranks and the command of 50,000 troops. The voice resonated like thunder, accompanied by a surge of dragon aura, causing Yunxi to pause momentarily before finally stepping out of the palace. Tomorrow, she would head to the border, wishing to bid farewell to an old friend. Arriving at Ling Yun's residence, she informed her of the situation. I shall accompany you tomorrow. Consider it repayment for that meal. Ling Yun smiled, ever the optimist. No need. I might not return. However, I have yet to locate my Yunxi and master. Yunxi sighed, feeling the weight of her arduous journey to the upper realms. Despite her rapid cultivation speed, she remained fundamentally weak. If only warfare on Earth were not so complicated. With various missiles and heavy machine guns available, Ling Yun pouted, but upon noticing Yunxi lost in thought, she glanced back at her and suddenly slapped her thigh. You are simply incredible. Unable to contain herself, Yunxi embraced Ling Yun and planted a kiss on her cheek, causing Ling Yun to blush instantly. Strictly speaking, this was her first kiss. Now lost. The sensation made her cheeks burn. How could you be so impertinent? Before Ling Yun could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in astonishment as she saw Yunxi actually produce a heavy machine gun, the latest model capable of firing 700 rounds per minute. How did I not think of that? A little modification, and it would be perfect. Yunxi waved her hand, observing Ling Yun, who was left utterly astounded. What on earth did you bring with you? Ling Yun struggled to comprehend why Yunxi would bring a sports car, a Barrett, and a machine gun to ascend. She even suspected this was merely the tip of the iceberg of Yunxi's capabilities. Come with me tomorrow, let us showcase the might of Earthlings. Yunxi burst through the door, clearly in high spirits. However, Ling Yun understood that tomorrow would likely be recorded in history. The concept of firearms was utterly incomprehensible to these antiquated thinkers, and only Ling Yun could grasp it. She alone could understand Yunxi better than anyone else, comprehending his actions and methods. Yunxi felt fortunate to have such a friend, whom he cherished deeply. Chapter 76, Wu Ho. Yunxi proceeded to the Imperial Palace, in need of materials, many materials. The only one who could assist him was Kongjin. When Yunxi presented the heavy machine gun, Kongjin looked on with a puzzled expression. What is this? This is a weapon I used to slay Xiao on. A kind of armament. Yunxi was disinclined to explain, for it was an arduous task. This explanation, however, made it easier for Kongjin to understand. I require a large quantity of supreme-grade materials and spirit-grade materials. If available, I shall return you a victory by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Kongjin gasped. Though unsure of what the items were, he chose to trust Yunxi. With a command, his subordinates opened the treasury, completely depleting all supreme-grade and spirit-grade materials. Yunxi returned to his courtyard with the materials. That night, while others were in meditation, Yunxi's courtyard was ablaze with electric light. Gazing at the heavy machine gun, he took the imperial-grade materials that had been refined from the emperor-grade materials. Next, Utilizing the Qinglian, he melted the materials and fused them with the heavy machine gun. Before long, the heavy machine gun reached the standard of quasi-emperor grade, and the materials were ultimately exhausted. Initially, he had intended to manufacture some super-barrett ammunition from the emperor-grade materials, but now he could only modify the machine gun. He also crafted machine gun ammunition from the materials in the royal treasury, and with satisfaction, Yunxi embraced the heavy machine gun and fell asleep. On the following day, Yunxi donned the armor befitting a wuhou, exuding an unparalleled majesty. The armor bore various extraordinary manifestations, and though he was not its first owner, upon wearing it, he felt an intangible presence, a figure battered yet resolute, returning from the battlefield. This was the armor of a hero, unworthy of any other. And now it had been bequeathed to Yunxi by Kongjun. With a spirit imbued with essence, he journeyed to the borders of Fengcang Nation. To the north lay a vast plain, typically traversed only by merchant caravans due to the myriad of monstrous beasts lurking therein. Yet today, the plain was devoid of any such creatures, silent except for the rhythmic sound of iron hooves. 100,000 troops, well-trained and disciplined, approached the territory of Fengcang Nation. The 10,000 soldiers stationed at the border felt a wave of despair wash over them in the face of such overwhelming might. Nevertheless, as soldiers, they understood their duty. Even in the face of certain death, retreat was not an option. Behind them were their families, friends, and loved ones, leaving no avenue for escape. Lord Divine, our wuhou has yet to arrive. Could it be that he lacks the courage to come? The northern border saw Fengcang Nation dispatch 3 divine lords. While they could potentially confront the opposing divine lords, they could not hold back the 300 deities on the opposite side. Should those deities surge forth, the northern border would be indefensible, especially considering Fengcang Nation was left with only 50,000 soldiers. The wuhou was likely on his way, one remarked. Do not let the morale falter. The divine lord cast a cold gaze, pondering the reason behind the nation's leader's abrupt decision to appoint a wuhou to command the 50,000 troops. Whatever the rationale, as an imperial decree, it must have been sound. The previous wuhou had a remarkable record, having slain over 40 deities, instilling fear in enemy nations. At that moment, 2 figures appeared, revealing Yunxi and another. All soldiers focused on them, a man and a woman, the man clad in the armor only a wuhou could wear, imbued with the scent of age and an aura of slaughter. They had not anticipated that the wuhou would be of the divine spirit realm. Previous wuhous had always been at least peak deities. Otherwise, how could they command the army? Yunxi rejoined his troops, reflecting on his own experiences within the ranks. Feeling a twinge of nostalgia, the 3 divine lords furrowed their brows, clearly concerned that Yunxi's cultivation was too low to lead an army. Such a person would struggle to command respect. How can one who indulges in pleasure, accompanied by a woman, possibly lead us? A centurion at the peak of the divine catastrophe scoffed. He found it intolerable that someone at the divine spirit level could assume the role of wuhou, deeming him unworthy of the armor and the authority to command them. Yunxi stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the centurion. A surge of murderous intent erupted, overwhelming even the nearby divine lords, who felt as though they were engulfed in a sea of corpses and blood, stepping upon bones, their bodies stained with blood. The intensity of this killing intent was enough to unsettle even the divine lords, let alone the centurion. Soldiers are bound by duty to obey commands. I shall permit you to question me once, but there will be no second chance. Yunxi's voice resonated as though it emerged from the depths of the abyss, instilling fear in the centurion's heart. We pay our respects, wuhou. The 3 divine lords suddenly sensed something unique about this newly appointed wuhou. As they spoke, all soldiers knelt upon one knee. All hail wuhou. The roar of 50,000 warriors echoed through the heavens, signifying that Yunxi's words were commands, and his actions could dictate the lives of these 50,000 soldiers. Yet, Yunxi wished for no one to perish. He gently waved his hand, and the troops rose in orderly fashion. Approaching the city walls, he gazed at the dark mass of troops from Qishan Nation in the distance, sighing deeply. This sigh led those around him to believe he anticipated a battle leading to certain death, but what truly troubled him was his aversion to war. With war comes death, and with death comes the shattering of families. These were merely ordinary cultivators, thrust into the fray due to the ambitions of their superiors. Should they win, it would not be they who enjoyed the spoils. They were pawns, expendable at any moment, and even if the game was won, no one would remember those pieces that had been sacrificed. A figure soared from the opposing side, clad in resplendent armor, as if a celestial being had descended. He was the general of Qishan Nation, Chen Feng, a divine lord. His arrival instilled great pressure upon the warriors of Fengcang Nation. War between our 2 nations is inevitable. Surrender this man, and I shall spare half of your soldiers. Furthermore, I shall not invade Fengsong Nation. What do you say? Chen Feng snapped his fingers, and an image appeared in the center of the two armies, depicting none other than Yunxi. The ruler of Qishan Nation could no longer contain his desire. Yunxi's combat prowess and abilities were too formidable. If allowed to grow, he would become a dire threat to Qishan Nation. The initiation of war was, in essence, a hunt for Yunxi. Having slain a divine lord, Yunxi's rise would inevitably pose a threat to the divine king. As the two armies prepared for battle, fearful of Yunxi's escape, Chen Feng proposed his condition, sacrificing half the populace for a single life. Fengsong Nation, if not foolish, could not refuse. However, they had not anticipated that the one with the most authority on their side was Yunxi himself. Chapter 77. The terror of firearms. The soldiers of Fengsong Nation looked upon the image in disbelief. The man who could be worth half their lives was their Wuhou. In response, Yunxi raised a sword. A blade of energy surged forth, parting the heavens, slicing towards Chen Feng with a brilliance akin to the creation of the world. The overwhelming sword intent left the centurion, who had earlier doubted Yunxi, utterly astonished. This strike could have obliterated him 100 times over. No wonder he had questioned why Qishan Nation would place such importance on Yunxi, proposing such terms. Is he truly the one? Chen Feng mused, astonished that Fengsong Nation's Wuhou held such significance. He raised a hand, pointing into the air. His finger, once extended, sent forth an invisible wave that diffused in all directions. As the approaching sword neared Chen Feng, it dimmed, until it completely vanished within 3 paces of him. He did not halt, instead reaching out with an invisible grasp, exerting the power of the heavens to compress around Yunxi, an unseen hand locking onto him, leaving no escape. Yet beside Yunxi, an elder emerged, clearing his throat. Instantly, a tempest erupted, shattering the oppressive force surrounding Yunxi. As long as I am here, you shall not harm the Wuhou. The elder's voice was rough, yet carried an undeniable authority. Yunxi's expression turned grave. A divine lord was beyond his capacity to confront. His only recourse lay in eliminating those beneath the divine lord's rank. Yunxi stepped forward, bellowing, "Troops, heed my command. Prepare for battle." The 50,000 troops thundered in response, stirring up clouds of dust. The 3 divine lords will hold back the opposing divine lords. The rest shall hold the line. Upon hearing this order, the 3 divine lords understood, while the others stood bewildered. To hold the line implied a defensive stance on the border, with no intention to engage in offense. They would rather charge forth, spilling blood upon this land, while Yunxi sought to minimize casualties. Within Fengsong Nation, the 3 divine lords surged forth, their presence casting a shadow across miles. Observing this, the divine lords of Qishan Nation also took flight. In the battlefield, the presence of divine lords heralded disaster. As 6 divine lords clashed in the skies, brilliant rays of light burst forth, warping the very fabric of space, with the sounds of their collisions echoing throughout the realm. Kill! The 100,000 soldiers of Qishan Nation transformed into streaks of light, racing forward. Hundreds began to sketch formations at the rear of their army. The warriors of Fengsong Nation prepared for combat. The war had commenced. Yunxi inhaled deeply, retrieving a heavy machine gun. Its sudden appearance immediately made those around feel a strange sensation, and the tense atmosphere was slightly alleviated. Ling Yun, lending a hand, spoke as she directly tossed over a dozen ammunition belts to Yunxi, each containing over 100 rounds. Ling Yun was momentarily taken aback. The material of these bullets was evidently exceedingly precious, with each bullet likely worth over 100,000 Ling coins. It was no wonder that war consumed resources so rapidly. She had previously doubted this, but now, witnessing it firsthand, she truly comprehended the magnitude, especially considering the machine gun in Yunxi's hands, which was of royal caliber and beyond valuation. Did you go robbing yesterday? Ling Yun took a deep breath, picked up one of the ammunition belts, handed it to Yunxi, and then supported it on one side. Yunxi lit a cigar and suddenly opened fire. The sound of gunfire erupted. The crowd could only see flames spewing from the muzzle of the machine gun, bullets flying forth in rapid succession, and soon after, the first wave of assailants appeared. Over 200 divine calamity warriors, 30 deities, and 10,000 peak spirit realm practitioners. This force was equivalent to 2/5 of Fengsong Kingdom's strength, and just the initial wave would likely suffer significant losses. Then, their eyes widened in disbelief. One figure after another was struck down by bullets, instantly losing their life and plummeting downwards. In mere moments, over 100 had perished, including 3 deities among them. The materials Yunxi desired were at least of the spiritual level needed to forge divine weapons, with many being of the esteemed level required for crafting weapons of divine lords. Upon fusion, the bullets could pierce through even deities. The speed of the machine gun was astonishing. By the time the assailants reached, over 200 had already fallen, leaving the warriors of Cultivation Kingdom in shock, as they had never encountered such weaponry. Yunxi primarily targeted the deities, knowing that once the ammunition was exhausted, if the deities had not been substantially diminished, Fengcang Kingdom might indeed face annihilation. First, eliminate the opposing martial generals. The warriors of Cultivation Kingdom sensed something amiss and charged towards Yunxi, while the soldiers of Fengcang Kingdom also felt the might of Yunxi's weaponry and could not allow them to prevail. In an instant, under the rapid fire of the heavy machine gun, one after another from Cultivation Kingdom fell, instilling fear within their ranks. With no deities able to withstand the onslaught, over 100 deities had already perished by this point. The battlefield stretched long, and Yunxi could not attend to every front. The cultivators of Fengcang Kingdom fiercely protected their own, yet one after another, disciples from Fengcang Kingdom fell. In war, with every breath, countless lives were lost. Blood stained the land crimson. In the heat of battle, various spells surged forth, and arrays descended, igniting seas of fire. Some commanded monstrous beasts, while others employed hidden weapons, summoning strange entities to join the fray. Yet amidst the chaos, the most resplendent presence was that of Yunxi. Before him, wave after wave of cultivators fell, unable to even cast their divine spells, and even if someone attempted a surprise attack, there were plenty of deities around Yunxi for protection. What is that? It's terrifying. The warriors of Cultivation Kingdom were gripped by fear. Before Yunxi, a mountain of corpses had begun to form. With each breath, several warriors from Cultivation Kingdom fell, desperately pulling out their treasures in an attempt to resist, but the bullets were so powerful that they pierced through effortlessly, with few managing to survive. Furthermore, the bullets bore a trace of divine fire, consuming their vitality. The bodies were charred. By the time Yunxi's smoke was extinguished by blood, there lay 2,000 corpses before him, forming a veritable mountain of the dead. Countless individuals felt a shiver run down their spines, harboring a profound fear of Yunxi. And yet, Yunxi was now out of bullets. It could be said that an entire royal treasury, accumulated over countless years, had been exchanged for these 2,000 lives, a staggering consumption that ordinary people could scarcely comprehend. Only when Yunxi ceased his onslaught did the warriors of Cultivation Kingdom find some respite. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that he had already slain over 100 deities. The resources expended to birth a single deity were immense, yet they had barely begun to shine before falling to Yunxi's hand. Such losses were undeniably grievous. Wait for me at the back. Yunxi called Lingyun over, not wishing for her to be dragged into this turmoil any longer. Kill. With a command from Yunxi, all soldiers surged forth. Yunxi frantically transformed the primal essence of all things, unleashing waves of sword energy, and even those he did not intend to kill were subjected to his infinite devouring. Unless a holy sun intervened, no one among the divine calamity warriors could stand against Yunxi. The gravitational domain erupted, radiating an 800-fold gravity centered around Yunxi, with 3 colossal kunpangs engaging all existence in battle. With a mere gesture, Yunxi unleashed a sword energy that cleaved a divine calamity warrior in two. And with a powerful flap of his wings, the infinite devouring commenced, absorbing yet another divine calamity cultivator. Witnessing Yunxi's divine might, akin to a ghostly apparition or a devil from the depths of the abyss, all were left dumbfounded by the sheer brutality of it. Chapter 78. The Fall of the Divine Lord. The number of deities within Cultivation Kingdom still exceeded that of Fengcang Kingdom, and each additional deity placed immense pressure on Fengcang. However, the balance of power in the ongoing war seemed to be evenly matched. Yunxi's prior maneuver had left the warriors of Cultivation Kingdom somewhat intimidated. As warriors, they would not retreat, even knowing their demise was imminent. But the loss of over 100 deities and hundreds of divine calamity and thousands of spirit realm practitioners, due solely to Yunxi's peculiar weapon, was a fate they could not accept. Once the desire to retreat took root on the battlefield, it would inevitably lead to a cascading withdrawal. Without morale, it was exceedingly difficult to rally the troops. Especially as Yunxi unleashed his Kunpeng gravity, the 5,000 zhang radius proved significant. Even deities would find their strength diminished by a tenth within this domain, alleviating the pressure on Fengcang's forces. Yunxi's explosive power, in this warfare, devoured one divine calamity practitioner after another, and he finally ascended to the 5th tier of the spirit realm, increasing the gravity of the Kunpeng domain to 850 times and expanding its reach by several hundred zhang. Below the deities, he resembled a harbinger of death. Waves of profound yellow sword energy obliterated all cultivators beneath the divine tier, captivating the attention of Feng Song's warriors. Ling Yun, nestled in a corner of the city walls, gazed at Yunxi, who appeared as a god of war. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with starlight, reflecting Yunxi's silhouette. Since their ascension, she and Yunxi had not met frequently. Perhaps it was because they had ascended from the same place, sharing a common language that made her feel a sense of closeness to him. Two individuals from Earth arriving in this vast upper realm constituted a thrilling experience in itself. As time passed, the warriors of Cultivation Kingdom began to lose their fighting spirit. The act of killing had extinguished their resolve, and Yunxi had effectively shattered their will to fight. Even the weakest of enemies now felt hesitant to grasp their swords in defiance. Retreat, let us retreat. A general among the deities spoke up. Within Yunxi's gravitational domain, all warriors of Cultivation Kingdom were affected, feeling utterly powerless. As someone led the way, the soldiers of Cultivation Kingdom frantically fled the battlefield, appearing as disheveled as they had once been formidable. Just then, a terrifying voice resonated from the heavens above. Leave? Who dares to leave? A figure materialized, descending from the sky, clad in armor that shimmered with radiant light. Holding aloft a severed head, the head of an elder deity from Feng Song Kingdom. One of Feng Song's divine lords had fallen. Chen Feng's cultivation exploded forth, his aura enveloping 100 miles, causing all to feel as though a new sky had descended upon them. Simultaneously, a headless corpse plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily before the army of Feng Song Kingdom, a sight that jolted the souls of all present. Upon seeing the headless body, the soldiers of Feng Song Kingdom were struck with despair. This body belonged to a powerful divine lord of Feng Song Kingdom. The arrival of a divine lord onto the battlefield was sufficient to shatter their every hope. The one who disrupts the morale of the army shall perish. With a swift motion, Chun Feng raised his hand, causing the fabric of space to warp. The divine general, who had previously declared his intention to retreat, was obliterated in an instant, leaving no room for resistance. Only then did Chun Feng turn his gaze toward the front lines of the Feng Song Kingdom's forces. Landing on the solemn visage of Yunxi, I have witnessed all your actions, he remarked. You have truly astonished me. With but a single individual strength, you have instilled a sense of retreat within my army. Indeed, you are worthy of the Cultivation Kingdom's lord's personal vendetta against you. With deliberate steps, Chun Feng advanced toward Yunxi. With each stride, the pressure on the warriors of the Feng Song Kingdom intensified. After 9 steps, several soldiers were on the verge of fainting under the mounting tension. Do you truly hold me in such esteem? Yunxi inquired. Yet I wonder. Being at the pinnacle of divinity, how do you compare to Shaoan? At this, Chun Feng faltered momentarily. He had indeed heard of Yunxi's slaying of Shaoan, rumored to have been accomplished with some peculiar weapon that reduced him to ashes in mere breaths. Contemplating this fact, he couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. Suddenly, Yunxi raised his hand, conjuring a magnificent sword energy which he unleashed with a single stroke. This sword was equally sharp, yet it did not cleave toward Chun Feng. Rather, it struck the ground 100 paces ahead, creating a profound chasm. My weapon has limitations in range. At this distance, it is difficult to eliminate you. However, if you cross this line, you shall surely perish. With that, Yunxi produced a super Barrett rifle, revealing its formidable aura without concealment, and aimed it directly at Chun Feng. This targeting sent a chill of impending death coursing through Chun Feng. The stronger one becomes, the more one trusts their instincts. Still, Chun Feng continued his approach, although his brow began to furrow. His presence alone unsettled the warriors of Feng Song, for he was no ordinary divine being. He was a seasoned veteran at the pinnacle of divinity. Yunxi remained motionless, keeping his Barrett trained upon him. The calmness of this young man amidst the overwhelming pressure of divinity was akin to a mighty boulder, obscuring the truth of their confrontation. Indeed, it was true that he had slain the false divine king, and it was also true that he had killed Shaoan. But would he kill me? Chun Feng pressed onward, the weight of divine pressure reaching its zenith, akin to the heavens themselves descending, causing ripples of anxiety to spread through the ranks of Feng Song's deities. Only Yunxi maintained his composure, while Chun Feng's gaze remained fixed upon him. Upon reaching the line drawn by Yunxi, a palpable tension gripped the hearts of all who beheld the scene. In the distance, Ling Yun observed with apprehension. As Chun Feng lifted his foot, he was suddenly enveloped by Yunxi's gravity domain, under the crushing weight of 850 times normal gravity. Although it affected him little, it was an undeniable burden. A being of the divine soul realm could indeed exert influence over a being of the divine sovereign realm. This was an astonishing phenomenon. Chen Feng met Yunxi's unwavering gaze and glanced at the mountain of corpses beside him, ultimately deciding against crossing that threshold. He dared not gamble, for both the false divine king and Shaoan had met their demise at Yunxi's hands, and their deaths had been shrouded in mystery. Yunxi, too, hesitated to pull the trigger. He possessed but a single bullet. The previous victims had been caught unawares, but Chen Feng was a formidable opponent. Should he fire, he had no guarantee of success. It was only by refraining from shooting that Chen Feng would continue to harbor trepidation. Seeing Chen Feng's reluctance to advance, Yunxi knew he had made the right wager. Otherwise, even with the super Barret, his chances of victory would be slim. Relay my orders. Retreat. Yunxi's voice boomed, reaching the ears of the two divine beings above, who dared not linger in battle and promptly returned, witnessing the standoff between Yunxi and Chen Feng. They immediately positioned themselves to shield Yunxi. Why have you not yet slain him? One of the divine generals inquired of Chen Feng. Ignoring the question, Chen Feng turned with a furrowed brow and suddenly spoke. He is capable of killing Shaoan with that very artifact. The death of Shaoan was well known among the higher echelons of the Kushan kingdom, and they had heard whispers of the cause, an unusual weapon that had turned him to ashes with a mere sound. Chen Feng's words instilled a sense of caution among the divine beings present. Chapter 79. Bearing the stain of blood, Yunxi gradually retracted the Barret, his expression remaining serene, deliberately obscuring the truth from Chen Feng. The sweat had completely soaked through his back. Death was truly mere inches away. Both sides retreated, and it could be said that this momentary peace was eerily unsettling, leaving others perplexed. Have we succeeded in holding our ground? They wondered, uncertain of the outcome but relieved that there would be no further casualties. Returning to the city wall, Yunxi gazed at the mountain of corpses before him. In this battle, he had achieved remarkable feats, surpassing any prior martial hero, solidifying his divine status in this northern realm. All eyes were on Yunxi, filled with reverence. Even the two divine beings set aside their statuses, expressing their joy at having such a martial hero among them. With an army of 50,000, he had repelled the 10,000 elite forces of the Kushan kingdom against overwhelming odds. This would be inscribed in the annals of history, a myth to be sung and passed down through generations. While everyone celebrated, Yunxi remained silent, devoid of joy. In his quietude, he lifted a cup of wine and slowly poured it out. This offering was for all the souls lost on the battlefield. Each had fought for their mission. They were warriors deserving of respect. Suddenly, Yunxi smiled, a gesture that left Ling Yun perplexed. What are you laughing at? She asked. Look at them, Yunxi replied, pointing to the fallen on the battlefield. His smile faded gradually. They were enemies in life, yet now they lie buried together. Is that not ironic? With a sigh, Yunxi turned to leave, his silhouette appearing desolate, embodying a profound loneliness that Ling Yun could not fathom. That night, within the military camp, the leaders indulged in hearty drinking. The room was filled with commanders, yet a third of them were absent after the battle. They drank deeply, avoiding any mention of the deceased, knowing that to speak of them would only deepen their sorrow. What is this drink? One exclaimed. This is the Songjuan wine from Chengdao Peak, Yunxi proclaimed. As the master of Chengdao Peak, he had prepared this special wine to honor the fallen disciples of his sect. It had not aged with time. Rather, his disciples had aged and passed away while he remained unchanged. Opening the bottle, a rich aroma wafted through the air, invigorating all the commanders present. My goodness, this fragrance must be 1,000 years old, exclaimed one leader. In all my days, I have never encountered such a scent. Yunxi chuckled, pouring each commander a cup. Drink, he urged. Yunxi took a hearty swig, while the others merely tapped their cups against the table in a gesture of toasting before drinking deeply. A single sip sent these seasoned drinkers into a state of inebriation. I tell you, today the martial hero is truly impressive. After so many years on the battlefield, this is the first time I've witnessed such valor. The gathering erupted into lively conversation, and Ling Yun, drawn by the intoxicating aroma, took a sip, nearly choking on it. How can this wine taste so foul, yet you all drink it with such fervor? She exclaimed, hastily returning her half-full cup. As the night wore on, one by one, the commanders succumbed to their intoxication, while Yunxi finished an entire jug without exhibiting any signs of drunkenness. How is it that you can drink so much and remain sober? Ling Yun inquired, observing him closely. This night, he seemed somewhat different. My heart is not yet intoxicated. How could my body succumb to drunkenness? Yunxi replied. He had not truly laughed in a long time. The events of recent days had kept his heart in a state of extreme tension. Since arriving in the upper realms, he had faced relentless pursuit from the Huang-level assassin Guanqing, had his necklace shattered by a disciple of the Qin family at the Imperial Academy, and had barely escaped death at the ancient well. Now, he found himself embroiled in war, witnessing the deaths of many. These events have left him quite discontented. Yunxi approached the highest tower in the northern territory, his body swaying slightly as he stumbled. This evening, he was indeed reminded of numerous past events, most of which were rather disheartening. Lingyun, somewhat concerned, walked towards the tower, witnessing Yunxi in such a disheartened state for the first time. Upon reaching the tower, he remained silent, refraining from drinking, simply gazing up at the starry sky. A gentle breeze tousled his hair, further accentuating his sense of melancholy. The fluttering of his clothing made him appear more solitary than anyone depicted in art. Yunxi smiled faintly, a hint of self-mockery in his voice as he said, "It turns out, the starry sky above is no different from that of Qingdao Peak. Life in the upper realm is not much more joyous than before. It seems I remain unchanged. From the lower realm to the upper realm, traversing countless mountains and rivers, I still have not found what I seek. You know, I have never known who my parents are since childhood. Even when my master ascended, he mentioned I bore a character of sin, leaving behind a bronze coffin and departing. I bear sin. Indeed, my blood is golden, and there is so much I do not know." As Yunxi spoke, the effects of the alcohol gradually took hold. His face flushed, and his gaze became somewhat unfocused. It had been a long time since he had spoken so candidly with a friend. Lingyun listened attentively from the side, choosing not to interrupt. She suddenly felt that she had only scratched the surface of knowing Yunxi, and she even entertained the notion that he had lived for 9,000 years. It turned out that this seemingly rogue and somewhat domineering individual existed beneath a veil of fog. Yunxi sighed, looking at the stars, reminiscing about his master, his loyal dog Wonkai, the woman who had entered the cycle of reincarnation, and his beloved disciples. Yet, despite the passage of time and the rise and fall of dynasties, he had still not seen them. I have asked the heavens, but they remain silent. I have inquired of the earth, yet it does not respond. I have questioned the wise, but they are taciturn. I have sought understanding of this world, yet how does it treat me? Yunxi, inebriated, seemed to be questioning the heavens, the earth, and humanity, yearning to uncover the entirety of his existence, pondering why fate had decreed him a sinner. Lost in thought, he succumbed to drunkenness, collapsing into Lingyun's embrace. Instinctively, she considered pushing him away but ultimately held him close, settling down and allowing him to rest against her. "I thought you wouldn't get drunk. Yet here you are, huh? In truth, I too do not know who my parents are. Since I can remember, I have been on Piaomiao Peak. They must have aged long ago," Lingyun remarked, pinching Yunxi's nose in playful frustration before settling into meditation. A faint blue light began to emanate from her, as the spiritual energy of the world surged toward her. That night, he slept exceptionally well. The next day, around noon, Yunxi gradually opened his eyes. "It smells delightful." Taking a deep breath, he suddenly realized he had been sleeping in Lingyun's arms. The previous fragrance was the scent of her body. "Ah, Lingyun, taking advantage of me while I'm drunk." Yunxi's words nearly caused Lingyun to choke, questioning if this was truly the same melancholic and solitary youth from the night prior. "How have I taken advantage of you?" Lingyun, not one for argument, rolled her eyes at him. "I am in your embrace. Does it require explanation?" Yunxi retorted, grasping at straws. "Then you might as well get up." Lingyun thought of kicking him out of frustration, but found she could not budge him. "Once I rise, you will deny it." Leaving no evidence, he replied with a mischievous grin, confirming his reputation as a rogue in Lingyun's eyes. "My lord, there are developments in the battle. Someone has awakened and is urgently seeking your arrangements." Upon arriving at the tower, they stumbled upon this scene. The messenger hesitated, continuing, "Forgive me for disturbing your leisure." He dared not lift his head and quickly turned to leave. This moment left both Yunxi and Lingyun in a state of astonishment. Lingyun wished to speak, but Yunxi suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "It's over. The entire army must know you enjoy taking advantage of me. My illustrious reputation." Hearing this, Lingyun could not contain her anger, delivering a swift kick, which Yunxi narrowly evaded with a smirk. Gazing at Yunxi's rogue demeanor, Lingyun found herself at a loss. Was this truly the same person from the previous night? Was he experiencing a split personality? "Here, take this." Yunxi tossed an object to her, which she caught, a jade pendant that felt cool to the touch, refreshing her entirely. "Though I do not know your constitution, your rapid progress in cultivation is evident. However, I sense that your meridians are not sufficiently resilient. This pendant will assist you. Do not rush. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to discuss them with me." Yunxi regarded Lingyun intently. Having noticed a change within her, her aura was somewhat chaotic, which was unusual for normal cultivation, as if something extraordinary resided within her. "Do not think that giving me something will make me forget your previous advantage," Ling Yun said, rolling her eyes at Yunxi, yet deftly hanging the jade pendant around her neck. What do you plan to do next? Will you return directly? Ling Yun inquired. Yunxi shook his head, his expression growing solemn. My previous ability to intimidate the opposing deity was purely by chance. Sooner or later, he will realize, and when that happens, he will act recklessly. Yunxi's words cast a pall over the gathered generals, as they understood the gravity of the situation. With one less deity, the royal court had no other divine support aside from the monarch. I must remain here, establishing a defense before he can react. Chun Feng looms over me like a sword, and without the ancient divine king, I cannot contend with him. A deity, seasoned in battle, is not comparable to any ordinary divine being. Yunxi took a deep breath, acknowledging the harsh reality. This individual is ruthless and calculating. I remain too weak, and my strategies become as fragile as paper before overwhelming power. Ling Yun recognized the seriousness of the matter and asked, "What are your odds with the Barret?" Yunxi inhaled deeply, feeling somewhat defeated as he responded, "He will certainly be wary. My odds with the Barret are less than 1 in 10. While the chance of killing a deity with a divine soul is 1 in 10, which is exceedingly extraordinary, for me, it nearly equates to a death sentence." "What do you intend to do?" Ling Yun expressed her own concerns. "I will strategize, focusing solely on defense. The commanders of Qishan Kingdom only understand how to mobilize troops, but lack the skill to deploy them. If I can establish a formation with 30,000 men, I can contend against their 100,000. Tai Chi, 2 instruments. For symbols, 8 trigrams. I shall transform this place into a fortress of steel." Yunxi pondered for a long time before arriving at this strategy. Otherwise, the disparity in forces at the border would leave him with no cards to play, and the scales of war would continue to tip in favor of Qishan Kingdom. Upon entering the military camp, Yunxi immediately roused everyone. For this was no ordinary situation that could be taken lightly. "Listen up, I am here to discuss a critical matter. My previous ability to intimidate the opposing deity was entirely due to luck. He will inevitably realize this, and when that time comes, he will act without restraint." Yunxi's declaration weighed heavily on the assembled commanders, as they comprehended the dire implications of losing a deity, leaving the royal court without any divine support aside from the monarch. "However, I possess another method that could aid us in overcoming this crisis. Next, I shall elucidate 2 formations, the Liangyi formation and the Bagua formation. The 2 divine lords will be divided into Yin and Yang, with Yang representing offense and Yin representing defense. 1 Yin and 1 Yang constitute the essence of Liangyi. The generals and warriors shall collectively practice the Bagua formation, which comprises 8 gates: Sheng, Shang, Xiao, Du, Jing, Si, Jing, and Kai. Each gate possesses its own transformations, and I will now teach you how to arrange the formations." Yunxi continued his explanation, while Ling Yun stood by, somewhat dazed. The methods of arranging the Liangyi and Bagua formations had long been lost. Even her master had not encountered them again. It was said that the last time these arrangements were seen was during the tumultuous period of Wushuang. What Yunxi was imparting undoubtedly stemmed from 6,000 years ago. Could it be that this individual has truly lived for 9,000 years? As matters of life and death were at stake, the generals listened intently, their thoughts already beginning to rehearse the formations. The more they practiced, the more they appreciated the ingenuity of the formation, which resonated with the laws of heaven and earth, harnessing their power and truly exhibiting an unfathomable might. All were in awe of this newly arrived Wuhou. Upon the conclusion of Yunxi's teachings, the 2 divine lords withdrew to the skies to practice, and the onlookers gazed upwards, as if witnessing a Taiji diagram manifest above them, with the 2 divine lords positioned at pivotal points on the diagram. Observing this, the generals hastily commanded that every warrior assume their designated positions. With each transformation came a remarkable portent. "How do you know of these Liangyi and Bagua formations?" Ling Yun inquired, glancing at Yunxi with curiosity. "It is rather peculiar. An old man insisted on giving me a tome of formations, which I adamantly refused. As a result, he gave me a thrashing," Yunxi recounted, looking somewhat aggrieved. "Cut the nonsense," Ling Yun retorted, dismissing him. Yunxi was indeed speaking the truth. That book had been thrust upon him by his master, who insisted upon his learning it, even resorting to violence when he expressed his reluctance. As for how his master obtained the book, that remained a mystery. All the warriors began their drills, transitioning from initial disarray to a more organized formation, demonstrating significant progress. Like Yunxi, they bore the weight of a blade above them, driving them to exert their utmost efforts. Meanwhile, at the border city of Beast City in Fengsangua, waves of beast tides surged almost daily, and the reinforced city walls were beginning to falter. In fact, One section had already crumbled, a dire omen indeed. Chapter 81. Half-Step Divine King. Feng Tianxiu. Previously, the 13 princes had brought along 100,000 golden armored troops, of which over 10,000 had perished. This latest beast tide was truly boundless, with each ferocious beast charging recklessly. Whether low-tier or high-tier demonic beasts, they seemed to have gone mad, surpassing their innate strength and rendering the warriors in Beast City's defense nearly impotent. The 13 prince and princess Tsai have also arrived, one warrior announced, with Tsai following closely behind. This is nonsense. What are you doing here? This is no place for you. Return at once. The 13 prince, bearing a fresh scar on his face from a near-fatal encounter with a ferocious beast, implored. I wish to help you. All the disciples from the academy have come. Tsai insisted, fully aware that her brother would be displeased. However, the urgency of the northern border's plight compelled her to offer her assistance. Help. I do not require your assistance. Return at once. The 13 prince, now agitated, understood the gravity of the situation. Lives were at stake. I do not care. This time, I shall not leave, Tsai resolutely declared, unyielding to her brother's protests. Recognizing her determination, the 13 prince realized he could not dissuade her. She would only return if forcibly sent away. He turned to the nearby warriors and bellowed, take them to Dinjiang and assign them minor tasks. Thank you, brother. Tsai smiled at him, understanding that this was his greatest concession. After Tsai departed, the 13 prince rubbed his temples, overwhelmed by a headache. In past beast tides, the demonic beasts had not behaved with such reckless abandon. Something was amiss. Yet, none of the dispatched scouts had returned. He furrowed his brow, contemplating the matter. On the other side of the demonic beast mountain range, in Baibao City, a figure emerged within the city. His visage was strikingly beautiful. A man could possess such elegance that had he not been clad in male attire, most would mistake him for a delicate woman. However, he loathed being mistaken for a female. Those who dared utter such words had met with dire fates. His expression was cold, a tower's mark etched upon his brow. Are these people truly so weak? Feng Tianxiu surveyed his surroundings, his spiritual sense sweeping over one figure after another, discovering that the cultivations of the passers-by were woefully low. Most were merely at the divine soul realm, with only a few scattered at the divine tribulation realm. To think that their saint son would perish in such a remote location. A saint son of the divine tribulation realm should only encounter danger when faced with a divine being. Otherwise, mere mortals posed no threat. Moreover, saints possessed various means of escape. Should they wish to flee, none could impede them. Have you seen this person? Feng Tianxiu produced an image, depicting none other than Yunxi. The individual examined it closely, pondering. I believe I have seen him before, but I cannot recall where. I have a vague impression, he said, and before he could finish, Feng Tianxiu pointed directly at his brow. Soul search. This was a brutal method of forcibly extracting memories, often leaving its subject in a harrowing state. Once Feng Tianxiu conducted the soul search, he unearthed memories of Yunxi within the individual's mind, yet found no substantial leads. Turning to depart, the passerby collapsed, his eyes vacant, his soul extinguished. All who entered the city were subject to scrutiny at the gates. Thus, the guards must have encountered Yunxi. He proceeded to the east gate and initiated a soul search. The two guards, upon undergoing the process, became devoid of expression, resembling lifeless husks. Not from the east gate, he muttered, shifting toward the north gate. Suddenly, a contingent of soldiers obstructed his path, led by a peaked divine being. Did you kill my guard and think to escape? The divine commander bellowed, brandishing a treasured sword, unleashing a fierce sword intent as he executed his most prized sword technique. This scene, however, revolted Feng Tianxiu. An ugly visage, filthy bloodline, a pathetic sword technique. Such a person dares to point a sword at me? Feng Tianxiu raised his hand slightly, producing a petal, which he flicked with his finger. The petal soared away, its speed akin to a meteor streaking across the sky. Though small, it harbored a boundless killing intent. Imbued with immense power, a terrifying aura of death enveloped the divine commander, the petal bringing with it an inescapable dread. As a half-step divine king, the divine commander's eyes widened in shock, his spiritual energy surging as he erected layer upon layer of protective barriers, ultimately stacking 18 layers. Yet, the petal pierced through them effortlessly, directly breaching his brow and instantaneously snuffing out all vitality. The onlookers watched in horror as their leader plummeted, none daring to catch his lifeless form. That individual was simply too terrifying. Feng Tianxiu refrained from slaughtering the others, deeming it beneath him to soil his hands. He approached the north gate, conducting another soul search, yet gleaned no information regarding Yunxi from the two guards, which left him somewhat disheartened. He proceeded to the ancient well, still ensnared by restrictions. Such restrictions even I cannot unlock. Could it be left by some great power? But why choose such a filthy locale? Feng Tianxiu wrinkled his nose, expressing his disdain for Baibao City. Had it not been for the elder's task, he would not have ventured into this squalid place. Feng Tianxiu made his way towards the western gate of Baibao City, directly probing the memories of the two guards. At last, he beheld the scene he had long desired. From the east, a girl accompanied them, a girl that Feng Tianxiu recognized from the memories of the guards, yet he could not recall anything further about her. How intriguing! As he walked westward, he entered a vast desert, beyond which lay the Demon Beast Mountains. As he ventured further, an elderly man atop the city walls observed Feng Tianxiu's retreating figure with a grave expression. "City Lord," a companion inquired. "Do not ask what should not be asked, lest you lose your head," the elder sighed. Recently, it seemed that peace had eluded them. Even those from the upper sect had arrived. And this individual was a young half-step divine king. This person exuded an overwhelming aura, his cultivation firmly established. It appeared that he would soon break through to the divine king realm. Such a person was undoubtedly a prodigy. Time swiftly passed, and 5 days later, within the border military camp of Qisan Kingdom, Chun Feng felt an unsettling disquiet. He constantly replayed the scenes from that day in his mind. The more he recalled, the more peculiar it felt. The city walls, the mountain of corpses, the enigmatic weapon, all these elements, coupled with his calm demeanor, instilled a sense of crisis within him. Chapter 82, The 2-8 Trigrams. Something was amiss. His demeanor was too composed, serving only to deceive me. If he were capable of killing me, he should possess some confidence. Yet I could not discern where that confidence lay. He had invoked the deaths of the false divine king and Shaoan to intimidate me, utilizing strange weapons that I had never encountered before. The unknown breeds fear, and this bewilderment, this seduction, this intimidation, all of it paralyzed me from taking a step forward. This young man truly was not simple. Nevertheless, I shall not allow you another chance. Chun Feng had unraveled these thoughts and regarded Yunxi with newfound respect. It was a pity that such talent was born among the enemy, destined to perish by his hand. He commanded the 3 armies to march against Feng Tsang. With a single order from Chun Feng, a thunderous war drum resounded, and all soldiers picked up their weapons once more, charging towards Feng Tsang. This time bolstered by 3 divine lords, their chances of victory greatly enhanced. Yunxi trembled slightly, for they were indeed coming to kill. "All troops, take your positions," he commanded. "2 divine lords, my life rests in your hands. I entrust it to you." With Yunxi's command, the soldiers harbored no hint of dissent, and without hesitation, they fervently orchestrated the 8 trigrams formation. The 2 divine lords took their places at the focal points of the Taiji diagram, one embodying yin, the other yang, both shrouded in mystery. "Open the gate of life, let them enter," Yunxi declared. Upon his command, the soldiers adjusted their formations, creating the gate of life, drawing upon the vitality of heaven and earth. Beneath their feet, grass sprouted, flowers bloomed, transforming the battlefield of death into a veritable paradise. The spirit beings atop the city walls marveled at this spectacle. Chun Feng coldly remarked, "You 2 divine lords, hold back Feng Tsang. I shall personally confront the enemy commander." The 2 divine lords obeyed, engaging the divine lord of Feng Tsang, but soon discovered something was amiss. All their attacks were effortlessly thwarted by the Yin Lord, who harnessed the power of heaven and earth for defense, while the Yang Lord unleashed a relentless assault, resembling a formidable war deity. Although they were once evenly matched divine lords, they now found themselves struggling even in the initial exchanges, borrowing the power of heaven to fight. The expressions of the 2 divine lords from Qisan Kingdom darkened as they felt a profound sense of crisis, as if they were battling against the heavens themselves. Ahead, Chun Feng surged forward, crossing dozens of miles and striking towards Yunxi with a powerful palm. Yunxi sensed an overwhelming force approaching yet maintained his composure, grasping tightly onto a drop of imperial blood, his final resort. A piercing scream echoed from the heavens. "Commander Chun Feng, save me." The shriek was chilling, and Chun Feng's expression darkened. Such a cry would only emerge in life-threatening situations. In 2 breaths, he could annihilate Yunxi. Yet if he hesitated even for a moment longer, he risked losing a divine lord. He forcefully withdrew, transforming into a streak of purple light, ascending into the sky. Yunxi closed his eyes and took a deep breath. In the distance, Ling Yun watched this scene, her clothes soaked in sweat. The ordeal Yunxi faced was unimaginable. Yet he stood there with unwavering calmness. What kind of person was he? Was the crisis averted? "If you seek to kill me, Do not blame me for being ruthless. Yunxi murmured as he retracted the drop of imperial blood, having narrowly escaped death. Despite possessing means and a glimmer of hope, that hope was scarce. Fortunately, the two divine lords had fulfilled their mission. Chen Feng would not dare to gamble, for he could not wager Yunxi's life to save a divine lord's life. Attaining the status of divine lord required immense talent and abundant resources. Losing one would be unacceptable for Qisan Kingdom, as long as he assisted. 3 divine lords against 2 divine lords would ensure victory, thus annihilating Feng Tsang's forces. However, he had missed the sole opportunity to eliminate Yunxi. In the heavens above, Chen Feng furrowed his brows as he observed the severed arm of a Qisan divine lord, his expression grave. In the past, these individuals had been evenly matched, yet today, one had lost an arm in their first encounter. Had he arrived a moment later, he might have perished as well. What was this? A formation? He witnessed the power of heaven and earth continuously flowing into the Taiji diagram beneath the Yin and Yang lords, manipulated at will. With the existence of this Taiji diagram, their offensive was formidable, and their defense was flawless. Chen Feng joined the fray but struggled to subdue these 2 divine lords. Meanwhile, the soldiers of Feng Tsang were also enacting a wondrous formation below. As the gate of life opened, the cultivators of Qisan Kingdom surged forward, brimming with confidence and at their peak. Yet, upon entering the battlefield, they found themselves amidst a fragrant paradise, utterly extraordinary. Open the gate of death. With this command from Yunxi, the soldiers repositioned themselves. Within the 8 trigrams formation, they drew not from the power of heaven and earth, but from the deathly energy of the fallen beneath their feet. In an instant, that deathly energy surged forth, causing all flora to wither, devouring every trace of vitality. What is this? My hands. Many cultivators from Qisan Kingdom felt their life force being siphoned away. They aged visibly, their bodies becoming frail, their faces lined with wrinkles, as if they had endured countless years in a mere moment. The soldiers of Feng Tsang turned pale. The 8 trigrams formation consumed immense energy, and opening the second gate was becoming increasingly burdensome. One by one, Qisan soldiers collapsed, their faces etched with wrinkles and their hair turned white, as if they had reached the end of their years. Open the gate of astonishment. Yunxi commanded again. He discerned that the disciples of Feng Tsang were attempting to draw upon the power of heaven and earth, yet it was still too strenuous. The 8 gates could at most open 3. The soldiers of Feng Tsang repositioned themselves once more. As the gate of astonishment opened, a vast thundercloud gathered over the battlefield. A bolt of lightning struck down upon a Qisan divine being, obliterating him instantly. Thunder followed in succession, mercilessly annihilating Qisan warriors. What in the world is this? The people of Qisan were terrified. This unfathomable power was unheard of, and the terror of heaven and earth's might shattered their confidence, their faith crumbling once more. For the second time, their faith collapsed. They could no longer gather their resolve. As they beheld the soldiers of Feng Tsang, fear seeped deep within their hearts. Run! Flee! The soldiers of Qisan found that more than half had perished, and despite not having slain many of Feng Tsang's soldiers, they had lost so many already. Fear overtook them, surpassing even Yunxi's machine guns. Do not pursue. Upon Yunxi's command, each disciple, though utterly fatigued, wore expressions of exhilaration. This method of warfare was simply terrifying, and they gazed at Yunxi atop the city walls with profound admiration. Yunxi sensed an invisible yet incredible energy approaching him, each fragment of this energy enveloping him in profound comfort. Was this the power of faith? It was intangible, yet he could feel it lurking within him. Chapter 83, The Lost Colorful Garment. In the past, Yunxi had his own beliefs, but now, he found himself to be the object of another's faith. He gazed down at the fervent individuals below, each one looking at him with unbridled enthusiasm. He had once been a minor celebrity, with fans who were fervent but blind. Unlike these warriors who were unwaveringly devout. After the battle, return, Yunxi declared suddenly. Upon hearing this, the 2 divine beings of Feng Tsang Kingdom ceased their skirmishing and returned to his side, one on the left and the other on the right. Equally astonished by the scene before them, the 3 divine beings of Qisan Kingdom descended from the heavens, their eyes fixated on Yunxi. Did you orchestrate this spectacle today? Chen Feng's expression darkened as the warriors of Qisan Kingdom lost their fighting spirit, realizing they had no chance against the forces of Feng Tsang Kingdom. And if so, what of it? If you do not depart now, do you truly believe I cannot keep you here? Yunxi's voice resonated with newfound confidence, instilling trepidation in Chen Feng, who, despite his reluctance, felt compelled to retreat before it was too late. He had underestimated Yunxi, even doubting whether he truly possessed the means to vanquish him. Withdraw. The divine beings on his side could no longer contend with Fengcang Kingdom and had no choice but to retreat. This battle had resulted in a crushing defeat, and their divine beings had suffered grievous losses in power. Any plans to conquer Fengcang would require careful deliberation. As the three divine beings of Qishan Kingdom departed, cheers erupted from Fengcang Kingdom. Defeating a stronger foe with a weaker force was nothing short of miraculous, destined to be etched in history and become legend. Yunxi, having achieved divine recognition through this battle, commanded universal respect. Their survival was attributable to his prowess. Following this conflict, Qishan Kingdom would undoubtedly regard him with deep apprehension. Reluctant to mobilize their forces again, the northern borders had thus found a semblance of stability. I have much to attend to. I shall depart tomorrow. Tonight, we shall host a celebratory feast, and we shall not rest until we are inebriated, Yunxi proclaimed, prompting even more exuberant cheers from the crowd. Each individual feeling as if a great burden had been lifted. This news swiftly reached the royal family of Fengcang. Good, 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 Kongjin exclaimed thrice. Having prepared for a scorched earth policy against Qishan Kingdom, yet unexpectedly receiving such fortuitous tidings. This was truly a miracle. 50,000 troops, against a backdrop of overwhelming adversity, had triumphed over Qishan Kingdom's 100,000 elite soldiers, a feat bordering on the divine. A flower reborn from death is a miracle, let alone a war. The following day, Yunxi gazed upon the assembled soldiers, with Ling Yun by his side. We bid farewell to the martial marquis, the soldiers exclaimed, kneeling on one knee in sincere reverence. Let us depart, Yunxi nodded. With a powerful flap of his wings, he transformed into a celestial phoenix, soaring towards the imperial city amidst their devout gazes. With this matter concluded, he felt a sense of relief. Arriving at the capital city without delay, he returned to the Imperial Academy, only to find that all the disciples of the Music Academy were absent. Ordinarily, they should have been practicing at this hour. How peculiar, not a soul in sight. Yunxi mused, scratching his head, but he chose not to dwell on it and headed towards his small courtyard. Big brother, big brother. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Yunxi turned to see Jingjing, her hands clutching 2 pieces of candy, scampering towards him. Big brother, Jingjing has candy for you, she exclaimed, raising the sweets high. Yunxi smiled as he accepted the candy. Thank you for the candy, Jingjing. He affectionately ruffled her hair. She was truly adorable, melting his heart. Jingjing, where have you been during this time? I couldn't find you, Yunxi inquired. Grandfather Feng said I couldn't tell you, Jingjing replied. Her words slightly mumbled as she enjoyed the candy. Yunxi did not press further. With the presence of the old divine king, he felt no cause for concern. By the way, Sister Tsai and the others went to Beast City, claiming something about a beast tide, Jingjing added. Upon hearing this, Yunxi's expression shifted dramatically. Tsai and her companions were too inexperienced to venture into Beast City. Was that not courting disaster? No, I must go to Beast City, Yunxi exclaimed, swiftly turning and racing towards the entrance of the Imperial Academy. Seeing this, Jingjing adeptly hopped onto his shoulders, reminiscent of their adventures in the Monster Beast Mountains. Yunxi had no objections. Jingjing possessed formidable explosive power, ensuring her safety. Hey, where are you going? Ling Yun arrived just in time to see Yunxi at the teleportation array, their destination being Beast City. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to follow him. Currently, Beast City had fallen into disarray, besieged by wave after wave of beast tides. The 13th prince was at his wit's end, merely enduring the onslaught. He gazed at the shattered city walls, a new scar marking his body from the last beast tide when he had charged forth and nearly perished. Report. Princess Tsai is missing, a guard urgently declared. His head bowed in fear. What happened? The 13th prince roared. Princess Tsai said she was going to gather some medicinal herbs, but my subordinates did not agree. It was unexpected that she would sneak out with 2 others, the guard explained, his anxiety palpable after fruitless searches. Search for her. 1,000 golden armored guards. Go find her. No matter what, bring her back. The 13th prince's furious command spurred the guard into action, dispatching men to search. His expression darkened. As a commander, he could not leave. Otherwise, the absence of leadership would surely lead to their downfall against the next wave of beast tides. Hoping only that the guards could safely return with her. Moments later, Yunxi arrived at the scene. In the desolate beast city, few figures could be seen, save for a handful of weary warriors resting atop the thick city walls, each bearing wounds and exhaustion etched on their faces. This was the 7th wave of beast tides this month. They were on the brink of collapse. Upon his arrival, Yunxi immediately spotted the 13th prince. This place is dangerous. You must leave. The 13th prince paid little heed to the newcomer, preoccupied with thoughts of Tsai, and did not even look up. No one is to approach here. 13th Prince, I come seeking someone, Yunxi stated directly. The 13th Prince, Kong Jin, glanced over, finding the figure somewhat familiar. Who are you? He inquired. Martial Marquis, Yunxi. Yunxi replied. Upon hearing the name Yunxi, the 13th Prince had a flicker of recognition, but upon hearing Martial Marquis, he immediately understood who stood before him. News from the border had already reached him, heralding a great victory attributed to this newly appointed Martial Marquis' strategic deployment. Ah, I know you. Sai is your student. She has ventured into the Monster Beast Mountains, and we have yet to locate her, Kong Jin confessed. As a commander, I cannot leave my post. I have sent others to search. Yunxi's heart sank at his words. You mean to say she has entered the Monster Beast Mountains at this very moment? He stared incredulously at the 13th Prince. How could she dare venture there? Even on the outskirts, there were likely 4th-tier beast monsters. Chapter 84. Encountering the Beast Tide. Having traversed the Monster Beast Mountains before, Yunxi understood better than most the perils they posed. He surveyed his surroundings and asked, which direction did she go? To the southeast. The 13th Prince responded. That is the only route for exiting. With that, Yunxi's wings surged with energy, propelling him at breakneck speed towards the southeastern direction of the Monster Beast Mountains. He understood Kong Jin's anxiety. He too did not wish for Tsai to come to harm, though he held no ulterior motives towards her. Upon re-entering the Monster Beast Mountains, Yunxi sensed a palpable change, an intensified aura of bloodshed and terror. The ground was littered with beast bones and remnants of golden armored warriors' attire. A battle had clearly unfolded here, and the fallen warriors had met their end. Taking a deep breath, Yunxi pressed forward into the depths of the mountains. From time to time, one encounters feeble demon beasts that, even in the presence of a cultivator comparable to the first stage of the Xinxian realm, rush forth with reckless abandon, unafraid of death. The demon beasts here have all succumbed to madness, driven solely by instinctual aggression. Yunxi furrowed his brow. It was precisely because of this that he became increasingly anxious about Tsai, who had ventured into the demon beast mountain range at this inopportune moment. As he traversed the path, he vanquished numerous demon beasts, and gradually, he encountered those of the 4th stage. He raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike, cleaving a massive serpent in twain, yet he still had not located Tsai, nor even a hint of her whereabouts. Along the way, he also encountered several Jin Jiaowei, but Yunxi chose not to disturb them, instead soaring past, leaving only an afterimage. Ahead, he spotted yet another Jin Jiaowei lying lifeless. Where could she possibly be? Treasure beast, can you find Tsai? Yunxi inquired of Jingjing, who shook her head in response, explaining that she could only locate delectable food, not people. I'm hungry. Jingjing pouted. Even hunger cannot distract us. We must find her first, Yunxi replied, his mind preoccupied with the search, while Jingjing appeared forlorn, feeling small, pitiful, and helpless. Suddenly, a faint cry from a woman pierced the air. Though delicate, it was still detected by Yunxi. He abruptly raised his head and sped towards the source of the sound. Meanwhile, Tsai's last defender fell to the ground. Grasping a short sword with trembling hands, she shakily pointed it at a mosquito towering 3 meters high, its long proboscis dripping with blood. Do not come any closer. I will kill you. Tsai had never encountered such a scene before. Her hands quaked as the ominous aura of death enveloped her, filling her with dread. She wished to survive, for there were words yet unspoken to a certain individual. Trembling and fearful, she realized that no one would come for her, as she had slipped away secretly. Yet, in her final moments, she found her thoughts lingering on someone, a person who was not Kong Jun, nor her mother, nor any of her 108 brothers, but rather the one with whom she had shared only a few conversations, Yunxi. Alas, she would never see him again. That person, whose mastery of melody was so resplendent, had led them to victory in the courtyard competition. She remembered that honor vividly. That person, foolish enough to slay a foreign prince for her. Charging alone towards the frontier, she recalled that audacity clearly. And now, with no chance for farewell, she longed to confess, I think I have come to like you. The mosquito was a 4th-stage demon beast, far beyond Tsai's capacity to withstand. She thrust her sword towards it, but as the blade met the mosquito's sharp proboscis, it shattered into metal shards. At that moment, the mosquito lunged forward, and Tsai let out a shriek, closing her eyes in panic. In that instant of darkness, she felt an overwhelming sword intent descend upon the world. A terrifying sword energy surged forth, striking the mosquito and cleaving it in two. This scene was utterly shocking. She turned to the side and saw a flash of golden light, which materialized into Yunxi's figure. What brings you here? Tsai gazed at the man who seemed like a celestial being, unable to contain herself as she embraced him. What are you doing here alone? Are you not aware of the dangers? Yunxi exclaimed, his heart racing. Had he not heard her earlier scream, he would have arrived too late. Such consequences were unbearable. Hello. Sister Tsai, Jingjing chimed in, appearing indifferent, almost provoking. I saw Minnie injured and thought to gather some herbs. Tsai replied, her tone laced with distress. Yunxi felt helpless. Her intentions were good, and thankfully, she was unharmed. All right, let us leave now, he said, unsure of what else to say. As their immediate priority was to exit the area. Before they departed, Tsai looked earnestly at Yunxi, a seriousness in her gaze that had never been there before. I have something to ask you. Go ahead, Yunxi nodded. Just as Tsai began to speak, the ground suddenly trembled, and a wild aura surged towards them. Accompanied by a metallic scent, roars and screams echoed as the presence of demon beasts surged closer. Yunxi's expression shifted, the beast tide was upon them. We can speak later, he said, pulling Tsai along to flee, but a flock of birds swooped down from the sky. These were the windstorm birds. Though merely third-stage demon beasts, they were renowned for their speed, rivaling that of a Xinjia cultivator. Windstorm birds lacked offensive capabilities, relying on their numbers and swiftness for defense, typically overwhelming their prey in a frenzied assault. Instantly, the sky darkened as they enveloped Yunxi and the others. In a frenzy, Yunxi unleashed the essence of all creation, manifesting strands of sword energy that slashed in all directions. Yet, the sheer number of windstorm birds was overwhelming, rendering escape impossible. As the blockade surged forth, numerous demon beasts charged from the depths of the mountain range, with many fourth-stage beasts barreling towards Yunxi. Kunpeng domain. In an instant, he activated his domain, where 3 kunpengs wreaked havoc upon the demon beasts, causing the windstorm birds to plummet under the immense gravity. With 850 times the gravitational force, they struggled to maintain flight. Yunxi could not afford to hesitate. He grasped Tsai's waist with one arm, while unleashing the intent of the Zhuxian sword with the other, striking out in all directions. However, he had underestimated the scale of the beast tide, which seemed endless, with demon beasts encircling them from all sides. Leaving no avenue for escape, he continued to draw upon the infinite devouring essence while evolving the primal essence of all creation, unleashing waves of astonishing sword energy as the 3 kunpengs battled fiercely. Numerous ferocious beasts fell within this domain, and Yunxi's cultivation steadily ascended. Despite the majority of his cultivation being absorbed by the extraordinary blue lotus, he still experienced visible growth. One beast after another transformed into desiccated corpses, their essence, energy, and spiritual power siphoned away by Yunxi, augmenting his strength. Tsai did not glance at the demon beasts collapsing around them. Her gaze remained fixed upon Yunxi, her eyes sparkling like stars. She held him tightly, burying her head against his chest. Amidst the cacophony of roars, the sound of his steady heartbeat resonated, instilling her with a sense of safety amidst the boundless peril. Chapter 85. Black Crow Flag. Yunxi fought with a fervor that bordered on madness, his Zhuxian sword intent evolving to an unprecedented level, surpassing even that of the holy son of the Tianjin sect. With a single stroke, a brilliant sword rainbow erupted. The sharpness of his sword intent seemed poised to pierce through all mists, to sway the heavens, and compel all beings to bow in reverence. At that moment, his cultivation broke through to the 6th stage of the Shimpa realm. His gravity domain had reached 900 times, making movement nearly impossible even for Xinjia beings. Meanwhile, Yunxi's spiritual power surged dramatically, the resplendent blue lotus within him being tempered day and night by 3 types of divine fire, continually cleaving through chaos to forge a new existence. The 3 kunpengs within the domain became increasingly agile, as if imbued with life, easily dispatching even half-step divine beings. Gradually, the beast tide bore down upon them, with dozens of 5th-stage ferocious beasts charging forth, bringing immense pressure upon Yunxi. These beasts rivaled early-stage divine beings. Though he could vanquish the holy son of Xinjia, there was a vast chasm between the Xinjia and divine realms. A stone wolf charged, its impact force comparable to millions of pounds, capable of smashing through mountains, making it exceedingly difficult for him to intercept, especially as his physical form was at the pinnacle of Xinjia. Fighting is not an option. I must evade, Yunxi murmured. If he were to face a solitary 5th-stage beast, he might employ various strategies to contend. However, confronting more than a dozen was utterly impossible. He could only endure, awaiting the arrival of divine beings from the beast city to rescue him. In the realm of Yunxi Kunpeng, the divine beasts, despite their exalted status, found their powers diminished by a tenth. Unable to withstand direct confrontation, Tianhou manifested the wings of the Tianping, swiftly evading with unparalleled speed while 3 types of divine flames danced upon the edge of her sword-like brilliance. This velocity was akin to the swift winds. And although these divine beasts were of the 5th tier and possessed higher cultivation than Yunxi, their speed scarcely surpassed his. The relentless explosions of the divine flames instilled a primal fear within them, preventing them from unleashing their full might against Yunxi. Though these beasts were frenzied and fearless, their innate dread of divine fire held them back. Utilizing the divine fire, the gravitational force of the Kunpeng domain, and the rapidity of the Tianping, dozens of 5th-tier beasts found themselves unable to contend with Yunxi. He moved with such swiftness that his afterimages scattered in all directions. However, these divine beasts were not limited to mere physical assaults. A 5-legged toad suddenly opened its maw, summoning a tempest that morphed into a violent storm within moments, shattering towering trees in its wake. Yunxi felt his speed hindered by the storm. At that moment, a centipede lashed out with its tail, aiming directly at him. Glancing at the colorful garments adorning his chest, he raised his wings to form a shield. The force of the strike sent Yunxi hurtling backward, causing him to spit forth a stream of golden blood, his wings now stained. In his moment of panic, he drew forth a small flag, a reward from the Imperial Academy for conquering the 7th level of the floating pagoda, a black crow flag, albeit with a missing corner. With a swift motion, he waved the flag, feeling his life essence surge toward it as if being drawn into a vortex. If a typical divine tribulation realm cultivator were to attempt such a feat, they would risk sacrificing no less than 500 years of life. Yet, Yunxi was uncertain of his own longevity. As he felt his vitality wane, it was as though his very essence was being siphoned away, leaving his aura aged and weary. The black crow on the flag began to shimmer with life, and darkness enveloped the world, a chilling wind sweeping through, penetrating deep into the bones, akin to a descent into the depths of the netherworld. In an instant, the black wind blanketed the surroundings, encasing the divine beasts within a layer of frost. Eerie cries, sharp and haunting, echoed through the air, sending shivers even through Yunxi, whose pure soul felt an inkling of fear. Jingjing clung to his head, too frightened to look, while Tsai held him tightly, terrified by the otherworldly sound. Amidst the black wind, hands emerged, clawing at the creatures. While Yunxi's Jushian sword intent might not breach the flesh of 5th-tier beasts, the hands within the black wind tore through them as if they were mere paper. Unleashing howls of despair, the divine beast struggled, ensnared by the dark tempest. When the black wind finally dissipated, the surroundings were frozen in time. Remnants of ice crystal corpses scattered about. Mere moments prior, they had been 5th-tier beasts. Not far off stood a figure, wielding a purple sword, observing the scene. This figure, elegant yet cold, resembled the surrounding ice crystals. She was Lingyun. At that moment, Lingyun radiated an indescribable aura of sanctity, her demeanor as aloof as a deity beyond reproach. With violet light flickering in her eyes, she sheathed her purple sword, her divine presence fading, and, with a glance at Yunxi, turned to depart. Yunxi followed her departing form with a furrowed brow. The beast tide continued, but its end was nigh. Without the divine beasts, Yunxi felt as if he could slaughter them with ease. He withdrew the black crow flag and positioned himself beside Lingyun. It was over. Yunxi released Tsai, his complexion pale, and regarded the black crow flag with newfound trepidation, realizing it demanded life essence to wield, an exorbitant cost of 500 years, far too extravagant for his liking. The extraction of such vitality made him feel as though he had aged 500 years in an instant, his body straining against the toll. Moreover, the flag's unsettling nature, emanating an aura reminiscent of the netherworld, left him uncomfortable. Yet, the flag's power was indeed formidable. "You are injured," Tsai said, her gaze filled with concern. Yunxi shook his head, acknowledging that he had indeed been at a disadvantage against the divine beasts. Fortunately, Tsai remained unscathed, but the sudden appearance of the figure earlier troubled him. With his pure soul, he sensed no error. Tsai looked at him, her lips pursed. "Little thief?" The mention of this name made Yunxi's head snap up, his eyes widening. He had faced dozens of 5th-tier beasts without much reaction. Yet those 3 words sent a tremor through him. "How do you know my nickname?" he asked, placing his hands on her shoulders, unaware of his own strength. "You hurt me," Tsai winced, and only then did Yunxi realize his grip. He stared intently at her, a different light in his eyes. This was his nickname, known only to the woman trapped in the cycle of reincarnation. The one who resembled Tsai was Shangwan Yinruo. They often ventured to various sect treasure vaults, where she called him Little Thief, while he referred to her as Big Thief. This was a secret Yunxi had never shared with anyone. I often dream about it. Dreaming of a person very much like you, committing theft, taking things from others. As soon as Tsai finished speaking, Yunxi's breath quickened. Boom. His mind went blank in an instant. For 3,000 years, he had searched tirelessly, traversing the ends of the earth and forbidden places, his heartache known to none. Now, it seemed he had found a glimmer of hope. Chapter 86. The resplendent Tongmin, though he could not be certain, the signs were overwhelming. Her appearance, her gaze. Even the things from his dreams mirrored his memories of that woman. The events, the circumstances, all resonated with his recollections. Nianruo, I have finally found you, Yunxi exclaimed. Embracing her tightly, Tsai felt his body tremble, yet she was not the woman of his mind. She was Tsai, the princess of Fengsong Kingdom, another who cherished him. Promise me, do not leave me again. Yunxi trembled, fearing the loss would repeat, as it had before, a penance he carried within. The sensation of being embraced by someone he adored was exquisite, yet Tsai's expression dimmed as she gently replied, I am not Nianruo, I am Tsai. Yunxi shook his head repeatedly, asserting, No, you are Nianruo, my Nianruo. I will not lose you. Tsai pushed him away, tears shimmering in her eyes. Then, do you not like Tsai? She asked earnestly. Yunxi finally returned to his senses. His exuberance had momentarily clouded his judgment. However, sensing something amiss, he sought to apologize. Little thief, I understand now. My memories have yet to fully awaken. Let us return. Tsai smiled at him, though her eyes lacked warmth. Very well. I will wait for you to regain your memories. Yunxi immediately embraced Tsai, racing toward the beast city. Soon, they arrived atop the city wall, where a large breach had formed, suggesting they might not withstand the next beast tide. The 13th prince, upon seeing Tsai, hurried over. How did you get out? Are you hurt? You must not do such foolish things again. Though the 13th prince scolded her, his affection was evident. She was his treasured sister, after all. Brother, I am fine, just a bit fatigued, and longing to return to the imperial city. Tsai, upon seeing the 13th prince, felt a pang of sympathy and gently wiped the blood from his body without any hint of disdain. Very well, summon someone to escort her back to the imperial city. The 13th prince sighed with relief. He genuinely worried about Tsai remaining here. As a general, he was preoccupied with numerous matters and could not adequately care for her. Tsai turned around and cast a lingering glance at Yunxi. Yunxi was staring at her with an infatuated gaze that she had once yearned for, yet now, inexplicably, she felt a twinge of disappointment. She departed from the beast city, not heading to the Imperial Academy, but instead retreating to her own palace. Meanwhile, Yunxi remained in the beast city, where the situation had deteriorated severely, posing a threat not unlike that of the northern border. As for the Cultivation kingdom, as long as the divine king did not emerge, the northern frontier would remain secure. Whoa, the situation has become dire. What are your insights? The 13th prince exhibited no hint of arrogance, subtly placing his status beneath Yunxi's, for their father had transmitted instructions emphasizing Yunxi's significance. Furrowing his brow, Yunxi realized that conventional strategies for troop deployment would no longer suffice. The only alternative he could conceive was the use of Tongmin's hidden weapons. Though he had once been a disciple of the Tangmen, the resources in the national treasury were insufficient to produce any formidable hidden weapons. Within the Tangmen, there existed 3 divine-grade hidden weapons: Guanyin Tears, Yama's Edict, and the Yellow Springs Flower. Even in the realm of cultivation, these artifacts were met with immense trepidation. A single drop of Guanyin Tears could slay a cultivator undergoing tribulation, a being powerful enough to dominate vast territories on Earth. Similarly, Yama's Edict could also annihilate those undergoing tribulation, invoking the name of Yama himself. As for the Yellow Springs Flower, Yunxi had been fortunate enough to witness it once. Its intricate structure had left him astounded. It had taken him 3 years to memorize its details, and even then, replication was an arduous task. Once, when various sects expressed their discontent with Tongmin's hegemonic position, they united in provocation. The Tongmin's leader, in desperation, had thrown forth a Yellow Springs flower that appeared deceptively simple. Resembling an ordinary flower, supported by a metallic stem, it gracefully floated towards the crowd. Suddenly, the stem twisted, and in an instant, the flower blossomed in layers, unleashing a swarm of poisonous needles that rained in all directions. Within mere breaths, the battlefield was littered with the corpses of tens of thousands. The horrifying spectacle left Yunxi in awe of Tongmin's mastery of hidden weapons. This battle had since been etched into the annals of cultivation history. Following that incident, the various sects had become exceedingly compliant, no longer questioning Tangmen, as the fear of another such flower being unleashed loomed large, capable of decimating entire sections. Now, The upper realm possessed superior materials capable of crafting even more potent hidden weapons. However, time was not on their side. Something is amiss. I must venture to the Beast Mountain range to uncover the true cause of the beast tide. Yunxi's countenance grew grave. The beast's frenzy was undoubtedly not of their own volition, for some force must be influencing them. Identifying this force would naturally resolve the crisis facing Fengsong. No, the Beast Mountain range is fraught with peril. Wuho must not go. The 13th prince hurriedly interjected, understanding that Yunxi's importance was invaluable to the Fengsong kingdom. Should anything happen to him, the northern frontier would descend into chaos. If I do not go, I cannot safeguard anything. I have my means of survival. You need not worry. Yunxi said no more, directly leading Jingjing toward the Beast Mountain range. The 13th prince understood he could not sway Yunxi's decision and merely hoped for his swift and safe return. Upon arriving at the Beast Mountain range once more, Yunxi observed numerous fallen beasts, their prior ferocity still evident even in death. Jingjing, think carefully about which way to proceed. Yunxi held great trust in Jingjing, as she seemed to possess an uncanny ability to locate treasures, a talent that both astonished him and earned her the title of treasure-seeking beast. After a moment of contemplation, Jingjing pointed in a direction. Just as Yunxi intended to head that way, Jingjing timidly exclaimed, "Big brother, something in that direction is terrifying." "Terrifying? What do you sense?" Yunxi inquired, intrigued. "I don't know. This is the first time I've felt such fear, an eerie, maddening presence." Jingjing clung tightly to Yunxi, as merely sensing this aura instilled dread within her. Maddening. Could that be the source? Yunxi's expression grew serious. Jingjing pointed to the side, indicating a direction he had not yet explored, stirring a sense of unease within him. Yet, since he had come this far, he felt compelled to investigate. He treaded cautiously, armed with the invisibility stone to shield their presence, minimizing the likelihood of attracting the beast's attention. As he ventured deeper, an increasing sense of foreboding enveloped him. This sensation was profoundly unsettling, and Jingjing, clinging to his back, seemed even more frightened, as if some horrific entity lurked nearby. Chapter 87. The blood-red lake. Fear arises from the unknown. This unsettling presence evoked a persistent sense of dread within them. During their previous traversal of the Beast Mountain range, Jingjing had not experienced such trepidation, not even in the presence of the pure-blooded treasure pool left by the king beasts. It was highly probable that what they had discovered this time was far more terrifying than the previous king beasts. As they pressed onward, the atmosphere became saturated with an unsettling aura that made Yunxi feel uncomfortable. This aura was boundless and easily incited excitement. Yet his pure divine soul shielded him from its influence. What astonished Yunxi most was Jingjing. Beneath this aura, she merely felt fear, yet remained unaffected. This situation suggested only one possibility. Jingjing's divine soul was of an extraordinary caliber. Otherwise, an aura potent enough to influence divine beings could not fail to affect her. Originally, Yunxi had reserved means to ensure Jingjing remained unscathed, but it seemed those precautions would not be necessary. "Big brother, Jingjing is scared," she said, tightening her grip around Yunxi's neck. In this vast expanse, her only reliance lay with two individuals, Feng Ho and Yunxi. "Fear not, I am here," Yunxi reassured her. Taking a deep breath, he navigated through the Beast Mountain range. Presently, they encountered few beasts along their path, which saved Yunxi considerable effort. 5 days elapsed, and throughout this time, they steadily advanced toward the source of the eerie aura. Both held the invisibility stone, entirely concealing their presence from the surrounding beasts. Concurrently, a significant event transpired within the royal palace, one that sent shockwaves throughout the entire imperial city. Sai had vanished. Having remained in her palace for several days without stepping outside, her attendants discovered her absence only upon their arrival to serve her. The precious gem of the Fengsong kingdom had simply disappeared, and the royal family could not locate her, only finding a letter left behind in her palace addressed to Yunxi. This news shocked the entire imperial capital. Everyone knew the royal family of Fengsong cherished Sai as their most beloved treasure. It was inconceivable that she could vanish after a mere visit to the beast city. Moreover, she had utilized the only long-distance teleportation talisman available within the Fengsong royal family, having long since traveled outside the kingdom to an unknown location, utterly alone. The more this unfolded, the more the ruler of Fengsong crumbled under the weight of despair. Even if every citizen of Fengsong were mobilized to search for her, finding her would be a daunting task. Meanwhile, Yunxi remained blissfully unaware of this occurrence as he pressed deeper into the heart of the Beast Mountain range. Suddenly, he halted, raising his head sharply as a surge of magical combat energy emanated from afar. Although the source was distant, it still unleashed devastation, waves of shock rippled outward, causing countless mountains to collapse and trees to shatter. Could it be a divine lord? Such fluctuations, occurring over such vast distances, must undoubtedly originate from a being above the status of a divine sovereign. The area where the battle unfolded is at least 100 miles away, and to perceive such tremors from this distance is certainly beyond my capacity to confront. I must return swiftly. Delay may bring unforeseen consequences, Yunxi murmured, sensing that the source of the unsettling aura was no longer far off. As he advanced, he encountered the corpses of numerous demon beasts, their blood flowing in a singular direction, not slain by any external force, but having taken their own lives. Gradually, even some 4th and 5th tier demon beasts succumbed to self-destruction here. The blood coalesced into small streams, vividly crimson and reeking of gore. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, and the scattered remains of the demon beasts painted a scene of utter carnage, particularly poignant as they had chosen to end their own lives. Meanwhile, the distant tremors began to subside, indicating a resolution of the conflict. Yunxi, accompanied by Jingjing, each grasping a concealed divine stone, knew that unless they were seen with their own eyes, even a divine king would be unable to sense their presence. Gradually, they approached the end of the stream, where a lake lay, a lake stained a deep red. All the blood had converged here. A fierce and overwhelming aura filled the air, boundless and potent enough to affect even a divine sovereign. Yunxi gazed at the lake, hesitating to move, as a few formidable presences lingered nearby, unmistakably 5th-tier demon beasts. While waiting, repugnant drops of viscous liquid began to fall from the sky. Looking up, he was met with a pair of blood-red eyes, fixated upon him. A 5th-tier Qing had locked onto him. The Qing, a 5th-tier demon beast, could unleash its speed with ferocity, and its claws could rend anything apart. Its innate ability, 36 claw strikes, allowed it to deliver 36 attacks in an instant, each more powerful than the last, with the final trio capable of surpassing its limits. Facing it, Yunxi found little hope of victory. He had not anticipated that such a creature lay in wait within this place. A profound sense of danger enveloped him, and without hesitation, he retreated rapidly with Jingjing. In that moment, the Qing dove toward them, its speed stirring up a tempest. It unleashed its innate ability. 36 claw strikes, erupting with a flurry of 36 assaults. Yunxi's speed paled in comparison to that of the Qing, and after merely 3 breaths, the first strike descended with a thunderous crash. Yunxi channeled the essence of all things, raising a Tai Chi diagram to absorb the blow. The diagram did not shatter, but an overwhelming force of recoil surged through him as the 2nd and 3rd strikes fell upon it. By the 9th strike, the Tai Chi diagram finally shattered, scattering 10 strands of primal energy around Yunxi. He attempted to coalesce it again, but it was too late. The 10th strike landed squarely upon his shoulder. A deep gash was carved, and had it not been for Yunxi's formidable physique, this blow could have cleaved him in two. He once again summoned the essence of all things to guard himself, enduring 33 strikes, yet his body bore over 10 deep, bleeding wounds. All of this transpired in the span of a single breath. As for the final 3 strikes, Yunxi felt no confidence. They represented the Qing most powerful attacks. Should he withstand them, the Qing would plunge into a state of weakness. The 3 strikes came in an instant, and a wave of terror enveloped him. Yunxi concentrated all his spiritual energy, but to his astonishment, the last 3 strikes did not strike him. Instead, they rained down upon the Qing. It had taken its own life. Yunxi gasped, staring at the dead 5th-tier demon beast before him, his heart shaken profoundly. The flames of nirvana enveloped him, healing his wounds. Yet the preceding events left him in utter bewilderment. Blood flowed towards that blood-red lake, and having arrived here, Yunxi harbored no desire to return without uncovering the truth. He approached the lake. Chapter 88. Shijiao. As Yunxi reached the lake's edge, he found it saturated with blood, suffused with a nauseating aroma and an unimaginable ferocity that could sway living beings' emotions. Just like the Qing before, it had succumbed to this frenzy, losing its sanity and ultimately committing suicide. Big brother, it's so terrifying here. Let's leave. Jingjing clung tightly to Yunxi's neck. Although she had not been affected by the aura, she felt an incessant discomfort that left her uneasy. I wish to return as well. However, since we are here, we must investigate. Yunxi too desired to depart. Yet he understood that without addressing this issue, he could not thwart the impending beast tide. As a martial hero, he bore this responsibility. If I am not mistaken, there must be something at the lake's bottom that has caused this anomaly, Yunxi murmured, conjuring a protective barrier with his spiritual energy to shield both himself and Jingjing before plunging into the blood-red waters. With the barrier in place, the lake's water could not touch him, However, visibility was exceedingly low, obscuring anything beyond a short distance. As he descended, a wave of profound unease washed over him. For at the lake's bottom, there appeared a ball of fire. Who could believe that a fire existed at the bottom of this lake, and within it? Something else seemed to lurk. Yunxi sought to discern more clearly, only to witness a Jiao dragon charging towards him. He could not afford to linger. He retreated swiftly, soaring from the lake. The Jiao dragon, possessing a fraction of dragon blood, could dominate among demon beasts of the same realm. With a thunderous roar, laced with a hint of dragon's might, it soared into the air, its massive body coiling atop a mountain peak. A sixth-tier demon beast, comparable to a divine sovereign, and utterly terrifying. Who could have imagined such a formidable creature resided within the lake? Its scarlet eyes locked onto Yunxi, and countless threads of consciousness targeted him. The demon beast mountain range was indeed perilous beyond measure. Shijiao, can such an aura truly affect a sixth-tier demon beast? Yunxi mused. The chaotic energy pervading the world had already shown its capacity to influence fifth-tier demon beasts, and now it seemed even the sixth tier was not immune. Observing the Jiao dragon atop the mountain, each scale appeared as unyielding as divine stone. Given Yunxi's current capabilities, he found himself nearly powerless against it. The only path forward was to flee. Yet, the Jiao dragon did not pursue him. Instead, it steadfastly guarded the lake. This scene stirred a torrent of thoughts within Yunxi. Could it be that whatever lay within the lake held great significance for it? Despite my intrusion, it chooses not to pursue me. It was highly likely that the beast tide was linked to whatever resided at the lake's bottom. Yunxi reflected on the recent rampage of the beasts. Every demon beast had been maddened, charging recklessly regardless of their strength. Yet here stood the Jiao dragon, its tough hide rendering it nearly invulnerable. My azure dragon soul exerts absolute dominance over all creatures with dragon blood. But even if I could suppress the Jiao dragon to fifth tier, it would still be beyond my capacity to confront. Yunxi pondered continuously, but the Jiao dragon's strength was overwhelming. Unless he summoned the Qinglian within him or utilized that single drop of imperial blood, which he was reluctant to squander here. Though the Jiao dragon remained stationary. With a flick of its tail, it shattered half the mountain, sending boulders hurtling towards Yunxi. Yunxi raised his hand and swung his sword. An overwhelming intent radiating from the blade, causing a radiant sword light to explode and shatter the stones before him into dust. However, he understood that the Shijiao had already issued a warning. If he did not retreat, it might indeed take action. The dragon clan possesses pride, and the demon beasts infused with dragon blood also carry such arrogance. That Yunxi had been allowed to linger in its territory for so long was already pushing the limits. He had no choice but to withdraw. After retreating 1,000 zhong, he suddenly looked up to find a beast's corpse plummeting from the heavens. At the same time, a figure descended gracefully, clapping its hands. It was perplexing. Why provoke me? Merely soiled my hands. His voice was gentle, yet concealed an infinite murderous intent. Feng Tianshu glanced at his attire, relieved to find no bloodstains. Otherwise, he would have needed to change clothes once again. Recently, he had intended to seek out the boy depicted in the portrait, but upon arriving at the Demon Beast Mountain range, he was besieged by frenzied attacks from the beasts, forcing him to fight his way through. Surprisingly, he sensed the presence of a royal beast within these mountains. Although it had only just entered the realm of royal beasts, this was remarkably unusual. The remote location, coupled with insufficient spiritual energy and inadequate natural forces, made the path to becoming a royal beast exceedingly arduous. There was an unsettling feeling, as if this place was the source of such an aura. Feng Tianshu observed the vigilant Shijiao in the distance, astounded to discover that within this mountain range, there were demon beasts possessing traces of dragon blood. It seemed this place was far more complex than he had initially imagined. As a half-step divine king, he had expended considerable effort to reach this location, which indicated he had underestimated it. His gaze lingered momentarily on Yunxi, and that single glance sent shivers down Yunxi's spine, causing every muscle in his body to tense. In that instant, it felt as though he had entered the depths of the abyss. This was an existence of such formidable power that he could scarcely comprehend. It surpassed the previous Chun Feng of Qishan Kingdom and was even comparable to the former false divine king. The depth of this individual's cultivation was undoubtedly beyond imagination. Feng Tianshu paid little mind to who Yunxi was, for the aura he emitted was too weak to warrant attention. His focus remained fixed on the Shijiao. Yet, Yunxi was filled with confusion. Who exactly is this woman? Though her chest was somewhat flat, it became clear to him the meaning behind how can one conquer the world without a robust stature. Yunxi's expression gradually grew serious as he spoke solemnly. Such youth, yet possessing the cultivation of a half-step divine king. Unless one had extraordinary fortune, such individuals could only emerge from a prestigious sect. It seemed she too was drawn to the treasures beneath the lake. If he could leverage the bloodline of the Songlong dragon's soul to suppress her, perhaps he could contend with the Shijiao. However, engaging with this woman seemed utterly impossible. What could lie at the bottom of that lake? Yunxi chose not to leave, but rather to step back slightly, striving to avoid attracting the woman's attention. If she truly wished to kill him, there would be no escape. With a mere gesture, she could subdue him. It appeared she was merely indifferent. Little did he know that the figure he referred to as a woman was, in fact, a man. Suddenly, the Shijiao roared. If only it had remained silent. But that roar ignited Feng Tianqu's fury. You beast, how dare you spit on me? Do you not realize that this is the last set of clothes I have? Even if you were to be sliced 1,000 times, it would not atone for your crime. Feng Tianqiu glared at a small droplet of saliva on the hem of his garment. And the temper he had just managed to suppress flared up once more, the aura of the half-step divine king erupting violently.